The boy's name is Ewan. He was diagnosed with an incurable illness as a child and given a limited time to live. Fortunately, after an accidental fainting spell, he was transported into a game called Lunatic. Of all people, he became Nox von Reinhofer, the most wicked villain who appears in the game's first stage. Ewan, now inside Nox's body, was completely powerless. Looking at his stats, he was simply annoyed. Even when he was on Earth, he had found life boring. This was because he had suffered from an incurable illness since childhood. As death approached, he stumbled upon a game called Lunatic. It was a fantasy role-playing game renowned for its high difficulty. This game became his entire life. Before logging out in despair and loneliness, Ewan decided to participate in this game and play to his heart's content. At that very moment, the world spun around him like a top. Ewan felt himself collapsing. Perhaps death had come for him. It appeared to be a peaceful night with a full moon, but in reality, a fierce battle was raging with countless sharp weapons glinting. The light shining down revealed a scene of extreme chaos. Soldiers uniformly shouted orders, yelling to attack and bring down the demon. On one side, a man whose legs seemed to have given out was desperately fleeing the crowd, clenching his muscles in desperation. The man being pursued slowly came into view. A young man with white hair and several streaks of blood on his face. As one man fled, numerous others pursued him in chaotic disarray. Yielding to no one, suddenly an armored soldier appeared before him, blocking his path and attacking. All the soldiers, having received orders, charged together. But there was no way he would just sit back and let fate take its course. Nox too unleashed his abilities and surrounded them. His body moved nimbly and flexibly, attacking with a purple force. Next, Nox raised his hand, accumulated more energy, and then slammed it into the ground with one hand. A massive shockwave erupted, giving them no time to react. And even the earth and stones shattered under its immense power. The armored soldiers were engulfed in purple flames, rendered immobile like statues. And before they could even react, Nox swiftly sent them all to the next world. Power continued to surge from his body, but at the same time he looked exhausted. Above him, 3 pairs of red eyes appeared, but at this moment his appearance was wretched and miserable, no different from a vagrant. Nox couldn't even stand properly, clinging to an iron bar to stay upright. Just as he was about to lament why life was so full of suffering, his gaze suddenly fell upon something. Following his gaze, a woman's footsteps approached from behind, and her voice could be heard. Why? In the chaotic dead of night after the battle, a red-haired girl appeared opposite Nox and posed a question. Why did you make that decision? Traces of pain and disappointment flickered across the girl's face. Why did you make a pact with a demon? Why did you betray us? Nox von Reinhofer. She clearly spoke his name as if a teacher were calling on a student for an oral exam. Hearing that, Nox glanced at her as if speechless. Then, with vacant eyes, he looked up at the sky and remarked as if pondering, betrayal, those who are afraid, go back. Nox fears no one's displeasure. He chuckled wickedly and admitted directly, that's right, you should think I betrayed you. Having said that, Nox claimed to be the victim who should actually be clarifying his injustice. But I didn't, you yourselves betrayed me. Yet the red-haired girl showed no anger, instead persistently showering him with questions, making Nox chuckle contentedly, as if amused by a naive young lady. Stop fighting and tell me since when you've been so wounded. Nox returned to his vacant expression and began to speak. It started like a landing. Text appeared, and with it, a glowing green apple image. A notification window popped up announcing, you have completed the first part of Lunatic. Total score, 27 points. In a messy setting filled with trash, a young man sat in front of a lit computer, saying admiringly, good, not so bad. Cigarette butts were piled high, and by then, many items had already been acquired. Several notification lines appeared on the screen. Great Trace cleared. Punishment of the Crescent Demon. Nox von Reinhofer cleared. Rose pierced by the Crescent. Imperial Princess assassination decision cleared. Rising Sun in the East. Togelan Kingdom rebellion suppressed. The young man praised himself as he looked at it. I've unlocked many hidden achievements. Very satisfying. Suddenly, a calendar image appeared with the 6th day circled. Go to the hospital except for the fact that I'm dying next month. The young man's recollection went back 2 years. Here was an X-ray of his brain. The doctor sat with a serious expression and informed Ewan. Patient Ewan, please don't be afraid and listen to me. It was impossible to know what the doctor said, but his expression gave some indication. Inside a large building, in a room, Ewan silently stared at the examination results in his hand. Questions began to pour out continuously. You've been to 20 University Hospital, haven't you? You've been to 2 hospitals. We've conducted several examinations. The more Ewan heard, the more extremely anxious he became. And we've also come to the same conclusion. We can prescribe you some painkillers. Take them when the pain is too much. The hand holding the examination results slowly lost its grip. Unopened medicine bottles fell and scattered everywhere. It was that very hand. Ewan was devoid of hope, like a soulless person. There was no longer any light in his eyes. 2 years had already passed. Suddenly, something caught Ewan's attention. It was a pile of trash bags next to a neat calendar. Following this, Ewan covered his mouth and coughed a few times. His expression was one of disbelief. What he coughed up was a mouthful of fresh blood. Am I really dying? Even if I die, I should clean up properly. Ewan picked up a piece of paper and wiped each bloodstain. I've always only thought about this, so the outcome probably won't be much different in the end. As he was sinking into the abyss, a phone notification suddenly chimed. Ewan quickly picked up the phone and unlocked it. Seeing the message inside, he was speechless for a moment. 20 University Hospital appointment confirmation, Mr. Yuan. He lamented the fact that he couldn't confide in anyone about this. Yuan sighed deeply and lay sprawled on the sofa, lost in thought. After losing my memories, no one contacted me, and there's no one for me to contact. He clenched the blood-stained piece of paper tightly in his hand. In my current condition, I can't go anywhere. Suddenly, Yuan noticed a notice on the table. The words written on it seemed to mock his current situation. Terminal cancer patients gathering. Hold steadfast to your faith. Church flyer, would you like to come to our hospice? Yuan immediately lost his composure and crumpled the paper in one hand. In despair, he frantically rummaged through the pile of trash. Tears streamed down. Game over. Yuan cried. He shed helpless, painful tears. As he was sinking into the abyss, a ray of light suddenly made him stop crying and look up. A notification window appeared from somewhere asking, "Would you like to start a new game?" And Yuhan's resolute voice, devoid of lingering attachments, rang out. "Before it ends, this is all I have to do." Without hesitation, Yuan clicked yes. Then another notification appeared. "Please enter user information. What is your player name?" "Carl." Even as tears and sweat streamed down his face, Yuan smiled and asked himself, what character trait should I have this time? At this point, the screen was still displaying. The options were Sensitive Genius and Genius of Swordsmanship and Martial Arts. Yuan decided to choose both Sensitive Genius and Genius of Swordsmanship and Martial Arts. His gaze suddenly shifted to a notification window. Selecting more than one genius trait will incur a penalty. To avoid the penalty, select one or fewer. Neutral traits, negative traits, incurable illness. Seeing that text, Yuan fell silent again. He hadn't expected such a coincidence. I have an incurable illness, and so does my character. The system's question was complete. Would you like to start the game with the selected character? Why not? Yuan clicked resolutely, and just 1 second later, his vacant eyes widened in surprise. Yuan seemed to be swept away by something, looking extremely frightened. The shock disoriented Yuan, and his chair swayed. He trembled and fell heavily to the floor, breathing rapidly. Am I dead? No. At that moment, the system suddenly announced character creation success, and simultaneously, Yuan thought to himself, I thought death was something I had forgotten, but at least I wanted to die a satisfying death. The system then continued to blink, displaying the message, character name has been forcibly changed, switching to a different background. Notification images continued to appear. Synchronization 4:6:19. Synchronization stopped at 71. Character setup complete. At this moment, a young man's body lay still on a bed, breathing heavily. He suddenly sat bolt upright with a slightly bewildered expression. Who is this? Where am I? Looking at the spacious room before him, Yuan in his new body constantly asked himself, where's this place? When was I enveloped by a sense of déjà vu? He got out of bed and looked around. No way, I recognize this place. He walked to the mirror. Yuan raised a hand, lamenting his entry into this hellish game, and discovered a familiar face. He had come to possess the most wicked character. I don't know why that text appeared. The beginning, yes, it was a landing. This character's history gradually began to reveal itself. Knox von Reinhofer. He was one of the dark rulers of Inner Lunatic. His family was deeply connected to the most wicked criminal organization in the world, the youngest of the 5 Reinhofer siblings. The Reinhofer family had produced talented individuals in magic and swordsmanship for generations. But among all the members there was one useless child, Knox. He was foolish from birth and was branded with the sin of making a pact with a demon from a forbidden realm. He became the most wicked disaster in the story of Inner Lunatic. Recalling this fact, Yuan, in Knox's form, couldn't help but tear at his hair. Becoming Knox, this can't be a dream. Cornered, the system suddenly appeared behind him. It contained all the information about the character he was currently possessing. Basic information, name Knox von Reinhofer, sex male, age 14, race. Human primary attribute, darkness. Achievements, no positive achievements, swordplay, perception, mana memory, iron will, neutral traits, none, negative traits, incurable illness. Having read all of this, Yuan was moved to tears. There was even a status window. Before he could even rejoice, the system continued its introduction. Stats, health 2, mana 9, luck 7, will 10, magic 25. Yuan was quite surprised. Why are my stats like this? My health is merely 2, and what's more, my negative traits are neutral, dark aligned, and fundamentally negative. Incurable illness, chronic pain, frailty, constant sickness, cold hands and feet. What a truly wretched fate, Yuan suddenly realized. Could it be? Is this the character I personally set up before? I was terminally ill in reality too, with a year left for my incurable illness, and it's also terminal here, though it varies based on unique characteristics, he asked himself blankly. I don't remember exactly why I did it, but looking back I had a vague idea I wanted this character to be like me, with no one to rely on, a character destined to die, with the same amount of time left as me. Of course I didn't expect it to become such a disaster. Then a notification appeared from the system. You have unread mail in your inbox. Would you like to read it? As soon as he saw the message, Yuan pressed open without hesitation, but still asked aloud, unread mail? The letter displayed this message. Hello, Mr. Yuan. No, from now on I shall call you Knox. As soon as he read the first line, a shiver ran down Yuhan's spine. It knows my name. Yuan is my old name, given to me by my parents, but I don't even know if they're alive. He was plunged into a myriad of questions. Did you bring me into this world? Do you perhaps know something about my forgotten past? The message continued. You may not remember me, but I must tell you this. It has truly taken a long time. Yuan felt both surprise and confusion as he read, breaking into a sweat. You have done very well these past 2 years. You have the right to return here. Welcome back. Yuan froze on the spot, unable to comprehend anything. Return me? Questioning thoughts echoed repeatedly in his mind. You said I was no longer in the old world. Nox frowned worriedly. So is this my reality now? He clenched his fist tightly, drenched in sweat. This is truly absurd. The system continued to display messages. I cannot reveal much about my identity yet, but I hope to be able to help you. Reading that part, Nox once again fell into deep thought. Help me. The mysterious entity didn't give him a moment to collect himself, continuing to offer advice. Join Elan Academy, build your forces, and try to follow the main storyline as much as possible. All truths will naturally reveal themselves. With that, the system shut down, leaving only Nox in confusion. Wait, is that all? Nox cradled his head in anguish. All right, I need to gather my thoughts now. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, Yuan, in Nox's body, made a decision. First, I've been reincarnated as the final boss of this game, Inner Lunatic. But he felt a slight hesitation. But I have to follow the main storyline? No matter how I understand it, it ultimately means I'll die, right? He recalled the message he had just received. Oh, I should call you Nox now. Yuan had no choice but to accept. Regardless, even if Inner Lunatic became his reality, Nox thought to himself, sweating, it doesn't mean I'm giving up on regaining my memories. Whatever the cost, he would follow the main storyline and rely on his lost memories. He would find out why he came to this world. An unprecedented resolve flashed in his eyes. And I will survive. For that purpose I have decided to become a true villain. Nox smiled meaningfully once more. Upon deep reflection, it wasn't much different from his old life. Yuhan's memory went back 2 years before he lost them. He had an incurable illness. Every moment meant taking one step closer to death, and he lived his entire life in fear of it. The only thing that had changed was the system. Nox now stood alone in the spacious room of a world he knew best. Then he asked the system, what day is it today? The system replied immediately, April 4th, 1812. Seeing that, Nox let out a deep sigh. That means there isn't much time left. At this, he seemed to snap back to reality, a bright smile appearing on his face. Shall we begin my 28th passionate playthrough now? Nox said, and walked straight to open the door. However, the moment his hand touched the doorknob, it glowed red as if something was blocking it. Instantly, he froze blankly on the spot. A system panel appeared, explaining, due to the effects of your persistent illness, a disadvantageous trait has been activated. You have sustained a stage 1 wrist sprain. Please rest sufficiently and recover. At this, he couldn't help but curse. What the hell is this nonsense? The blue sky shone sunlight into the room. Nox walked around the house holding his injured hand, thinking to himself, what's wrong with this body? Am I really that weak? As he complained, a girl in a maid's outfit suddenly bumped into him. All her dishes shattered. The girl looked frail and pitiful. Blue magical flowers bloomed around her. Just 1 second later, she suddenly recognized him and shrieked, startling all the servants in the building. The entire building seemed about to collapse. Young Master Nox. Nox was still suffering from his hand, which felt worse than broken. It hurts so much. Then he slowly looked at the girl and recognized this face, brown hair and light orange eyes. Rona? Rona was extremely flustered at this moment. She repeatedly bowed her head, pleading desperately, I'm sorry, please forgive me for the sin of injuring young master due to my mistake. Recalling, Nox reminded himself that Rona was only a minor character, and the only thing he remembered was that she had gossiped about Nox behind his back. That was all he remembered, but seeing her face so frail and delicate like a puppy, Nox couldn't help but feel suspicious. This innocent girl talked bad about Nox even if he was a villain. Thinking, he approached Rona with a slightly hypocritical smile. I'll forgive you this time. After all, Nox seems like a textbook villain right now. He uttered reassuring words, but his face was terrifying enough to make people wet themselves. If you make another mistake. Before Nox could finish his warning, Rona immediately panicked and stammered out her admission of fault. Yes, I won't do it again. The atmosphere around him puzzled him. Why is it so quiet? He looked closely at the faces of the other 3 maids. They all looked very scared. As if they'd seen a ghost, they couldn't say a word. At this, Nox realized he had forgotten the fact that he was a madman. Nox, really? What kind of life did you live? As he inwardly chastised himself, Rona spoke again, interrupting him. By the way, young master, where are you going so early? Nox immediately looked at her and replied, the training ground. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes widened and they froze in surprise. Before the statues could even snap out of it, Nox uttered even more shocking words. Rona, come with me. These words made Rona feel as if the world was ending. Surely he's not going to hit me. The sky was still clear and the sun shone down on the magnificent castle. Nox was heading to the training ground with Rona. She looked at him worriedly. Nox paid no attention to Rona and continued to quicken his pace, thinking to himself, first, I have to survive. Recalling the scene from reality, he became even more resolute. After experiencing death, I am now certain. At that moment, his eyes were hollow, and tears streamed down. I absolutely don't want to die. Returning to the present, Nox looked outside and thought, To survive, I must adapt to this new environment as quickly as possible. Then he asked himself, that doesn't mean I can't change, does it? His ambiguous words confused Rona, and she was filled with endless questions. Ignoring everything, Nox fell back into thought. As someone who has played this game 27 times, I know most of its hidden aspects. Nox uttered 4 words. Inner Lunatic status window. This game, themed around the confrontation between angels and demons and set across the entire empire, had many fans worldwide. A characteristic of Inner Lunatic was its flexible character customization, allowing players to have diverse playstyles. While common or talented low-tier traits could be assigned multiple times, in most cases, genius traits could only be assigned once. Using a genius trait allowed one to quickly reach the top. Anyway, he possessed both of them. In this game, there was a concept called attribute penalty. When assigning attributes beyond one's limits, the message would be, please select 1, genius of mana sensing or genius of swordsmanship and martial arts. Neutral traits, disadvantageous traits, incurable illness. By utilizing the system, it was possible to assign both genius attributes. Genius of swordsmanship and martial arts grants swordsmanship skills. It allows a player to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. On the other hand, genius of mana sensing enhances sensitivity to magic, enabling effective spellcasting. Thinking of that, Nox suddenly felt joy and a sense of triumph. They have many advantages. The protagonist possessed a skill called Mind's Eye, which allowed them to view other players' status windows. And Acting Master allows one to perfectly emulate any expression in any situation. It seems like it would be very useful in my situation. Iron Will can be used during combat, allowing the player to maintain an unwavering mind and a detached appearance. The only problem was that the disadvantageous trait Incurable Illness would be the worst. But disadvantages: incurable illness, frailty, persistent illness, cold limbs, evil spirit. His face was covered in sweat, but he forced a smile and said, I'm like a walking hospital. For those with cold limbs, it was almost impossible to enter cold regions, except for players with heating skills. And due to the persistent illness, he would fall sick at least once in each chapter. He kept scratching his head and rubbing his ears, looking like someone who had just escaped a mental institution, making Rona, who was with him, constantly glance at him sideways. Well, there seems to be no other choice, so let's take it one step at a time. Before long, Nox arrived in front of the training ground, and Rona, who was off to the side, couldn't help but feel suspicious. He's already in front of the training ground. Is he really going to enter? Suddenly, something turned her suspicion into surprise. It was Nox's serious and resolute face. He gazed straight ahead, and Rona stared at Nox's face from behind. Without hesitation, Nox pushed the door wide open and entered, thinking to himself, first, I need to remove the frailty curse. Players are born with the frailty curse. Their growth rate is halved and their resistance to enemy debuffs is reduced by half. I have to remove the frailty curse first. The wooden sword was slowly lifted and Nox's hands were covered in sweat. No matter how much I think, there's only one conclusion I can draw. He struck a pose, but he looked like a fish on a chopping board. Flustered, Nox's face turned pale and he couldn't breathe properly. I'm screwed, just like the novel's introduction. Then the wooden sword in his hand fell and spun. Nox collapsed to the floor exhausted. Instead of sprawling around chewing sunflower seeds and watching Netflix, Nox realized the harsh reality and froze. After careful consideration, this is the conclusion I've reached. A man who can't even swing a sword 10 times. I didn't think the frailty curse would weaken me this much. The training ground was also very spacious. Nox stood up, observed, and admired. Indeed, there are many good weapons. Another introduction followed. The Reinhofer family's roots originated from the sword. There was much to praise about the Reinhofer family. Their most famous title was probably the Noble House of Sword and Shadow. The reason they were called that was due to their technique of infusing shadow magic into their swords to confront enemies. This was all thanks to the commander's sword. It was known as the Tyrant Sword of Shadows. It would be passed down through generations to the heads of the family, and the process would continue across ages. Thinking about it, Nox suddenly realized he was overthinking. What does that have to do with me? Besides swordsmanship, being a member of a noble family had many advantages. However, he forgot about his mission training and sat happily looking at rare items. The most important thing was money. Money. No one dislikes money. The same went for Nox. Even if he were to die, he would gladly sell himself to capital. Money is supreme. Imagining gold and silver raining from the sky, Nox constantly fantasized. The Reinhofer family is one of the biggest noble families in the storyline. Naturally, they must be incredibly wealthy. Nox continued to sit there, looking at the blue sky, thinking, even their useless son has enough money to live off for a lifetime. He recalled the image of the father of the body he currently possessed. Nox's father probably wouldn't care much whether Nox spent money wisely or not. Nox wasn't that type of character to begin with. The youngest son of a noble family. After thinking for a long time, Nox slowly stood up. Anyway, his model is very clear. I'm going to spend all the cash I have. As soon as he stood up, his legs constantly trembled. Nox thought of Rona and felt 3 parts resignation and 7 parts helplessness. I won't even be able to run until Rona brings me the items I want. Rewinding a few minutes, Rona was still there with Nox. She brought a towel and water to the table. Rona politely said, "Here are the wooden sword, towel, and warm water, young master." At this, she was still suspicious, unable to believe that a good-for-nothing like Nox was actually going to do something. Is he really going to train? Suddenly, Nox's words made Rona freeze. No one else is around, right? Come here, Rona. Good heavens. One word brought forth several scenarios. Rona instantly fell into a pit of despair, screaming continuously, "Why are you going to hit me?" Nox was so enraged by being labeled a person who casually hits others that he almost seemed to be fuming. "What are you talking about?" Then he reached out, grabbed Rona's ear and whispered, "Come closer and listen." One person spoke and the other listened blankly, though it was unclear if she understood. "Ha!" Then Rona shouted loudly, revealing all national secrets. His whispering was in vain. "You want to spend all that money?" Rona, flustered, began to ask. "All the ideas young master told me are nonsense." Before she could finish, Nox immediately cut her off, and she instantly became obedient like a puppy. "Shut up and go get them." "Yes, young master, please don't yell at me like that." Rona inwardly lamented with a terrified expression that sent shivers down her spine. "He's changed." A short while later, he returned to the empty training ground. The wooden sword still lay on the floor. At this, Nox walked around examining the various weapons. "I don't know how fast Rona will be, but all these things need to be here by tomorrow." Then he poured himself a glass of water. Nox picked up the cup to drink but kept thinking. "Tea brought by Rona. I need to break this curse and frail state. I didn't realize this curse was so severe." Before he could even deliver the final blow, Nox was startled by an uninvited guest. "Greetings, young Master Nox." The one who surprised him was none other than the butler, Roswell Jacques. His character history introduced him as the Reinhofer family's estate manager, and he was not someone I could easily deal with. Roswell was the advisor to Chauk, the head of the Delvin Reinhofer family. Thinking of this, the cup in his hand trembled violently. Nox's face was more serious and slightly worried than ever before. "This is the ordeal I must face." Nox put down the glass of water, speculating. "He barely paid attention to me. Did he notice something strange?" The moment the bottom of the cup touched the table, Nox thought of a way to handle this situation. He immediately activated his acting master's skill. "What are you doing here? Someone who should be serving me." Roswell immediately got to the point. "I've come to report a few things as instructed by the head of the family." "What is it?" His face gravely warned. "Yes, young master, you must attend dinner this evening." These words angered Nox. He forced a smile and cursed inwardly. "I still don't know much about this family, are you kidding me? And my father, he wants to have dinner with me." Then, under his gaze, Nox firmly refused. "Tell father I cannot attend this evening." Roswell sighed helplessly, thinking to himself, "I wonder why the head of the family told the young master to attend dinner this evening." Then he clearly explained the situation. "The young lady of the Steiner family has visited the estate. It seems she is here for night training. If the young master does not attend," he quickly warned, "I fear the head of the family will be displeased." Hearing this, Nox had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Understood. His words clearly revealed Roswell's suspicions. Startling him, Roswell, being a straightforward person, immediately asked without hesitation, "Young master, you seem a little strange today." Ewan in Nox's body couldn't help but feel flustered. What is he trying to say? Without asking further, Roswell stated what he was curious about. "The young master has never held a sword before, but I saw him training alone in the training ground. I still don't know the reason. May I ask why?" Nox replied seriously. "Let me make this clear. Perhaps it was due to his excellent acting skills." Nox warned Roswell in a voice indistinguishable from his own. "As a butler, do not overstep your master's bounds." A chilling aura flickered in his eyes. "Whatever I do, whatever my purpose, it is none of your business. It is my decision." Hearing this, Butler Roswell was momentarily speechless, as if frozen. Then he bowed his head and sincerely apologized. "I apologize, young master." He ignored Roswell and strode off in another direction without looking back. However, Butler Roswell's suspicions lingered. "He seems to have changed. I should report this to the head of the family." The sky was still blue, but Nox's hands were drenched in sweat like rain. Just moments ago he had appeared calm and strong, but now he was panting with extreme fear. "I'm so nervous, I didn't expect this situation." But Nox soon sighed. "What would have happened if I had made even a small mistake? Wouldn't he have followed me? Let's forget about it." The name of the Steiner family's young lady, whom Butler Roswell had just mentioned, made him slightly curious. She was a red-haired girl with an attractive face. Why is she here? Night soon fell, and stars and the moon filled the sky. Below, a magnificent castle stood tall. Inside the castle, other noble children seated at the dinner table constantly mocked him. "Hey, look over there, that fool actually came. This meal won't pass without comment." But it was all right. Nox was a relaxed young man, closing his eyes and sitting still as if enjoying himself. The twin brothers opposite him, H and Alan, constantly sneered. "Don't tell me you're still not used to these gatherings. It really seems so. I never thought you'd dare show your face here." Unbelievable. Then, seeing that he said nothing, the two became even more aggressive. "I heard you're interested in the maids. You're truly incorrigible." Nox was speechless at these childish remarks. He thought to himself, "I didn't do anything wrong." In the unpleasant atmosphere, the door reopened, welcoming new guests. "It seems everyone is here." Hearing the familiar voice, Nox inadvertently turned his head and looked with a serious expression. It was none other than Johan's father, Devin Reinhofer. Another person who caught his eye was Nox's father, the head of the Reinhofer family. Red hair slowly appeared as she greeted them. "Hello, I am Thalia von Steiner. It's a pleasure to meet you." She introduced herself, smiling brighter and fresher than ever. Mr. Theo and Thalia stood side by side, looking like a giant titan and a small girl. Mr. Theo further introduced that the Steiner's daughter had come here for night training and would be staying with them for a while. The twin brothers' eyes widened as soon as they saw the beautiful woman. Night training? Nox also stood opposite Thalia. Mr. Theo still advised his wayward sons, please treat her like family. Thalia continued to smile and look straight ahead. Unlike her, Nox's face was filled with worry and annoyance. My enemy, an inner lunatic and a future opponent to the villain. She will later plunge a sword into my chest. Night still covered the sky and only the castle was brightly lit, Mr. Theo solemnly declared. Nox, the reason I called you here today is because I have something to say. Nox's face then visibly darkened. Thalia, who was beside him, was perplexed, not knowing what was happening. A voice interrupted, saying, now that everyone is gathered, let's dine together. Expensive and luxurious dishes were spread across the table. Nox was about to eat something sweet but paid attention to the mocking glances of the twin brothers. After a moment, Alan turned to Mr. Theo and said, Father, it seems it's time for you to decide who will enter Lydian Academy and become the new talent of our family. Hearing this, Nox was momentarily speechless, filled with surprise. At this, Theo pondered and replied seriously. Understood, of course, this moment has finally arrived. An introductory image of Lydian Academy, the most important location in Inner Lunatic, appeared. Rumor had it that students at Lydian Academy had to fight demons through various trials. Returning to Nox, he thought to himself with a heavy heart, certainly I must be the one to enroll. Thinking of the school's students, Nox involuntarily accepted in his mind, as long as it doesn't affect the game's storyline, I need to find allies. Mr. Theo's voice once again interrupted his thoughts. As everyone knows, only 3 members from each family can join the academy. The reason is to protect the academy from the power of nobles. I have already given 2 admission tickets to your brothers, so there is only 1 ticket left. Suddenly, Nox froze on the spot, and the images of his 2 brothers flashed in his mind. Then, forcing a smile, he looked at Mr. Theo and decided inwardly, before finding allies, securing that ticket is the best option right now. Nox and Theo, father and son, faced each other. Theo looked directly at him and said, I will choose the last one to join the academy. Although he didn't explicitly state names, Nox understood his intent. So, father, are you saying you will choose by having us brothers compete? As soon as he finished speaking, Theo was briefly surprised and thought to himself, I didn't expect Nox to say that, but he soon confirmed, that's right, I will set the duel date for next month. I will decide who will be chosen based on what I see from your training in the training ground. The twin brothers still scoffed and mocked Nox's brother. If you want to give up, surrender now. A weakling like you who has never held a sword has no chance of defeating us. Under Thalia's curious gaze, Nox barely stammered out 2 words. That's... Then he picked up a glass of red wine, took a sip, and leisurely replied, Isn't that something to say after winning? Alan immediately became angry as if his weakness had been exposed, saying, Do you think you can defeat us? Despite his shouting, Nox calmly calculated inwardly, This duel will be my chance to enter the academy. I don't need to care about their ridiculous prejudices. Thinking, he looked at the red wine glass and uttered a single word. Ah, Nox's face showed a confident expression never seen before. I am the only one who will be chosen for Lydian Academy. Mr. Theo sat there, slightly surprised by his actions and words. The twin brothers at this point were trembling with anger at Nox. There was also one more person here. Thalia, she smiled faintly with interest and said, Capital Renhofer's youngest son is certainly confident. Seeing that, Nox outwardly acted calm and collected, but inwardly he was sweating profusely and filled with fear. Under the starry night sky, Nox's helpless thoughts echoed, I think I've attracted the attention of someone I shouldn't have. A moment later, inside a brightly lit room with windows, various documents containing information were placed on a table. Mr. Theo and Butler Roswell were discussing something. Mr. Theo received the stack of documents and said, According to your report, Nox's behavior has clearly changed abruptly. Butler Roswell politely acknowledged, That is correct. Theo was momentarily confused. I can't believe it until I see it for myself. Could his personality have changed somehow? But he seemed to be overthinking, as if imagining a demonic possession. Could he perhaps be possessed by a demon? Anyway, he was quite curious. Then Theo ended the conversation for the day. Understood, Roswell, it was already the next day, and sunlight streamed into the garden. Stay focused, Nox. In a vast courtyard spanning thousands of square feet, a continuous murmur could be heard. Look at that guy. Nox was the cause of everyone's surprise. He was sweating all over, trying hard to run. The young master is training again, the maids kept whispering, as if seeing Nox so determined for the first time. My goodness, he's actually... I heard there's a test next month. A test? Why? Then they looked at Nox again. He was panting and exhausted just from running around the courtyard. He's just running around, but they didn't know that everything they were saying was reaching Nox's ears. How can I hear their whispers so clearly? I don't recall having such an inherent ability, but he didn't pay much attention. Immediately, Nox returned to his focused training. But even after running this long, the system displayed a disappointing message to Nox. Stamina increased by 0.1, is that all? But Nox had no choice but to accept it. Why am I running around this courtyard? It's because my biggest weakness is my stamina. The condition to activate the swordsmanship genius is to reach stamina level 4. Then he remembered Nox's astonishing stamina and teared up with frustration. If my stamina doesn't become like Nox's, it won't activate immediately. those were the swordsmanship, genius, skill, innate senses, perceptions, eye, memories, ear, iron will, acting master. But he was suffering from fatigue due to the curse. At this point he no longer had the strength to run, and even breathing seemed difficult. Nevertheless, Nox did not despair, but scoffed and encouraged himself. I need to raise my stamina by another 1.9 within a month. The root of frailty halves your stamina. Even risking my life to run, I'm almost completely exhausted. As you can see, I only increased it by 0.1. Looking at the system table, Nox sighed helplessly. My incurable illness trait also halved my stamina. As a result, I have to train 4 times harder than others. Stamina 15, mana 30. Due to the incurable illness trait, my stamina is only 15 points. I'll have to deal with this later. As he was lost in thought and despair, items suddenly came rolling out. It was the maid Rona pushing a cart. She politely said, "Young master, I've bought the items you requested yesterday." Seeing that, his gloomy expression from before vanished, replaced by a bright smile as he praised inwardly, "She's more capable than I thought. At least she's useful for now." In order, the items were Hydra Poison, Fairy Spring Water, Golem Core, and a Stamina Growth Scroll. But what still confused him was how he could reach Stamina 4. There won't be any problems, of course not, thinking. Nox picked up the Fairy Spring Water and held it high. As an expert at leveraging past experiences, I can do it. The scene shifted to the training ground. Rona's voice was heard. "Why do you need such things?" she stammered, quite worried and confused. Those are all very difficult to use or usually avoided medicines. And they're very expensive. Isn't only that scroll useful to young master? Nox replied with a cold, expressionless face. The reason people don't use what they don't use is because they don't know how to use it. Rona asked again, confused. How to use it? He said nothing to her, just stared intently at the items. After a moment, Nox picked up the bottle of Hydra Poison. Without hesitation, even though the bottle's name sounded a bit dangerous, he drank all the poison with one hand. Rona could only react after Nox had finished drinking, and she turned pale with fright. "Young master, that's poison." Only a few seconds had passed, but the poison quickly took effect, making Nox frown and his face turn pale. "It's definitely poison," but his gaze suddenly shifted somewhere. A system panel appeared, displaying a notification. Using Hydra Poison. Temporarily increases stamina by 1.5. A short time countdown begins. 9 minutes 59 seconds. Nox lost his balance, but tried to hold on by grabbing the railing with his hand. Seeing that he wasn't well, Rona cried out anxiously, "I'll call the butler." But he stopped her with one hand. "Wait!" Even though he had just drunk poison and was on the verge of collapsing, Nox was not afraid. He immediately picked up the Golem Core and forced himself to take a big bite. "This tastes pretty good too." This sight made Rona even more confused. Her head spun like a top. "Don't eat that core whole." The system continued to display notifications. 8 Golem Core. Gradually entering petrification status. Hidden combination revealed. Hydra Poison is interacting with Golem Core. At the same time, Nox was satisfied inwardly. Excellent. The hidden combination worked. Nox looked lifeless, like a Chable chairman with a terminal illness, but he persistently did not give up. "I have to keep going." To briefly explain, originally the Golem Core could temporarily amplify the user's defense. It is an item used to create combat golems. But when it interacts with Hydra Poison, a special effect is activated. Hydra Poison is being diluted. The root of frailty has been removed. Recalling that, Nox immediately snapped back to reality. "That's right, the root of frailty has been removed." Rona, still clueless, cried fearfully as if Nox were her dying husband. "Young master, you're going to die." Rona kept asking if he was all right, but Nox paid no mind and fell into thought. But there are still many hidden things to discover. Suddenly, Rona's worried and fearful expression turned to bewilderment, and her eyes widened. Nox's blurry image, as if he was sweating profusely and trying to unbutton his shirt, instantly enraged Rona, making her shout, "Young master!" Nox's gaze seemed vacant, as if he didn't hear Rona's loud voice. "Young master!" But Nox paid no mind to Rona's misunderstanding, reaching out for the Sage's Bone potion and pouring it directly onto his handsome face. Simultaneously, the system announced that the Sage's Bone had been used, and the petrification effect of the Golem Core had disappeared. The Sage's Bone is reacting with the Golem Core. After finishing it, Nox smiled, secretly impressed. What a peculiar sensation. Then, Trait Harmony was activated, and the user was temporarily granted the Abundance trait. Seeing the system panel, Nox couldn't help but rejoice. It was all according to plan. The panel displayed Abundance, a positive trait that doubles the user's growth rate until their stamina reaches 5. Only the scroll remained. Nox quickly reached out to grab it. The last one. He tore the scroll in half, and his face relaxed. Stamina Rapid Growth Scroll used. Stamina growth rate doubles. Then Nox rubbed his chin, thinking, "I've lifted the curse. The Abundance trait is limiting the disadvantageous trait of incurable illness, and I've used the scroll. My growth rate will be double that of an ordinary person." He felt even greater motivation and resolve. "Does this mean I can increase my stamina stat even faster?" As he was calculating, Rona, who had been terribly worried, suddenly rushed to him. She was flustered, crying and sobbing. "Young master, are you all right?" Rona was bewildered to see that he was perfectly fine. "You suddenly took off your clothes, so I thought something was wrong with your head." Nox showed 3 parts resignation and 7 parts annoyance. "You fool, get me a towel quickly." Rona, hearing his exasperated words, felt relieved yet looked a little dazed. Despite saying that, Nox also felt a slight regret. Now that the curse is lifted, I should treat her a little better. Then he forced a smile and reassured her. "Of course I'm fine," but Rona was still anxious. "Are you really okay? Do I not need to call the butler? Shouldn't you be resting now?" Nox smiled gently and replied, "I'm fine." Rona asked again, "Then what are you going to do?" Nox looked at Rona firmly and uttered a single word. "Run." The sunlight from the blue sky shone down on the spacious garden. At this time Nox continued his training by running, but this time Rona was also running behind him. Someone was watching the two of them run from outside the door. It seemed to be a girl. She watched, arms crossed, and wondered, what could it be? It turned out to be Thalia. She pouted and frowned, unable to understand Nox. How could such a weak person agree to fight his 2 elder brothers? Emma, the maid who followed her, couldn't help but remind Thalia. "My lady, you shouldn't stare so intently at young Master Rinhofer." The maid reprimanded her strictly. "That is impolite," but she still whined like a mischievous girl, answering no. Thalia vented her frustration, feeling wrong. "He doesn't even use a sword. All he does is run." The other knights of the Rinhofer family, the 2 knights standing before Nox, paid him no mind. "Young master," Thalia continued to frown and said, "I offered to teach him, but he refused everything." 2 words were clearly etched on her face. "No way," she frowned, convinced. "In a month he's going to get a good beating and it will all be over." Despite saying that, Thalia worried inwardly. "I was sure that's how it would be, so why am I still bothered? I can't stand it." Emma still stood there, surprised by her strange behavior, and exclaimed, "My lady!" Before the maid could even offer advice, Thalia quickly sprang up and moved forward, not forgetting to tell Emma, "Emma, I'll be right back." Returning to the Rinhofer family scene, the sunlight still shone brightly. A girl's shadow appeared in the garden, which was probably Thalia having her rebellious moment. She stood before Nox, and behind him Rona was panting, exhausted from running until now. Then she smiled brightly and introduced herself in a friendly manner. "I'm Thalia." Nox froze for a moment without saying anything, but inwardly he was confused. "Why has she come looking for me?" Then Nox slowly stood up. "What do you want? I think I've heard her name before." Seeing his actions and words, Thalia wore an incredulous expression. What's with that cold attitude?" She became absorbed in her own beauty, imagining things, and then felt embarrassed by herself. "He must be too stunned by my beauty." In reality, Nox, like an innocent young deer, had no idea what Thalia was thinking. She was still lost in her fantasy. Yes, that must be it." Thinking that, Thalia, with a flushed face, blurted out her questions with all her might. "Are you sure you can defeat your 2 brothers? Is that why you agreed?" "Ha!" Hearing that, Nox once again stood blankly without saying anything, paying no mind to his lack of concern. Thalia continued to pace around, speaking as if to herself. "So you think you have a chance?" Rona, who was on the side, secretly agreed, hearing someone think the same as her. "I agree, but Thalia seems to have a strong self-admiration." She confidently puffed out her chest and made him a special offer. "If you want, I'd be happy to help you." But Nox poured cold water on Thalia's enthusiasm. He firmly turned his back and walked away. "No, I refuse. I'm not interested, so please leave." Feeling ignored, Thalia was instantly angered and shouted, "How dare you? Is this how you act when I offer to help you?" Rona, who was nearby, couldn't help but be surprised herself, her face turning pale as she stomped her foot and chuckled, "Young master, women dislike it when you talk like that." Thalia's pride was also very high, so she immediately gave him no chance. "Forget it." Thalia turned and left, bumping into him once and saying, "Then do it your way." Nox was oblivious and didn't understand why he had angered women. "What?" Rona, who was nearby, showed 3 parts resignation and 7 parts annoyance. "The young master doesn't understand anything." At this, Nox frowned, slightly worried. "The situation has become complicated." Then Nox looked at Thalia with his mind's eye, and the system immediately displayed a notification. Name: Thalia von Steilener. Sex: female, age 14, race human, primary attribute fire, achievements none, stats stamina 6, mana 3, luck 5, will 7, positive traits: hero worship, knight, frankness, genius of swordsmanship and melee combat. Neutral, none. Negative, inferiority complex, unstable state, superiority complex. Having read all that, Nox reluctantly had to accept it. No matter how you look at it, these talents are truly amazing. Looking at her stats, he was once again intensely impressed. Most men have a stamina stat of 4. She really has an incredible stamina stat. Nox rubbed his chin, looking at the distant sky, thinking about something. He was still concerned about Thalia's abilities. It's nothing compared to the potential of the continent's 3 sword saints or 4 great mages, but at least she has the potential to reach their level. The more he thought, the more he broke into a cold sweat. She could kill several demons with that fire attribute. The fire attribute Thalia uses will awaken with the white flower, and in the future it will be used to burn Nox, who will have become a demon. If I could make Thalia my ally, the storyline would change too much. I need to find a way to follow the storyline without meeting my demise. Nox thought so, sighing helplessly. Is it even possible to form a good relationship with someone who is supposed to kill me in the future? Time flowed on, and a month later, inside the castle bathed in dazzling sunlight, Thalia was walking, looking in one direction. Her face seemed a little tired and gloomy. A short while ago, Thalia had been training amidst the praises of those around her. Amazing, you learn so quickly. The style in her family's talent is indeed beyond expectations. Those words sounded like praise, but they weighed a little heavily on her. The style in her family's talent. Her attention, which had been withdrawn, was suddenly caught by something. She recalled kneeling before a short-haired girl with a face identical to her own in the past. Thalia stood up, disoriented, her hand tightly gripping the sword at her waist. Her eyes became vacant and hollow. Can I become a knight? A knight must not be blinded by greed, must always be humble, and must sacrifice themselves for the greater good. Above all, to become a true knight, one must learn the stances and ways of swordsmanship. Thalia sighed helplessly. Can he defeat his brothers who have trained for so many years with mere cardio? Under the starry night sky, Thalia repeated 3 words with conviction. I don't believe it. A short while later the next day, light was still seeping in. Sunlight streamed through the windows into the room. In the center, Nox and one of the twin brothers were facing each other, preparing for a duel. Servants, knights, as well as Thalia the butler and Mr. and Mrs. Theo were seated in a high place observing. Theo's wife watched this duel with a serious expression. Suddenly Theo called for butler Roswell. At this moment he was exuding a murderous aura from his entire body. What do you think the outcome of this duel will be? Roswell, fearful, could only stammer uncertainly. Fortunately, the referee below saved him. Attention, please. The 2 men took up their wooden swords and assumed their ready stances. It was an official duel to decide who would enter Lydian Academy. The moment Nox's resolute expression was shown in close-up, the referee shouted loudly, "Begin!" As soon as the words ended, Alan seized the opportunity before Nox could react, leaping up, swinging his sword and charging. The scene shifted back to Theo. He still didn't let butler Roswell off the hook, asking again, "What do you think?" This time the butler didn't hesitate and immediately replied, "As I've observed so far, young Master Alan will be victorious." Hearing this, Theo agreed. "That's right, I think so too," only Theo's wife beside him wore a slightly anxious and serious expression. Roswell said that, but he still felt a little awkward and wondered inwardly, could the head of the family be expecting a different outcome? Looking at Nox, who was still standing motionless and doing nothing, Roswell thought to himself, "Young Master Nox has changed, but I don't think he will win. This is too strange and impossible." He recalled his past self. He too had walked the path of a knight, fighting alongside the head of the family. The sword was sometimes complex, but sometimes also the simplest thing in the world. How much time one spent training and reflecting on it would determine one's level. The butler still stared down, thinking of the only thing that could reverse the situation and subdue the strong. In other words, a genius was literally an overwhelming talent. Roswell wasn't confident in his speculation, and broke into a sweat. Could young Master Nox have been born with that kind of talent? Suddenly, Theo interrupted Roswell's thoughts, startling him. Theo frowned and said firmly, "But he is not without a chance. Otherwise, as long as the blood of the Reinhofer family flows, who knows if a cunning child like him might be born with astonishing abilities like the 3 sword sovereigns." The scene shifts back to Nox. The system now displayed the message, "Genius of swordsmanship and martial arts trait deactivated," and he was momentarily speechless. "Damn it," Nox was panting and looked exhausted. He secretly lamented, "Why am I so unlucky? My luck stat is so high, or was my luck stat negative to begin with?" Recalling that moment, to state the result first, he ultimately failed to raise his stamina to 4. Attribute activated, stamina increased by 0.1. Stamina increased by 0.1, that time he was training by running. A stamina has reached 3.8. Rona's footsteps could still be heard behind him. "Young Master, being forced to run is so hard it makes me cry. Do I really have to run with you?" Nevertheless, Nox felt no pity for her and replied firmly, "Of course you're my maid. What would you do if you weren't running with me?" "No, I didn't mean that, I meant who would serve me." Rona felt extremely helpless. Perhaps the young master's true intentions have been revealed. Seeing that, he smiled and handing her the towel he used to wipe his sweat, forgave her this time. "All right, I'll give you another task." Rona wore a displeased expression. She puffed out her cheeks and frowned, feeling wronged but could do nothing. Seeing that, Nox said, "Are you secretly cursing me?" As if a sore spot had been hit, Rona immediately started sneezing continuously, denying it with her mouth. I bit my tongue. Seeing her foolishness, Nox couldn't help but laugh out loud. But he suddenly reconsidered something. At this rate, her stamina should be high too, shouldn't it? Immediately, her information panel appeared. Stamina 4.5, Lana 3, Luck 4, Control 2, Charm 16. Seeing the stamina stat, which was much higher than countless others, Nox was extremely surprised. What is this 4.5? A maid is stronger than an ordinary man. What did the Reinhofer family make her do? Excessive anger turned into jealousy, and Nox felt a little wronged by the fact that he couldn't even match a maid. Rona, yet another person with higher starting stats than me. A stat I haven't even reached after training for a whole month. It's so unfair. At this moment, Rona, who was standing behind him, spoke to him, seeing that he was still lost in thought. "Well, it's late now, so go rest before tomorrow's competition." Hearing that, Nox suddenly realized that the test date was just around the corner. "Damn it, there's no time." Returning to reality, Nox was facing Alan. Alan called him. "Nox," he still sneered at him like a grain of sand, speaking arrogantly. "Or how about you just give up? You're a blemish on the family, but still my brother, so I shouldn't hit you too hard, should I? Isn't that right?" But Nox was not weak either and immediately retaliated. "Judging by your expression, you don't seem to want me to back down, do you?" But Alan didn't get angry. He still wore a joyful expression, looking up and saying, "You caught me, didn't you? Honestly, I wanted to make a good impression on the young lady of the style in her family. As you can see, I believe you'll help me." Nox sweated in uncertainty. He didn't know if this was a good idea or not. Looking at the arrogant Alan, Nox fell back into his thoughts. Alan's power reached stage 8, so there was no way to defeat him through ordinary methods. Just as he was thinking that, the referee suddenly interrupted and said, "We will begin the gladiatorial match with the reward of approval for admission to Lydian Academy. Nox von Reinhofer and Alan von Reinhofer, both of you must accept the outcome of the match and not doubt it." The match was about to begin, but Nox still didn't believe in himself and was extremely anxious. The anxiety that if he lost here, everything would be over, from regaining his memories, to finding the person who sent him the letter. And even though it was postponed for a year, his life would end. Thinking that, Nox gripped the sword in his hand firmly. At the same time, the referee asked, "Is everyone ready?" "Then begin," a shout echoed at the same time. Alan arrogantly rushed towards Nox, aiming for a single strike victory. The sword was swung, but Nox deftly dodged it. His legs stretched far, generating great power. Nox was instantly on the defensive, unable to do anything. He sustained his body against the strong force, being pushed back a long way. Determination overflowed in Nox's eyes. Alan saw that and arrogantly complimented, "Is this the second act?" The battle continued and the two rushed at each other. Nox fought, thinking about the truth of this damn game inner lunatic. He fought desperately, thinking that if he lost he would have to give up everything. But what if he won? Just as he thought that, a notification suddenly popped up from the system. His stamina had increased by 0.1. Seeing this, Nox's eyes widened instantly. Greatly surprised and remotivated, he smiled and said, "If I can win, I feel like everything will be under my control." Seeing this, Alan frowned and sneered. "You haven't gone crazy from the strong winds, have you?" Then he continued to attack, shouting loudly, "I'll have to hit you a few more times to bring you back to your senses, won't I?" Theo's wife, watching from above, smiled contentedly, thinking, "I guess I worried too much after hearing that Nox had changed." The match was still dominated by Alan's power. She was confident in her heart. Ultimately, the child from the Reinhofer family who enters a Lydian Academy will be my son. Suddenly, 3 cries of "how pathetic" caught her attention. It was Mr. Theo, who had been observing with his chin resting on his hand at this moment. Mrs. Theo suddenly smiled meaningfully. This family is no different. One day, Mr. Theo on this side was very disappointed. "I had hoped for today after hearing that Nox had changed. Is this all there is after all?" Butler Roswell immediately continued. "Master, should we stop the match?" Seeing Nox's tired and panting back, he said, "If the match continues like this, young Master Nox will need a lot of time to recover." And observing the tireless, monstrous Alan, Roswell thought to himself, "Alan and they are talented, but compared to the eldest son Garen, they are still like unpolished gems, lacking in skill. The law of the Black Sword's power brought him everything and subdued his enemies. It was an overwhelming power." Nox was still panting and exhausted. Mr. Theo also saw that and sighed helplessly. "Who taught you?" Then Theo, no longer wishing to observe, stood up to leave. "This competition, I think we can stop it now." No sooner had he finished speaking than Nox exploded below with rapid swordsmanship. The system continuously displayed notifications. Stamina increased by 0.1, swordsmanship and martial arts genius trait activated. Nox smiled dangerously. This time it was his turn to be the protagonist. Alan opposite him still didn't understand and sneered disdainfully. "You're crazy, Nox." At the same time, the time shift skill was activated. Mr. Theo's eyes, which had been about to leave, suddenly widened in immense surprise. Nox stood still, and the gears of time continued to turn. Everyone was affected by it. Mr. Theo, who had been about to leave, couldn't get up. "I think I've heard this phrase somewhere." Alan, who had been preparing to attack, instantly froze, unable to move. Nox smiled with satisfaction, regaining his confidence. Genius and ordinary people naturally live in different moments. This is time shift. Everything feels like it's moving slowly. It's a technique that slows down the perception of time by several times. The opponent slowing down is completely different from moving faster oneself. Fully utilizing the potential of this technique is quite difficult. But once the swordsmanship and martial arts genius trait is activated, Alan's sword will never be swung, and everything will be decided. Nox took advantage of this opportunity to bat Alan's sword away with one hand, regaining the initiative. Alan, snapped out of time shift, was momentarily surprised and felt a slight awe towards him. At this moment, Nox, filled with determination and confidence, declared, "I will win." Alan's sword fell to the ring floor, clattering continuously. His hand also trembled from the impact, which made Alan extremely angry, causing him to roll his eyes and glare at Nox. On this side, Nox's hand was still gripping the sword tightly, ready to swing, and confidence was clearly visible on his face. "This is going to be interesting." Alan hesitated slightly and stammered, "What on earth are you?" He didn't answer, dodging, and thought to himself, "Even so, I mustn't let down my guard." Then he recalled the time shift image. "Since it's a skill with only a 5-minute usage time, I need to finish this within that time." Nox said seriously, "My leniency towards you was until now." He continued to bluff to put Alan on the defensive. "But now you're no longer interesting enough for me to do that, brother." Then Nox smiled victoriously and concluded with one sentence, "Let's finish this quickly. Both of you come at me simultaneously." As soon as he finished speaking, both Al and H were dumbfounded and almost fell backward. "What did you say?" Ignoring his two brothers, Nox turned his face to Mr. Theo and asked for his opinion. "Father, please grant me the right to fight both my brothers simultaneously." Seeing this sight, Theo's eyes immediately widened. "To think he has such abilities." Butler Roswell, no less worried, glanced at Mr. Theo. Even Thalia, who had spoken harshly earlier, was very flustered and tried to stop him. "What are you going to do now?" However, Mr. Theo was completely the opposite. He smiled with satisfaction, thinking, "Has his temperament changed? My son seems to have some hidden secrets. It wouldn't hurt to observe a little longer." Then he approved Nox's request. "I grant you permission for a 2-on-1 duel." His wife beside him immediately called out worriedly and loudly, "Dear," but Theo ignored everything and let the match continue. "Begin." Alan gritted his teeth and picked up the sword he had just dropped. Both of them instantly grew angry. "How dare this guy insult us like this in front of Father?" Nox still wore a confident smile. He was satisfied. He swung his sword, taking a ready stance, and the twin brothers also took their ready stances immediately. Both of them rushed like a whirlwind to attack one person. Swords continued to flash past, and Nox deftly blocked all of the twin brothers' attacks. Alan was momentarily terrified and shouted loudly, "Brother, attack deeper on the left." H at this point had already lost his composure and angrily shouted, "Shut up!" While fighting, Nox suddenly paid attention to something. The system panel displayed the information. Low-level Hell swordsmanship proficiency has increased. It was thanks to the special effect of Genius's time. He smiled, calculating inwardly. Proficiency increased. Good. Then I can see the trajectory of the sword. The fierce 2-on-1 battle continued. Suddenly, Nox retreated, bumping hard into Alan's shoulder, making Alan wince in pain. Twin brothers froze in place for a moment, staring at Nox. At this point, Thalia and the audience could no longer hold back and called out to Nox. He, on the other hand, looked at them smugly, admiring inwardly. How could the family disgrace change like this? It was clearly visible on their faces. Then the two brothers looked at each other simultaneously. Suddenly, Nox's voice interrupted again. "Don't let your guard down." He approached them in the middle of the match, even as the two were flustered. Before the two could react, Nox swung his sword, leaving a trail of wind. He seized the opportunity to attack. Nox thought there was one important thing remaining that was more dangerous than this duel. But this sensation of feeling the weight of the sword in his hand, he fought, admiring. "This is truly enjoyable." All the spectators who had watched so far were immensely surprised. Even Mr. Theo, who had been about to end the match, couldn't believe it. Alan below collapsed from exhaustion. Unbelievable. He lost his balance and immediately fell into the audience. The two brothers were overwhelmed by Nox. Damn it. At that moment, the system also notified, Genius's time effect has completely ended. Fortunately, the twin brothers had collapsed and only Nox stood firm. "So it's over?" Thinking that, Nox sighed. On this side, Mrs. Theo, seeing her two sons humiliated, worriedly called out H. Allen. Below, Nox reminded the referee, "Look here, everyone knows who the winner is, don't they?" The referee immediately replied, "Of course." Then came the declaration. "The winner is young Master Nox von Reinhofer." Alan trembled with anger. "Damn it, hell." His hand suddenly went limp and his sword was thrown away like trash again, spinning. On this side, Mr. Theo curled the corner of his lips slightly, smiling with a hint of satisfaction. Seeing that, Nox relaxed his facial muscles as if a burden had been lifted. Then he bowed respectfully, saying, "Then I shall take my leave." After saying that, Nox walked straight towards the exit. At this moment, Thalia rushed over, but Nox's back was already receding into the distance. Thalia stared at him, vowing inwardly, "I must catch Nox and ask him about this." The sun set, and inside the magnificent castle garden, Nox finally relaxed and panted continuously. "Since when was there blood on my hands? Is this blood?" A slight surprise flickered in his eyes. "Perhaps I overused the skill time a bit." The Genius's time skill had a fatal weakness. If used beyond the allotted time, the user would suffer a disadvantageous condition called backlash. The system reappeared, stating, "Due to the backlash of the Genius's time skill, the player's lifespan has decreased by 2 days and 17 hours. A portion of the user's stamina will be permanently taken away. This is the worst disadvantageous effect, making the user's body easily susceptible to illness." He looked at his blood-stained palm and admired inwardly. "I already had an incurable illness." Then Nox sighed again. Fortunately, this backlash didn't happen in front of others. If someone had found out, the Academy recommendation would have gone up in smoke. "Speak of the devil," a voice calling him was heard again, catching Nox's attention. It was none other than Thalia who had followed him. She asked worriedly, "Are you hurt?" Thalia frowned, showing her concern. "Did you get hurt in the match just now?" Nox seemed to be in trouble again. He sweated profusely, lamenting inwardly, "Damn it." Looking at Thalia standing before him, Nox couldn't help but be flustered. Damn it, she noticed, and why Thalia of all people? She must not know these secrets. Then he said in a solemn voice, "Young lady." Before he could finish, Thalia interrupted. "To think you could defeat your brothers with that frail body." Nox immediately froze blankly. "What did you say?" At this moment her cheeks were flushed and she stammered, unable to continue. "I thought Thalia was shy like an 18-year-old girl. I misunderstood you." Memories flowed back into his mind. For the past month, all she had seen was Nox never even touching a sword. On the first day, she had only seen him clumsily swing a wooden sword. Could such a person really win? A few minutes ago, Thalia had been running, constantly lost in confusing thoughts. He definitely has talent. I need to ask him how he awakened and trained such talent. She recalled Nox's appearance earlier. But when all the matches were over and he was alone. What on earth? Then Thalia saw Nox's appearance earlier. Why is he in this state? Wasn't he the one who overwhelmed his brothers with wisdom and talent? Seeing his evasive eyes, Thalia vowed inwardly, Nox isn't useless. Those were just rumors. A slight regret flickered across her face. He just trained hard to win by any means. At this moment Nox broke the silence with a cough. Seeing that, Thalia immediately rushed over and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" However, the hand reaching out to Nox was ruthlessly pushed away by him. Nox, with an unpleasant expression, spat out sharp words, "Don't touch me." But inwardly he was immensely flustered, and at the same time he admitted to himself, because I was immersed in the game for the past 2 years, to others my progress would be too difficult to understand. Sweat poured down Nox's face. Initially she was the character meant to kill me. Suddenly, Thalia frowned like a puppy and quietly said as if she had made a mistake, I'm sorry. Who wouldn't be moved by such a sight? Only Nox uttered a single word blankly. "Ha?" Then Thalia began to speak her thoughts. "I didn't know you were so serious about the sword. I heard you were weak from birth, so you only trained your stamina. I'm sorry for misunderstanding you." Her eyes averted, slightly embarrassed. "You pretended to be untalented, didn't you? Surely that wasn't your intention?" Emma said people could make such mistakes, but Nox inwardly couldn't help but be confused. How should I answer? She's exactly as honest as I saw her in the game, even knowing she possesses traits befitting a knight. She's the daughter of a famous and respected ducal family. It would be difficult for her to admit to others that she was wrong. Thinking that, he replied to her, "If you think of me that way, please don't tell anyone about me bleeding." Hearing his answer, Thalia immediately agreed firmly, "Of course I won't say anything." After that, Nox carefully looked at Thalia. Now there's no need to worry about others finding out about this. Thinking that, he walked past her, reminding her, "Keep your promise." Thalia remained standing, watching his retreating back. As night fell, darkness enveloped the castle. Inside the castle, Theo wore a satisfied smile. "It seems my judgment was accurate." Then he looked at the butler, Roswell. "What do you think of Nox's talent?" Roswell answered honestly. "First, I couldn't understand why the young master was hit so much, but considering the young master's age and the other young masters, I believe the young master is the best." Hearing that answer, Theo looked very pleased. "I think so too, and I don't know why, but I think he still has talent hidden from us." Then Theo continued to instruct Roswell, "Observe all his actions and do nothing but observe. Whatever he is doing." The butler immediately obeyed. "Yes, sir." Mr. Theo put on his gloves and began to ponder. "I wonder," Mr. Theo continued to ask himself, staring at his palms, "is he talented enough to inherit the power of the supreme black sword?" Thinking that, he clenched his fist and said firmly, "There isn't much time." At his single utterance, butler Roswell was startled. "Roswell, what you do is important." Hearing that, Roswell bowed his head and said politely, "I will do my best." Night still covered the sky, and in another room the lights were on. A system panel had just sent a notification. Training mission completed. Won the first battle. Inside, Nox silently looked at the information. This place had become reality, but the game system still existed. This stat window was still displayed. Suddenly something else appeared. "You will receive a reward. You will receive 1 free stat point x3. As soon as he saw it, Nox was immediately excited. This is like winning the lottery. But he tilted his head, puzzled. "It took me a month to raise my stamina by 2 points. You should have given it earlier. But these are stats to add." Thinking that, Nox immediately manipulated something. The stat window. His hand pressed the system panel. Not stamina but luck 10. Seeing that, he smiled contentedly. The reason was, because it's not a stat that can be raised through hard training, and luck was also the most valuable stat in Inner Lunatic. Nox's gaze shifted to one side. "Let's see its value." The system notified, "You have been given 27 welfare area scans. You have received 1 random gacha ticket. You have received 1 skill confirmation ticket." Nox saw it and felt relieved. It's a relief that the welfare system is still here. After that, he commanded, "Let's draw a gacha." As soon as the words ended, a huge gacha machine appeared before Nox, quite dull in color. Nox couldn't help but admire it helplessly. Seeing it firsthand, it's truly creepy. But he reached out and pressed the open button. Nox muttered to himself as he did so, "Let's see, if the luck stat reaches its maximum, I think the probability of getting intermediate or higher is 95. Probably so." The creepy machine began to shake intensely. "Beginner and below are white, intermediate is silver, advanced is gold, top tier is rainbow." Nox prayed nervously as he watched it. "Please let it be gold or higher." At this moment, something came out of the machine. An intense golden light burst forth and Nox waited calmly. When the gold, which was an advanced level, appeared, he was very excited. "Open it." The system also displayed a level confirmation notification. "Congratulations, you have received an advanced trait." Nox was both happy and a little bewildered. He couldn't believe it. After that, the system displayed the skill information. Name: Supreme Tower Advanced Trait. Incompatibility. Effect: when your total stats are lower than others, it reduces others' total stats by 20. Reading that, Nox was excited like a child who had seen delicious candy. This is an advanced item. Unbelievable. Even a debuff skill appeared. After that, he glanced to one side. "But isn't there still a reward left?" A question was posed to him. "Would you like to use a one-time skill confirmation ticket?" Faced with that question, Nox thought continuously. The skill he would acquire was already decided, one of the hidden fragments that only a member of the Reinhardt family could obtain. To get this, I need that skill. Theo will soon gather all the brothers in the training ground. Now is the time to use this. Nox asked himself, thinking about it, isn't it time for him to return to the Reinhardt training ground? Quite some time had passed since the Elden Academy graduation ceremony ended. The second son of the Reinhardt family, Ryan von Reinhardt, for night training he would be traveling somewhere by now. Nox tore at his hair. I need to find the hidden fragment and deal with Glenn. I don't have time to rest. The only piece of luck was what he admired inwardly. Now I don't have to worry about Thalia, right? Recalling Thalia's image, she wasn't someone who would break a promise. There was no reason for her to approach him again. Before he knew it, it was the next day, and light seeped into the hallway. Nox walked out, lost in countless thoughts. It was what I thought last night. Thalia stood before him, looking directly into Nox's eyes. He bowed his head and pressed. Didn't we agree on everything yesterday? What else do you want from me? Thalia suddenly stammered carefully. Tell me. He didn't understand her words and gasped. Thalia stood seriously before him, beating her chest and demanding, Tell me, how did you become strong so quickly? Faced with that question, Nox was speechless and could only remain silent after that. He closed his eyes, walked past her and replied indifferently, Secretly observed me training for a month. Hearing that, Thalia was startled and retorted, Secretly? Not getting a satisfactory answer, she chased after him. Wait, at least a training partner. No, at least you can tell me the training method. At this moment, Nox was lost in his own thoughts, as far as I remember. Thalia was always a character who wanted to gain her sister's approval. Thinking that, he turned back to her and said clearly, Understand? Before asking me such things, think about your own training method first. Nox's face was serious. She had to think about what kind of talent she possessed. Hearing these words, Thalia froze completely, as if she had an epiphany. Nox thought bitterly to himself, I've never comforted anyone. What should I say now? Phew. After that, he gave her one last piece of advice. Don't compare yourself to anyone else. After that, Nox walked away rapidly without looking back, as if he had seen a ghost. Thalia still couldn't say anything. She frowned, her face sad as if she was about to cry. He's just leaving? The blue sky shone on the castle. Nox, having escaped the crisis, didn't forget to admire. She won't keep chasing me, will she? Before him, the maids and knights, as well as Butler Roswell and Mr. Theo, were waiting for him. At that moment, Nox was still lost in thought. Even if she might kill me, I don't need to show her the hidden fragment. Mr. Theo observed him with a serious expression. Bright sunlight was shining here. Wasn't this the Reinhardt family's training ground? Here, sturdy horses were grazing. Nox thought to himself. It's famous for producing the best war horses on the continent. Butler Roswell politely said to Mr. Theo, Greetings, Patriarch. Did you call for me? Theo immediately replied, Everyone is here. Looking at the three sons before him, Theo solemnly declared, I'm sure everyone knows why I called you here. From now on, you must choose a warhorse that will accompany you for life. Hearing that, Nox smiled inwardly. I knew it. The time has come. Horses are generally considered the most sacred animals throughout the continent, and especially in the Reinhardt family. If one decides to become a mage or a knight, they will choose a horse in their youth to be their lifelong companion. Elden Academy teaches horsemanship, and in the late game, many large-scale battles occur. If one's horse unfortunately dies, they will have to raise a foal again from scratch. Moreover, teleportation magic is incredibly expensive. Thinking about it, he frowned bitterly. What a strange and realistic disadvantage. Moreover, horses are a very important means of transportation. After that, Nox regained his confidence. Therefore, I must choose the best warhorse for myself. Just as he was thinking that, Theo suddenly interjected. Then you, Nox von Reinhardt, who just won the match, may choose first. As Nox received preferential treatment, the twin brothers Alan and H were not very pleased. Theo said, I will give you only one chance. Nox smiled and observed the horses. Step by step, he went inside. Mr. Theo, with a gentle smile he had never shown before, speculated inwardly. Which horse will the youngest son choose? Nox went inside, and before him the ranch owner respectfully bowed his head. Meanwhile, the horses also looked at him curiously. Seeing them, Nox admired inwardly. They're all quite cute, good horses. But the one I'm looking for, as soon as he finished his thought, suddenly he noticed one horse that was different in color and shape from the others. There it is. Nox approached the gray, seemingly dying horse step by step. He smiled brightly, looked at Mr. Theo, and at the same time declared, I will choose this horse. In an instant, both twin brothers were surprised. Mr. Theo, who had just been smiling, now had an unpleasant expression. After that, he spread his arms and said to him, I will give you one more chance. Nox didn't understand anything and stood blankly, calculating inwardly. Another chance. He looked at the horse he had chosen again, which was trembling. It showed how bad a decision they thought he had made, but his eyes were still resolute. However, Nox then used Mind's Eye to load the target's stat window. Basic information. Name not chosen, sex male, rank none. Species, obsidian horse, attribute darkness, rank is advanced and can be one rank higher depending on growth. This meant that this horse could reach at least top rank. Seeing that, Nox smiled nonchalantly. Moreover, it was a horse with the obsidian attribute, a very rare attribute in nature, and its name was taken from the gem of the region. This was a rare horse. However, he carefully looked at Mr. Theo. Mr. Theo looked dissatisfied. If the Patriarch had known this fact, he would have chosen this horse long ago. After that, Nox put on a triumphant expression again. Nevertheless, when people saw it, no one liked it because of its bad traits. Negative information panels continued to appear. Death determined effect. Death determined activated, remaining time 2 days 1612. In some ways, Nox smiled bitterly, helplessly. This is an even more annoying trait than the incurable illness trait. After a short pause, he said firmly, I will not change my mind. I choose this horse. Nox fell silent again, lost in thought. But with my knowledge I will be able to save it. Mr. Theo, seeing him so resolute, still couldn't understand why he was making such a choice. Does he see himself in that horse? After all, that child is just a sensitive and weak child. Truly disappointing. Thinking that, he gave his final advice. I hope you don't regret your choice. After speaking, he turned his face and left. To everyone's surprise, Alan and H both called out worriedly and loudly. Who knew Nox would cause such a situation? Was my choice that disappointing? Another voice came from outside. Young master, we will take care of it. Please choose a horse. It was Butler Roswell. He approached him directly. Young master, please name the horse. Seeing that, Nox simply replied, Roswell. After that, he pondered deeply. All right, a name. After a moment, Nox officially named it C. I will choose the name C, he thought to himself. It's the name I used to clear the inner lunatic game. It's a very meaningful name to me. In the evening, as the sun set and dusk fell, lights were on in the room. Inside, the unlucky horse Nox had chosen lay on a soft bed covered with a blanket like a Chable chairman. At this moment, Nox was still lost in thought. First, I can't let others know what I'm doing, so I brought it to my room. Now Nox suddenly fell silent, staring at it. The horse also looked at him with black eyes. Nox admired inwardly, looking at those eyes. Those eyes are full of vitality. He smiled contentedly. It's fighting for its life just like me. I surmise you are like me, struggling to extend your life even a little. After that, Nox looked in one direction and called Rona. I know you're there. If you don't answer now, immediately. Rona was caught and slipped, falling to the floor. Here I am. She scratched her head and said blankly, How did you know I was there? Nox crossed his arms and replied, Caught you. Why do you always fall? After that, he pointed to the reclining gray horse. Take care of it. Rona couldn't help but be dismayed. Seeing the horse on the bed, she pouted with a dissatisfied expression. Do I have to clean all this up myself? Nox merely smiled gently and said, It's a sick horse, so do your best. The horse on the bed was sweating profusely. Rona then accepted with a disgruntled look. Understood, I'll take care of it. Nox smiled bitterly, speculating inwardly. Anyway, this is going to get a bit troublesome. What happens next will be quite shocking. Can Rona handle it? Rona now looked uncomfortable in front of the horse. She kept asking questions as if the horse understood human speech. What's your name? Are you hungry? In an instant, 3 days passed. At this moment, on a beautiful day, a loud scream suddenly echoed. It was Rona's scream. She was crying and desperately hugging the gray horse. Young master, he died, but Nox wasn't particularly sad. He thought she's crying as if he really died. Recalling how Rona had dotingly taken care of the gray horse day and night, Nox genuinely said, It's a bit pitiful. He casually watched Rona lament. I knew this would happen from the beginning. There's no saving it now. Thinking that, Nox approached Rona to comfort her. Enough crying, this is bothersome and I need to concentrate. Get up. But Rona still hesitated. But young master, Nox calmly replied before she could finish speaking, Don't worry. He'll come back and stand by my side. At these words, Rona was momentarily confused. What, young master, are you out of your mind? Nox just gave a helpless, bitter smile. Stepping back, he took a scroll from his pocket. Seeing it, Rona asked shyly again, What is that scroll? Nox said nothing more, unfurled the scroll and slammed it onto the desk. Immediately, a magical aura appeared and fierce red flames erupted. If I inject mana into this scroll, instead of her previous sorrowful expression, Rona couldn't help but be surprised by this sight. At this moment, Nox smiled brightly and let out a sigh. Rona anxiously advised him, Young master, did you just use mana? This is illegal. Ignoring her words, Nox immersed himself in his own thoughts. My mana control ability is kicking in again. He tried decisively once more, not forgetting to warn Rona. If you make noise, I'll kill him again. If he dies, it'll be your fault. Only then did Rona cover her mouth with both hands and watch silently. Quiet, Nox muttered inwardly. I need to focus. The entire room was bathed in red and purple at this moment, and Nox calculated ceaselessly. Let's forget whether mana usage is allowed or not. I haven't even awakened the mana genius trait. In this empire, mana usage is forbidden for those under 15 except for the imperial family. Thanks to that law, imperial children can possess magical skills. This is much better than for students who only learn about mana much later. His eyes were filled with resolve. Everything I can do. Nox touched the magic circle with both hands, pouring out mana like a waterfall. The purple flames gradually deepened. I feel a faint energy at my fingertips. His eyes suddenly shone. This is mana. Nox smiled with satisfaction. Haha, interesting. Using a one-time skill confirmation ticket, Nox opened his hand and grasped the purple flames. I must have been mistaken. The magic I'm about to use is... Then the system appeared. Skill Necronomicon of Slaughter acquired. One-time dark magic. A hand appeared, an image of a skeletal hand holding a book. After that, the message designated target can become undead appeared. Nox faced the gray horse and the system's question appeared, Would you like to use magic? In Inner Lunatic, undead creatures have two main characteristics. Firstly, they are beings resurrected from death through dark magic and dark mana. Secondly, just because they've returned from death doesn't mean they lack self-awareness. Rather, they are reborn as more powerful beings, Nox was convinced. The most important thing is that they show unconditional loyalty to their master. The problem was that there was only one family that could turn corpses into undead. It was a famous dark magic family. The Reinhofer family was also known as a dark magic family, but it was distinct from the Reinhofer Knight family. The Mies family was a dark magic family that could control the undead. So a player with no connection to the Mies family can't use that family's skills? That's not true, he chuckled wickedly. One-time skill option. What I chose was the Necronomicon of Slaughter. As he thought that, suddenly a pair of black hands shot out from the magic circle, surprising Nox. More and more strange black substances enveloped the horse and Nox. Countless things surrounded the horse as if to swallow it. At this moment Nox suddenly vomited blood. Seeing that, Rona was very flustered and cried out loudly. Young master, although he could barely hold on, he calmed Rona and reminded her, "Shush, just a little more." As soon as he finished speaking, Nox's face went blank. Once again, Nox pushed past his limits and vomited another mouthful of fresh blood. He helplessly struck down the magic circle. My mana is depleted, damn it, but suddenly his eyes shone as if they had caught a glimmer of hope. It turned out that mana was gradually accumulating inside the horse, and the horse hunched its body and opened its mouth wide. After that, the system announced the message, skill use successful. Nox was surprised to see that sight. Under the flow of purple mana, the player's pet was reborn in undead form. Its previous black eyes disappeared and turned pure white instead. Seeing that, Nox reacted at this moment, exclaiming with joy, "It worked!" Rona, worried, had already burst into tears. "Young master," but fortunately Nox suffered no harm. He put his hand on the ground and slowly stood up. As soon as he stood up, Nox wiped the blood from his mouth with his hand. After that, the horse, reborn and even more magnificent, approached Nox. Information panel gradually appeared. Positive traits: Steel Constitution, Extraordinary Warhorse, Brave. Neutral, Devoted. Basic information: name, C, sex, male, rank, high age, unknown, species, obsidian horse. Primary attribute, darkness. Removed. Death determined, will be removed within a limited time of 1 year. Pet's growth rate increases by 1.5 times as it is undead. It can be summoned and dismissed according to the player's mana. Nox gently stroked C's head and declared, "From now on I am your master." Just as he was about to think of something suddenly appeared that surprised and bewildered both Nox and C. Rona, overly joyous at this moment, ran and hugged both of them. Nox choked, managed to speak. "Rona, what are you doing now?" She cried, tears of joy as if she had never cried before. After that, Rona spoke incessantly, despite Nox's helpless expression. "Young master, didn't something very bad happen? How can you use mana freely? And it seems like something is wrong with C too." But C frowned and turned his head. Seeing that, Rona became very angry. "C, do you know how precious you are? Give me back my carrots." He. Watching one person and one animal play happily, Nox also felt much more at ease. He smiled with satisfaction. "Is it time to move on to the next puzzle piece?" A few days later, on a dark night, Nox was climbing the stairs one step at a time. The horses in the stable kept neighing several times. He didn't know what he was going to do, but he continued to walk wearing a black hood. Nox held a glowing object in one hand and a map fragment in the other. Holding and examining the two objects in his hands, Nox calculated inwardly, "Compared to when it was a game, the path hasn't changed much." He folded the piece of paper and sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Nox's eyes looked determinedly ahead. The second puzzle piece of the Reinhofer family. It's an item I absolutely must obtain. The only item that can nullify negative stats and even cure incurable illnesses. As he thought that, a loud noise suddenly came from the forest, catching his attention. But when Nox gripped the sword at his waist and prepared to attack, there was nothing. Anxiety was clearly visible on his face. Was I too worried? But in the middle of the forest a sign was hanging and Nox fell silent. This is no longer a game but reality. But the sign he had seen earlier had a warning, "Forest of Lost Children, warning, children cannot enter. If you dare to set foot in it you will get lost and lose your life." At the same time, Nox, still worried, thinking, "I don't want to die twice." A notification appeared, "Entered the Forest of Lost Children. If you fail to complete the mission you will die here." Amidst the whooshing wind and falling leaves, Nox proceeded step by step. The Forest of Lost Children in Rena territory is considered a forbidden forest. Due to the darkness and fog, even the most skilled navigator finds it difficult to find their way here. Nox thought inwardly with a calm face, "This is the meaning of the name. This is a place where anyone can become a lost child." But his eyes looked in another direction. In the game this name had another meaning. A box image popped up in his mind. It meant that even if one became a strong enough adult to defeat monsters, no treasures could be gained here. Nox trembled all over, thinking inwardly, moreover, the system would significantly increase the difficulty of defeating monsters for adults. How many attempts would it take for me to defeat them? Therefore, the difficulty of this forest was, Nox laughed and exclaimed, "Approximately 2.5 stars, of course the maximum difficulty is 5 stars. Then he thought again. "This is truly the most difficult game." He stood and moved his limbs, muttering, "Actually last time I struggled to conquer this place. I didn't know what kind of item I would get, but thinking about it now, it was an item that perfectly suited the incurable illness attribute." Having finished his thoughts, Nox moved his steps and said, "All right then, let's start right away." After that, he lit a torch and held it in his hand. The torch brightly illuminated the entire forest and terrifying screams echoed. The wind blew and the torch swayed to one side. Nox gripped the torch tightly. The most important key to conquering the forest of lost children is that the smoke from the torch blends fantastically with the night. He stood there alone, observing and shouting inwardly, "The direction of this fog." Nox's eyes were very resolute and confident. "No, to be precise, is it the opposite direction of the fog?" Nox closed his eyes tightly and thought. Before going further, he suddenly realized something strange and immediately gripped his sword tightly. Nox turned his head and shouted, "How long are you going to hide? Why aren't you showing yourself?" The only answer to his question was the silence of the forest. He sighed impatiently. Still hiding, Nox drew his sword and struck hard towards the bushes. Returning to the previous scene, Thalia said, "I can't believe my beautiful appearance is useless." She looked at herself in the mirror, angry and unable to understand. Suddenly a voice was heard. "Milani." It was Talia's maid Emma. She approached with a pleading expression and said, "My lady, please stop following young Master Nox." She continued, "If you keep doing that, I'll be scolded too." Thalia sat in her chair, beating her chest, and replied, "It's okay, Emma. I promise you won't be fired from our family." Emma quickly replied, "No, that's not what I mean." The lamp Emma was holding illuminated the entire room. Emma still stood there, thinking inwardly. If it weren't for young Lady Clotilda, young Lady Thalia would have been talented enough to take on the role of family heir. Emma thought to herself, "Why is she so angry? Is it perhaps due to an inferiority complex towards her older sister?" She slowly approached the room, thinking, "My lady must have given up and gone to sleep, right?" But when she entered the room with the lamp, Thalia was nowhere to be found. Emma's face was filled with surprise in the darkness. "Milady!" The lamp in Emma's hand trembled. She felt an ominous premonition. "This is bad. She didn't go looking for young Master Nox, did she?" Immediately she cried out loudly, "Everyone wake up!" At the same time, questioning voices were heard. "What's going on?" Returning to the forest where Nox was, the person following him was none other than Thalia. From within the bushes she shyly blushed and put both hands on her head. Seeing that, he exclaimed in surprise, "Thalia?" She stood up and said with a shy smile, "Hello?" Nox asked, "Why are you here?" She stammered in reply, "No." Suddenly Nox saw something strange. Immediately he grabbed Thalia, shouting, and stepped back. She also cried out in surprise. Nox, from within the thick bushes, a foot with sharp claws slowly emerged. A white tail swayed ceaselessly. It was a wolf with evil eyes and greedy drool. Nox recognized it and thought inwardly, "Grey wolf, is this forest a habitat for grey wolves?" Thalia clung tightly to Nox's body, terrified. "I only brought a sword right now." The wolf passed by them as if surveying the situation. The wolf's gaze did not leave them. The wolf bared its teeth. The wolf raised its head high, opened its mouth wide, and howled. Wolf's howl echoed throughout the forest, and moonlight shone brightly in the sky. The howl grew louder and louder, but Nox's face showed no sign of worry at all. Unlike him, Thalia was extremely terrified. Suddenly she was startled to see Nox dart out. He quickly approached the grey wolf and engaged in combat. The torch fell to the ground. The wolf was attacked by him and immediately knocked out. Thalia stood there, unable to take her eyes off him, surprised. "Amazing, it was just one wolf, but I can't believe he dealt with it so easily." She looked at Nox. He turned his face, which was stained with the grey wolf's blood. "I'll ask again," he said. "I thought the people following me would be my brothers, but what are you doing here, young lady?" Thalia awkwardly chuckled, unable to find a suitable answer. "Just a night stroll." Of course Nox didn't believe her. He picked up the torch and continued, "Don't trifle with me, or I'll leave you here alone." Thalia, flustered, grabbed his arm, startling him slightly. She mustered her courage and explained, "Well, I wasn't doing anything strange. I just saw you suddenly become incredibly strong, and I wanted to be strong like you. I looked out the window and saw you there, and I was curious where you were going, and my hunch was right. I realized you had a special training method, so I followed you into this forest without thinking." Nox thought to himself with a satisfied expression, "Three things are now certain." He looked at Thalia, thinking she held him in high regard and bore no animosity towards him. That's a good thing too. He continued to look at her, thinking, and she's a young girl who isn't afraid at all to follow someone else at night. Nox sighed. "She's a core character, so I can't just leave her alone." Then he said, "Follow me from now on." He took a step and added, "Let me make this clear. I'm not trying to help you. I'm just trying to resolve this situation so our family doesn't get into trouble." Thalia replied with an apologetic face, "Understood. I'm sorry. It was wrong of me to come here." Seeing Thalia's face, Nox thought to himself, "She definitely won't do anything dangerous now." Suddenly, Thalia stammered, "Nox, thank you." He turned slightly and looked at her. Thalia clutched her dress, blushing. He seemed a little bewildered. Thalia continued, "I was just saying that your face suddenly changed too." Before them, a pack of grey wolves slowly approached. She cried out in terror, "Nox!" He stood, holding the torch high, staring at the wolves, baring their teeth as if to devour them. The pack of grey wolves bared their teeth at them. Thalia, terrified, clung tightly to Nox, trembling. He handed her the torch and said, "Stay away from me," he added. "You'll get in the way of my sword." As he spoke, he approached the pack of grey wolves again. Nox thought to himself, "There were a few unexpected variables, but I need to focus first." Nox looked at the wolves, calculating, "This is the area right before the prologue. Since this is the starting area," he gripped his sword tightly, recalling the giant monster he had just slain. "There won't be any boss monsters here. But an elite monster, one rank lower than a boss monster, will appear. It's an evolved form of the grey wolf I just killed. The elite grey wolf." Nox was slightly worried, but knowing who the enemy was, the pack of wolves immediately rushed at Nox, and he continued to think, "It doesn't mean everything will go smoothly." He drew his sword and fought the vicious pack of gray wolves, thinking. At some point the wolves' eyes grew sharper and Nox's worry grew. Before I knew it, we were already cornered. He looked at the wolves. The pack of wolves continued to charge at him. He held his sword with both hands, looked at them, and thought, I'll experience these moments again just like when I played Inner Lunatic as Ewan. Thinking this, he gripped his sword tightly with both hands, raised it high, and swung it with all his might at the pack of wolves, thinking, I'm just a weak and useless guy. After fighting the pack of wolves, he sighed, exhausted. Thalia stood to one side, gripping the torch tightly, and exclaimed in surprise, Amazing, truly amazing. I'm sure you haven't shown all your power yet. Your swordsmanship was much more impressive when you fought your brothers earlier. Seeing the fallen gray wolves on the ground, she asked, Have you killed gray wolves before? But she recalled Nox's words. Stay away from me, she thought to herself. Nox still thinks I'm very weak. Thalia looked sad. Suddenly, her eyes widened and a strong wind blew towards them. Nox thought to himself with an unusually calm face, It's here after all. A foot with black claws appeared, several times larger than the earlier pack of gray wolves, and a terrifyingly vicious pack of wolves 100 times larger. Seeing them, he exclaimed, Elite gray wolf. Elsewhere, servants holding torches cried out, Young master, young lady, bring more torches here. There was a sign that read, Forest of Lost Children. Warning, children cannot enter. If you dare to set foot in it, you will get lost and lose your life. The servants looked down at the ground and said, There are 2 small footprints. They're definitely the young master's and young lady's footprints, he continued with a worried face. I think the young master has entered the Forest of Lost Children. He added that he was with young lady Thalia. Hearing this, Emma slumped to the ground, startled. No way, she cried out worriedly. What should we do now? We have to go in immediately too. A bearded man said, Don't be foolish. We can't do that. The man who spoke was Butler Roswell. Emma quickly exclaimed, What? Why not? He didn't answer, and thought to himself, This is a forest that even the Reinhofer family hasn't conquered. The Forest of Lost Children is the most forbidden place in the Reinhofer family. Although the Reinhofer family was known as the strongest dark magic family in the South, it was true that there was a forest they hadn't conquered. No, simply put, they weren't capable enough to do so. Of course, the fact that only minors could enter the forest was not yet public knowledge. And this forest could only be conquered by children. Butler Roswell wondered, why did the young master enter this forest? Seeing the footprints on the ground, he thought, he doesn't seem to be possessed by a mind-controlling monster. The footprints show he moved very carefully. The house was lit, but outside was dark. Butler Roswell continued to think, and there are no traces of passing through the strongest mana shield in this area. This meant that young Master Nox had intentionally entered the forest. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the deep forest. He clenched his fists and thought, I made a mistake before. He continued to look ahead and thought, I can't deny it any longer. He is no longer the weak and fragile young master of the past. Thinking this, Butler Roswell said, There is only one way for the 2 of them to return. He said, The young master must use his wisdom to find a way out of the forest. Hearing this, Emma was extremely worried. Her face covered in sweat. The servants could only stand before the terrifying forest holding torches. Emma, in tears, wrung her hands and blamed herself. I lost the young lady and put her in danger. Returning to the forest, Thalia pulled out a knife. Her eyes were very resolute. She held a torch in one hand and a knife in the other. Nox looked at her and admired. She's scared, yet she hasn't lost her focus. Then he cautioned, Don't attack recklessly. You might get hurt. Stay away from this, he added. Conserve your stamina and run. Only by being attacked can you increase your chances of survival. Thalia's gaze was still very strong. Looking at the pack of wolves before them, Nox thought to himself, Honestly, killing one elite gray wolf isn't that dangerous. The difficulty is only 2.5 stars, he thought. I just hope Thalia is cautious and can react to threats around her. He glanced at her and complimented. She seems to be adapting quite well. Besides, she's not strong enough for me to rely on her to cover my back. Nox looked at the pack of wolves and said, A notification will appear now. The genius's time trait has been activated. A brilliant yellow light emanated from Nox's entire body. He thought to himself, I need to use this skill to finish this in one blow. The wolf before him had 3 stripes on its face and looked at Nox with its left eye slightly closed. Both he and Thalia were slightly startled. The pack of wolves continued to bare their teeth, staring at their prey. Nox looked at it and smiled. Could this wolf be? Immediately, one wolf rushed at him. Nox gripped his sword and slashed at it. The other wolves did not attack. Nox asked. They stopped. A giant wolf lay on the ground, 2 paws on it, quiet. Suddenly, other wolves rushed from somewhere, but they were all struck by Nox and sent flying. The pack of wolves continued to encircle him. The wolf howled loudly. Nox turned around in surprise. Just as the wolf was about to attack him, Thalia rushed forward and slashed the wolf's waist with her knife. He looked at her and Thalia cried out, Be careful. She was sitting behind a bush. Nox told me to run if he was in danger, but I can't do that. Thalia gradually gained courage. Nox looked at it and thought to himself, Thalia, she's trying to help me. Immediately she climbed onto a branch. Thalia held the torch and asked him worriedly, Nox, are you okay? She said, greatly concerned. Are you hurt anywhere? Looking at her, Nox thought to himself, Thalia, I can't believe it. She helped me. Suddenly he heard a sound and his eyes widened. Immediately he swung his sword, sending the pack of wolves flying. He was panting at this time, and Nox turned to her and replied, I'm fine. His mind was thinking, this is no time for idle thoughts. Hearing this, she was relieved and said, That's good. Nox's head hurt at this time, and he thought, I've shown my pathetic side again. Suddenly, something caught his attention. He looked down and thought to himself, the skill effect appeared in reverse. Damn it, at this moment a wolf's paw approached. He thought to himself at this time, but the fight isn't over yet. The wolf's eyes were extremely angry and terrifying. Nox sneered at this time and thought to himself, "It's time to end this now." The two were probing each other at this time. The wolf was looking at him at this time. At this time the wolf circled around Nox. At this time the wolf looked at him with great anger. Immediately the wolf used its power and rushed at him quickly. He thought at this time with wide eyes, "It's coming." Nox looked around to gauge the situation. He quickly dodged the wolf, and suddenly he was extremely flustered. He stood still at this time and thought to himself, "This beast surely." Nox realized only then, "I was too late." Immediately he was attacked very strongly by the wolf. Everything happened extremely quickly. Seeing the situation before her, Thalia cried out loudly, "Nox!" Immediately the wolf quickly fled. He was injured all over at this time and thought to himself, "Damn it." Nox gritted his teeth and said, "Is this really 2.5 difficulty? It's incredibly strong." Then he painstakingly entered the forest. He imagined the wolf at this time and thought, "This elite grey wolf is much smarter than in the game." Then Nox took a combat stance and calmed himself. "I was too careless." He looked around and thought to himself, "I should have realized it right away when I saw how it controlled other monsters. Who would have thought this guy also knew how to fight using the terrain?" At this time, the rustling of leaves was heard. Immediately, the wolf attacked from behind. Seeing that, he immediately told himself, "From now on I must always be on the defensive." Then he swung his sword and thought, "I must counterattack." At this time, the wolf dodged his attack. Nox was sweating profusely at this time. The wolf at this time looked at him with an extremely fierce face. Then the wolf growled loudly. Seeing that, Nox thought and said, "It's waiting for the right moment for a weakness to appear." He gripped his sword tightly at this time and thought, "As soon as I swing my sword." Then he gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "Whop!" Suddenly at this time his face stiffened and he thought to himself, "Reversal skill." Then the wolf growled loudly and rushed straight at him. Seeing the wolf growl loudly at this time, he thought, "This is unexpected. This is a game I've cleared countless times. Did I get too arrogant and think I could do everything?" He continued to think blankly at this time. "What a truly foolish decision." Then Nox gritted his teeth. He was extremely blank at this time, then immediately threw his sword straight at the wolf's eye. He thought at this time, "Dagger." He then turned his gaze to Thalia and continued to think, "If that guy can use his weakness, then our side can also use that guy's weakness." And Nox looked at Thalia and continued to think, "The person who can cause that variable isn't me." At this time Nox drew his sword. Then he shouted loudly and stabbed a fatal blow straight into the wolf's body. The wolf at this time cried out in immense pain. He continued to howl. Nox's hand was trembling violently at this time. Nox killed the wolf at this time. Thalia at this time called out Nox's name loudly. Suddenly she seemed to see something. Several wolves began to approach from a distance. Then they hurriedly fled into the forest. At this time Thalia jumped down from the tree. She approached Nox at this time and asked, "Nox, are you okay?" He replied at this time, "Yes." He wiped the wound with his hand at this time and said, "Everything I'm alive for is thanks to you." Mid-sentence he suddenly stopped speaking. Looking at her tear-streaked face, he thought to himself, "Did I just almost thank the enemy who will take my life in the future?" He then said, "You don't need to worry. You have scratches from a wolf on your body now, young lady." Thalia heard that and sobbed, "I know you were hurt before. Are you really okay?" Nox replied, "It's just a small scratch," but Thalia still worried. However, he soon told her, "I'm fine." Only then did she stop crying and say, "I'm glad you're not hurt anywhere else." Just then a spider suddenly appeared on her shoulder and her face instantly darkened. Hearing the sound, Nox turned around thinking, "What? Are there still monsters left?" She clung tightly to him in fright. Seeing her, he said, "Thalia, Thalia." Thalia, terrified, then said to him, There's a spider." Her eyes showed extreme fear as soon as she saw the spider. The spider was getting closer to her, and seeing that, she clung to Nox even more tightly in terror. Seeing her, he thought helplessly, "How long is she going to cling to me?" He smiled at her. "Is she afraid of spiders?" Nox then lightly kicked the spider away and said, "If you're scared of something like a spider, why on earth did you follow me into the forest?" Thalia stammered, "That's a spider. Aren't you scared?" He then teased her, "You probably won't be able to become a knight." Hearing that, her face flushed red and she cried out loudly, "No!" He then made a sound thinking, "She's finally letting go of me." Just then Nox coughed violently. Seeing that, Thalia asked him greatly worried, "Are you okay?" Seeing her, he thought helplessly, "Really?" After that, he said, "I told you not to worry." She was about to retort when Nox thought to himself, Thalia, she must have had her own worries. After that, he smiled thinking, "I'm alive thanks to her." Even though she suddenly screamed and I couldn't speak, Thalia continued to ask him, "Are you really okay?" Seeing her, he thought to himself, "But thank you." After that, Nox looked up thinking, "Now I just need to get out of this forest." It was already evening by then. Just then a servant knelt sobbing, "I killed the young lady." The butler then observed the current situation and thought, what if they don't come back safely? He kept looking up at the sky thinking, the disappearance of young lady Thalia will cause problems between the two families. Many children in this area have gone missing in this forest. He then hesitated, still thinking, rumors might spread that the Reinhofer family is incompetent. Just then the soldiers shouted, "Lord Roswell, look!" Everyone cried out happily. "The forest fog has cleared." The butler was then extremely bewildered thinking, has the forest of lost children been conquered? Thalia's maid then spoke, "I'm not sure, but I think I'm right, aren't I? The fog is disappearing little by little." The butler then agreed, "You're right." After that he continued, "That means this forest has been conquered." He then said, "There's only one possibility we're thinking of, and it has come true." Hearing that, the maid couldn't stop her tears and said, "Does that mean young Master Nox has returned?" Just then 2 people were walking out, and everyone who saw Nox walking out cried out joyfully, "The young master is coming," everyone murmured as they saw him return. "I can't believe the young master was able to conquer this forest. It's truly unbelievable, to walk out as if nothing happened," the butler then thought to himself. "I can't stop my joy, it's certain now." He kept looking at Nox, thinking, there will be a big change in the Reinhofer family's succession hierarchy. Nox then looked around and asked the people, "Why is everyone gathered here?" Thalia's maid then cried, "Young lady." Thalia's maid hugged her tightly and said happily, "We were very worried about you, young lady." The butler then looked at him and said calmly, "The whole family was very worried about the young lady's disappearance, young lady." Hearing that, Nox said, "I can't believe the family is worried about a useless person like me. The reputation of our family as a dark magic family will soon disappear." Thalia then comforted her maid. "Emma, stop crying," the maid then said. "Young lady." After that, the maid grabbed Thalia tightly. After that, she stood up and said to Thalia, "I will reiterate the 71 rules of the Stylener family. Please follow me." Seeing that, Thalia said with an awkward expression, "Emma, I'm sorry." Hearing that, Emma laughed loudly and said to Thalia, "No, how could I blame the young lady? I am merely a humble maid. The head of the family will personally reiterate the rules to the young lady." Thalia then pleaded, "Ah, Emma." Seeing that, he thought to himself, that maid also seems to have incredible stamina. Emma then thanked him. "Young Master Nox, thank you very much for protecting our young lady." Thalia then said with tears in her eyes, "Even though I didn't intend to go with you." Hearing that, Nox said, "Since the young lady solved her own problem, don't be too disappointed." As he said that, her face flushed red. The afternoon sun shone through the leaves and a huge mansion appeared. Upon arriving home, Nox threw his bag and sword onto a chair. He then said, "It's all over now." Then grumbled, "I can't believe Roswell was waiting outside the forest with the knights. That was truly unexpected. Was it because of Thalia?" After that, he smiled, thinking, even if that were the case. He put his hand in his pocket, thinking, "I got it." He pulled out a ring, thinking, it's the hidden fragment. The system then appeared. New relic acquired. Black flame ring acquired. The system then continued to display basic information. Name, black flame ring. Equipment grade, low intermediate. Attribute, darkness, health 1, mana 1. Usage condition, only wearable by dark magic users. Nox put on the ring and a skeleton appeared. The system then appeared. Special effect activated when equipping this item and defeating enemies. Absorbs a portion of the enemy's life force and makes it your own. The higher the level of the defeated enemy, the greater the amount of life force absorbed. Nox then looked at the ring and thought, the only relic that can absorb others' life force is the black flame ring, even though I only have this one ring. After that, he thought very resolutely, that doesn't mean I can live long. Nox looked at the ring, thinking to himself, human life cannot be extended forever. He then continued to think, since only a very small part of the life force is absorbed, overcoming this incurable illness won't be easy. Nox then put on the ring, thinking to himself, as long as I can fight and grow. The system then appeared. Black flame ring equipped. He then looked at the ring and thought, this is much better than living a hopeless life on the verge of death. He then thought he would surely feel his health and mana gradually increasing. After that, Nox turned around and called, Rona, I know you're there. Come out for a moment if you don't answer now. The door then opened. Rona then poked her head out and stammered, young master, do you have clairvoyance or something? He then replied to her, probably so. She heard that and screamed, so young master can see me naked too? Hearing that, Nox hit her head in anger and said, what on earth are you talking about? She covered her head and cried out, ouch. She then pouted and said, why does getting head-butted by young master hurt more? Just then Nox put down his hand and said to Rona, stop talking nonsense and let's arm wrestle. Hearing that, Rona said, again? She then said very confidently, young master, if I win again this time, will you raise my salary? Nox then said, I told you, but what if you lose? She said very confidently, a 20 deduction from my salary. After that, the two began to arm wrestle. All right, 1. Nox then counted very confidently. 2, 3. As soon as they started, Nox won the arm wrestle against Rona. She then stammered in disbelief, what just happened? Something strange. Rona then retorted, do you think deducting 20 of a maid's salary won't tarnish the reputation of a noble family's child? Hearing that, Nox said, I guess you're right. After that, he continued, but I'm famous as the incompetent child of the Reinhofer family. That's what people say. After that, he smiled and said, so I've decided not to care about honor anymore. Rona then sobbed and pleaded, I'm sorry. Just then, the system appeared, catching his attention. The effect of the persistent illness trait has been activated. You have sustained a stage 2 wrist sprain. The system continued to display, you have contracted a stage 1 cold. Seeing that, he thought to himself, these damn disadvantageous traits. After that, he said to Rona, I won't deduct your salary. Instead, bring me a towel and some ice. Hearing that, she asked, young master, you don't look well? Hearing that, Nox thought to himself, I'll have to be content with this ring for now. I need to rest for a bit. Just then, Nox was hurt even more severely, and he thought, is it a 1-1 deal this time? I'm sure his name is Yuchen. The other 2 hidden fragments and the black flame flower ring were in the mansion. 6 months had passed since he obtained them. Nox closed his eyes and thought deeply. Unfortunately, I haven't had a chance to use them yet. A sign that read, Noven Reinhofer punished, hung on the wall. He had one eye open and the other closed. He muttered something. He spoke to himself as he opened the door. I didn't cause any trouble, did I? I even cleared the forest of lost children. They should be praising me, but to punish me is unbelievable. Life is a joke. Nox turned to Rona and asked for her opinion. Do you think this is fair, Rona? Rona heard that and replied, yes, but I'm a maid of the family, and if I say anything bad about the head of the family, my salary will be deducted. He walked, extending his hand with a calm expression, and demanded, I will make sure your salary isn't deducted. If you take my side, she grumbled as she followed. The head of the family is too strict. How can he not understand the young master's feelings? He sat in a chair, lost in thought for a moment. Anyway, I've really tried hard to adapt to this life and live as a capable citizen, watching Yuchin's growth, he thought carefully. I can't keep going like this, my lifespan even now. Still decreasing, the system informed him that his remaining survival days were 147 due to his incurable illness. He clenched his fist in anger, and his hand trembled slightly. This damn system is more dedicated to my life than I am. Thank you for explaining in such detail. He pounded the chair with his fist in defiance. I can't take it anymore. I have to go to father and get his permission. He called Rona, and she opened the door and replied, Why, I just warmed up some more water. Suddenly, there was a knock-knock at the front door. Knock, knock. A person entered and bowed respectfully. Young master, it was Butler Roswell. He informed him that the head of the family had called for him. Knox heard that and looked up, slightly surprised. The scene shifted to a battle scene with a sea of blood, countless dead soldiers and swords all around. Back in the past, Theo was holding a sword very valiantly. On a clear night there were red clouds and flying pond creatures in the sky. They looked very vicious, as if they wanted to devour them alive, and snarled as they moved. The valiant warrior Theo swung his sword and struck them all down. His hand gripped the blood-stained sword tightly. His eyes sharpened, and after surveying the situation he attacked again, making the ponds disappear. He sat in a chair with his eyes closed, recalling the past. That day monsters came in hordes, the people who were taken by them, and the clear night. His eyes were half open and everything was like a nightmare. He sat in a chair in the room, deep in thought. He once calculated about the future. One of my sons will probably learn how to wield the supreme black sword, he pondered with a slightly weary expression. I shouldn't rely too much on emotions. It's much more certain to aim for a truly talented child, because among them, there will be a child who will have to kill me with his own hands later. A voice from outside called him. Lord, has the young master arrived soon? Butler Roswell entered and reported to him, and he replied softly, He's too late, he ordered. Where should I drag the fellow? Immediately. Theo's mind was thinking to himself. Dunlac NHI was a place even I didn't know how to clear, but that Knox fellow did it. This time I'll have to praise him. He continued to ponder. The reason for the delayed praise was the strong opposition from the family's retainers. His gaze was fixed on the report compiled after a thorough investigation. This kept him deep in thought. The retainers couldn't believe that a boy named Knox, who was good for nothing, could change so quickly, and they began investigating whether Knox had truly cleared the forest. Theo rested his chin in his hand, thinking, even I can't disregard the retainers' opinions, so proceeding with the investigation was still a necessary step. Suddenly, someone opened the door, and as he looked up, the person who entered was none other than Knox. He respectfully bowed and greeted, Patriarch, it is an honor to see you. Seeing this, Theo immediately said it was fine. Knox quickly stood up and replied, Yes. After that, Theo calmly said, As you already know, your rash actions were not appropriate. Knox bowed his head and replied, Yes. Theo clasped his hands together and said to him, However, it is my duty to uphold responsibility, even if one is incompetent and useless. Those who achieve merit deserve a reward. I summoned you to discuss your compensation. Hearing Theo's words, Knox blankly asked in return, A wish? Theo looked at him and calmly said, I will grant you any one wish you desire. It doesn't matter what it is. Hearing his words, countless questions arose in Knox's mind. What? Father said he'd grant any wish I want? Looking at Theo's mysterious face, Knox thought to himself, even someone like me who played inner lunatic day and night has never seen Mr. Theo offer such a reward. His face was deep in thought. Usually he has a rather arrogant and strict side. It feels like I've been caught off guard. Immediately, Theo declared loudly, Anything. He stared at Knox for a few seconds, then stood up, slammed the table, and loudly declared, Whatever it is, I will give it to you as the patriarch of the Reinhofer family. After that he continued, This promise is entirely true. I swear under the history of the eternally shining black sword. Seeing Theo's serious demeanor, Knox thought to himself, I thought he was joking, but he's truly serious. After that, Theo spoke, Of course, if your request is too preposterous, I will have to reconsider you. However, I trust that you will not ask for such a thing. Hearing his words, Knox calmly replied, Of course, father, please give me some time to think. Hearing that, Theo said to him, Very well. Then I shall now lift your house arrest. At this, he presented Knox with one condition. However, you must not cause trouble again as you did last time. Knox immediately agreed, Yes, Patriarch. Theo continued, Always remember in your heart that you are a member of the Reinhofer family. The next day, everyone was gathered in the hall. A girl with a radiant face smiled gently. The orange-haired girl then bid farewell. See you at Lydian Academy. Knox avoided her gaze. She, still very happy, said to him, I'll come to see you later, okay? Seeing this, the butler said to Knox, Young master, you must answer the young lady's question. Hearing that, Knox sighed with extreme helplessness and agreed, HMPH, very well. He then said to the girl, "The condition is that you must become a full-fledged knight before then." She was overjoyed and demanded he keep his promise. "Promise," he then said to her. "At least don't panic and flounder so much even when you encounter a large spider." Hearing that, the girl's face visibly saddened, and she immediately delivered a powerful punch to his stomach. Nox, struck by the punch, was annoyed and thought to himself, "Damn it, I should have just kept quiet." He then looked up at the sky and thought, "I should have said wolf instead." She then bravely said to him, "Anyway, I'll be back after becoming a full-fledged knight, so watch your head before we meet again." Hearing that, he thought with a dazed fear, "My head? Is she going to cut off my head?" At this, the maid Emma thanked him. "Thank you for everything, especially young Master Nox." Hearing that, he said to her, "What concern has the Stylener family's made to me that you're thanking me?" The maid smiled and thanked him. "Thank you for saving young Lady Thalia." Hearing that, he sighed expressionlessly and said, "Originally, I had no intention of saving her." He then subtly dismissed her, saying, "You can go now, don't bother me anymore." He turned his back and thought to himself, "One person has left now, why?" Nox looked at the falling leaves and thought, "I'm starting to get used to this strange life, I don't know why though." He rubbed his stomach and continued to think, "But it's quite enjoyable." Suddenly a system notification appeared. "You have an incurable illness, 146 days of survival remaining." His face was filled with blank surprise at this. He looked up at the sky and thought to himself, 146 days, no more time to relax. A few days later, Rona entered the room and said to Nox, "By the way, young master, you need to hire more maids and valets." Hearing that, he began to think, "Maids, now that you mention it." At this, the butler Roswell entered and greeted him. "Good morning, young master." Seeing him, Nox asked, "Roswell, what is it?" He pointed behind him and said, "Elydian Academy has sent a maid in training to serve the young master. Starting today, this girl will attend to you, so I've brought her to introduce herself first." The girl respectfully bowed and introduced herself. "It's a pleasure to meet you. Young master, I am DG Dr. Love Valia. From today, I will be your dedicated maid." Hearing that, he introduced himself to her. "I am Nox von Renhofer." His gaze turned towards Devilia and he fell into deep thought. "She is." Very quickly, the system displayed a series of information about her. Name, Devilia. Sex, female, age 15, race, human, primary attribute, earth, talents, advantages, talent appreciation, neutral, dedicated. Disadvantages, two-faced, like a pathetic machine, master of lies, spy. Stats, health 8, mana 5, luck 1, will 3, charm 22. The system continued to display notifications. Passive skill, excellent domestic abilities. Active skill, current situation. The player is currently following Theo von Renhofer's orders. After that, information about the current situation appeared to him. Current situation. The player is currently following Theo von Renhofer's orders. "I will do my best to support the young master. I knew they wouldn't let me leave here in peace." Theo von Renhofer was one of the biggest villains in this world and one of its most powerful figures. People often wondered how he had ascended to his current position. Many asked if he had achieved it solely through his swordsmanship. He was talented, there was no doubt about that, but the main reason Theo was able to assume the role of the Renhofer family's head was because he was suspicious and skeptical of everything and everyone around him. Theo to Devilia, "I have high expectations for you this time." Theo's implied words to Devilia, being recalled by Devilia, "Yes, my lord, I heard you lost your inheritance to the Rob Valia family." Theo to Devilia, "If you do well this time, the Renhofer family will not hesitate to help you with that inheritance." Devilia to Nox, "I will sincerely serve the young master." Devilia's inner thought, "No, I will thoroughly monitor him and report everything to my lord." Theo's instruction to Devilia, being recalled by Devilia, "From now on, don't forget who your master is." Devilia's inner thought, "I must not hesitate any longer." Quote. Theo likely wanted to confirm if the person in this body was truly Nox, because possession was not uncommon in Inner Lunatic, and Nox was originally a character whose soul was taken by numerous demons in the story. Well, that's fine too, as long as he doesn't know my true identity. However, the problem was that even though Devilia wasn't significantly involved in the main storyline, leaving her like this would be a real waste. Originally, she was to be the next heir after the patriarch of the Rob Valia family, but her father and mother were murdered by her uncle. In that pain, she lost her position as the family's next heir. What happened next was clear. Ultimately, to escape her family's surveillance, she became a maid serving the Renhofer family. Outwardly, she always had a bright and smiling face, but her advantages, talent, patronage, neutral, honesty, disadvantages, two-faced agony, mechanical work processing, master of lies for her own benefit, spy. Her mind was already too exhausted and corrupted. She was a person on the verge of a complete mental breakdown, and so her final decision came before the first part of the main storyline began. She took her own life. What should I do? Is changing the storyline by saving someone destined to die the right decision, even knowing that doing so would be no different than putting myself in danger? The next day, Nox aloud, Starting today we will hunt monsters in the forest within my domain. Of course both of you will follow and assist me. Rona shocked. What, monster hunting in the domain? Rona quickly. I'm sick, I'm requesting leave. Nox inner thought response to Rona. Understood. Nox to Devilia. Devilia, you can't agree to everything so easily. Nox inner thought. It's natural for a maid to be scared of monster hunting. After all, it's a preposterous request, but to answer so readily. Rona, you know you've already used all your holidays. Nox to Rona. You can't take sick leave today. Rona protesting. How can you do that? Nox to Rona with a smirk. Have you forgotten I'm a good for nothing? If you don't obey me, I'll cut your salary. I'm only generous to those just starting out. How about a 50 deduction from your usual salary? Devilia to Nox. Young master, should I bring a bow or a sword? Young master, before we prepare, should we report to Mr. Roswell that you will be leaving the mansion? Nox inner thought. Indeed, my top priority right now is to extend my lifespan. Nox inner thought. Now I can go anywhere I want. Rona exclaiming. Young master, wait for me. A few days later, after being dealt with, the forest of lost children gradually turned into an ordinary forest. A ferocious wolf let out an eerie howl. Nox moved swiftly and coldly, attacking expressionlessly. As Nox swung his sword powerfully and decisively, the ferocious wolf from earlier could only whimper now. The recent strike yielded a small prize for Nox. You have absorbed a very small portion of the silver wolf's life force. After defeating the monster, Nox finally let out a sigh of relief. The recent victory also benefited Nox. You have extended your lifespan by 2 hours. He asked himself if he had defeated all the wolves in this area. Nox's gaze swept across the scene. Wolf corpses lay scattered on the grass, and he had gained 2 hours of lifespan from this hunt alone. Other wolves met the same fate. 5 lay dead on the grass, their blood not yet dry. Nox muttered to himself with delight. This can be considered a fairly successful hunt. Devilia, observing from the side, and smiled brightly and asked Nox, It's been almost an hour since we started hunting, young master. Aren't you tired? Hearing this question, Nox cursed inwardly. He didn't know why. Damn it, he thought blankly. Because I didn't activate Genius's time, it took quite a long time to hunt. Nox's hand lightly took a bottle from the maid's hand. He suddenly thought, that means I only gained 1 hour. Having been tired from fighting until now, Nox gulped down the bottle in his hand. I knew the calculations wouldn't be that precise, but this is too slow compared to what I expected. Moreover, I can't hunt monsters like this every time. Countless thoughts still raced through Nox's mind. However, the biggest danger is the limited number of monsters in this area. Devilia remained very calm, but Rona, seeing the scattered wolf corpses, became extremely flustered and her face turned ashen. Meanwhile, Nox was on the verge of collapsing at this moment. At this rate, my plan for a wonderful life risks falling apart. Nox sighed. The insufficient number of monsters in this area is also a very big problem. Facing the disheartened young master, Devilia forced a smile and reassured him. I can't believe you're worried about the number of monsters, young master. If anyone else heard you say that, they'd think you were strange. Rona shouted in confusion. Young master, what are you talking about? Nox suddenly noticed something and his eyes widened slightly. A strange light was recorded appearing from deeper within the forest, but Nox quickly averted his gaze and said to the two maids, In that case, there's nothing else to do. Let's return to the mansion, both maids simultaneously. Yes, young master. Devilia, with extreme thoughtfulness, asked Nox, Shall I prepare a warm bath for you? I'll set it to a comfortable temperature. Nox thought to himself, as expected of a genius supporter. He then said, All right, I'd like to bathe before dinner, so time it well. Devilia smiled brightly like a flower. Yes, leave it to me. Rona, who was behind, said, Flustered, young master, don't forget me either. I'll clean your room. Nox briefly replied, Ah, yes, do as you wish. As he said that, Rona immediately grabbed a basket and her bow and arrows and hastily left. Devilia maintained her shy and gentle smile. At this moment, Nox called her. Devilia, she immediately replied. Yes, young master Nox. His face was lowered and his expression was slightly sad. I have a question for you. Hearing this, Devilia suddenly clutched the hem of her skirt with both hands and her body stiffened slightly. Nox stared intently at her and asked, Whom do you serve? Upon receiving this unexpected question, Devilia was momentarily blank. At this moment, Nox's powers were Genius Supporter, Active Genius Supporter, Neutral Devotion, Two-Faced Pitiable Machine. Nox looked at the system panel and thought, No matter how beautiful a greatsword is, if I can't use it. Thinking this far, he stared intently at Devilia again, and a flash of thought crossed his mind. Then I'll discard it without hesitation. While the young master waited for an answer, Devilia's face was clearly confused. At her silence, Nox continued to ask, Is that your answer? Why? Devilia stared blankly, beginning to sweat. I didn't say anything. Devilia hastily excused herself. Young master, But before she could finish, Nox cut her off. I know what you're trying to say. He still looked at Devilia with suspicious eyes. Don't worry, I'm not going to press you any further, Nox continued. Honestly, I'm really grateful to you. At least you don't lie. Devilia could only remain silent upon hearing this. Her eyes clearly showed nervousness, anxiety, and shock. Facing the trembling Devilia, Nox still spoke calmly. It doesn't matter whom you serve, I will consider you my subordinate. Hearing this, Devilia was even more surprised. Nox added softly as he left, Use me as much as you need, that's all I want. Devilia could only stand there watching his receding back. At that moment, thoughts came to Nox's mind. Just as mutual trust is important, wouldn't mutual utilization be more rational? Devilia sank to the ground, her eyes filled with disappointment. Nox had already realized this, and so he thought that regardless he wanted such a relationship with her. Night gradually fell, and soft sounds emanated from within the mansion. Indeed, it was Rona. She lay in bed mumbling a few words. "Isn't young Master Nox too aggressive?" Rona saying that. Imagine Nox smiling like a devil, and recalled his dark voice. "What fun would training be if you didn't follow me?" Rona still clenched her fists and mumbled aggrievedly, "Every time we go to train." Then she turned and asked, "Don't you think he's too aggressive?" Devilia smiled slightly and replied, "I suppose so." Devilia stared idly out the window, and thoughts arose in her mind. The rumor that young Master Nox had changed, which I had heard from countless people when I was in the Rob Valia family. The more she thought, the more anxious she felt. I thought those rumors were unfounded because it's very rare for a person to change so much. Devilia recalled the time Nox had swung his sword and taken down a wolf. But people say he defeated his twin brothers with a single blow and earned the right to enter the academy, and he solidified his position in the family in a way completely different from his own. Devilia began to feel despair as she thought of her current status. "You were once the rightful heir of the family, but now you have fallen." Her hand lightly touched her necklace. "What he said to me today," Devilia recalled Nox's words, "use me as much as you need, that's all I want." Devilia thought blankly, what was his intention? After a while, an unfounded rumor began to spread in the Reinhofer family. The rumor was that Devilia had been expelled from her family and was no longer fit to be a maid in the Reinhofer family. The hand holding the letter dropped in disappointment. Every word on the paper was clearly written. "Devilia Valia, listen carefully. As the useless head of your family, you have been sold off by your family and will receive rightful punishment." Devilia's hands clenched in anger and despair. The words in the letter were deeply imprinted in Devilia's mind. She had been stripped of all rights she could have as a direct heir of the family. The more she thought, the more she cried. Her eyes were filled with sadness, but her lips seemed to be smiling slightly. "It seems I can no longer stay in the Reinhofer family either." She suddenly thought, "I had a feeling it might come to this. The Reinhofer family is a prestigious dark magic family." Devilia thought, "Even if I'm only being used as a maid for one child." She leaned against the wall and sighed in relief. "As a commoner who has just lost my position, I am not worthy to serve him." She quietly opened the door, ready to leave. "I'll be fired soon and I'll soon serve a new master." Thinking that, Devilia resolutely left. She threw the door wide open and laughed loudly. "Hello!" All the maids working in the kitchen looked at her with a slight displeasure and distance. "Devilia, the weather doesn't seem to be very good today." The sky gradually darkened and birds spread their wings and flew to their nests. Suddenly a white wolf with a knife wound on its chest howled miserably. The wolf immediately fell to the ground. Rona, seeing Nox deal with the wolf decisively, whispered to Devilia, "Don't you think the young master shows no joy on his face even after killing the wolf? He seems even more troubled today than usual." Rona couldn't believe her eyes, because he was so different from before. In the past he used to have at least a little mercy. Her mind was filled with question marks. But today he's a little... Devilia wondered about everything that had changed Nox so quickly. Is that really true? Of course, she was also very worried about him. "This makes me a little uneasy." Nox's sword was covered in wolf's blood, but this was inevitable. He closed his eyes and plunged his sword into the ground, remaining blood droplets splattered on his clothes. It was unclear what he was waiting for, but he had a disappointed expression. It should be appearing soon. Is it not going to appear today either? According to Nox's knowledge, a mysterious monster would appear in the Forest of Lost Children when only about 20 of the monsters remained. It was a hidden boss. He withdrew his sword. He had dealt with many white wolves to increase his progress. "I even thought of killing it because I thought it would help increase my stats, but it seems it won't have any effect." But suddenly a sound came from nearby bushes and leaves rustled. The sound caught Nox's attention just as he was preparing to leave. Before he could even see it, it suddenly darted past him at high speed, disappearing without a trace. This was beyond Nox's prediction. The monster was faster than the wind. Its speed was on an entirely different level. The more so, the more interested Nox became. He immediately asserted, "This is how a hidden boss should be." Without a minute's rest, Nox had to fight a giant bee. The Yellow Wind King special. "Damn it, this guy is annoying. With his excellent skills, he could easily avoid all the monster's attacks. But this guy isn't someone I can't defeat." As he fought with all his might, one of the two maids called Nox, making him turn his head. "Young master." Devilia's face was filled with surprise. She couldn't understand what had happened, but she genuinely blocked the monster's attack for Nox. However, he didn't think her actions were noble, because his confidence in his own talent was always in his mind. "Even without Devilia's help, I could have easily dodged or blocked that attack." "Why did she save me?" Nox froze for 5 seconds, unable to comprehend what had just happened because everything happened too quickly. Anyway, he noticed Devilia's courage in front of the bee monster. How many people would suddenly rush at a monster that appeared out of nowhere? As she sat on the floor crying, he couldn't understand what thoughts were going through her mind. His words and thoughts didn't match at all. "I must make good use of this. Everything is to save her." Nox became overtly angry, and his clenched teeth seemed ready to grind the monster. Immediately, the system activated, and the genius's time skill was activated. As she sat on the floor crying, her parents argued next to her without asking why. He. Why does our lovely Devilia always fall? Wow, Mom, you're right. Not a single day went by without her knees being completely healed. Devilia saw their backs in the past, and there was an uneasiness that had enveloped her for a long time. Those were the words my parents said to me, that my wounds would never be completely healed. Even now, it still made her uncomfortable, but it applied not only to my knee wounds but also to the wounds in my heart. I wonder if it was a prophecy for my future. Nox suddenly turned and asked Devilia, "Whom do you serve?" He suddenly said something irrelevant, leaving her at a loss as to how to respond. Whom do I serve? The image of a man appeared in Devilia's mind. It turned out to be her father, smiling brightly. The painful memory resurfaced. A man had brutally murdered her family and taken the position of head of the household. Devilia, from now on, this day is mine. Her complex thought was, whom should I serve now? Another man appeared with meaningful words. Whom do you serve? Use me as much as you need, because I will use you too. Meanwhile, he and Rona were extremely worried about her current state. Devilia, a system notification was sent to Nox. You have defeated the monster. You will receive a special reward. It was unclear whether the droplets on his face were sweat or tears, but they showed how worried he was about Devilia. Just hold on a little longer. Nox didn't forget to reassure her. Everything's resolved, I'll take you now. Rona also advised him not to stay here any longer. Young master, we must return to the mansion quickly. Devilia saw him, severely injured but feeling no pain, and instead reprimanded herself as a liar. Is that the face of someone who wants to use me? Her eyes were the windows to her soul, and she looked into her own heart. Why? Nox's image gradually blurred before Devilia's eyes, like a window covered in water droplets. Why do I feel a slight tremor? At the moment her tears fell and anger surged, her train of thought suddenly broke. Within those words, Theo held a letter in his hand, and his face was filled with displeasure. This issue is really complicated. The butler had already investigated her roots. Based on our investigation, the contents of the letter are true. The Loya family has decided to completely sever ties with Devilia. In his thoughts, she was merely a tool. The reason I brought Devilia here was to take control of the Robvalia family. Theo's calculations were beyond imagination, and ultimately, only she was in the dark, because they had lost their previous head. They were in a very unstable situation. I thought this would be the perfect opportunity to take control of that family. For example, if the internal situation of this family is so unstable that even the heir's position is shaky, like a pawn on a chessboard, Theo wanted a way for the Rinhofer family's intervention to bring that family to submission. The contents of the letter in his hand worried Theo. But if Devilia is expelled from her family and stripped of all rights she could have as a direct heir, it happens before any plan can even begin. Realizing that she had no value as a tool, he asked the butler for his opinion. Then it can't be helped. What should we do with Devilia? Roswell always acts for the greater good and to protect his master's family. Although it is very regrettable, we cannot allow a maid who belongs to no family to look after young Master Nox. Doing so would lead to disdain from Eldon Academy. The butler seems to have already made a plan. We must quietly resolve this issue ourselves. Theo agreed with his assessment. I think so too. Suddenly the door burst open and a servant rushed in, flustered. My lord, the butler will be angry about this rude behavior. How dare you enter without permission? He panted. I apologize, my lord. The news the servant brought changed Theo's expression. Young Master Nox has brought back a maid who was injured during the last hunt. He calmly explained the entire situation. The maid is poisoned and in critical condition. The young master used a lot of very expensive antidote without permission, so I came to report it. Roswell immediately recognized Nox's foresight. Surely he didn't use that ginseng herb. He hesitated, then revealed the truth. Yes, he did. Wrinkles gradually formed on his forehead. That's very costly. His face was filled with worry. He could no longer control Nox. Did he become close with that maid so quickly? Theo didn't want her to get involved with Nox, but no one could predict the consequences such personal feelings would lead to. Someone's voice echoed throughout the mansion, waking her up. Devilia, Rona had been nursing her the whole time. Devilia, you're awake. Snot kept dripping. Rona clutched the blanket and sobbed. I'm so glad you woke up. Even now, Devilia was worried about him. What happened? Is young Master Nox safe? Only now did she recall her brave actions and was surprised. How did I dare to do that then? Only a few important words remained in Rona's goldfish memory. The young master used an antidote for you. It was some kind of ginseng. She had witnessed everything. Anyway, the young master used it and people say it's very good. The doctor was extremely flustered. Yes, Nox still commanded firmly. Save her. Rona was also surprised. He completely ignored the doctor's refusal, and he told the doctor to use it on her if he didn't want to die. Although she was his personal maid, Rona could badmouth her master at any time. Perhaps his incompetent and useless side still remains. White bandages were wrapped around her injuries. Devilia was puzzled. Ginseng, why would he do that? Her hands trembled, clutching a corner of the blanket. He only wanted to use me, didn't he? Rona hastily stopped her as she tried to get out of bed. Devilia, you need more rest. Are your wounds better? But she wanted to find him and ask him in detail. Where is young Master Nox now? Only then did Rona remember his words. He went to look for the Chamberlain. Oh, he told me to report the situation when you woke up. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind Devilia. I'll be right back. You need a lot of rest. As the door closed, the room suddenly fell silent. Devillia didn't listen to him and was already out of bed. She was rummaging through her travel bag looking for something. Devillia carefully organized the scattered books. She meticulously folded the shirts without a single wrinkle. I shouldn't be here. In fact, Devillia had low self-esteem and tortured herself. I no longer deserved to be anywhere. As sad as she was, she could only clutch her necklace tightly and quietly leave. Devillia carefully opened the necklace. The reason she cherished it so much was that it contained pictures of her parents. She resolutely took the photos out of the necklace, gazed at them for a moment, then returned them to their original owner. Devillia left the necklace along with a letter. Young master, I heard I received a mysterious herb. I believe it's not easily obtained. Though she didn't want to leave here, she looked regretfully at the letter she had written. Thank you for saving my life. The letter and necklace were visible through the window. There wasn't much luggage in her travel bag, but her hands were trembling. His familiar voice was enough to make Devillia freeze. Where do you think you're going now? It was unbelievable that Nox and she would meet again on this path. He rushed to find her without even taking the time to change into new clothes. I'll ask again, where are you going? Nox looked angry and incomprehensible. When someone is dying is the most important thing how much the medicine costs, Roswell replied cautiously. No, not at all, he explained. If you use this medicine without the Patriarch's permission, I cannot administer it. Besides, how could the Patriarch possibly stand by? Devillia was bleeding all over and had lost consciousness. Nox frowned and asked, Roswell, do you think your position in this family is higher than mine? Answer me. He hesitated, sweating with worry. I apologize, young master, he immediately ordered. I will explain this to my father myself later, so you deal with this quickly. Upon hearing this, Roswell immediately took action and replied, Understood, young master. Rona stood by the bed, tears welling up, asking if Devillia would be all right. Roswell, holding a vial of medicine, fed it to Devillia and replied, Now that the poison's effect has subsided, she will recover soon. Rona let out a sigh of relief. Seeing Nox's dazed expression, Rona exclaimed, Young master, go outside and speak. Please report to me separately when Devillia wakes up. In the lavish room, a voice echoed, What is it? Nox's father, Theo, continued. It's rare for you to seek me out like this. Is it about that maid? Nox knelt on the floor, his face was dark. Acting master was activated. Theo sat quietly in his chair and Nox spoke. Just one thing, he lowered his head. I remember you promised to grant me one wish, Theo replied. That's right, Nox's eyes became resolute. For Devillia. Father, I ask that you give her back to the girl who was expelled from her family. Theo lowered his head and pondered. Nox thought to himself, this will be the butterfly effect that will affect the main storyline later. What about Theo's spy? That issue is no longer important. Nox recalled today's scene and thought, when she tried to save me today I realized a few things. He remembered their previous conversation. The time she didn't answer me clearly. Nox recalled Devillia kneeling and thought inwardly, Devillia has already shown me with her actions. Theo replied, Understood. If that's what you wish, so be it. The next moment Nox stood up and was about to turn, but he spoke to his father again. Patriarch, this useless son has one more thing to say. Theo agreed. Speak, he said. Even if you are my father. A warning message appeared. The effect of acting master is decreasing due to your agitated state, Nox shouted angrily. Please don't do that anymore. He finished his words. Do not interfere with my subordinates anymore. In the dimly lit room, Nox looked at the blue-haired girl holding a travel bag and asked, Where do you think you're going? Devillia replied, Regarding that, I will be leaving here soon. I don't think this place is suitable for me anymore, she continued, trembling. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Nox heard that and asked again. His expression was calmer now. As a maid, where do you intend to go if not to serve me? Devillia lowered her head and hesitated. But father already knew. I was ordered by the Patriarch to monitor you, my lord. I deceived you, my lord, she spoke, weeping piteously. Then she asked again, But why are you still holding me back? I deceived you, my lord, she cried out. You could throw me out of here right now and I wouldn't say a word, but why? Nox looked at the girl and thought to himself, so this is Devillia's true face, hidden behind her acting facade? This personality is more human. Someone who doesn't give up, who strives to overcome no matter how difficult and dark the times may be. He quietly spoke. People often deceive each other greatly at first, Devillia exclaimed. But I committed a serious wrong against you, my lord, he replied. That's exactly why, Nox continued. After doing such a thing, do you wish to leave without any compensation to me? Ah, who told you to leave like that? Devillia replied. I apologize, my lord. Nox reached out his hand to her and said, Devillia, you will stay here. I don't care what my father thinks, but I don't want the name Rob Villia family attached to your name. After speaking, he approached her, placed his hand on her chest and said, I only need your talent. Upon hearing that, Devillia quietly replied. Nox walked past her and spoke. So you must stay here. Help me and stand by my side as my maid until you atone for your wrongdoings. Upon hearing this, Devillia was momentarily surprised, but then deeply moved to tears. She replied, Understood, young master. Nox walked away and Devillia quietly looked back at him, promising, I will be by your side forever from now on and I will always help you. Nox smiled and exclaimed, excellent. Suddenly Devilia asked, you asked me that question before, you asked me whom I served, didn't you? He replied. Yes, I did, she replied. Do you know who that person is now? Nox softly said, yes, I know who that person is now in the bustling house, but that's what I'm saying, let me tell you. Young master even threatened the pharmacist. He said he would kill him. Rona excitedly continued her story and then the pharmacist. Nox appeared and cut her off. Rona, stop gossiping about me in front of others. Rona, startled, asked, did you hear everything I said? Nox clenched his fist and said, you'll probably say you weren't gossiping about me to shirk responsibility, won't you? Rona, startled, hastily covered her mouth. Suddenly she saw Devilia and asked about her well-being. Devilia, are you feeling better? Don't overdo it. I'll go wash your clothes. Then she hugged a pile of clothes and said, young master, I'll wash your clothes. Nox scratched his head and sighed. Why does she keep causing trouble? He turned his gaze to Devilia and asked, Devilia, you know you'll be accompanying me to Elden Academy in 2 months, don't you? She replied. Yes, I know, I've made some preparations. Nox was surprised. Preparations? Devilia spoke. Your necessities, medicine box, emergency supplies, clothes, and extra uniforms for long journeys, she continued, thinking. Nox, seeing Devilia like that, thought to himself, Devilia no longer forces a smile in front of me. She's tired of acting. She's not even good at it. He was more comfortable with her showing this side. We no longer need unnecessary praise or meaningless social conversation. Devilia seemed to have realized something. Nox, seeing Devilia's relaxed demeanor, thought, in this situation, even if we're cornered, even if we turn our backs on each other, we won't betray each other. Nox closed his eyes, a satisfied expression on his face. Yes, this is enough. Devilia stood holding a water bottle, and Nox sat in a chair reading a book. He felt the tranquility of the moment. This relationship with her was enough. Just then, Devilia asked Nox in this room, by the way, young master, are you really all right? Her question surprised him, and he turned his head from his book. She continued, these days, negative rumors about the young master are spreading everywhere. Hearing her words, he stood up blankly and said, negative rumors? He thought to himself, that infamous reputation still remains. I didn't think it would get worse. Nox hesitated greatly at this moment and spoke, ahem. Devilia's face was flushed with embarrassment at this moment, and she said, they're spreading rumors that the reason you brought me here as a maid is because you like me, young master. Hearing that, he staggered, grabbed the chair with trembling hands and said, those rumors, he thought helplessly at this moment, is it true? I never thought I'd be so embarrassed just by acting as Nox. Nox sighed apologetically at this moment. I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble, she replied at this moment. No, my lord, I wasn't telling you about any problems you caused, she said with sadness on her face at this moment. I was just worried that those rumors might make you uncomfortable, my lord. He sighed at this moment and said to her, it's all right. You also heard rumors about me before, didn't you? That I'm a completely incompetent fool, the useless and untalented youngest son of this family? Devilia hesitated slightly at this moment and said, those rumors weren't that bad. Hearing that, he said, you're lying, as if I fired you. She lowered her head and said, I heard those rumors. And also, she continued in an urgent voice, some people said the young master was a pervert. She stammered and continued, is that true? Hearing that, Nox helplessly covered his face in despair. He sat in the chair at this moment and thought, even knowing how much I've improved now, before there were rumors that I used to pick up leaves and kick cans with my feet. He scratched his face at this moment and continued to think, currently I'm just a trivial guy who only plays pranks every day. His eyes rolled wildly as he continued to think, but I need to regain my reputation. Then he looked down at his hands and thought, anyway, Nox is a villain. For the protagonist to shine, I must become wicked. He then clenched his fist, thinking that he was not the protagonist of Inner Lunatic. He then waved his hand, dismissing it, and said, stop, don't talk about such baseless rumors anymore. I am now going to give you a mission, Nox calmly said. As you know, to survive in Elden Academy, not only you, but I must also be thoroughly prepared. Devilia bowed her head and asked, Your Excellency, what kind of preparations are you referring to? Nox then thought to himself, Devilia's loyalty means she trusts only one person, so revealing even a little of the plan to her won't be a problem. In fact, making her understand me better will make it easier to utilize her. He then continued, I intend to learn magic before entering the academy. I need your help. Hearing this, she said with great concern, knowing that using magic is illegal in this kingdom, are you still planning to learn it? She then exclaimed. You're a bit brazen. Hearing this, he said with amusement, Of course, I'm an all-around incompetent and a pervert anyway. She then sighed and concluded, You're definitely incorrigible. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Understood. She then said seriously, Surely there's a reason you've made such a decision. I'll look for some basic books that might be useful to you. Hearing her words, he was very satisfied and thought to himself, Excellent, she's really helpful. Suddenly, there was a sound outside. Move quickly. Yes, prepare quickly. Hearing the commotion outside, Nox turned his head and thought to himself, Why is it so noisy outside? A very loud voice exclaimed, If you mess things up, there will be big trouble. An incredibly loud voice resonated. Young Master Garen has returned. Hearing this, he rushed out and looked through the door, thinking, Garen, has he returned after graduating from Elden Academy? I almost forgot this important event. Many carriages were below. Nox then smiled and thought to himself, The chance to change my life has finally arrived. He then called Devilia. Nox then smiled and said, It seems I'll be leaving for a distant journey soon. Hearing this, she said to him helplessly, Young master, she continued, What are you trying to do again? The scene then shifted to the dining room where many dishes were laid out on the table. At this moment at the table, Devon drank wine and said, "Congratulations on graduating from Eldon Academy." Hearing this, Ryan von Rinhofer, the second son of Mrs. Theo and one of Knox's brothers, said, "Thank you, father." Knox then used his ability. Panels began to appear in front of his brother. A series of information appeared. Basic information: name, Garen von Rinhofer, sex, male, age 16, race, human, primary attribute, darkness, achievements, none, passive skills, none, active skills, insight. Knox then continued to read. Positive traits: quick to grasp situations, neutral, thorough calculations, negative, hypocritical, values social status, aristocratic superiority, opportunistic. And then Knox looked at Garen and thought, and he is an opportunist. And the academy professor said, looking at the dining table, he continued to think, the only reason Garen hasn't revealed the truth yet is because Knox is an even worse all-around incompetent. He then smiled and thought, he knows perfectly well how to fit into the political arena. Knox continued to think, watching Garen playing chess. He easily graduated from Eldon Academy with his political talent. Eldon is very famous, but it's very difficult to graduate. He then continued to think, fewer than 1,000 people can pass the entrance exam here and only half of them can graduate. At this moment Knox's father said, "Garen, have you set the date to depart for charters?" Suddenly Garen paused. He then smiled and said, "Yes, I will depart south for charters in 3 days." At that moment his father said, "If you go there at this time of year, there will definitely be a monster hunting mission." At this moment his father began to explain charters. Charters is an insignificant place on the outskirts of the Rinhofer territory, a neutral territory in the south, and it is also on the eastern border of Tajulan. They use the desert as a border. His father continued, "Not only is it desolate, but it is also full of monsters, so it can be called the most terrible wasteland." He continued, "The mission entrusted to Garen by the imperial family is to stop the monsters rampaging in charters. According to the laws of the kingdom, to become a knight recognized by the imperial family, one must complete the first mission assigned by the kingdom." At this moment Garen said, "When winter comes, charters is always full of monsters. It seems the imperial family is trying to take action to fight them." Hearing this, his father said, "Though it is desolate, if monsters occupy it, the surrounding areas will also be affected." He then said to him, "Do not bring dishonor upon the Rinhofer family no matter what." Garen immediately replied, "Yes, father, I will always remember that." Knox then thought to himself, the mission there isn't just a simple monster hunt. This place is mentioned in several complex storylines. This won't be a simple side event. Knox then wiped his mouth and thought, therefore charters is well worth exploring. Knox then asked Garen, "Brother, are you going to charters?" Hearing this, he replied, "Yes." Knox then thought to himself, naturally for someone like me to get all that. Knox then calmly said, "I'll follow you." He thought to himself, "I must directly participate in the charters expedition." Knox's words surprised the two. They then immediately asked, "Knox, what are you saying? What kind of place do you think charters is?" Knox then said, "I heard it's a neutral area where monsters suddenly attack, and it's also a place where bandits secretly recruit armies." Garen was silent at this moment, and then Knox's brother said, "I've heard many rumors about you lately." Knox then thought to himself, Garen's ability is insight. He then asked, "Did you pass through the forest maze with the second daughter of the Stylener family?" Knox then calmly replied, "Yes." Inwardly he thought, that ability can detect why someone acts recklessly, and if the target's stats are lower than his own he can quickly figure out the reason. Knox then continued to think, simply put, it's an ability that makes him an expert in interpersonal relationships in this world and in politics. Ryan then said, "So it's also true that you defeated the twins and took a common maid as your subordinate." Knox then thought to himself, "But the steel will has activated to prevent the backlash of insight," he very calmly said. "Everything is true." Garen then said, "Understood, you must have defeated many people lately." Garen's face became sinister as he said, "But I can't take you, who hasn't even entered Eldon Academy yet, on this mission. I don't want to clean up your corpse." Suddenly he exclaimed, "Wait," Knox's father said, "I think I can guarantee that nothing will happen." Ryan then helplessly exclaimed, "Ha!" He then left saying, "Take your brother with you." Garen complained and exclaimed loudly, "Father!" At this moment his father's face became sinister. "This is an order." His eyes began to look at Knox. Seeing his father looking at him, he sweated. At this moment his father said, "I will provide the necessary equipment for the mission." His father continued, "Prepare to depart in 3 days." Knox then looked through the door and thought, what just happened? He then continued to think, why did father allow me to go so easily? Recalling and thinking of his father's eyes, he thought to himself, it's because of Mrs. Theo. He then hesitated and thought, what is father plotting? Knox then asked, what do you want? Brother Garen's face was sinister and he said, Knox, are you crazy? Knox then calmly said, whether I'm crazy or not, it won't be as bad as you were back then. Brother Garen became angry and said, what, how dare you joke like that? He then grabbed Knox by the collar. Knox then said, you'd better be careful. Garen's face was sinister and he said, it's hard if you get hurt, especially since you've got a rare chance to go to charters. Suddenly a scream was heard. Oh my god, the scream made him turn around. It turned out to be Devillia who had spilled the wine. Suddenly a scream was heard. Oh my god. The scream made Knox turn around. It turned out to be Devillia who had spilled the wine. The wine spilled on Nox's clothes. Devilia bowed her head and apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, young master. Young master Nox, I'll wipe it up right away. Please return to your room first without me." Garen looked at her with contempt. Seeing that, Nox said, "Brother, I'm sorry, but my maid made a mistake." At this moment she bowed her head deeply, and then the two turned and left. Nox then said, "Excuse me first." He looked at his brother with contempt and said, "See you later." 3 days later, after saying goodbye and preparing to fight monsters, hearing this, Garen became angry, clenched his fist and left the room. At this moment Nox said, "Thank you." He then continued, "Thanks to you I was able to get out of that awkward situation." Devilia said, "Indeed. You really have a knack for getting into trouble." She then continued, "But will you be all right? The monsters in charters are." Hearing her words, Nox reassured her, "It'll be fine, don't worry too much." Suddenly a scream was heard. "Young Master Nox." It turned out to be Rona. Rona was startled at this moment and continued, "Where are you going?" Nox looked at Rona and thought, "She's forgotten that I'm her young master." Ah, he then turned and said, "Rumors really spread fast. Everything's already decided." He then thought to himself, "Is the rumor of an incompetent and useless son participating in the charters expedition so shocking?" At this moment, Devilia said, "This time I have to agree with Rona." She then continued worriedly, "I think the charters region is too dangerous. The number of monsters and bandits there will be in the hundreds." Hearing that, he calmly said, "It'll be fine. I know what I'm doing." He thought to himself, "This is exactly why I decided to go there. This is my chance to extend my lifespan." Nox then continued, "I'm going on the mission without either of you. So both of you stay here." Suddenly, Devilia said, "I'm sorry." She then continued, "But I can't do that." She continued, "As your dedicated maid, I have a duty to support you wherever you are, therefore I will also go with you." Nox then said worriedly, "You might get hurt." Devilia then replied, "Yes." She then continued, "But the same could happen to you." She continued, "I heard from Rona that you are very weak and prone to illness." She then continued to surprise him, "Can you go on such a long journey without me? And you're very forgetful, often forgetting many personal items. Your clothes also need to be changed and washed every day." She continued, "Can you do all that alone?" Nox then put his hand on the door and thought to himself, "He's right." He then scratched his head and thought, "This world is now my reality." The things she had just mentioned were basic necessities that he didn't need to consider when all this was just a game. He then looked at Devilia and thought, "If something happens to me, her position in the Reinhofer family will also become quite awkward." He continued to think, "Perhaps Devilia has no choice but to follow me." He then looked at her and said, "Understood." He helplessly continued, "But you must obey my orders, and you'll have to learn to ride a horse." Devilia then said, "Understood. I've become quite close with the horses lately." Rona immediately exclaimed loudly upon hearing this. "Close with the horses?" Rona then asked her worriedly. "Devilia, how did you do that?" Devilia then explained, "I spent half my salary buying the best sugar cubes for the horses, so they quickly warmed up to me." Hearing this, Rona said angrily, "Those trash horses weren't food, these bad horses." Hearing this, Nox said with amusement, "Ah, you really are a monster, just like your master." He then turned and said, "Anyway, Rona will stay here. Devilia, you will come to help me, and since you're coming with me, you need to prepare thoroughly." He then turned and thought, "She looked quite worried just now." Seeing Rona's tearful eyes, Nox stroked Rona's head and thought, "Will she really be okay?" Just then, a knock was heard, and everyone turned. Roswell entered and said, "Young Master Nox, the Patriarch has an item he wishes to bestow upon you." Hearing that, Nox thought, "An item from Theo?" He remembered his father's words, "Our family will provide the necessary items for the mission." He continued to think, "Is this one of those items? Moreover, for some reason, Theo sided with me at dinner last night. I wonder what he's scheming." At that moment, Nox's father spoke. "You've arrived," Nox politely replied. "I heard father has something to give me." His father calmly said, "That's right, but whether you can obtain this item or not is entirely up to you." At this, a sword was placed on the table and Nox looked at it, saying, "This is..." He looked at the sword and said, "The sword of the Reinhofer family's first patriarch." After that, he thought, "The sword of the Reinhofer family's first patriarch, this is..." And his face was etched with extreme worry. Nox looked at his father and said, "This is truly astonishing." He recalled the sword, thinking, "This is an item that has never appeared in Inner Lunatic. Even I, a veteran player who has cleared this game 27 times, have no information about this item." At this moment, he felt doubt and hesitation. "But why is father giving this to me? I really can't understand the current situation." Nox clenched his fist, thinking inwardly, "I must obtain this." His gaze was fixed on the sword and he thought, "But the appearance of this sword." At that moment, his father spoke again. "It probably looks quite old to you." After that, his father continued, "But this sword accompanied the first patriarch throughout his life. This sword has accompanied me throughout my life." Nox then said, "Please tell me the test I must pass to possess this sword." His father then said, "Pick up that sword." Nox then thought, looking at his hands, he gripped the sword and lifted it. The power emanating from the sword was immense. His eyes were blankly lost in thought. "My mana is being absorbed." The sword was very dark at this moment. An immense power burst forth, surprising him and making him think. "The color of the sword has changed." His father then spoke. "As expected, you're beginning to feel mana." Nox was blank at this moment. His father stood up and said, "Excellent, just as I thought." After that, his father continued, "This sword absorbs the user's mana and releases its power several times over." He looked at the sword and thought, "It releases the power of mana several times over." Nox then said. This sword seems difficult to use. His eyes were lost in thought at this moment, and the sword radiated immense power. A warning immediately appeared. Your mana is being rapidly absorbed, the system continued to warn. Due to a sudden change, the acting master trait is becoming unstable. Nox broke into a cold sweat, thinking inwardly, wait, if mana is absorbed this quickly, it will be too dangerous for me. His father then calmly presented a condition. If you want that sword, he continued, you only need to hold it for 10 minutes. Hearing that, Nox was flustered, thinking, 10 minutes? He struggled to hold the sword in this situation. He kept thinking, that cunning old man. His father continued. The name of that sword is Stormbringer. Nox was still struggling to hold the sword at this moment. His father then said that the name of the sword was Lion of the Storm. The system then displayed basic information. Name Lion of the Storm, weakened. Equipment category, enhanceable. Grade intermediate to advanced, attribute, darkness. Nox was sweating as he struggled to hold the sword, and the system sent another notification. Special effect, each time you kill an enemy with this sword, it absorbs your mana and converts it into its own stats. The system then continued, after absorbing a large amount of the player's mana, the sword will release it and unleash its power. Nox was holding the sword with trembling hands, thinking, what good is this pile of information now? At this moment, the system suddenly sent another notification. Your mana has been completely depleted. Changing energy source. Nox was immensely surprised at this moment. After that, the system continued to notify, forcing the player's life force to convert into mana. Nox was struggling to hold the sword at this moment, and the sword changed from purple to red. The system immediately displayed a notification. Your life force is rapidly depleting. Nox cursed inwardly at this moment. Damn it. He looked at the sword, thinking inwardly, alright, I should give up here. He tried to let go of the sword but couldn't, and thought, why can't I let go of the sword? Nox was angry at this moment and cursed. This damn sword. His father glanced at him. His father's gaze pierced through him, and he thought inwardly, Stormbringer, this kind of sword, this demonic sword can grant terrible power to the one who wields it. He continued to think at this moment. The first patriarch used this sword to establish the family, but even though the Renhofer family is famous as a dark magic family, his descendants could not control that sword. He looked at his son collapsed on the floor and thought, 9 out of 10 people collapse from exhaustion as soon as they pick up the sword. Holding that sword for 10 minutes is a long time. Seeing Nox panting and exhausted, he thought inwardly, even I can only hold out for about an hour. He continued to think inwardly at this moment. But he ordered the youngest son, who is not yet proficient in mana control, to use this sword. Moreover, it's no coincidence that he recently saved a maid by chance, and everything happening in this family is related to Nox. Nox collapsed at this moment, thinking, that child has progressed far more than I expected. His gaze was fixed on him, and he thought inwardly, perhaps that child possesses the talent of a sword emperor. Seeing Nox's hand still holding the sword, he continued to think, that's why I decided to test that child. If that child can hold this sword for 10 minutes, he continued, it means Nox has the potential to become the greatest patriarch in the family's history. Nox plunged the sword into the ground, he thought at this moment, and Nox was panting, and his father thought, that child will surpass me. Nox gritted his teeth and looked at his father, cursing inwardly, he's going to kill me in the end. His father calmly said to Nox, as I thought. You were hiding your power. At that moment a voice suddenly came. Father, what are you saying? He left at this moment, saying, from now on this sword is yours. Nox looked at his father, panting and bursting with indignation, thinking inwardly, damn it, you should at least return my life force before you leave. 3 days later, the charter's expedition departed. Devilia, sitting on a horse, said, there are so many things to bring. She continued at this moment, fortunately I can fit all of this into a dimensional pouch. Meanwhile, Nox had a blank expression on his face. Seeing that, she worriedly thought, the young master was really looking forward to this trip, so why does he look so down? Nox sighed at this moment. She continued to think, besides Stormbringer, Theo also gave him other weapons. Nox was still angry at this moment, thinking, losing my life force like this, I don't feel grateful at all. At that moment, he suddenly caught sight of Garen. He thought inwardly, Garen is taking quite a lot of things. Garen was smiling joyfully at this moment. Haha, among the monsters I learned about at the academy. He continued to think at this moment, it's too much that he's making me carry these things to follow him, but it's fine, I'm using him anyway. At that moment, a voice suddenly came. Not over there? Nox and Devilia both stared blankly. The two people riding ahead were arguing loudly. No, I'm sure this is the way. No, this must be the way. Ryan then spoke. Are we already lost? His face was serious and frowned. If we keep going like this, when will we arrive? He said loudly. John, didn't you say you could definitely get there? John, the captain of the knights Garen had hired, bowed his head and apologized. My mistake, I've never been this way before. Garen then continued to ask him, am I right that we're lost, you fool? Devilia then said, young Master Nox. Hearing that, he turned to her and said, I wasn't talking to you, I was talking to those incompetent fools. At this moment he pulled on the reins of his horse and his horse began to stomp its hooves. Nox then said, brother, he continued to say, it seems we've run into a problem. Hearing that, Garen said, it's none of your business. Nox calmly said to him, brother, you're lost. Garen then shouted angrily, I said it's none of your business. Nox then said, he calmly continued, I can take you there. Garen gritted his teeth and said, what? He looked at his younger brother, thinking inwardly, how ridiculous. How can a guy who's only ever lived in the mansion guide me there? Nox calmly said at this moment, brother, hire me as your guide. I'm quite competent, you know. Even the family retainers praise this talent of mine." Garen then looked at his younger brother and asked, "Did the retainers really praise you?" He looked at Devilia thinking that guy is shamelessly lying. Garen looked at Nox thinking inwardly, it's a problem if we're delayed, but what if Nox can't do it? At this moment a flash of thought crossed his mind, perhaps I can break that guy's confidence. Then getting a little lost wouldn't be a bad thing, Ryan then spoke. If you're so confident, brother, I'll let you lead the way. Nox smiled. He immediately guided the way, saying, "This way." A moment later everyone had set up a fire. At this moment Garen spoke, "Is the campsite set up for tonight?" His brother then shouted loudly. "How on earth did that guy find the way so quickly?" he shouted angrily. "This is an undeveloped southern region. Even experienced guides struggle to find their way." He continued to curse the two of them. "How did that guy do it?" The young man spoke, "But he really found the way." Garen was even more angry and cursed. "Shut up. Do you expect me to believe that guy knows the way so quickly?" He continued to curse. How could that be? All of his words were heard by Nox. Nox then thought, "Unfortunately for brother, I already knew the way. For a veteran player, this is child's play." Nox continued to think, "I've been to the Charters region many times before as it's a strategic location." Devilia then called out, "Young Master Nox, how did you find the way so quickly?" Nox then pointed with his finger and said, "Don't you see anything on the ground?" Hearing that, she looked down at the ground and said blankly, "On the ground," Nox then explained, "it's the footprints and fur of an owl bear." After that he continued, "It's a monster with an owl's head and a bear's body that lives in the south. Their habitat is the southern border of Charters. So by following these tracks you can easily find your way to Charters." Hearing that, she asked, "Is it okay to set up camp within the owlbear territory?" At this moment a voice came, "They're afraid of fire, you know. They won't come to places where many people camp. I heard young Master Nox has changed a lot, but I didn't expect this." The three looked at each other and said, "Isn't he even more capable than the second young master who went to the academy?" Garen gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. "Shut up." At this moment he asked, "Seuss, did H and Alan lose to him?" Garen's butler Seuss spoke. "Yes, they did." He gritted his teeth at this moment and said, "I need to confirm his power for myself." At this moment Seuss's face became very sinister, saying, "By chance I have the perfect weapon." After that he extended his pocket and said, "This is." Garen's face changed to a sinister expression, saying, "Good." After that he said, "It seems tonight will be a long night for Nox." Night fell, the flames were almost extinguished and the guards were all fast asleep. Someone appeared from the bushes. Inside Nox's tent he had his eyes tightly closed. He opened his eyes and thought, "It's starting?" He immediately picked up his sword. Seeing that, Devilia noticed that although the weather was normal, a sudden wind blew. Leaves scattered chaotically. Before him was a horde of monsters, and the sword in Nox's hand was already prepared long ago. Monsters with blurry appearances and hideous warhammers as weapons glared fiercely at him. Without a hint of surprise, Nox seemed barely awake from sleep. The four monsters had actually already sensed that something was wrong with him. That, a handful of sand on the ground caught Nox's attention. That could be the cause. How could they have deceived him? One look was enough to know what it was. Earth and stone mixed with monster pheromones. This was, perhaps that guy is using the fact that it's the monsters' mating season to lure them here. If the monsters couldn't escape Nox's understanding, how could the one who brought them not know? Garen tried to use them to threaten him, but Nox never lost confidence, always feeling filled with this power. "There are my prey and life there." Just then the system sent another notification. "The holy relic Stormbringer is responding to the user's will and mana." A monster, no different from a blue giant, rushed at him. That amount of weight couldn't possibly compare to Nox's speed. A single sword strike was enough to take them down. His immense power spread beyond that area. It seemed to provoke and anger them, but left them powerless, and Nox leapt with all his might. He appeared to pour all his strength into a single fatal blow. The sword struck the ground faster than the speed of light, and Nox slid past the monster's body. The monster was still looking up at the sky, seeing stars with a bewildered expression, but Nox had already landed long ago, drops of blood still clinging to his face. At this moment he was filled only with cold composure. Wherever his zigzag swordsmanship touched, it inflicted damage on the monsters. The monster was hit once by him and sent to the afterlife before it had a chance to counterattack. Very satisfied with his mana, Nox examined it closely. "This sword isn't half bad." The smile that appeared on his lips was evidence of his satisfaction with his own performance. "I'm a bit worried about continuously consuming mana as if in a fierce battle. If mana consumption is this high, there will be problems." But it was needless worry. What fun would there be in stopping there? Nox wanted to take them down one by one to his heart's content. The current Nox was very different from before and increasingly demonstrated superior skill. "I feel like I can wield this sword in any direction I want. It fits my hand perfectly." After warming up, he felt disappointed that all the monsters were defeated with only one remaining. What a pity! The monster realized that if it stayed here it would lose its life and hesitated whether to flee or not. In its moment of panic, the monster couldn't think much. It quickly escaped the pit of death he had brought and fled. "You want to run? Did I give you permission?" Nox whistled to signal his horse. C heard the sound and knew he was needed. Just like Nox's horse, its blue mane glowed in the night forest. As soon as C galloped up, he grabbed the reins and leaped onto the horse. He was applying the principle that 4 legs are faster than 2. And Nox's momentum was no joke. He spurred the horse to gallop even faster with all his might. This time he was determined to take down this monster. Sitting on C's back, Nox confidently swung his sword, delivering a powerful blow to the monster. He could finally stop. He heard the system notification and let out a sigh of relief. He gained 1 day and 9 hours of lifespan after defeating the monsters. Devilia poked her head out of the tent, concerned about his condition. Young Master Nox, are you all right? Continuing to wait was not a good idea. Given her personality, rushing out to look for him was quite common. Nox chided her for not listening. I told you to wait in the tent. Devilia was only concerned about his safety. She hurriedly wanted to strengthen their defenses. What kind of monsters would be at the forest entrance area? Should we call the night watch and those still awake to set up defenses? Stroking his horse, he fully surmised that someone had intentionally lured the monsters here. This matter was beyond her imagination, and she still couldn't understand how Nox knew, remaining bewildered. The image of Nox's brother was drawn before Ryan von Rinhofer's eyes. Unbelievable that Nox happened to figure out he was trying to harm us by using the monster's habits. This was why he had intentionally set up the tent far from them. Devilia was no ordinary person. As a former young lady of a prestigious family, she immediately grasped the underlying intention. So, young master, you are now testing his abilities? Treating his horse very gently, he continued to stroke it. Yes, you can all sleep now. How long will Brotherhood last because of power struggles? Nox also fully understood the current situation. Garen probably thinks I can't enter the ranks of the family's successor candidates, right? That's why he still thought it was better to confirm my actual abilities before making his next decision. Compared to the eldest brother, Garen is still not strong. So he had no choice but to use such a despicable plan to gain information and confirm my abilities. He sat carefully and sniffed what had lured the monsters. He seemed to know what to do, but he had to let him know that such meaningless tricks wouldn't work on him. Devilia didn't immediately know what the object he pulled out was for. Young Master Nox, what are you trying to do now? I feel like Nox is about to retaliate against his beloved brother. Does he know how to lure more monsters? Who would have thought he would pull out a bottle to collect monster blood? Although there was some doubt, Nox wanted to try it once. This is probably monster blood. He couldn't understand what his thoughts meant now, but monsters were also like humans. The tent sleeping in the middle of the forest in his understanding meant that the monsters would come seeking revenge for their fallen kin. The natural scenery was no different from when Nox first encountered the monsters. Garen couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the crystal ball glowing. What's going on? He was slightly irritated because he was pulling up his blanket, getting ready to sleep. The crystal ball detected the monster's mana movement. Why are they still howling at this hour? In his very simple mind, he naturally didn't care. This is a magical tool that can detect mana when monsters approach. Could it be monsters, or is it broken? No matter how carefully he tried to think again. The result was unbelievable. This is a new crystal ball Father gave me. We're still at the forest's edge. How can there be a monster strong enough to activate the crystal ball? It cannot appear here. The loud noise outside made him tremble, and he was bewildered, almost collapsing. Not only that, but the screams of the servants outside also annoyed him. As Garen's butler Seuss pulled back the tent flap, his face was more tense than ever. My lord, flee quickly. Urgent news? Only then did Garen finally poke his head out. He was furious, enraged at being disturbed before he could sleep. What's going on? It was his own doing. The accompanying soldiers were struggling to fight. Monsters have come in hordes. Sweat poured down ceaselessly, and he could only stand huddled in a corner trembling with fear. Damn it, there's no use fighting anymore. Even after dawn, the situation hadn't ended, and there shouldn't be monsters here normally, right? Since this place has become a ruin after the monsters passed, bring the injured here and take care of things over there. He merely reprimanded others, without looking back at what he had done. Foolish idiots. Dark circles under Garen's eyes from a sleepless night were clearly visible. He shouted loudly in anger. Did you scatter seeds that lure monsters on my tent? Seuss quickly made excuses. How could he bear his master's wrath? Nonsense, that's really strange. I'm sure I scattered them on young Master Nox's tent. Meanwhile, Nox was just stretching, greeting the new morning bathed in golden sunlight. He even specifically greeted her. What a refreshing morning, isn't it, Devilia? In this case, there was nothing to be done either. She had already prepared breakfast. Young Master Nox, please eat. Nox wanted to eat with her. Thank you, you sit too. But Devilia refused. Yes, I am a maid, so I cannot eat with the young master. But he immediately found a reasonable excuse. We're on a mission, aren't we? So if you prepare a separate meal, it'll be quite bothersome. If monsters appear, it'll be terrible. Nox's mood changed in an instant. HMPH, who knows how troublesome. He teased her there with a slightly triumphant voice. Nox knew well how everything had happened. 10 monsters, maybe they'll appear here too, just like they attacked my brother's tent, he asked when she didn't say anything. What's wrong? Devilia shook her head and sighed. I was just thinking that the master I serve seems a bit shameless. He didn't scold her at all and picked up his bowl to eat breakfast. You'll have to get used to it too. Garen continued to stand there giving orders this way and that, then packed up his tent and left. Yes, my lord. He didn't let go of the spoon in his mouth, wondering what else he was thinking. The soldiers saw the bloodstains on the tent and surmised that the bloodstained tent should be discarded. That's probably why I'm always being chased by ogres. Seeing Nox concentrating, she spoke. What are you trying to do? Should we help them? It was he who had taught them a lesson. No need. She hadn't expected Nox to be so frank. Yes, then they continued. In his opinion, there was no escape from the monsters. Right? Even if I leave this place, the ogres are likely to keep following me. Although Nox seemed simple on the surface, in reality, every single move held his own advantage. I thought so from the beginning. As long as he doesn't stop that intention, more problems will come looking for me, but if I tell her, she might worry even more. Since it was already calculated, he was waiting for them to come even more than Garen was. But it was also an opportunity. I needed more ogres to appear and be dealt with to extend my lifespan. She saw that even though he tilted his bowl, the contents didn't spill out. Are you finished eating? Nox had to hurry more than ever to quickly take down a few more monsters here. He stood there, looking at everything bathed in sunlight. The area they had passed through had not returned to its former quiet state. Nox had already prepared for the journey ahead, and after packing, he would simply continue forward. He still couldn't escape the monsters. They clung to him like hungry leeches. In broad daylight, it brazenly roamed through the forest, passing one spot. It got a feeling that something was wrong. Thinking someone was chasing it from behind, it turned its head. Startled by the sudden attack, the monster was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. A quick and decisive blow added monster blood to the ground. Early the next morning on the second day, sunlight poured over the hills. Nox held a wooden stick and continuously struck the ground hard with one end of it. The ground. Nox and Devilia rode one horse together. She sat behind him, gripping his clothes tightly to keep her balance. With one hand he held the reins and the wooden stick, and with the other, he raised it above his forehead to block the strong sunlight, improving his vision. HMPH, I've grasped the terrain of this entire area. Nox and Garen led the way. The others followed closely behind them. Nox thought that Charters was still quite far, so he was a little worried. But this is truly amazing. Garen spurred his horse closer to Nox. He called Nox. Nox and Devilia simultaneously turned their heads to look at him. Garen opened his mouth and asked, "What do you plan to do about the monsters approaching us?" "Do you think we can shake them off?" Nox replied with a confident smile. Of course. He looked straight ahead and continued with a serious face. "We could launch a large-scale subjugation here, but that would definitely attract the attention of other monsters, so it would be a wiser choice to focus on getting out of this forest instead." His voice resonated slightly, "and by doing so, unwanted problems would not arise." Unwanted problems? Garen clearly didn't think so. He glanced at Nox with suspicious eyes. No problems, you say?" Seeing Nox surrounded and welcomed by everyone, they kept calling young Master Nox and asking, "Since when did you know so much about monsters?" Garen became even more annoyed. He couldn't hold back and thought to himself, "Since when did that guy suddenly take command of the soldiers?" Nox, completely unaware that Garen was displeased with him, continued to tap the ground with the end of his wooden stick. Just then, someone suddenly called him. "Young Master Nox?" A soldier couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, "Why do you keep stomping on the ground?" Nox looked at the soldier slightly blankly and replied, "Because monsters can appear at any time." The soldier who had just asked the question immediately froze. Everyone who heard those words was so surprised that their faces turned pale. The soldier stammered and asked again, "Monsters?" Nox smiled and nodded, affirming, "That's right." The soldier, as if disbelieving, had barely finished speaking here before the ground beneath their feet suddenly shook. The sound emanating from the ground sent the horses into a panic, almost making them uncontrollable. Devilia, sitting behind Nox, was startled. The ground in front of them suddenly split open and something was crawling up from below, piercing through the earth. Nox's horse was frightened and startled. It quickly lifted its front hooves to avoid it. Nox calmly pulled on the horse's reins. Devilia, sitting behind him, screamed in fear. "Look out!" Nox looked at what had just appeared and with an excited laugh said, "It's coming." A giant monster burst forth from beneath the ground. It opened its mouth wide, filled with sharp teeth. Someone, it's unclear who, shouted that it was a giant worm. Everyone quickly dismounted their horses, calmed down, and looked up at the writhing creature before their eyes. The giant worm was a monster resembling a snake and an earthworm. In Inner Lunatic, they were known as peculiar dragon species, and could be considered not fully evolved. Upon seeing it, his face became even more serious. Because of it, they couldn't use magic, yet they were still incredibly terrifying. Remembering the ferocious monster chasing them, he thought to himself, "Compared to dozens of monsters rushing at us, this worm is much harder to defeat." Nox imagined the giant worm chewing on the monsters' heads, but he was actually waiting for it to come, while Garen and the rest of the soldiers were terrified. Nox laughed happily again. These soldiers would probably be shocked if they knew he was continuously stomping the ground to lure the giant worm. Haha, but what could they do, he thought to himself. If they had a complaint, they could just possess a game character's body and act with foreknowledge. Nox turned around and shouted, "Everyone prepare for battle and hide in the bushes." Everyone who was preparing for battle with swords suddenly paused. "What? Hide?" someone asked back, not understanding. "Aren't we going to attack?" Nox didn't explain immediately. He smiled slightly and thought to himself, "Let the enemies fight each other." He remembered telling them then, "The monsters, you'll be fine if you get out of this forest quickly." He thought to himself, "That's a lie." Suddenly, a loud noise came from behind the soldiers in the forest, startling everyone. They turned their heads and looked back. Giant, powerful monsters appeared from the hazy dust. They roared ferociously, and Nox watched them, thinking to himself that he had no intention of running away from them at all. Devilia was still clinging to Nox's sleeve, and she turned her head in fear, calling out to young Master Nox. Her face was pale, she was sweating coldly. and the hand gripping his sleeve trembled incessantly with fear. Countless monsters have been chasing us. Nox lowered his eyes and comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, I've already taken care of everything." After speaking, he turned his head and asked her, "Devilia, do you know what kind of monster giant worms hate the most?" Devilia didn't understand what he was saying. She asked back, "What do you mean?" As strong vibrations were felt around them again, Devilia clung tightly to Nox's back in fright. Seeing the monsters ferociously attacking the giant worm with large clubs, Nox said excitedly, "It's those very monsters." The monsters roared as if signaling their kin. Worms always hunted monsters as their main food, and the monsters always sought revenge. They were fundamentally incompatible, Nox calmly continued, observing the battle not far away. Therefore, experienced adventurers know how to use this fact. Devilia looked up at his back and asked back, slightly surprised, "Use this." The giant worm roared, opening its wide red mouth full of sharp teeth. It lunged and snapped up a monster charging from above. The monsters were not afraid. Instead, they became even more agitated. They scattered and continuously struck the giant body of the worm with their spiky clubs. Devilia covered her mouth with her hand and stared intently at this sight, a hint of disbelief in her heart. Those monsters! Everyone was hiding behind a large tree nearby, observing the situation. Devilia thought to herself, even more surprised, "They're attacking each other." Garen's face turned pale. He was sweating coldly and he gritted his teeth. He thought, slightly bewildered, "Damn it, how did Nox know this information?" Nox suddenly reached out and fiddled with a few stones he had prepared on the ground. Devilia sat beside him and asked, not very confidently, "So all we have to do now is wait?" Nox didn't answer her, instead picking up a stone from the ground. As the monsters and the giant worm engaged in fierce combat, their roars continuously echoed. Nox crouched down and without hesitation threw the stone in his hand at them. The stone flew like an arrow and hit one of the monsters on the shoulder. More stones followed, all hitting the bodies of the battling monsters. Devilia looked at Nox and asked, puzzled, "Young Master Nox, what are you doing right now?" she said, slightly worried. "What if the monsters change their target to us? Why are you throwing stones?" Just then, the giant worm in the midst of battle had just struck down two monsters. Nox's game system continuously displayed two notification windows. Your stamina has increased by 0.1. Your stamina has increased by 0.1. Survival time has been extended by 8 hours after defeating monsters. Nox's lips curved upwards as he played with the stone in his hand. "My apologies, Devilia. To gain experience points I had to hit the orcs at least once." Of course, he couldn't tell her this fact. Nox suddenly realized something. He looked at the fierce battle situation before his eyes. The system continuously displayed two notification windows. Survival time has been extended by 8 hours after defeating monsters. Your stamina has increased by 0.1. At the same time, the giant worm swallowed the last monster. Nox thought to himself that the battle was over. Garen, hidden behind a nearby rock and witnessing this scene, opened his mouth wide in shock. "Damn it, luckily I could use the monsters, but they still lost in the end." He bit his lip and his face turned pale with fear. He asked himself worriedly, "What should I do now? That worm is too difficult to defeat. How can I escape?" Nox suddenly stood up and placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. He said calmly, "Everyone prepare to attack." Garen and everyone else turned to look at Nox in surprise. Nox turned and told everyone, "Everyone throw your bows and arrows or spears into the worm's mouth." A soldier holding a bow stammered in fright, "Why, young master?" Another soldier stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Everyone obey young Master Nox's command," he shouted loudly. "Attack!" Everyone, following the signal, raised their weapons high and aimed at the charging giant worm which had its mouth wide open. Countless arrows and spears were fired. They embedded themselves directly into the giant worm's body, and the worm howled in pain. Nox gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, smiled confidently, and drew his sword. "Now it's my turn." The moment Nox fully drew his sword, it was as if all clocks had stopped. The surrounding scenery suddenly lost its color, and the arrows and spears flying towards the giant worm along with water droplets in the air suddenly stopped moving. The soldiers were no exception. They couldn't move a muscle. Nox charged forward without hesitation, and with everything around him frozen, only he could move. In the black and white landscape, the golden light emanating from his magic was exceptionally dazzling. Nox stomped hard on the ground and charged. While time was stopped, he leaped high and swung his sword countless times at the giant worm's body. The sword slashing across the giant worm's body all left golden streaks, and Nox spun in the air, performing a somersault. He balanced his body and landed gently on the ground. Just then, the stop time was released and the clock hands moved again. Nox stood with his back to the giant worm with a confident smile on his lips. He slowly sheathed his sword. On the giant worm's body behind him, several more large wounds appeared. Hot blood from inside the worm's body gushed everywhere. At the same time, a notification also appeared in Nox's game system. Survival time has been extended by 10 days after defeating the giant worm. The system notified, current survival days 122. Nox turned his head to look, and the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed. The surrounding dust rose up in a white cloud. The giant worm's body lay completely defeated. Nox thought to himself, "Niece, 10 days, that's more than I expected." Seeing the monster's bloodied corpses lying on the nearby grass, Nox became even more certain. "I guess they were medium-sized monsters. If it weren't for the monsters, I wouldn't have killed that worm so easily." The system continued to display notifications. Your stamina is currently 5. The effect of the luck growth trait has disappeared. Nox was slightly surprised. He recalled the moment he tore the paper with the magic circle drawn on it, and thought to himself with a touch of regret, Along with the weakening curse, the hidden fragment growth I used has also disappeared. What a pity. Nox's body was quite stained with the giant worm's blood. He looked at his tightly clenched fist and consoled himself. Well, at least my stamina has reached 5. Everyone rushed to Nox and surrounded him. One of them asked worriedly, "Young Master Nox, are you hurt anywhere?" Nox turned his head and replied to everyone, "I'm fine, everyone did well," the person quickly said. "No, young master, you did exceptionally well." Everyone exclaimed loudly and simultaneously with joyful expressions, "Young master is truly amazing." While Nox looked at them and said nonchalantly, "It's nothing, everyone, reform your ranks." As soon as he finished speaking, a slight tremor was suddenly felt next to the giant worm's corpse and the ground began to crack. Nox sensed something strange and quickly turned his head. Everyone was surprised, worried, and confused. Another giant worm suddenly burst forth from underground, opening its massive mouth full of sharp teeth and roaring. Someone, it's unclear who, shouted that another giant worm had appeared. Everyone returned to their positions. Nox quickly drew his sword. He stared intently at the giant worm as if caught off guard. Another one appeared. Before he could think further, someone urgently called out to him, "Young Master Nox, quickly retreat." While Nox stood blankly, he suddenly heard someone shout, "Get out of the way!" The person threw himself, leapt high, and then with a magnificent, decisive sword attack split the recently appeared giant worm into 2. He gripped his sword tightly, and his eyes were obscured by shadows, making them hard to see. Nox watched this sight in shock, still holding his sword. "Wait, what is this?" The face of the person who had just appeared and defeated the giant worm was slightly stained with the worm's blood. Nox couldn't believe his eyes. Why has he appeared here? Standing on the giant worm's head, that person held the blood-stained hilt of a sword in his hand and smiled confidently. Nox was speechless in shock. What is he doing here? Genius swordsmanship. Everyone, including Garen, was surprised and murmured. Nox stared intently at that person and realized he was Paracelsus, one of the 3 sword emperors, one of the most powerful figures in Inner Lunatic, and a disciple of Theo and Celsus. Paracelsus' eyes gleamed and his body was quite stained with the giant worm's blood. He smiled and said, "Hey, esteemed sir, I just saved you, and not even a word of thanks?" Nox looked at Paracelsus with a wary gaze, knowing he despised nobles to his very core. Zeus frowned in anger. He stood behind Paracelsus, politely extended his hand to point at him, and cursed loudly. "Shameless fellow, do you know who that person is?" Paracelsus didn't seem to care much. He put one hand on his waist and scratched his head with the other, not even looking at the 2 of them, and turned his head in another direction, saying, "Oh, my apologies." His actions clearly provoked anger. He pointed a finger at him and asked, "Who are you?" Paracelsus glanced at him and chuckled. He introduced himself. "My name is Paracelsus. You can think of me as a mercenary." Nox stared intently at Paracelsus. Considering what he had experienced in his youth, his animosity towards nobles was understandable, but the important problem was, Nox recalled the storyline of the game he had played. At that time, Paracelsus was fighting someone else. He thought to himself, "My first encounter with Paracelsus should have been at Elden Academy. I've played this game countless times, but I've never met him before the academy opened." Nox clenched his fist. Then something must have happened. Zeus extended his hand and asked, "Paracelsus, may I verify your identity?" Paracelsus crossed his arms and replied nonchalantly, "Of course." Nox glanced at Paracelsus, who was being bothered by Zeus on one side, feeling slightly confused about what he should do. The group then crossed the forest together. Garen, riding behind Paracelsus, suddenly spurred his horse forward and stopped Paracelsus. "Hey, you said you were a mercenary, right?" Paracelsus turned to look at him with a nonchalant expression. Garen said, not caring, "Are you also heading to Charters?" Paracelsus nodded and sighed. He closed and opened his eyes, then replied, "Yes, that's my first stop. I heard it's an ideal place for monster hunting this time of year." Nox, riding nearby, heard those words and placed a hand on his chin, falling into thought. Monster hunting. His expression grew more serious. To train further, Paracelsus traveled all over the kingdom before the academy opened. Was he planning to train just anywhere? Garen extended his hand to Paracelsus and said affably, "You look young. Are you going alone? You seem quite confident in your abilities." Paracelsus merely glanced at him and said nothing. Garen smiled and suggested, "I'll pay you quite handsomely. Why don't you become my subordinate and join me in monster hunting?" Paracelsus raised an eyebrow upon hearing those words, as if genuinely considering it. A beautiful curve formed on the corner of his lips. HMPH. Paracelsus lowered his eyes and turned his head back to look straight ahead. "Since you are the son of Lord Theo of Reinhofer, one of the sword emperors, I actually have a question for both of you." Upon hearing his words, Nox turned his head to look at him. Slightly surprised, Zeus shouted loudly in anger, "How dare you speak so disrespectfully?" Garen waved his hand to stop him. "Let him be." Then he turned to Paracelsus and said, "I'll give you time to think." Watching Paracelsus right ahead of him, Garen thought to himself, "A skill level that can defeat a giant worm in one blow. I must win him over to my side." Garen curved his lips, his face full of calculated expressions. "That way I can regain the soldiers' attention from Nox." Sunset, the sun's rays shone on the village walls, and from above one could easily see the small forest-covered town. Seeing the village appear before them, he said, "Brother, we've arrived." He thought this was Charters. They stopped their horses at the village gate and a few people opened it to greet them. Nox looked around, inwardly assessing that the place was more desolate than when he played the game. Inside an empty wooden barrel lying nearby, 2 plump rats kept squeaking. Ryan displayed disgust and revulsion at this sight. A frail child, covered in dust from head to toe, looked pitiful. She cautiously approached and asked, "Do you have anything to eat?" Ryan, feeling disgusted, pulled his hand back and discreetly moved away from the child. The child, on the verge of tears, suddenly spotted Nox on horseback nearby and stared at him. Nox coldly turned his face away. The child lowered their head, silently overcome with sorrow, and almost burst into tears. Paracelsus secretly glanced at the child. His face suddenly turned cold, and he clicked his tongue as the group continued forward. Before them stood a middle-aged man. The man placed a hand on his chest, looked straight at the group, and said, "Hello, I am Captain Typhon, guardian of this village." After speaking, Typhon smiled and continued, "You must be Sir Garen, freshly graduated from Eldon Academy, and that gentleman must be your brother, Sir Nox von Rinhofer, correct?" Typhon continued. "I was pre-informed about your subjugation mission and your arrival here." Paracelsus thought somewhat distractedly about his chance encounter with one of the Sword Emperors. He looked at the backs of Nox, Garen, and the sons of Theo Rinhofer. He had greatly anticipated the Rinhofer family's solo undertaking of the Charter's subjugation mission. However, Paracelsus recalled the scene where Nox had previously struck down a giant worm with his sword on the road. When he dealt with the giant worm with surprisingly sophisticated swordsmanship, I realized that young man was truly talented. He gazed at Nox's profile, lost in thought again. He thought that in this city they were still protecting the young masters of a noble family. Paracelsus's face turned cold. It was truly a disappointing government. He observed the city before him, inwardly thinking that this city definitely could not be run normally. Seeing Typhon continuously speaking, Paracelsus grew even more contemptuous. The knights who extorted money from this city and exploited its people could not withstand the attacks of monster armies. Not far away, 2 hungry children secretly watched the group, not daring to approach closely. Paracelsus inwardly thought he couldn't believe they had reached a point where they were satisfied with just a little food. Typhon led everyone to the prepared house. He invited everyone inside, saying, "It's already late, so we'll discuss the mission in detail tomorrow. This inn is humble, but I hope you rest well here after your long journey." Relieved to finally be able to rest, everyone happily dismounted immediately. Loud chatter echoed boisterously. "Rest the horses. How many rooms are left over there?" Nox had already gone ahead. Paracelsus followed closely behind him. Ryan sensed his presence and looked back. Paracelsus placed a hand on his chest, smiled, and said, "Regarding what you just proposed," Ryan looked at him with delight. "Oh, have you decided?" Paracelsus laughed and replied, "I decline." Garen had not expected this answer. His face contorted unpleasantly, and he loudly asked again, "What? Then what do you intend to do?" His voice was loud enough for Nox, who was standing far away, to hear. He looked back. Ryan asked Paracelsus, "You're not thinking of fighting that monster army alone, are you?" He continued, seemingly with contempt. "Well," Paracelsus still had a hand on his chest and politely replied to Ryan, "First, I intend to stick to my original plan. I must pre-plan a safe subjugation journey." Upon hearing his words, Ryan immediately made a contemptuous expression. "What a detestable commoner." Paracelsus glanced in another direction and smiled meaningfully. "With skill one can succeed. This is how this world works, and the more capable one is, the more rumors follow." The moment he finished speaking, his gaze met that of Nox, who was standing not far away. "In truth, we met again earlier than expected. On a quiet night, stars twinkled in the sky. The stairs of the house where everyone was resting were still lit." Nox opened the door, turned to Devillia and said, "Devillia, rest. We'll go again tomorrow." After Devillia left, he closed the door. Nox's room window was wide open. He approached the window and looked down. Below, the children who had been begging during the day were huddled by a bonfire. They endured hunger, leaning on each other, clutching their empty stomachs and trying to sleep. Suddenly, a voice came from above the children's heads. "Hey kids!" The child looked up in surprise. Nox, holding a bag and with one hand on his hip, asked the children, "Want some food?" He opened the bag, and inside were pieces of bread. He distributed the bread, saying, "Here, hurry and eat." The children all stood up and eagerly reached out their hands to take it. The children who received the bread ravenously chewed and ate it. The child who had been begging earlier shed tears of joy, stammering in disbelief. "See, can we eat all of this?" Nox nodded. Yes, he couldn't help but feel pity for the children before him. He thought that while he couldn't save everyone, it was something a kind and generous person could do. The child wiped away tears as they ate the bread, stammering, "Thank you very much." Nox fell into thought. "I want to create a future where children no longer have to beg. To make that a reality, in the middle of the night he gave all the bread to the children. First, I must survive in Charters." Nox had no idea that someone had appeared nearby. That person was hiding behind a wall corner, quietly glancing at this scene. That person was none other than Devillia. She also had a bag but didn't go out. She smiled slightly, thinking inwardly, "I knew it. The young master is just pretending to be cold." In the vast Charters region, someone spoke. "As you all know, the southern region of Charters is where monsters always gather in winter." That person was none other than Typhon. He was surveying the surroundings with Nox, Ryan, and the soldiers. He continued to explain, "That's why we always request additional funding and support from the imperial family." Garen pointed at the wooden fence nearby, raised an eyebrow, and asked suspiciously, "Is this all you have to protect the village?" Typhon seemed a bit awkward. "Yes, it's old and needs repairs." Seeing the traces left on the wooden fence by monster attacks, Nox inwardly thought, "Truly harsh." He sighed deeply and thought again. If monster raids occur, they have less than an hour before being overrun by monsters. He fell into thought, looking at the trembling wooden fence before him. This is an auxiliary subjugation area. I must decide whether or not to save this village. In most cases I chose to help charters. Nox suddenly curled his lips into a smile. The reason was obvious. It would bring him greater benefits. Charters would be a land of gold and treasures in the future. Typhon turned around and looked at everyone. His face held a slight worry, and the monsters now are different from previous years. The number of attacking monsters has greatly increased and they've become fiercer. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised by Typhon's words. Really? Nox stood behind, hand on his chin, thinking. These people don't know that the increased number and ferocity of monsters will benefit them in the future. Amidst everyone's surprised gazes, Typhon continued. What's worse, we've seen Pegasi appear in several villages. Ryan's face hardened. He placed a hand on his chin, frowned, and said, A single Pegasus will make everything much more serious, Garen asked curiously. Where did you see them? Typhon looked back and answered him. Outside the desolate wilderness. Nox knew the deeper reason. One of the main reasons the Charter's region was overrun was whether or not they could evade the attacks of these Pegasi. Nox recalled a wild, majestic creature with wide wings, sharp claws, a hard beak, and vibrant, lively eyes. Pegasus, king of the wild, the Pegasi are inherently unstoppable and undefeatable. Nox's expression became serious, but I intend to defeat it. Typhon guided everyone to the desolate area. The trees were dry and leafless. Someone asked, Is that the endless horizon of the wilderness? Typhon replied, It's a neutral zone adjacent to the east of Togelan. It's known for being barren. Nox pointed in that direction, suddenly realizing, that's the place, but something strange. Nox crossed his arms and said with a calm expression, Pegasi don't usually stay near Charter's village. They are mainly found near Togelan. Do you know why they are appearing here now? Typhon and John looked back at him. Surprise was evident on both their faces. Nox looked at them seriously. His gaze was somewhat cold, and I already had a guess as to who had betrayed us in this massacre. The mission had begun. The sun shone strongly on this desolate village. Nox inwardly thought that he should first eliminate the corrupt elements in this village. In the house where Nox and everyone else were resting, someone was rummaging through documents. That person suddenly clenched his hand tightly and crumpled the paper. That person was Seuss. He gritted his teeth in anger, gripping the paper on the desk tightly. Before, he hadn't worried about hearing that he was useless, but who knew I'd fall into his trap and lose Garen's favor. The more he thought, the angrier he became. He gritted his teeth, his face filled with hatred. I put so much effort into gaining Garen's favor, I won't let him live comfortably. As he remained deep in thought, someone suddenly came down the stairs. That person was Devilia. She came down carrying a bag. Seuss was surprised to see her. He gave Devilia an evil smile. He thought her name was Devilia. Seuss observed her every move. He had heard she was a commoner and a maid. As Devilia was coming down the stairs, a black hand suddenly hit the wall, blocking her path and startling her. That person suddenly reached out a hand to her, startling her and making her scream, Hey! He grabbed her arm and pulled her towards him, and her bag fell to the floor. Devilia realized he was Seuss. She gritted her teeth and asked, slightly worried, What do you want with me? Seuss stared at her like prey and laughed evilly. Of course there's a lot to talk about. No need to be nervous. I just want to talk to you quietly, just the two of us. After speaking, he tightly grabbed Devilia's hand. Devilia struggled to pull her hand away, eventually breaking free from his grip. Devilia rubbed her sore wrist with her other hand and said with a worried expression, I don't think we have anything to talk about privately. Seuss hit his own head with his hand, gnashing his teeth in annoyance. Hey, what's wrong? I may just be a knight serving young Master Garen, but I like to enjoy myself sometimes too. After speaking, he lunged to grab Devilia's shoulder. Don't you agree? Devilia screamed, startled by his violent actions. Let go of me, she looked at him, and her face suddenly turned pale. Her whole body was consumed by inescapable fear. Oh my God, if I refuse him. She thought of her loneliness and solitude among people. Young Master Nox will lose young Master Garen's favor. He will be in trouble and receive unnecessary hostile gazes from the family. Devilia gritted her teeth and closed her eyes. She despairingly chose to give up. I don't want young Master Nox to get hurt. Seuss looked at her with greedy eyes and laughed evilly. Thanks to the terrible favor your master bestowed upon me, I've wasted my life toiling here for over 10 years. I will make you pay the price. Suddenly a flash of light appeared, cutting off Seuss's hand that was holding Devilia. At the same time, a familiar voice was heard. Oh, what do you want? I'll pay you back. Seuss's pupils dilated, and he cried out in surprise. Tears welled up in Devilia's eyes, and she stared wide-eyed at the person who had just appeared. Seuss's painful scream echoed. His blood splattered everywhere. Nox stood there, his face dark. He still held his blood-stained sword and spoke, enunciating each word clearly. Listen. Nox's face was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He suppressed his anger and asked calmly, almost to the point of losing his cool, What do you want me to pay you back for? Seuss clutched the arm Nox had severed, panting in pain. Sweat poured down like rain, and he struggled to speak. What are you doing? You think you can get away with this after doing this to me? Having said this much, he loudly threatened. Do you think young Master Garen will just stand by and watch you do this to me? Devilia froze in place, too worried to say anything. Nox looked at Seuss as if he were already dead. He looked particularly terrifying at that moment. Are you threatening me with my brother? As soon as the words left his mouth, Nox swung his sword, severing Seuss's remaining arm. Seuss fell to his knees on the ground, screaming in agony. He gasped, clutching his severed arm to the ground, glaring at Nox with wide eyes, and cried out, Damn it, you goddamn bastard, even if the family backs you up. Nox gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands, the blade parallel to his body, and looked down at Seuss with a cold face, saying, "No, I am not the kind of person who acts arrogant just because the family backs me up." The blade of Nox's sword was clearly reflected in Seuss's eyes, which were stretched wide in terror. Nox said without emotion, "You are that kind of person." As soon as the words were spoken, his sword plunged into Seuss's body without hesitation. Devillia stammered, concerned and fearful for Nox. Young Master Nox, what have you just done?" "Young Master, Garen won't let this go." Just then, Garen appeared with Typhon and John. Seeing the scene before him, he loudly asked, "What on earth is going on?" Nox and Devillia turned to face him simultaneously. Garen frowned in disbelief and asked, "You didn't just kill Seuss, did you?" Nox lowered his eyes and calmly replied, "Yes, I did." Garen immediately denounced him loudly. "How dare you?" He approached and pointed a finger at Nox. "How can you act so nonchalant after killing my knight?" Nox looked him straight in the eye and replied, completely unfazed, "Brother, your way of approaching this problem is wrong." Nox calmly looked at the enraged Garen before him and asked, "Shouldn't you first ask in detail what happened?" Garen, in a fit of rage, grabbed Nox by the collar. His face darkened and veins bulged on his forehead, showing his intense anger. He shouted loudly, "Why did you kill Seuss? If you don't have a justifiable reason, you'll be the one to be punished first." Devillia watched Nox's back, anxiously clutching her hands. She didn't know what to do. Facing Garen's fierce anger, Nox calmly replied, "I saw him trying to sexually assault the maid." Devillia stood there, clearly hearing what Nox had said as her master. "How could I stand by?" Garen did not find this reason reasonable and angrily retorted to Nox, "Just for that? She's just a commoner." Nox suddenly interjected, "What did you just say?" Garen's eyes widened and he suddenly froze. Nox unleashed his power throughout the room, his eyes shadowed by darkness. He asked Garen again, "Can you take responsibility for those words?" Seeing Nox's cold and terrifying face, Garen instinctively released his grip. What is this Nox's power? He was so frightened that his face turned pale and his hands trembled involuntarily. His incompetent younger brother was this strong? Garen pretended to be calm and averted his gaze. He shed his earlier aggressive demeanor and wisely said, "You should have reported that to me first." Nox calmly cut him off. "Have you forgotten, brother? I'm known as the incompetent one in the family." Nox lowered his eyes and adjusted his collar with his hand. "I didn't report anything to anyone. How about we stop this conversation here?" Nox looked up and stared straight at Garen, saying, "How about we return to the estate and let father decide?" Garen gritted his teeth, wary of Nox. "Nox, you damned bastard." Although he thought so, he had no choice but to step back. "Fine, we'll let father decide this matter when we return." Nox nodded and smiled. "Your decision is wise, brother." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and looked at Devillia, saying, "Devillia." Devillia hastily replied, "Yes, young master." And she approached him. The two of them walked out together. Garen watched Nox's retreating back, filled with uncontainable curiosity. When did he become so strong? He gritted his teeth, dissatisfied. "And that sword, I think I've seen it somewhere before." "Not far away." Nox turned to Devillia beside him and asked worriedly, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Garen remained wary of Nox's retreating back. "I shouldn't underestimate Nox on this mission." By the well, Nox and Devillia were searching for clues. Nox, while searching for clues, thought that a fight would break out among the soldiers. Nox looked to one side, continuing to reason in his mind. They've already taken sides and now they're in a situation where they have to make a decision. Nox thought carefully. Will they follow Garen or will they follow me? Suddenly, Nox's gaze shifted to Devillia. Beside him, Devillia was trembling for reasons unknown. He approached her and asked worriedly, "Devillia, are you okay?" Devillia lowered her head and replied in a trembling voice, "Yes." Devillia, tears in her eyes, asked Nox, "Young Master Nox, you'll be all right, won't you?" Before Nox could finish speaking, Devillia burst into tears and sobbed, "Why did you do that? If you make a big fuss, young master, you'll only accumulate more resentment. Then you'll be in danger again." Nox's eyes widened, surprised by Devillia's question, which showed concern for him. Nox replied, "Don't you know who the master you serve is?" Nox said with an emotionless face, "I am the incompetent one of the Reinhofer family, so no matter where we are, do not bow your head." Devillia stopped crying and looked at her young master Nox with awe. Devillia wiped away the tears she had just shed. She said to Nox, "Yes, young master, I will remember that." Somewhere, Garen slammed his beer mug onto the table, his face unpleasant and filled with rage. Garen thought, "How dare that incompetent guy look down on me? When father first told me to take Nox, I just thought he was dead weight, but now during this mission he's completely different from what I imagined." Garen thought about Nox. That sword must just coincidentally resemble father's sword, right? Instead of the angry and unpleasant expression from earlier, Garen seemed a little hesitant. He thought, "I need to be wary of him. I've lost Seuss, so who can I trust to monitor him?" Outside the door, a creaking sound was heard as the doorknob turned. John entered the room and respectfully said to Garen, "Young Master Garen, the situation on the first floor has been handled." John rubbed his chin and continued, "But young Master Nox is quite different from the rumors." Garen looked at John and thought, "It's not just you who's different, you are too. Weren't you the cavalry captain who managed this area for a long time? Moreover, I even verified your identity. But Nox, that bookworm, knows this place better than you. I didn't pay you so much money just to run errands." Garen continued to think, "The monsters haven't attacked yet, so I need to make more use of his cavalry." Garen said to John, "Eliminate all the bandits and monsters in the surrounding area. If Nox does anything strange or suspicious, report it to me immediately, John replied resolutely. Understood. Night fell. Devillia asked Nox, what were you doing all day, young master? What Devillia was referring to was the bluish-yellow vial Nox held in his hand. She continued to ask, were you just observing the walls of this village? Nox replied, they're not sturdy. Devillia said with a confused face, then how can we stop the monsters? Nox turned his head and said to Devillia, let's go. Devillia followed Nox, continuing to ask, Dr. DSG, where are you going? This isn't the way back to the inn. Nox turned around, smiling brightly at Devillia and said, I think we need to recruit more people to our side. Nox thought to himself, there must be talented individuals even in this small village. Alina, the genius alchemist he always recruited whenever he came to charters, in other words, his personal apothecary. The two walked along a damp and dark path. Devillia asked, Nox, are you saying there's really a genius alchemist hiding in such a desolate place? Nox turned and replied, that's right. Devillia continued to ask, I don't understand if she's so brilliant, why is she hiding in such a remote place? Nox said, well, she has her reasons, he thought, because this is the secret passage to conquering charters, because in the future Alina will join someone other than the Empire. If I don't use the secret passage and come to conquer charters, I'll never be able to catch her, Nox suddenly said. This way, follow me. Watch your step and don't fall. Devillia replied, yes, she thought, could there really be someone in a place like this? Suddenly, a sparkling light was visible. Devillia excitedly said to Nox, that light. Nox thought to himself, there it is. Inside, Alina was drinking and grumbling. She said, to think I'd be stuck in a place like this, how did I end up like this? Nox and Devillia looked into the room, and six eyes met. Nox spoke first. Found her. Nox thought to himself, my alchemist. Alina screamed in surprise. She said, who are you two? Why are there strangers in a place like this? Devillia, seeing Alina's degenerate state, said, unbelievable. Young master, is the genius alchemist you spoke of this drunkard? A moment later in the still alcohol-smelling room, Alina bowed her head to Nox and said, I apologize. I didn't realize you were from a noble family. Nox replied, it's fine, let's move past that. I came here to discuss something with you, so listen carefully. Alina replied with a slight tremble in her voice. Understood. Nox looked at the current Alina and thought, at this point she is the person with the most promising talent and also Alina the genius alchemist. I must recruit her. Nox looked at the current Alina and thought, even though she also has weaknesses. The system displayed Alina's basic information. Name Alina Joy, sex, female, age 21, race, human, primary attribute, wood, achievements, none, positive traits, cheerful, genius alchemist, dexterous, open-minded, low-tier spirit, mage, pre-awakening, negative traits, drunkard, stats, health 6, mana 4, luck 5, will 8, charm 22, skills, passive skill, blessed creature. Looking at Alina's stats, among the positive traits, cheerful, genius alchemist, dexterous, open-minded, low-tier spirit, mage, pre-awakening, the negative trait drunkard stood out. Nox scratched his head and clicked his tongue. Damn it, he thought, to think that the talent the incompetent one of the Renhofer family recruited is merely this drunkard? Nox's expression gradually changed. He thought, there's no one, the precious genius alchemist is still far away. Nox looked at the trembling Alina before him and said to Devillia, she's a bit troublesome, but there's no other choice. Alina said, I don't understand, but I apologize if I angered you. Devillia leaned close to Nox's ear and carefully whispered. Alina heard. Young Master Nox, I apologize if this is too much, but I don't think recruiting a drunkard is the right decision. Nox looked at Devillia with a hesitant expression and said, I know, but there's no other choice. Devillia, hearing Nox's reply, said, it'll probably be complicated. Alina continued to ask the two protagonists, but besides that, why did you come looking for me? After asking, Alina tensed up again, waiting for the two protagonists' answer. Nox replied, to be honest. As he spoke, he wore a very serious expression. He said, cooperate with me, Alina. If you follow me, I will give you what you need most. Hearing this, Alina seemed incredulous. Alina leaned forward and asked again, wait, what did you say? Just as she was about to ask more, Alina saw Nox's gaze as if it was piercing through her. Alina gripped the hem of her skirt and mustered her courage. Alina said with a guilty face, I apologize, but I cannot accept your offer, young master. I have something to do here. I am truly sorry. Hearing this, Nox asked Alina, is it related to your friend May? Hearing that Nox knew about her affairs, Alina was greatly surprised and somewhat flustered. Alina asked Nox, how do you know? Nox crossed his arms and said as if he had already anticipated the situation, May will be executed soon. Hearing this, Alina was utterly shocked. This friend May seemed to be very important to Alina. Nox, seeing Alina's expression, proposed again. But if you accept my offer, who knows, I might be able to save her. Nox extended his hand to Alina and said, how about it? Have my words changed your mind? In the damp room, Alina pondered alone. She thought, May will be executed soon. After thinking, Alina recalled what Nox had said when he proposed cooperation. I will save her. Alina, come with me. Alina mumbled one person's name with a dejected look. She was May. Alina began to reminisce about the past. There was a brave blonde girl. The girl said, is His Majesty asking us to pay more taxes, but you already raised taxes this month. Alina thought of May, her only friend. She began to recall her close friend May and the time May protected her. In her memory, May said, "We are slowly dying. The imperial family sent public funds to His Majesty, but His Majesty still hasn't repaired the city walls." The Lord saw this and his face darkened, and he ordered his men to arrest May. Alina thought, "I wish I had been caught instead, if only I had been braver then." Lost in thought, Alina's tears fell like a summer shower. Alina sobbed, "I can't save my friend, not alone." Alina thought of Nox. He certainly won't be able to, he definitely won't, but she looked up at the ceiling and said, "I won't forget this easily. I'll remember it for a very long time." Elsewhere in the tavern, many people gathered laughing and chattering. Large beer mugs were set down with a cool clink. A fawning soldier said, "So what did that Garen fellow do?" John, with a contemptuous and arrogant expression, said, "He's just a fool." He continued, "We just pretended to be knights and he believed it right away." At his words the soldiers burst into laughter as if tearing into someone. A soldier rummaged through his pocket and said, "Though we got it by chance, it was worth searching Sir John's quarters." With a sinister face he pulled out a yellow knight's badge and said, "We even got something like this. If we get Nox we can do something even bigger." John pointed to the badge and said, "If I show this badge to the Reinhofer family, they'll think I'm Captain John of the Knights and give me the captain's benefits." A soldier said, "What a coincidence. And it's even stranger that both their names are the same." John, lost in thought, said, "If we take Garen hostage, we could definitely get a huge ransom. He's a member of the Reinhofer family after all. Don't you all think so?" A man, who seemed out of place among the cheerfully laughing people nearby, wore a hesitant expression at John's group's insane idea. He opened his mouth. "But will it be all right? They're the most influential of the three dark magic families, aren't they? No bandit group has ever survived fighting them." This warning seemed to dampen their spirits and they started glaring at the speaker. The soldiers accused the one who had just warned them of being a coward. "That's why people call you a fool." The friend cowered in fear, not daring to retort. John raised his hand as a signal to stop, and the others understood the meaning and fell silent. He leaned against the table. He looked at John. He frowned in anger and said, "Where do you think this is?" "This is Charters, a place even the royal family has given up on. We'll take Garen hostage, get the ransom, and then flee across the river. No matter how influential the Reinhofer family is, they won't be able to do anything in this situation. We'll find a place to hide and live comfortably." At his words, one of them said fawningly, "Oh, just like our captain, but this time that little brat Nox is also here. Won't he notice us?" Hearing that, John rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He said, "Ah, that guy is really dangerous. He has a very strong personality. I've told the others don't get involved with him until the job is done." A soldier spoke again. "Haha, come on, he's just a kid, isn't he? You seem too worried." John, hearing that, dismissed Nox and said, "All right, I get it." Cheers. Suddenly the lights in the tavern went out and a strange silence fell over the place. One of them opened his mouth. "What, who turned out the lights?" Another said, "Who turned out the lights?" John, with blood on his face, replied. He said in fright, "Everyone calm down." John touched the blood stain with his hand and sniffed the blood. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he looked to his side. A soldier was already lying dead there. Seeing this, John could no longer remain calm and his face drained of color. He widened his eyes and backed away, putting distance between himself and the corpse. John screamed, "What's going on now?" As he continued to back away, he stepped on something soft again, and looking down he saw one of his comrades lying dead on the floor. John's face was filled with confusion. Only now did his brain start working. He shouted, "Who are you?" In answer to John's words, Nox appeared from behind, covered in blood. Nox said, "Why are you speaking so rudely?" Hearing the sound, John turned around, saw the face of Nox the Grim Reaper, and quickly backed away. He asked, "Who are you?" But Nox didn't answer and said, "You rats are hiding in this hole. How dare you try to rob the Reinhofer family? You think too highly of yourselves." John frowned and replied, "You must be mistaken about something." Before John could finish speaking, Nox opened his mouth again. "I know about the countless sins you've committed, including embezzling public funds with Typhon. I also know you're trying to use Garen." Realizing Nox knew all their weaknesses, he gritted his teeth. "Damn it," he said, "what do you want? Think carefully. If you get rid of Garen, won't you be more respected in the family? Just overlook this time. There's no need to take unnecessary risks, is there?" The bandits began to surround Nox. Nox said, "You're spouting nonsense and not even bothering to hide your killing intent." Nox swung his sword, dealing with a few soldiers. Nox laughed like a phantom and said, "Do you think I'm that foolish?" John ordered his subordinates to kill him. The soldiers surrounded Nox, but they seemed unable to do anything. Nox swung his sword, dealing with the soldiers one by one, until only John remained. Watching this scene, he thought, "Damn it, this guy was hiding his skills until now." He took an offensive stance, thinking inwardly, "Dangerous, I have to end this now." John began to use his trump card, shouting, "Remember, the dead are victims of their own foolishness." A surviving bandit said, "This time you're finished." It was the captain's southern swordsmanship. Sword energy flew towards Nox. Nox said, "You're even more foolish than I thought." Nox raised his sword and blocked John's sword energy. The sword energy dissipated and Nox remained calm. The system's voice resounded, "As a genius swordsman, you have destroyed the enemy's attack." Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Someone wondered, how could he block Charter's swordsmanship? Nox dealt with all the bandits. He turned away contemptuously and said, "You lowly scum, how dare you ask what I want?" The system's voice resounded. "Southern swordsmanship acquired." A blue light emanated from around his body. He said, "I got what I wanted." John was terrified and bleeding all over. Watching Nox swing his sword and perform the technique, "Southern swordsmanship acquired," he stared straight at him with bloodthirsty eyes, ignoring everything else. John could only utter two words, "A genius." Nox closed his eyes, his hair covering his face. "What is a genius?" In a white space he looked down at his shadow. Nox's eyes were sad. Does it just mean someone superior to others? Barefoot, he stepped on the ground, raised his arms before a mirror and looked at himself. Then does it refer to those who have proven they can reach a higher level that most people cannot? He pressed hard and the mirror shattered. From the moment I staked my life and began this dangerous challenge, I've kept asking myself this question. As shattered glass shards flew through the air, what is a genius? He closed his eyes and smiled faintly. The moment Nox opened his eyes, a resolute light emanated from them. Staring straight at the enemy, swinging his sword powerfully once, he said, compared to the skills I'll learn in the future, this technique is nothing, but it'll be enough for these guys. The soldiers were struck by the sword and thrown back, blood splattering everywhere. They screamed in pain. Ah, they called for their captain. But their captain knelt helplessly before this technique. Charter's southern swordsmanship. John's mind reeled with thoughts of how the swordsmanship that had taken him 10 years to learn was known to this child. Someone's foot was placed on John's knee. To his surprise, Nox stood directly before him majestically. John raised his face, his eyes filled with fear. He backed away, saying, if you kill me, Typhon won't forgive you. He probably already heard what you did. Nox looked down and sighed. Stop spouting nonsense. There's no witness who saw me kill you. John shouted loudly. Everyone surviving here will see. He put a finger to his lips, leaned closer to him and whispered, listen carefully. John, the bandit leader, it's simple. I'm assassinating you all. John broke out in a cold sweat at this. What? You still don't understand. If no one survives to testify, this will simply look like an assassination. Saying that, he raised his sword high and smiled faintly at him. Blood splattered everywhere, and the world would think that way. The scene shifted to a prison, and May's voice was heard. Hey, her arms were bound in chains, and she was bleeding. May was covered in wounds and gasping for breath. Typhon frowned. She didn't want to work and she didn't want to be sold to other nobles. He slapped May's face hard. Typhon said cruelly without the slightest hesitation, is that so? With her remaining strength she retorted, I will never listen to the likes of you. He squeezed May's face hard with his hand and smiled faintly, saying, what can you do now? The only thing a lowly person like you can do is writhe on the ground. Spit splattered on his clothes. He looked down, slightly surprised. How dare you? His rage exploded and he repeatedly slapped May's face several times. May's face was completely bruised. Oh, or do you want to be sold to a dark wizard? She bowed her head and thought, a voice echoing, May, I know you did your best, but this method was also wrong. She crossed her arms, completely unconcerned. But this is a matter of talent. I don't think you have such talent. May, filled with sadness, held the vial in her hand. How can this be? From the beginning I had no talent. No talent for potion making, no swordsmanship, nothing. The moment she thought of Alina, her eyes immediately changed. When Alina brought the vial, my goodness, there's nothing I can teach you. How can someone as talented as you be in our village? But Alina was different. The teacher raised her hand and thought, if you weren't a war orphan but the descendant of a noble, even a lower ranking one. She spoke, stroking Alina's head with her hand. Could you at least leave this orphanage? In contrast to her, Alina was a genius at potion making. From the beginning she seemed not to belong here. Whenever May looked at Alina, she shone and radiated light. Alina's gaze was directed at May. Nevertheless, Alina ran over and took May's hand. May, let's play together. Alina seemed to emit a sparkling light, and her bright smile made May feel inadvertently jealous. That's why I decided to sacrifice myself instead of her. May, filled with sadness, accepted her fate. Someone like me will never have what she can have, May replied with a faint smile. My life has become accustomed to writhing on the ground. Typhon looked at May with great surprise. She continued, what do you want after I die? She flicked her tongue and gave a provocative look, saying, it's no longer my concern. I don't want to be a burden to Alina. Blood splattered on the floor. Typhon, in anger, raised his hand and shouted, you wretched bitch. Stop harming yourself. Typhon stopped and turned around toward the sound. If you walk out of here as a corpse, Alina will be sad. May also turned her gaze in that direction. Nox walked in from a distance, holding his sword. Typhon sneered. What wind brought you here? Nox continued. Hey Typhon, according to the laws of the imperial family, you will be executed. From a distance Nox approached, emitting killing intent with his sword. Typhon stopped what he was doing and smiled faintly at Nox, but spoke with a slight discomfort. Why are you here? With an indifferent expression and a little blood on his face he replied, Typhon, you will be punished for your misdeeds. Nox saw Typhon torturing May through the iron bars. She was weakly bound in chains. Your death is unavoidable. Your associate Z is already dead. You might as well give up now. Typhon closed his eyes and smiled faintly. Yes, truly unfortunate. He opened his eyes and glanced at Nox. But did you come alone? He replied calmly and resolutely, without the slightest fear. Yes, Typhon then laughed brightly, showing his confidence. Interesting. Young master, you seem to underestimate me. The two were still talking through the iron bars. Do you think you can take me down alone? He gripped the hilt of the sword at his side tightly. Nox's face grew even more resolute. He replied, of course I can. Typhon widened his eyes and swung his sword with a resolute air. Everything seemed to be happening quite quickly. But nothing else mattered now. Footsteps resounded loudly and nearly 100 soldiers appeared from somewhere. Nox was completely surrounded by Typhon's army in the room alone. Typhon raised his sword high and shouted, kill him! The soldiers simultaneously rushed at him like lightning, but he stood unmoving for a while. A moment later, Nox faintly closed his eyes and sighed. HMPH. His eyes flashed open, emitting killing intent. At that moment, Genius's time was activated. 5 minutes. A mechanism flashed and glowed within his body, and at 4 minutes 59 seconds almost everything became invisible, with only light tearing through space and faces twisted in pain visible. He hastily withdrew his foot in a familiar ballet-like posture. turned his body and darted through the soldiers. He had already vanished. Genius's time showed 4 minutes and 58 seconds. In the blink of an eye he stood before the iron bars in front of Typhon where Mei was imprisoned. Beams of light emanating from Genius's time still enveloped him, and his 2 feet continued to advance in a graceful posture. Nox gently opened the door and raised his hand in greeting. Genius's time still showed 4 minutes and 57 seconds. Typhon remained frozen, facing the soldiers until Nox had already passed him by. His face was still blank, unable to regain his senses. Nox cast a sharp glance at the girl behind him. At that very moment it showed 4 minutes and 56 seconds. However, Nox had merely passed Typhon by, not even sparing him a glance. The light beams still followed him. Mei's face was pale. Nox placed a hand on her cheek. The remaining time was 4 minutes and 55 seconds. With a gentle and regretful expression he poured some liquid onto Mei. She slowly opened her eyes, saw him blurry and asked, "Who are you?" Nox replied. "Nox von Reinhofer." Nox continued to speak. Once she fully recovered, everything would be over. Mei was probably too exhausted and closed her eyes again. At this moment Typhon finally regained his senses. How could you have defeated all of them?" He frowned, cold sweat pouring down his face. He prepared to attack, but Nox stood unmoving, unable to understand what had happened. Typhon collapsed to the floor. His face was filled with terror and blood splattered everywhere. He looked back at Nox. Typhon's expression shifted from astonishment to extreme fear, and blood splattered, mixing with the light emanating from Nox's sword. The soldiers were dead and the room was drenched in blood. Typhon saw his fate unfolding in the room. Nox suddenly said, "Did you think I would let you die that easily?" Typhon raised his head as if pleading. It was as if Typhon's legs were severed in midair, and in his eyes only the image of Nox filled with pain and fear was visible. Nox stood unmoving, yet Typhon was utterly defeated. Typhon was dazed and too terrified to express it in words. How could the person before him be like this? "I lost to such a young punk, I who always exploited others." Failed before Nox. Countless questions flooded his mind. What did the light emanating from Nox, this genius, signify? In this moment, clutching at a pool of blood, I asked that question again. Typhon's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Nox. His eyes glowed dark and cold, radiating a dense killing intent. Gripping the sword in his hand tightly, he advanced towards him one step at a time. He couldn't believe it, wondering if he really had to believe this was happening. "I lost to a mere youth," he thought despairingly. "I, the great Typhon." He recalled his father, the captain of the mercenary knights. His father had once been the most outstanding person in the village. Typhon was still young then, and everyone wanted to be like him. At that time he witnessed his father assaulting a woman. He respected his father, but he watched as his father grabbed the woman by her hair, dragging her painfully. His father said to him, "Typhon, do you know why these people follow me?" He cowered, saying fearfully, "No, I don't know." Suddenly his father placed a hand on his head, startling him. His father smiled sinisterly, his face dark. "It is because of power," his father continued. "If you possess power that transcends the ordinary, you can be forgiven for any sin you commit. This is the law of the wicked empire's outlying cities." He looked up at his father and said, "Father, are you the strongest person on this continent?" Suddenly his father looked at him sternly, removed his hand from his head and also released the woman's head. She quickly fled. His father said to him, "No," his father continued, "even I am just one of countless unknowns on this continent. There are incredibly strong swordsmen on this continent and countless children your age as well." His father placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "Genius individuals stronger than me." His father said, "That is all you can expect in this continent, submerged in a bloody sea of war." Returning to reality, seeing Nox's dignified sword, he thought to himself, "The reason I've survived until now is because I decided not to confront the strong." But looking at Nox standing before him, he called his name inwardly. Nox Reinhofer. Seeing his expressionless face, he thought, "You must undoubtedly be one of those unapproachable geniuses my father spoke of. To obtain talent like yours, which no one can approach, I tried to avoid it. But now," he looked at Nox despairingly, sweat trickling down his forehead. He said, "The reason I am now facing defeat at the threshold of death is," continued, "because I chose to confront you." Suddenly a purple light appeared. Nox stabbed him in the back with his sword, and as he withdrew it, blood splattered everywhere, covering his face and clothes. The scene shifted to Alina. She sat on a chair, legs together, head bowed, deep in thought. Suddenly a voice called out, "Alina!" She turned her head and saw Mei and Devilia. Mei called to her. Mei smiled, looking at her. As her hat fell to the ground, she cried out, "Mei?" She then hugged Mei and sobbed, "I was so scared. I was afraid you had truly left me." Mei comforted her. "It's all right now." Alina also shed tears and said, "I'm sorry." She thought to herself that she had been selfish. Seeing Alina cry so miserably, Mei thought about how she had acted on her own will and tried to leave Alina behind here. Devilia smiled, looking at them. She asked Mei, "By the way, where is young Master Nox? I need to thank him." Mei replied, "By now he's probably wrapping things up and having an important conversation." Devilia asked in surprise. "A conversation?" Mei said. "Yes, I think he's having a sincere talk with his brother." She thought to herself, perhaps that wasn't his true intention. Looking at the bright hallway inside the house, she was sure something had happened. The scene shifted to the house and someone tapped their hand on a table saying, "John, how long is that guy going to keep me waiting?" It was Garen. He rested his chin in his hand and grumbled, "How can a noble of the Reinhofer family be kept waiting? Nothing had better be wrong." Suddenly a knock came from outside and he turned his head. Seeing the person who entered after the door opened, he asked, "Who is it?" The person replied, "Brother, it's me." Seeing that face, he was surprised. Nox said, "If you're free now, brother, I have something important to discuss with you." He crossed his arms and frowned. He looked at him contemptuously and said, "Why are you the one trying to talk to me?" The blood that had just splattered was on his clothes. At this moment his face was dark and a cold aura emanated from his entire body, sending shivers down people's spines. His eyes were sharp. "As I said, this matter is very important." He looked at him cautiously with a hint of fear. He said, "Sit down first." The scene shifted to the spacious Reinhofer family mansion. A person held a letter and said, "So to summarize," he continued, "we have received news that young Master Nox has purged all corruption in that village. He has meted out appropriate punishment to those involved." The person seated opposite him was Theo. Roswell the butler extended a letter and said, "He is requesting a special reward for that merit. It is," finishing his sentence, he handed the letter to Theo and continued, "Forgive me, but I do not know what it is. I am truly sorry." Theo opened the letter and thought to himself, "Tisk, the corruption there was worsening day by day." He recalled that dark place and thought to himself, but no one paid attention to it. The reason was simple. It yielded no profit. He rubbed his chin deep in thought. However, not everything was that simple. It had already become a nuisance for the imperial families. He considered Charters East to be the last line of defense, because if it fell, monsters would begin to advance into the central continent. The kingdoms of the central continent mobilized vast finances, troops, and even mercenaries to defend crucial areas. He thought in silence. A completely useless place, yet one that couldn't be abandoned. Charters was such a place. He thought that dirty land had no value whatsoever. He then spoke of the bandit groups there, meaning the dangerous individuals including Typhon. He continued, "Dealing with them will be very difficult, even for Garen." Roswell replied, "Precisely," he said. "If John's knights, meaning his subordinates, had attacked him, the situation would have been much worse." Theo cut him off. "If they cannot overcome even such a situation, they are not worthy to be members of the Reinhofer family. From the beginning, I stationed the Black Sword Knights there to ensure they wouldn't lose their lives in dangerous situations." After that, he threw the letter onto the table and said, "More importantly, let's discuss matters related to Nox." His face was solemn. "What I find difficult to understand is that Nox is not a child with a generous heart enough to purge the village's corruption without any purpose. The same applies to Charters now," he said, as if finding it difficult to comprehend. "Does that child want the imperial family to hand over control and operation of that dirty land to him? What could he possibly gain from that place?" In the letter he had written, "Therefore, if I can successfully complete this mission, I wish to gain control over Charters and place it under the Reinhofer family's command. Would your majesty grant me permission for this?" Below that it was written, "If I fail to produce any results, I shall relinquish my rights as the youngest son of the Reinhofer family." He read it and pondered deeply. "Relinquish his rights as the youngest son of the Reinhofer family?" Roswell said worriedly. "Are you going to refuse that request?" His eyes sharpened, and after a moment's thought he said, "No, I will accept it," he said. "If Nox can truly defeat all of them, I will obtain the authority from the imperial family to hand over that place to Nox." Then he smiled sinisterly and said, "Yes, this is an opportunity for me to assess his management capabilities." Roswell nodded and replied, "Understood. If you truly wish it, I will send a letter to the Empire to discuss the acquisition of Charters." Theo said, "Execute it immediately." Roswell bowed his head in understanding. Theo pondered, seeing Nox write his name as Nox von Reinhofer in the letter. He said, as if finding it difficult to comprehend, "Just how far is that child planning?" The next morning, under a clear blue sky, birds spread their wings and flew in a house. Ryan said, trembling, "You mean John and Typhon tried to get rid of me?" He frowned and continued, "And I was just their bait," Nox replied. "Unfortunately, yes." He clutched his head, gritting his teeth in anger. "Damn it, the family must have investigated their identities." His eyes widened, bloodshot. "How dare they deceive the Reinhofer family and try to eliminate me, those devils!" Suddenly, he looked up at Nox and thought, "No, the important thing is that you're emitting a dangerous purple aura. Nox is the more troublesome one." Nox laughed and said, "Why are you looking at me? Are you scared?" Garen's lips twisted in surprise. He clenched his fists, thinking, "This guy really wants to pick a fight with me." He then clasped his hands tightly to maintain his composure. He thought to himself, "No, I need to calm down. If I don't pass the exam, I can't become a knight." He sighed and thought, "In the end, I'll have no choice but to accept this damned guy's offer." He said, "What do you want?" Nox replied cheerfully, "As expected of my brother." He quickly weighed the pros and cons. He said, "I don't ask for much. First, hand over command of all the soldiers under your command to me." Garen immediately replied, "Agreed." He thought to himself, "Even if I don't hand over the army, my life is in his hands." Seeing him, emanating a dangerous and deathly aura from his entire body, he thought to himself, "Although I don't want to admit it, I don't precisely know how strong this young punk is." Finishing his thoughts, he looked at Nox and said, "In return, you must protect my life and all achievements must be mine." Nox said, "All right." But he raised two fingers and said, "Your life and achievements." Then he laughed arrogantly and continued, "Those are two demands, aren't they?" Although extremely angry, Garen tried to endure it. He gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I'll also hand over the mining rights and all goods from my mine," he continued. "So you must handle everything properly." Nox listened, then rose from his chair and said, "That price is still cheap compared to your life, so don't be stingy." Then he continued, "Then while I'm staying in Charters, I'll take care of you, brother." Suddenly his eyes sharpened, and he said coldly to his brother, "Brother, don't be impatient." The scene shifted to the laboratory. Many bottles were stacked on shelves, and below them were colorful potion vials. A voice echoed, "Gold mana potion and corrosion potion." It turned out to be the alchemist Alina and May. Alina picked up a piece of paper and said, "I've never done it before." "Yes, I think it's possible," Devilia said to Nox happily. "That's great, but will it really be all right?" she said worriedly. "Young Master's plan is too dangerous, although it's not for a mere maid like me to ask. Why must it be handled with magic?" May also said worriedly. "That's right, we cannot sacrifice our savior in vain," he reassured them. "Don't be afraid, I wouldn't have mentioned it if it were impossible," he thought to himself. "I understand why they're worried." Seeing the worried expressions on their faces, he thought, "I haven't told them that there's something to gain after handling it with magic, so I have no choice but to lie to them," and he said, "I've thought this through carefully, so ask no more questions." Devilia replied, "Yes, young master, I will do my best to prepare everything you need," he thought to himself. In truth, it's almost impossible to clear charters with magic in the early stages of the game. Alina and May looked at him with pitying eyes, and he thought to himself, "Because no one has ever done it." Then he suddenly laughed and thought to himself, "Without me, that would truly be the case," he thought arrogantly. "Of course no one but me can do it." Then he picked up a wooden stick, pointed at the map, and said, "Then I'll explain the plan. I won't say it again, so listen carefully. There's no ordinary way to clear this secret passage map with magic." He thought, "It's hidden and only appears to players called Water of Death." The three followed his finger on the map, their mouths agape in surprise. Then he pointed to the edge of the map. He thought to himself, "And I am the Water of Death who has cleared Inner Lunatic 26 times. He looked at the three and said, "Understood?" The three replied simultaneously, "Yes," he muttered to himself. "That's why I must clear charters with magic." He smiled at them. He thought to himself, "Simply put, the rewards I'll receive will also be immense." He instructed them, "Then let's not discuss it further, we'll execute the plan tomorrow." The scene shifted to the large castle gate. He was feeding carrots to a black horse, then he gently stroked the horse's head. He gripped the sword at his waist tightly and said resolutely, "If you don't stake your life, you can't survive." His eyes sharpened, and he thought, gazing into the distance, "Because this is the world of Inner Lunatic where I was reincarnated." Suddenly the ground began to shake. Monster feet stomped the ground, making it tremble. He stood on the castle wall, looking at the thousands of monsters approaching below, and said, "Has it begun already?" He said, "Everyone prepare." Alina and May replied, "Yes, my lord." Garen also said, "All right." He held out his hand and said coldly, "I only have one chance." The soldiers replied simultaneously, "Understood," he thought to himself. "I don't know why this memory feels so fresh." Looking at the neatly lined up soldiers, he thought, he had become Renhofer's strategist. He stood bravely on the castle wall with his friends, assistants, and soldiers behind him, and fierce monsters approaching below. He thought, the sole strategist. Devilia said anxiously, "Young master, will you truly return safely?" She continued, "I asked yesterday too, but this is too dangerous." As she spoke, he raised his hand to cut her off. "Devilia," he smiled and said, "Trust your young master," he continued. "I won't be poor." Looking at her face, he suddenly asked himself, "Was it since then?" Then he immediately leaped from the castle wall, soaring down to the ground below. He grinned slyly, thinking to himself, "Was it since then when I made an uncertain promise because I was destined for a short life?" He drew his sword, plunged it into the wall, quickly slashed it across the wall, then swiftly leaped to the ground. He began to use magic. A purple orb of light appeared in his left hand, and he threw it at the face of a golem. Purple liquid flowed from the orb, spreading across the golem's entire body, corroding it. Then he slashed the golem with his sword, causing cracks to appear all over its body. The system window displayed, "Iron Golem defeated. Charter's southern swordsmanship proficiency has improved." Then a purple flash swept across the monsters and blood splattered everywhere. His eyes were filled with killing intent, but he thought, without that promise I might truly have died. Then other monsters rushed to attack him. He began to counterattack them, thinking to himself, "So let this be my stepping stone." The soldiers were also advancing to attack the monsters. He thought, "If you do that, I can enjoy this game more." His eyes were filled with madness, and he bravely cut down the monsters. He thought, "It has now become reality." He grinned slyly. A magical beast appeared in the sky. He looked up, smiled, and said, "It's here." He looked at it coldly. "Then shall we begin?" The magical beast looked at him with sharp eyes. The magical beast opened its mouth wide, and its two eyes glowed. It extended its claws towards him. Nox looked at it with an even more frenzied laugh. Everyone standing on the castle wall watched him with wide, worried, and anxious eyes. Below, many monster corpses already lay scattered. Alina looked at him bravely, fighting the magical beast. She exclaimed in shock, "Is this a dream? I've never seen such a capable knight. Can a human possess such ability?" May also said in surprise, "I knew young master had talent, but I never imagined his movements would be too fast for the naked eye to follow." She asked Devilia, "What kind of place is the Renhofer family?" Devilia replied, "It's a family famous for its swordsmanship, and the right to inherit the black sword is determined by internal family combat." She placed a hand on her chest and continued, "Indeed." Then her eyes sharpened, and she exclaimed, "And young Master Nox is indeed the most promising candidate." Garen, who was nearby, covered his head with his hands, seemingly very troubled by her words. She thought to herself, "I still can't understand why young master doesn't correct the rumors about himself. But there must be a reason of his own." May spoke up, "I don't think all the rumors about young master are true." Then she looked at him with sparkling eyes and said with a smile, "There must be a reason of his own. Why young master had to be an incompetent person, but what exactly it is I can't guess either, Devillia, who was nearby, replied. Yes, I think so too. Then she took a step forward, placed a hand on her chest, and slightly knelt, saying, So rest assured, I guarantee that young master's reason will be convincing. He is very wise after all. Alina happily grabbed her shoulder and said, My point is, you want to hide his true self, right? Alina said, Don't worry. And May, who was nearby, also replied, We'll keep quiet. Their words moved Devillia, and this brought them closer together quickly. Below, the magical beast shrieked sharply, and Garen and his soldiers frowned, the soldiers also terrified by its threat. He looked down, biting his nails as he watched him fight the magical beast. Nox, fighting that thing, he's crazy. The magical beast quickly attacked him with its claws, but he ducked and dodged sideways. Then he coldly raised his sword to attack, but it swiftly flapped its wings and dodged. Then it soared into the air, making the battle even more difficult. He turned and glared at Garen. And Garen was startled, recalling the plan they had discussed earlier. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, Damn it, I just need to do as instructed. Then he commanded the soldiers. All forces, stand by. Keep the bird within range of the castle wall. When commanded, fire arrows immediately, he shouted. Understood? The soldiers simultaneously shouted. Understood. A giant crossbow was prepared. He seriously looked at the magical beast, waiting for it to fly within range. A very sharp arrow. It was clear it had been exquisitely crafted to deal with the magical beast. When Garen gave the command to fire, an arrow was immediately launched, flying swiftly towards the magical beast. It tried to flee in a hurry, but it was already too late. The arrow pierced its right wing, creating a large hole. Its two eyes widened and it collapsed, falling to the ground. He smiled, seeing the plan succeed, and thought to himself, To bring down the bird, I needed to control its powerful aerial ability. Then he bit off the cap of the potion vial with his teeth and drank it in one gulp. The system window displayed, Gold Mana Potion absorbed, stamina temporarily increased by 1. He looked at the magical beast coldly, thinking to himself, I prepared this in advance, recalling his conversation with Garen. He said angrily, What are you talking about? How dare you give me such a trivial task? He continued, Making a crossbow, you can have someone else do it. He was silent for a moment, then thought and opened his mouth. Then will you go fight the bird yourself? These words immediately silenced him and made him consider. Then he asked, How much do you need? Returning to the present, he looked at the magical beast lying on the ground and thought with satisfaction, Garen's intuition is very sharp and he will be useful. Suddenly it opened its eyes and he thought to himself, The only remaining problem is the effect of Alina's potion. Then he stared at it and said, I will prove myself. His figure was reflected in the magical beast's eyes. It spread its wings and began to fly. It soared into the sky. The wound on its right wing was revealed. It glanced at the large hole in its wing and immediately crashed to the ground. He stood behind it and said, Are you enraged because nothing is going your way? He said coldly. I understand normally this much damage would be nothing. Its two eyes shone brightly, radiating killing intent. He continued, Because you are a bird, a high-tier monster. It feared his killing intent. Seeing the blood flowing from its wing, he said, Because of the arrow stuck in your wing. He looked at it with joyful eyes. He continued, We've applied countless poisons that you love. At this moment it was drooling and poisoned, exhausted, its mouth agape. He continued, Just wait, the real pain will begin in 5 minutes. But it still persevered, standing up and fiercely extending its claws towards him. He said nonchalantly, Besides, as the clock pointed precisely to 5 minutes, he looked at it with amusement and said, 5 minutes is enough. Seeing the claws approach him very closely, he thought to himself, This pressure is definitely different from a virtual game. Then he grinned slyly. But I won't be poor. A magical clock appeared around it. Suddenly, when it realized something, countless slashes had already attacked its body. It meant Nox had slashed the magical beast with his sword, he said coldly. At least not today. He glanced and shouted, Garen. He was observing from the castle wall, thinking in fear, Is that really the Nox I knew? Then he clenched both hands tightly. All right. Immediately he gave the command to fire. 2 arrows flew swiftly and pierced the magical beast's body. Nox let out a frenzied laugh and raised his sword, radiating killing intent. He pointed his sword and said, It's time to end everything. As the 2 arrows pierced the magical beast's body, it opened its mouth wide and let out a painful shriek. Soldiers watched this sight in horror. Alina and her companions also held their breath, watching tensely. Nox condensed purple light in the sword in his hand, using the special move Darkness Execution. Then he rushed swiftly towards the magical beast. It used its last strength to extend its head towards him, trying to injure him. But he delivered a sharp blow to it. He severed its leg and blood splattered everywhere. He looked at it with a cold, expressionless face. The magical beast could only watch helplessly as he attacked it. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly and split it in 2. Finally, the magical beast fell dead and he calmly sheathed his sword. The magical clock pointed precisely to 11. He wiped the sweat from his face and glanced at the remaining monsters. Seeing the powerful magical beast fall, the monsters trembled as they looked at him, then fled with lightning speed. He smiled towards the castle wall. The people on the wall cheered, celebrating this victory. The system window displayed magical beast defeated. Survival duration increased by 60 days. Remaining survival duration, 179 days. The residents inside the castle teared up, hugging each other in joy. Alina and her companions also looked at him with joyful and proud eyes. He said happily, Seeing everyone happy makes me happy too. Garen couldn't believe his eyes, he thought in shock. Damn it, how can this be? Recalling the ferocious and terrifying appearance of the magical beast, he thought, the magical beast is a high-tier monster, but recalling the moment it showed fear before Nox, he thought to himself, how can such a strong creature hesitate before an unknown youngster? He gritted his teeth and thought, if he defeated that thing so easily, he must be at least on par with a sword emperor. Sweat trickled down his forehead. Watching the people cheering for him, he thought to himself, is there no other choice but to acknowledge his skill? He silently called out Nox Reinhardt in his mind. If everything he's shown so far is his true power, he thought uneasily, then he might take another step closer to the family's successor position, clenching the castle wall with both hands. Perhaps having finished his thoughts, he unclasped his hands. He muttered to himself, I must choose the right side. Then he climbed onto the castle wall and appeared before the people. He saw the fallen golems. The avian monster also lay dead in a pool of blood. Garen crossed his arms and said to him, I'll take care of bringing the avian monster's corpse safely inside the castle. You take care of dividing the spoils. He looked at Garen, wondering what was going on, and saw him hastily retreating. Garen said to him, Now go rest. After that, his figure disappeared behind the door. He suddenly smiled and thought, I think I spooked him a bit. He began to open the system window thinking, alright, now let's check the hidden rewards I got after completing the mission. The system displayed the acquired item information, basic info, name, high-grade avian monster heart attribute, wind, special effect, avian monster heart, untamed eye of the wilderness, an ingredient for manufacturing elixirs that change the consumer's health and speed. However, whether those attributes increase or decrease depends on the alchemist's alchemy skill. The scene shifted to alchemist Alina's room. Inside, ceramic jars for making medicines were placed. Alina held the avian monster's heart and said in surprise, This heart, just as he said, contains the power of wind. If we know how to use it correctly, we can create elixirs or equipment that we've only ever heard rumors of. He told her that it could be used to create ordinary elixirs. When will it be finished? She replied, It depends on the situation, but with the tools I have now it will take quite a while. Hearing that, he said, Don't worry, I'll provide all the necessary tools, and he stated his request. While I'm at it, I'd like to invite both of you, Alina and May, to serve as quartermasters for the Reinhardt family. At these words, the two froze for 5 seconds. They said, But we are just commoners, he replied. Is that so important? He said solemnly. Since you both have talent, I will surely make important use of you. Tell me any time if you need anything. Then his eyes suddenly sharpened and he said coldly, But I will not forgive any act of betrayal, for any reason whatsoever, he thought to himself. At this point, who would know the correct way to use this monster's magic core? Especially, since it could only be obtained by defeating this hidden boss, no one would have ever seen it, and only a genius could transform it into another item. An ordinary person could never do it. Alina said cheerfully, We would never do such a thing. You saved our lives, young master, so we will trust and follow you forever. Curled his lips into a smile. Good answer. He was very satisfied to have acquired 2 geniuses in the game, and thought to himself, Now I have 2 genius characters for novice players. After that he turned and said, We will depart in 3 days, so prepare. You will secretly manufacture elixirs in the family mansion. I do not want others to see what you are doing. Do you understand? They replied, Yes, young master. He opened the door and walked out. Devilia followed him. The two walked, one leading, one following. Their footsteps were one after the other. Devilia suddenly stopped as they walked. She said, Young master, you are completely different from what I had heard. When he asked the meaning of her words, she immediately replied, Some people said you were selfish and only cared about yourself. Now I at least know that you are not such a person, but can you promise me just one thing? She spoke hesitantly, but her eyes were filled with hope. If one day everything truly becomes difficult, please allow me to help you. Although I am of humble birth, I cannot understand why so many people dislike you. At these words he was surprised. After that he turned and said, All right, if that day comes I'll tell you. Seeing her still looking at him, he hastily said, Are you going to keep standing there? It will be quite cold here at night. If you don't hurry, both you and I will catch a cold. Devilia smiled, grateful that he hadn't scolded her. She was of humble birth. After a moment she suppressed a laugh inwardly. Nox was resting in bed with a towel on his forehead. He said, I know what you're going to say, so don't. She said, flustered, It's all right. Everyone gets sick sometimes. You'll get sick less as you grow older. His cheeks were flushed from his illness. He remained silent and looked up at the system window. 2 system windows were displayed. Due to cold level 2, you have contracted persistent illness level 3. You have contracted chronic cough level 4. He thought to himself, what a mess. The scene shifted to Reinhardt. A person shouted from the doorway, The 2 young masters have returned. Nox's party returned on horseback. The butler Roswell suddenly noticed something. He asked him, Are those young Master Nox's new servants? He replied, Yes. Hearing these words, the people around them murmured, What? That guy brought back women again, even 2 of them. He truly can't be cured of his bad habits. Quiet. Hey, do you want to cause trouble? If he hears you, then there will be a bloodbath. At this age he already knows women. Didn't he know that Rona's mission was all a lie? But the patriarch said it was all true. He wouldn't lie, he thought to himself. No matter what I do in people's eyes, I will always remain useless. If so, I won't change, he said to them grimly. Do you have nothing to do, or are you bored because you're idle? As soon as they heard him, they hastily dispersed. Roswell approached him and said, Young Master Nox, he said, the patriarch has requested to see you in his private study. He thought to himself, the time has come. Knox stood facing Theo with Theo and Roswell behind him. He said, "You've arrived." He knelt on one knee and said, "Yes, father called me." Theo narrowed his eyes and looked at him, saying, "I have something to discuss with you, and you must also have something you wish to tell me." He immediately nodded. He said, "I heard you played a major role in helping everyone return safely from Charters and eliminated evil there. Calling the fallen avian monster and Garen," he said, "even Garen had to acknowledge your abilities." He replied, "Did he tell you that, father?" He said, "Yes. That child said he wouldn't have passed the night training without you." He thought in surprise, "Garen, did something happen to that guy? Why is he saying good things about me?" He continued. "But I didn't call you here to talk about such meaningless things." Saying that, he put his hand into a box beside him, pulled out a scroll and said, "You imposed an impossible mission on yourself and completed it. You brought honor to the Reinhofer family." Then he handed him the scroll. He received the scroll and he said, "Therefore I will keep my promise." He unrolled the scroll and on it were 2 red seals. He continued, "From now on, Charters will be under your rule." Hearing this, he smiled with satisfaction. He placed his hand on his chest, bowed his head and said, "I thank the Patriarch for his generosity." After that, he rubbed the table with his finger and stroked his chin with his other hand. Lost in thought, he stared intently at him. Seeing the expression on his face as if he was about to say something, he thought to himself, "What? Does he have something else to say?" Suddenly, Theo said, "Knox von Reinhofer, the youngest son of our family, are you interested in this position?" At these words he froze, his eyes wide with surprise, and he stared at Theo's resolute expression in shock. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Damn it, why is Theo suddenly doing this?" The scene shifted to a distant location. A red-haired man was staring intently at an object in his hand. It was a small mirror that could replay stored images and show what had been previously observed. It was an image of him defeating the avian monster. He looked at the avian monster, collapsed and dead, and red syrup dripped from his eyes. He gripped the mirror tightly and said, "The avian monster has also weakened." Behind him, Kramer stood with his head respectfully bowed. He said, "Those damned Reinhofers have finally made a move," he continued. "According to the news I've heard, they have taken control of Charters and it has been given to their youngest son," the red-haired man commanded. "Kramer, prepare for war," Kramer said worriedly. "Will we be all right?" the red-haired man said. "Their family took something precious from me, so I have nothing more to lose." Kramer immediately obeyed the command. "Yes, my lord." Suddenly his expression darkened, and then he smiled sinisterly. After a moment he brought a red-haired girl. Her eyes looked at him expressionlessly. He stroked the girl's cheek and said cheerfully, "The time is near." After that he stared intently at the girl. "The day I take this kingdom, his schemes will slowly come to fruition," he said to her. "And the day you awaken." The scene shifted to the Reinhofer family mansion. He listened to Theo speaking in silence. He lowered his head and looked at the ground and looked up at him again. Suddenly, Butler Roswell said, "Patriarch, it is too early to ask young Master Knox this question. Surely the Patriarch also knows the value and responsibility of becoming the head of the family." Theo closed his eyes and said, "No." Then he opened his eyes and looked at him solemnly. "I must speak now," Roswell objected, saying, "I apologize, my lord, but I do not agree. To be precise, young Master Knox is not yet strong enough. And isn't young Master Garen also there?" Theo suddenly slammed the table, angered, and said, "You are not the one to decide." He bowed his head and said, "Father, I do not wish to sit in the Patriarch's seat. Furthermore, I am worried about having to take responsibility for many things." Hearing him, Theo said, "You are my son and you fear this position." He stared at him resolutely and said, "Why shouldn't I be afraid?" Theo observed him for a long time. Then he no longer pressured him. He said, "All right, I will respect your opinion for now." He replied, "Thank you, father," he said, "but as you know, talented people eventually reveal themselves. Are humans weak, always wanting to test and display their abilities?" He opened his mouth but stopped. After that he bowed and said, "Yes, Patriarch." He said, "Go back, you must be tired." He replied, "Thank you for your concern, father." The scene shifted to his room. Devilia said worriedly, "Did the Patriarch scold you, young master?" He said, "No, don't worry, nothing happened, and it wasn't something I couldn't refuse." She remained silent and looked at him. She said, By the way, Elena and May's lodgings have been prepared," he said gratefully. "Well done," she replied. "It's all right, I am merely fulfilling my duty as your maid." He looked at her and said, "If there were rules for everything in this world, no one would hate, quarrel, or fight with each other." She looked at him in surprise. He praised her again. "Well done, Devilia." She held her skirt with her hands and said politely, "Yes, young master, thank you." After she left, he solemnly thought to himself, "Is it truly time to get serious now?" He thought, "I must become the best at Eldon Academy, the best organization for night and magic training." After he left, Theo said with a headache, "Indeed, it's very difficult to talk to my son." Butler Roswell said on his behalf, "My lord, you may have spoken to young Master Knox too early. If he were to understand the meaning of the Patriarch's position, his answer would be different." Theo cut him off. No, his eyes were already those of someone who had set his own path. Seeing the fear in his eyes, Theo said, "That child seemed to be afraid of something, not afraid of my position or myself, but something more terrible, a fear akin to looking into an abyss." He thought to himself, "Death, that child is afraid of dying now." He thought in surprise, "But why?" Roswell spoke. "It may be presumptuous of me to say this," he continued, "but I believe what happened to the lady has greatly affected young Master Knox." Theo smiled bitterly and said, "That's right, that child must resent me greatly." He blamed himself, saying, "To that child I am merely a pathetic being who couldn't protect his mother." Roswell continued, "Patriarch, more importantly, young Master Garen seems to have already made a move this time. It seems to be a big one." Theo's eyebrows furrowed. He said, "Understood." Began to recall the past scenes of death and war. At that moment, with a resolute and cold gaze, he told his father, "Father, surrender and accept it. The Archduke's power will be mine." The scene shifted elsewhere. A girl in a yellow dress stood before a mirror. She looked at the mirror again and again while behind her a maid was tidying dresses placed on a chair. "It's Thalia," she asked the maid. "How do I look? Do I seem okay?" Emma replied, "Young lady, I've seen you put on and take off this dress 20 times already." She walked back and forth again, picking up a blue dress. Lost in thought, she said, "This looks good too. This isn't bad either. What accessories should I wear?" She asked Emma. "Are you that excited?" She happily said, "Of course, it's about getting accepted into Elden Academy." Emma sighed and said, "That's not what I meant." Emma continued, "I'm talking about young Master Nox. It's the first time you're meeting him again after he became your fiancé." She paused for a moment, lost in thought, and suddenly her cheeks flushed with shyness. She changed the subject. "I think this ribbon would be better." Emma replied, "Yes." Suddenly she became angry and said, "Emma, you're just giving me half-hearted answers, aren't you?" Emma turned her face away and said discontentedly, "Young lady, you always wear that kind of outfit." The scene shifted to the Rinhofer laboratory. A pair of black shoes appeared. It was Nox. Today, too, he was as handsome as ever. Suddenly, he saw Alina slumped in a chair. She looked up at him with clear dark circles under her eyes. She said tiredly, "Young master, you're here." He said yes. Seeing her poor complexion, he asked, "Never mind the potion for now. Are you okay? You don't look good." May, standing beside her with her arms crossed, said angrily, "She's always like this whenever she concentrates on something. I'll take care of her." Alina smiled and said, "May is the best." Then she said to him, "Enough talk, please take a look at this." He turned his head in the direction she was pointing. He was surprised to see the elixir bottle she had manufactured. It radiated a brilliant light. As he reached out his hand towards the elixir bottle, a system panel appeared. "This is a high-grade wind elixir. Attribute, wind. Stats, health 1, dexterity 3. As he held the elixir bottle in his hand, she asked in an excited voice, "How is it?" The system displayed, "Manufactured by genius alchemist Alina, effectiveness increased by 200. Truly a good elixir." He smiled, thinking inwardly, "Finally, I have it in my hands." He thought that the wind elixir not only increased health by 1 but also a hidden stat, dexterity, by 1. Dexterity and genius's time were a perfect combination. He thought happily, "It's really good to get this item now." As expected of a genius alchemist, he looked at her, thinking that with Alina as his assistant everything had become much better. He praised her, saying, "Well done." Alina let out a sigh of relief. It seemed she hadn't disappointed him. After that, he uncorked the bottle and brought it to his lips. And he drank all the medicine in the bottle. His body began to change, and a blue light enveloped him. He was very satisfied with this result, he said. "Now all preparations are complete." After that, he continued, "Time to go to Elden, right?" After strengthening his body with the elixir manufactured by Alina, the system displayed Nox Rinhofer's information. Gender, male, age 15, primary attribute, darkness, positive traits, sword and combat genius, mana perception, insight genius, memory genius, steel will, acting genius. Neutral, void exploration, negative traits, incurable disease, frequent illness, cold limbs, demon, remaining lifespan due to incurable disease, 150 days. Mana stat reached 10, mana perception genius trait activated. The scene shifted to Elden Academy, a place many people wished to learn at. After a long and tiring journey, he and Devilia arrived here. Their carriage slowly came to a stop. He opened the door and stepped out of the carriage. His black attire, elegance and charisma made him look even more dashing than usual. Behind him, Devilia also got out of the carriage. As he appeared, people began to murmur. Someone asked if the person with white hair and purple eyes wasn't the youngest son of the Rinhofer family. The person next to him replied, "I heard that scoundrel is entering this semester, the troublemaker, that is. Hey, be careful, someone might die if he overhears you." He heard people talking about him like that and chuckled. He looked at them with sharp eyes and said coldly, "Why is it so noisy? Is some dog barking around here?" Immediately they shut their mouths and fell silent. They quickly dispersed and he too entered Elden Academy. Devilia sighed, seeing him, and suddenly her gaze stopped on something. Another carriage approached and a girl in a blue dress stepped out. It was Emma, Thalia's maid. She bowed her head in greeting and said, "Young Master Nox." Devilia also bowed her head in greeting. He said in a trembling voice, "You came early." The screen displayed, "Acting genius is trembling. You are trembling." It turns out he was only pretending to tremble. Emma replied, "Yes, we were also talking about the entrance ceremony." She turned to Thalia inside the carriage and said, "Young lady, please welcome young Master Nox." Thalia heard that, flustered, her face blushing, and said, "What? Nox?" Then she quickly tidied her clothes and appearance, saying, "Just a moment." A short while later, white feet and lovely black shoes descended from the carriage. Thalia was beautiful and a little cute. She looked up at him, her face flushed. He thought inwardly, she's still the same as ever. Then he recalled the past, but he hadn't expected such a thing to happen when he was unconscious, when he learned the truth. Sword in his hand dropped. He looked at Rona in surprise and shouted, What did you just say?" Rona said, "You're marrying young Lady Thalia. Everyone knows, everyone except you." He grabbed her by both shoulders and said, "That's the problem. I didn't know anything." Back to the present, he thought inwardly. "I checked, and indeed the family agreed to the marriage without my knowledge. Damn it." At that moment, Thalia approached and greeted him. She said shyly, "Hey Nox, hello." He replied indifferently, "Hello?" Nevertheless, she beamed at him. Devillia approached his side and quietly asked, "Is that young lady Thalia your fiancée, young master?" He said discontentedly, "Devillia, I told you not to talk about this." Thalia asked, "Are you okay?" He looked away and replied, "Yes, I'm fine. How about you?" She smiled contentedly that he had responded to her. She said, "I'm fine too." Suddenly, a horse neighed loudly, drawing everyone's attention. Another grand and magnificent carriage stopped before him. He glanced at the person inside the carriage and thought inwardly, she was here. Seeing the girl get out of the carriage, he thought, one of Eldon Academy's geniuses. This is Ilino Rivalon, the star merchant and head of the Rivalon family who rules the continent. He suddenly thought, truly unexpected. Suddenly, Ilino looked at him and said sarcastically, "Oh my, look who it is." She smiled and said, "Isn't it young Master Noxrenhofer? I didn't expect you to pass Eldon Academy. Nice to meet you." He looked at her and gave a fake smile. Sensing malice in her greeting, he replied, "Ilino?" She said, "Yes, it's me." She introduced herself. "I'm a noble from a merchant family you always despised. I'm Ilino Rivalon. I didn't expect to meet you again." Ilino smiled and said, "I'm a noble from a merchant family you always despised. I'm Ilino Rivalon. I didn't expect to meet you again." Nox von Renhofer internally called her name. Ilino Rivalon, the sole child of the wealthy Rivalon family, whose fortune could shake the entire continent. She was also one of the rising stars who would dominate the financial world in the future. Her nickname was the Fox of Wealth. He thought inwardly. Moreover, the screen displayed, "Acting Master is temporarily shaken." He saw her smiling at him. He thought uneasily, she met Nox when she was young. Flashback to when they were both children at a party. Suddenly, Ilino looked to her right. At that time, he openly criticized her. "How can someone as lowly as you be a noble? Truly pathetic. Do you think you bought your status with money? Do you think you can change your family's past that way?" The two stood facing each other, and the adults murmured about her. "Foolish girl, get out of my sight." These words hurt and humiliated her. Back to reality, he thought uneasily. Her strained relationship with Nox is one of the burdens old Nox created, although it's my burden now. Damn it. Although it wasn't his doing, now that he was Nox, he had to take responsibility. He avoided her gaze. Looking at Thalia and Ilino, he thought helplessly, "I didn't expect to find two people here who could metaphorically stab me in the back." Ilino suddenly said, "What's wrong? You're very different from usual." He replied curtly, "How was I usually?" She laughed sarcastically and said, "Surely you know, are you the type who likes to hear the truth from others?" He thought inwardly, damn it, feeling disgusted. "Still a headache," he said angrily. "If you want to cause trouble, get lost." Seeing his attitude, she said, "As I expected, you haven't changed at all." He asked, "What do you want? Do you want me to acknowledge you?" She gave a fake smile and said, "I'm sorry, but I can't say anything to the Renhofer family's incompetent one." He thought inwardly, now I know she has no positive feelings for me whatsoever. First, let's check her attributes. He activated Insight. The system displayed Ilino Rivalon's information. Basic info. Name Ilino Rivalon, age 15, primary attribute, wind. Positive traits, calculation genius, acting master, neutral, none. Negative traits, sword art, beginner, vain, arrogant. Skill, passive skill, rich merchant's eye. After seeing it, he thought inwardly, her attributes are not very different from what I knew. That's a relief. He thought that the Rivalon family's status as D was bought by Ilino's merchant father. Despite disliking her status, Ilino had no choice but to use it. Simply put, she was filled with anger, and that past Nox had poked this hornet's nest. He sneered, thinking inwardly, in her eyes he really is the worst person in the world. Suddenly, Ilino bowed her head and placed a hand on her chest, saying, "All right, I'll leave this place as you wish. Unfortunately, we don't seem to be close enough to wish each other good luck." He continued to play the villain, saying, "Why should I bless someone as lowly as you?" She replied, "Yes, yes, goodbye then," after she left. He said to Thalia, "Let's go. The Eldon Academy entrance ceremony is about to begin." Thalia was startled and replied, "Oh, all right." Seeing her follow him, he thought inwardly, Thalia is sticking to me. Anyway, I can't abandon her under the pretext of her being my fiancée. I'll just use this situation and utilize her as much as possible. He thought, I must not let my guard down. Inside the academy, the place was grand and opulent, with many layers of chandeliers brightly lighting the ceiling. Many people had already come to learn. Everyone looked around the academy hall with curious eyes. On the stairs there was a lectern. He looked at it and said, as expected, many scions of prestigious families have gathered here. He looked around, thinking inwardly, some of these will be useful. I need to somehow recruit them without affecting the story's flow. Thinking of others, he started to think, especially the most powerful figures. He fell into thought. But if I bring them to my side, I'll ruin the original story. I need to approach this carefully, he asked Devillia. But many people seem to be watching me. Am I overthinking it? She replied. Yes, many nobles are looking at young master. Seeing their hateful and fearful gazes, she sighed and said, "Young master, you seem quite famous." He crossed his arms and said, "Yes, I'm a bit famous." Thalia, standing nearby, hesitated and said, "But their eyes seem full of hostility. Is that also considered famous?" Suddenly a voice echoed in the hall. "Is everyone listening to me?" Everyone turned their gaze towards the lectern, and he thought inwardly, "Here they come." Behind, maids were lined up, bowing. A small girl with white hair, holding candy in her hand and putting it in her mouth with white cloth wrapped around her bare feet, appeared. It was Noah. She happily said, "Hello everyone." Everyone froze as they looked at her. "She's too small. Such a tiny girl. Who is this child?" the professors murmured, seeing her standing on the lectern. "What's a little kid doing at Eldon Academy's sacred entrance ceremony? Did she get lost following her parents? But she's greeting us. She's probably just being polite," he thought to himself, observing the situation. "These fools," looking at Noah, he thought, "she's a real monster. You can't judge her by her appearance." Noah von Trinity's name appeared on the system window. Age, unknown. Primary attribute, Ice Solis. Eldon Academy expansion. One of the 4 sages. Positive traits, Mana perception genius. Cheerful. Negative traits, inferiority complex. Short stature, acting cute. Laziness. Passive skill, Sea of Mana. Dominator's authority, active skill, Boss water spear. Cold light blizzard. Seeing those powers, he thought to himself, "I must never anger her." Thalia tried to ask him something, but he cut her off. "It's nothing. If you don't want to become poor, just keep silent." Meanwhile, Noah happily continued, "Nice to meet you all. I am Noah von Trinity, the new dean of Eldon Academy." She said, "You might not know it yet," and then her eyes suddenly brightened. With a cold, deathly expression on her face, she said, "If I hear anyone say short again," then she returned to her usual cute self and said, "That person will become poor, okay?" And she declared, "Now the Eldon Academy entrance ceremony will begin." Everyone was flustered by her words. A brown-haired man raised his hand and said, "We haven't heard of such a rule." She replied, "Of course not," Noah said coldly. "This is a rule created by the new dean to filter out useless talents." Then a green light appeared beneath everyone's feet. She said, "Everyone, this is a magic circle I created." Using magic, she said, "I hope you all return alive." He too was surprised to see the magic circle, but he was already prepared. His eyes were serious and he thought, "It's time to begin." After that, everyone was teleported to a different location. He thought to himself, "I must survive, no matter the cost." Everyone was teleported into a forest. A blonde bearded man was waiting there. He shouted loudly, "Wake up now." Teleportation tremor must have left everyone deeply asleep. He had a shining bald head. He was Verno, he said angrily. "How dare you sleep in front of me? Are you out of your minds?" Everyone barely began to wake up, but one person fully regained his senses and stood up first, his gaze fixed on Nox. Seeing him barely stand, he thought, "One remains, I see." At this moment, he felt extremely tired. He gritted his teeth and panted, thinking, "I tried to endure it, but the after effects of the intermediate force teleportation magic are undeniable." He narrowed his eyes and looked at him. The two stood facing each other. Suddenly he was surprised to see his shining head. He thought, "It really shines like in the game, like a halo." He recalled his past self with abundant handsome hair, and remembered someone mentioning his thick hair. This person was Verno, a combat professor and an alumnus who had graduated from the academy in its early days. Players had nicknamed him Tacos Verno, a somewhat embarrassing nickname due to his baldness. He was quite skilled in footwork. He thought there would be no harm in approaching him. His eyebrows furrowed and he pointed at him, saying, "What's wrong, white hair? Why are you looking at me like that?" He sighed, thinking, "Damn it, was I too focused? I was staring at him inadvertently." He replied, "It's nothing." He activated acting genius. He said, "Heed this advice. I have a very good intuition. If you dare to harbor resentment towards me, I will not forgive you." He extended his hand and said, "Please tell me the test details. Can we discuss other topics later, Professor?" He crossed his arms and said, "All right, but before that I need to wake these sleepyheads. If you don't want to get dizzy, you'd better cover your ears." He began to cover his ears with both hands. After that, he used magic with both hands, then clapped his hands together, creating a shockwave that woke everyone up. "What was that sound?" A brown-haired man said angrily. "What damn bastard made that noise?" Then a hand from behind him slapped him hard on the head, making him instantly want to log out. "It was Verno," he said. "I did it. Got a problem?" Everyone was blinded by his shining, sparkling bald head. He said angrily, "How dare you not only insult me but also raise your eyebrows at me? Ah, do you want to become poor?" The black-haired man began to regret it. "My mistake, Professor." He said, "Take the students who haven't woken up yet to the safe zone." After that, a group of people carried away those who hadn't woken up yet. He began to speak. "Now I will explain the Eldon Academy entrance exam." He listened carefully. He thought to himself, "No's first test requires us to hunt monsters on this magically created island using everything we have. The reward is the magic stones that drop from them. The less mana a magic stone contains, the higher its value." The magic stones glowed with a beautiful purple light. He thought everyone would start wondering why. Wasn't more mana better? He smiled. But that's only half true. They evaluate two things in this test. First is mana sensitivity. He recalled the people who were just trembling and struggling to wake up. This is evaluated and recorded by how quickly one awakens after experiencing No's magic. And he was the only one who stood up even without Verno's terrible sound waking him. Second is the ability to detect faint mana levels. It's the ability that allows a mage to maximize their limits on the battlefield. He thought to himself, They were filtering out magic stones and ordinary stones from the start. He thought it was a common occurrence here. Verno began to explain. This place is a labyrinth created by Noah von Trinity, Dean of Eldon Academy. There are so many enemies here that insignificant beings like yourselves cannot even imagine fighting them. After that, he said, therefore I will exceptionally allow you to work in teams. Everyone began to look at each other. Suddenly a sword appeared beside him. Everyone received the swords distributed by the professor. He said, everyone had better start moving quickly. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and everyone's faces were filled with confusion and fear. After that, he left. I'll wait for you all above. He left. The students began to murmur, Professor Verno, I still have questions. Did he just leave? He really left. The brown-haired man who had just been hit on the head by him said, my head still hurts. Damn it, I didn't expect something like this to happen here. Everyone's faces were filled with worry. Ilino and the others also remained silent. One person raised her hand. She said, is there anyone who wants to help the princess and me? Behind her was Princess Pelope. Ilino also began to shout, if you work for me to pass this test, I will reward you on my family's honor. He watched from afar as people began to choose teams, then left alone. He thought of inner lunatic. Then he burst out laughing. You can't survive this damned game with just ordinariness and status. As he walked, he thought to himself, knowledge is crucial here. I must monopolize every advantage to prevent my incurable disease from progressing. He stopped before a cave, then swiftly rushed in, his eyes resolute. I have no choice but to do this alone. Meanwhile, Verno stood on a high rock observing the situation. After covering his shining bald head with a hat, he said thoughtfully, even if it's more difficult than I expected, it's strange. How can a new student not only withstand the dean's intermediate magic but also recalled his persistent expression and his decision to leave alone, he wondered. Moreover, he decided to raid the forest alone. He pondered, saying, does this guy not fear danger? But he shook his head again. No, quite the opposite. He recalled his face. There's a reason that guy isn't afraid. You can see it in his expression. I think he's a diamond in the rough. Show me what you can do, hidden dragon of the Renhofer family. He narrowed his eyes, what he expected of him. Show me your genius. Meanwhile, his black sword was already stained with blood. He had dealt with a wolf. Next to it were green and red magic stones. He had dealt with all the goblins too, but he had no interest in those magic stones. After Nox defeated the wolves and goblins, many magic stones fell from their bodies, but he didn't even pick them up. After he left, someone suddenly watched him from behind a cave wall. She smiled, watching his retreating figure, and followed him. The scene shifted elsewhere. Blood was splattered everywhere and a wolf lay dead. They were Thalia, Pelope, and Aina's party. They were surrounded by goblins. Sweat trickled down Thalia's forehead, and she looked quite exhausted from fighting them. She thought to herself, where did Nox go? I don't know. I wish I had gone with him earlier. Seeing her dazed, he shouted, Thalia, what are you doing? Don't forget you have the important task of protecting Princess Pelope. Enjoy taking care of these monsters, she replied. Understood. A moment later, both of them had dealt with the goblins. Pelope held a purple crystal in her hand and said, we've climbed quite high. At this altitude, this purple crystal should be correct, right? Aina replied, probably not. After all, she's one of the 4 sages. She probably set some traps in the test. It can't be this easy. Pelope nodded, hearing that, and said, I agree too. She looked around, saw that everyone was very exhausted, and said, in our current state, it will be very difficult to climb higher. The higher we go, the more monsters there will be, and the harder they will be to deal with. Aina thought to herself, but no matter how hard it is, I must endure. Looking at Pelope, she thought she had promised to put the princess on top. She thought, the demon empire is rotten to the core now. To return to its former glorious era, someone like her must ascend the throne. I will do anything for that. Thalia said, I'm fine, princess. If it's all right with you, please gather those who can continue and let us keep moving forward. Aina said from the side, I think so too. Pelope hesitated for a long time, looking at them, then tightly squeezed the purple crystal in her hand before releasing it. She recalled the image of a blonde-haired man. She said, all right, let's go, everyone, just a little more patience. The scene shifted to Nox. He was emitting white smoke. The screen displayed, negative trait. You have contracted cold limbs level 3. Movement speed and breathing capacity are reduced. All stats are decreased and you are slowed. He thought in silence. I knew it would come to this eventually. He sighed and waved his hand, flicking out magic flames. Although the flames were small, they were still useful. At this moment, the screen displayed basic magic flame has removed the cold limbs trait. He thought to himself, if this damned body is to be useful, I first need to get rid of the cold within it. After that, he raised his eyes and said, this is enough. Nox moved forward again. His footprints were deeply etched in the snow. He looked at the landscape before him and said, this was clearly created by the ice witch Noah von Trinity. He found something strange and smiled. There was a little more ice than usual on the mountaintop. After that, he sighed and began to close his eyes. He crouched down, touched the snow with his hand, and felt this island. It was different from what it seemed on the surface. Felt through the snow and thought, Noah von Trinity created this place and called it Noah's Labyrinth. Everything here is made of magic. He sensed monsters and thought to himself, so all the creatures and monsters appearing here also originate from her magic. After that he withdrew his magic, observed again and said, it doesn't matter how much mana she has. Then he smiled, his eyes filled with resolve and courage. He clenched his fist and said, that doesn't matter. After that, onto the cold icy ground. Night fell, and another horde of ice monsters was raging madly. They were dozens of times larger than him, and he held his sword looking at them in a defensive stance. He thought to himself, ice dwarves, everyone fears these guys, they're strong and self-healing. He thought to himself, these are one of the monsters that make newbies poor, but they're nothing to me. An ice dwarf began to attack him, but he easily dodged to the right. After that, another dwarf from behind was preparing to attack him with a log. The creature swung its wooden club, but he quickly ducked. It glared at him angrily, and then another one attacked him head-on with a wooden club. Seeing the wooden club flying towards him, he cut it with his sword. He thought angrily that while Noah might go crazy over talented students, she wouldn't go so far as to nip talent in the bud before it could even blossom. He thought to himself that the ice dwarf monsters in this test were not weak enough for students to defeat. They were at least low to mid-tier. If this were a real situation, not a test, the difficulty would be enough to lead people to their deaths. He pointed his sword at them, wondering what it all meant. Suddenly someone appeared from behind. The person who had been following him earlier. She hid behind a nearby tree and quietly observed him. He suddenly realized that the ice dwarf monsters appearing in this test attacked repeatedly in a specific pattern. He swiftly darted between two monsters. The first dwarf monster to appear always delivers a direct single blow. The next dwarf monster has a wide attack range but delivers a slower single blow than the first. And finally, the last dwarf monster to appear has the weakest power and performs a thrusting attack. He quickly blocked the wooden club with his sword and smiled. So that's how I can block it. He quickly slashed one of them and knocked down another with his sword. He gripped his black sword tightly and stabbed the remaining dwarf monster in the chest. He pulled the sword out of the dwarf monster's chest and blood splattered. He watched coldly as it fell. All the ice dwarf monsters had been defeated. He reached his hand into their bodies and pulled out a crystal, saying, found it. Gray crystal. He thought to himself that the fragment of gray crystal Noah had planted here was the reason he hadn't gone searching for other crystals until now. He could exchange it for the scroll he needed most right now. He thought of Genius's time. He would upgrade that skill after this story segment ended. One person held a purple crystal fragment in their hand and said to Ilino's group, with this level we'll take first place. A girl with long brown hair said, I'm quite looking forward to it. The girl with short brown hair next to her said cheerfully. Right? Another girl also replied. You're very skilled, Ilino said calmly. I'm just so-so. She thought to herself that as they said, this much should be enough to achieve good results. But she recalled Nox, who had left alone earlier, and wondered why he bothered her so much. She narrowed her eyes and began to recall the past. Back then Ilino was still young. And when she returned home after being humiliated by him at a party, her father grabbed her shoulder and said angrily, you fought with the Reinhofer family's young master, why did you do that? He said, didn't I tell you? So that no one can look down on our family, he continued, looking coldly at his daughter. We must climb higher and higher. You should have enticed him, even if it cost you everything. She sobbed as her father scolded her instead of comforting her. She looked at her continuously reproaching father with wide eyes, thinking to herself that he had never once considered her his daughter. Returning to the present, she thought of Nox von Reinhofer. Why did he disappear alone in this test which was of no use? Could he perhaps know the secret of the test? She thought for a moment, then said to everyone, I have a proposal for you all. She smiled and said, the Rivalan family will promise a large reward to anyone who climbs higher with me. Everyone began to whisper, you don't like this crystal, if we climb higher we might get hurt. I think it's too dangerous, she said cheerfully. They say you gain a lot by being reckless, don't you think? The mention of rewards seemed to sway some people, and a few raised their hands. A blonde man said, I'll go too. A girl with short brown hair also said, me too. Another person raised their hand. Please let me join as well. She thought to herself contemptuously that everyone was just in it for the money. She didn't know what Nox was thinking, but watching for a while wouldn't be bad. She smiled brightly again and said, then shall we go? The scene shifted to the snow-covered forest where Nox had cut down the monster. He looked at the corpses of the ice dwarf monsters and the gray crystal in his hand, thinking to himself that the reason he took risks alone was simple. The reward would be greater. He thought he had almost no chance to extend Genius's time. It was almost impossible unless he unlocked the hidden stat, dexterity. He turned his face and said, there's nothing I can do even if I attract attention. Suddenly, as he turned around, a sword flew rapidly towards him. He quickly drew his sword and cut it down, and it slammed hard into the ground. He was wide-eyed in surprise. The person said, I didn't expect to meet you here, Paracelsus. He smiled and said, young master of the Reinhofer family, I'm pleased. He began to panic. He looked at him in silence, and he smiled looking back at him. He gritted his teeth, thinking it was strange. How could this be? The system window displayed Paracelsus' name, age 15, primary attribute iron, positive traits, sword genius, innate warrior, alchemy genius, fierce towards the strong and gentle towards the weak, negative traits, laziness, stubbornness, contempt for nobles, passive skill, master of swordsmanship, active skills, holy sword union, wanderer's sword, vitality, swordsmanship, basic. He thought to himself that he was one of the most powerful figures in Inner Lunatic, one of the 3 sword emperors. Why was such a powerful figure here? Originally, this chapter should have shown him fighting the protagonist and then being moved when the protagonist saved Ilino from danger. Suddenly he was startled. Wait. He threw his sword at him again and he thought something was wrong. He quickly blocked his sword with his own. He thought Paracelsus. Where was the protagonist supposed to confront him? He said, I'm somewhat interested in what you have. Give it to me. The screen displayed acting genius has been activated. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, you filthy creature. He began to attack him. He blocked his attacks with his black sword, thinking that if he wasn't mistaken, the protagonist of this world didn't exist right now. He stabbed him with his sword, but he dodged his head to the side. He thought angrily that he had to stop him here. Damn it, he shouted. If something changes, can you take responsibility? After hearing him, he said, I don't understand what you mean, but you were very suspicious from the beginning. In charters, you seemed very familiar with that sword. He quickly said, what do you mean? He smiled and replied, are you perhaps afraid, or should you just give me that sword and we go our separate ways? The black crystal is probably the way to get a high score. He said, what if I refuse? He replied, then I'll just have to take it by any means necessary. After that, the two faced each other. He said angrily, damn it, you planned this from the start. He said calmly, is that so? But what can you do? You're caught in a trap. He thought to himself that although he might be one of the most powerful figures, his abilities were not yet complete. Even if he was a genius, if he used genius's time, he would clearly be defeated. But he couldn't waste it on this battle. His eyes sharpened. He thought of Ilino, and if the protagonist truly didn't exist in this world, he had to save her. He thought uneasily that this might be a gamble, but there was no other choice. He said, you're not the only one who knows the secret, Paracelsus. He replied, if you remember my name, do you intend to ask for my mercy? He had only called his name. He nodded, smiled, and looked at him. Then he pointed his sword at him and said, I know you entered the academy to uncover the secret behind your master's death. He no longer maintained his gentle demeanor from before and now looked at him with a terrifying face. He glanced at him and said, you damned bastard, he said teasingly. Do you want to talk? Ilino's group also arrived at the ice mountain, and as they walked she was surprised to see something. It was Princess Penelope's group. The princess called out to Ilino Rivalin in surprise. She continued, I knew you'd come here. Ilino, hearing that, bowed her head in greeting and replied, I don't have the courage to block her highness's path. Then her eyes hardened. She continued, but I have something to confirm. While speaking, Nox and Paracelsus also pursued them to their location, fighting. Paracelsus's eyes were fixed coldly, not missing his target. He stabbed him hard with his sword, but he quickly dodged his head to the side. Penelope, seeing them fighting, said to Akina, I understand, but I have no intention of participating in a meaningless fight. Akina wanted to participate and called out to the princess in protest. Penelope said firmly, objectively speaking, Akina, if they are not seriously injured, our chances of winning are very slim. Looking at them, she continued, moreover, if they decide to join hands in a crisis, it will be even more dangerous for us. Akina listened and then fell silent. Her words were so undeniable that she couldn't refute them. She gripped the crystal in her hand tightly, bowed her head and said, I will obey your command. Ilino was still astonished. It's strange. The Nox von Reinhofer I know should be useless. She gritted her teeth, thinking about when he had become so strong. She was so focused that she didn't hear what everyone else was saying. Thalia also watched the battle in surprise. Akina approached her and asked, Are you watching them fight? She said in surprise. Akina, she continued, I didn't expect the Destroyer of the East to be one of the new students. His name seems to be Paracelsus. She asked in surprise if she knew who the person fighting Nox was. She replied, yes. She began to explain. Silver Wolf Paracelsus, famous for his achievements in massacring countless bandit groups in the East since childhood, she replied. I understand, but this time I have a different opinion about the Reinhofer family's fifth son. She looked at him bravely fighting Paracelsus with his black sword and said in surprise, I never knew he was so skilled in swordsmanship. If he hadn't been an incompetent spendthrift, he would have been an outstanding knight. The person next to her objected, saying, I don't think Nox is a spendthrift. She asked her how she knew and she didn't know how to answer. On this side, Paracelsus said angrily, you damned bastard, and swung his sword at him. He dodged backward, thinking that he was wavering. It was just a very natural reaction. He recalled their appearance as master and disciple, thinking that Seuss was his only master. But he had already passed away. He knew why he had left. As he dodged his sword, he thought it was because of that damned guy from MS Academy. He began to lose patience and said, I've been polite enough. After that, he quickly rushed at him and swung his sword hard. He blocked it with his black sword and Genius's act was activated. He smiled and said, what's wrong? He looked at him and continued, I'm not the one who dealt with your master. These words made him even more furious, and the sword blade became even faster. After that, he attacked him repeatedly, but he dodged them all. He thought to himself that his attack direction had become simpler. He might be a genius, but judging by his attack actions, he was still young. His black sword quickly pushed his sword away, and he kneed him in the abdomen, startling him. He gasped in pain and then quickly retreated. He suffered from the pain of being hit, but he smiled again, looked at him, and raised his sword to attack him again. He said, I'll make sure you can't utter any more nonsense. He teased him again. Are you going to keep talking? He thought to himself that his attacks were getting sharper. This situation couldn't be dragged out any longer. He attacked him with his black sword, but he fought back even more wildly. He thought that if he used his master's swordsmanship, vitality swordsmanship, he would be defeated. There was a reason that sword was chosen as the Sword Emperor's swordsmanship. He gritted his teeth, and while he was thinking he gathered all his strength and attacked him, saying, "Distracted." His attack power was so strong that his sword was pushed back. He gritted his teeth, clicked his tongue and said angrily, "Trying to take someone else's, truly commoner-like." Paracelsus' contempt for nobles trait was activated. He replied, "And those above us, the ones who created this damned world, are nobles." They started fighting again, and he said disgustedly, "Ridiculous, you just need someone to hate." He said, "You're wasting time." The two swords clashed and they struggled to see who would be the first to drop their sword. He smiled and said, "If everything ends like this, will you be satisfied? You wouldn't want to hear stories about your master, would you?" The mention of his master made him even more furious. He looked at Ilino, thinking that the monsters would attack at exactly 9 p.m., so he just had to hold out a little longer. System alert. Current time is 8:58 p.m. After that, he dropped his sword. He said, sounding pleased, "Because I can get that information even after cutting off a part of you." He glanced sideways and said, "Do you think you can harm a noble and then escape?" He looked back briefly, confirming that people had been watching their fight all along. He said, "We'll think about that later." "Don't you think we've gathered quite an audience?" He replied, "I don't care. This will be my last attack," he said contemptuously. "Quite confident, aren't you?" After that, he quickly rushed at him. "Let's see how far your confidence goes." Suddenly, a relaxed expression devoid of fear appeared in his eyes. He used Genius's time with a sly smile. He was surprised. "What?" he said coldly. "Disappear." After that, he dealt a sharp blow to him. He said, "I don't have time to worry about you." Suddenly, a black aura headed towards Ilino. Ilino sensed no danger at all. She was immersed in surprise, thinking, did he suddenly accelerate, even while fighting Paracelsus, the strongest among the freshmen? She was thinking something different about him. Suddenly, she paid attention to what was behind her. Only then did she sense the approaching danger. She thought to herself, "Something is coming." The black shadow moved incredibly fast. Impossible. She felt fear. The black shadow soon transformed into a monster. She was surprised. Nightwalker, it had a human form but was entirely black. Its two eyes glowed. It was attacking her, and she despairingly thought that she wouldn't be able to dodge its attack and would die like this, seeing its terrifying gaze. She thought to herself, like this so meaninglessly. She covered her ears with both hands, utterly terrified. Suddenly a purplish-black flash brushed past her ears. She opened her eyes wide in surprise. Nox was slashing the Nightwalker with his black sword. He said coldly, "What a pathetic sight." As soon as it was cut, the Nightwalker fled, and Nox stood looking at Ilino. She said in surprise, "Why you?" He sheathed his sword and said, "To be leading so many people and still be unable to deal with such a trivial thing." He thought to himself, "Actually, this is a normal reaction. Nightwalkers are mid to high-level demons." He recalled its demonic energy. Moreover, it wasn't originally in No's labyrinth, he thought. It's the true monster that caused Paracelsus's master's death, and it's connected to this incident. Ilino was originally destined to be sacrificed, but after being rescued by the protagonist, her cold personality will soften. He looked at the faces of the people staring at him and thought to himself, "But now it's completely meaningless," he thought solemnly. "There is no protagonist in this world." Ilino looked at him with eyes full of awe. Princess Penelope spoke. "That's too harsh. While it's true you saved Ilino, the situation just now was sudden." He bowed his head and said respectfully, "Princess," she continued, "such situations should be handled by the professors of Eldon and Dean Noah von Trinity. Nightwalkers are not the kind of demons that students like us can handle," he replied. "Enemies do not choose their opponents. It's strange. I thought Princess Penelope of all people would know this fact best." Hearing his words, Akina stepped forward and said, "Nox von Reinhofer, I forbid you from insulting the princess," she said angrily. "You also knew that this situation was unusual, didn't you? That's why you stepped in." He looked at her and thought to himself, dust-colored pink hair, vertical pupils. Akina von Zeno, known as the next head of the Zeno family and the closest person to the princess. He recalled the image of a white silkworm with red bloodshot eyes. Its fangs are sharp. She's known as the Serpent of Greed. Clearly, Reinhofer and Zeno were not friends. How could the two families of Black Shadow and Holy Light interact? In this inner lunatic there is no such simple scenario. He replied, "I don't want to talk to the Holy Light family's hound," she said coldly. "You are insulting the Zeno family," he said calmly. "So what are you going to do about it?" From this cliff Verno shouted, "Stop fighting." After that he leaped down from a rock, landing gracefully. "You brats." He asked him, "Is the test over?" He replied, "Yes, the test is over." He presented the gray crystal he had obtained from the ice dwarves. He said praising, "I didn't expect anyone to bring a black stone. It's excellent unexpectedly, except for being too arrogant." He looked at him with a puzzled expression. After that he declared that the person who received the highest score in the entrance exam was Nox von Reinhofer, who brought the black stone. He looked at the rest of the people and said, "The remaining candidates brought amethyst. Amethyst is second place. Does anyone object?" Suddenly someone raised their hand. It was Penelope. She asked, "What about the Nightwalker that just attacked? Was that also part of the test? It was different from the monsters that appeared out of thin air. We want a clear explanation," he replied. "We are investigating this incident." He looked at him and said, "Although it wasn't life-threatening, Ilino will receive a separate reward." Remembering his brave actions just now, he continued, "Furthermore, white-haired boy, since you saved your comrade, you will receive a special reward." He turned his body and said, "I don't need it." He thought to himself, "I can't get entangled with Ilino like this. In this unfair and twisted world without a protagonist, this isn't right. More importantly, accepting the reward might make it seem like I intentionally protected her. I need to avoid all misunderstandings. It's unnecessary. Ilino watched him leave and called his name. Knox von Reinhofer, why did you save me? His body flinched. He muttered to himself, damn it. The moment everything was going smoothly, the smoke master trait activated. He said coldly, you just happened to be standing there when I was dealing with the monster. She was surprised and didn't understand his words. After that, he thought with regret, damn it, I dug my own grave. Ilino Rivalin, like her nickname Golden Fox, was cold and calculating. And she was different from Knox in that she believed everything in the world, including human hearts, could be bought with money. On the way back, inside the carriage, Ilino was still puzzled. Knox, why did he save me? He even refused the reward Professor Verno offered. She recalled his answer. You just happened to be standing there when I was dealing with the monster. She muttered to herself. What an unbelievable lie. Rick, Ilino's servant who was sitting opposite her, suddenly spoke. It's truly absurd. Didn't you yourself say he was nothing but a thug, my lady? She replied, no, that lie isn't right. There must be another reason, Rick replied. Is that so? She twisted her lips and thought. After that, she said, perhaps I should investigate further. Rick immediately obeyed the command. Yes, I will dig up as much information as possible. She stopped him. No, after that, she spread out a piece of paper and said, I'll see for myself. The Reinhofer family won't stand by if they know we're snooping around. On the paper in her hand were subjects. General subjects, basic physical training, combat studies, history of the Az Empire. Elective subjects, royal etiquette, foreign magic, advanced combat weapons. On this side, Rick smiled in understanding. He replied, yes. The scene shifted to the Reinhofer mansion. High walls and blue tiles showed it was a wealthy family. He was resting in a chair. Beside him was Dizzy Kai. She said worriedly, young Master Knox, are you really okay? Your face looks pale. Has your cold limbs condition recurred? A hot towel was placed on his forehead. He said, if it were cold limbs, I would have suffered and recovered long ago. Don't worry, he thought to himself. But it's a really difficult situation, he thought deeply. If there's no protagonist, someone has to take on that role. This is desperately needed to recover my memories and find the person who sent that mysterious message. There's no other choice. He closed his eyes, healing his illness, and thought, but the character I possessed, Knox, is a villain. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, stood up abruptly, and shouted, there's still one way. Dizzy Kai looked at him in surprise. Young master. He smiled. That's it. The only way is to play both the protagonist and the villain in this damned world. The scene shifted to a desolate battlefield. A blonde girl had dealt with all the soldiers and then coldly looked in one direction. The sky was red, the clouds yellow, and black smoke billowed, giving the viewer a sense of suffocation. It turned out to be Luna. Kramer, who was behind her, spoke. Lady Luna, the holy city's orbit is slowly changing. After that, he knelt and said, that person will awaken, she said. The continent will once again be drenched in blood. After that, she left, saying, Kramer, prepare. We must achieve our goal. You know what to do, right? She wore a black coat, and on the coat was a crescent moon emblem. In the center of it was a four-pronged diamond shape. She walked coldly and said, for the fall of the Empire, in the world of gamers, they live immersed in games. Any gamer who has played countless games can feel it. There is a very thin line separating the protagonist and the final boss. Knox agreed with that point. Both had quite similar experiences, including the boss who was an absolute demon. In most recent games, villains usually appear after being wounded or living an unfair and tragic life. The same goes for protagonists. Simply put, even villains have their own reasons for what they are and who they are and why they act that way. He thought deeply. Everyone is enthusiastic about such villains. At this moment he stepped out into the night streets wearing a black cloak. He was thinking about something. He thought, of course, this doesn't mean that the protagonist and the villain are exactly the same. A villain is forever a villain and cannot become a protagonist. He suddenly laughed and said, even if it only applies in games. He thought to himself, in a world on the brink of destruction without a protagonist, the only way for a villain to survive is to, he thought slyly, play both the villain and the protagonist. He headed towards a place emitting a blue light. He stared intently at it. In the center was a magic circle. He sighed and said, I don't enjoy gambling, but I have to do what I have to do. There's no other choice. The largest villain organization in Inner Lunatic, a gathering of people who want to overthrow the imperial family. He began to use magic in his hand. A blue light appeared from his palm, and after that a large light appeared. He thought to himself, I'm going to enter Lunatic. The scene shifted to the academy. Professor Verno's party was staring intently at the opposite side. The professors on the opposite side were also looking at them. In the center, Noah was resting her chin in her hand, deep in thought. She twisted her lips, lost in thought. Verno asked Lars, there won't be any danger, will there? You don't know anything, do you? Lars said, you're the test invigilator. He asked, did you make another mistake? These words angered Verno. Damn it, old man, I said I didn't do anything. Noah was drawing and writing something when the wooden stick in her hand suddenly broke. She said angrily, what do you two think you're doing? Verno put his arm around Lars. He said nothing. He smiled and calmed the situation. Please continue. Did we miss anything? She said with an eerie expression. I haven't said anything yet. After that, she returned to her usual cute self and said, I've already informed everyone of the specific details. You two weren't paying attention, were you? Suddenly, the white-haired professor spoke. He mediated the situation. The dean was talking about the enemy who appeared in the entrance exam, threatening the academy. She sighed and said, that's right. And she continued, that person's goal might be to destroy Elden Academy, or to overthrow the empire. She recalled Ilino's image and said, Ilino Rivalin has just begun. And do you know why she, the so-called financial star, was targeted? Lars replied, yes, because Rivalin Merchant Guild, run by the Rivalin family, handles 70 of the goods circulated in the empire, Verno continued. If our enemy intentionally targeted the Rivalin Merchant Guild, it means they have also set their next targets. Noah said solemnly, that's right. So what happened this time is both a test and a warning to the academy. We must be thoroughly prepared for what's to come, the professors said in unison. Yes, understood. After that, she stood up and then plopped back into her chair. She said, oh, and one more person, someone who can be considered quite dangerous, Verno said in surprise. A dangerous person, she replied. That's right. She recalled the time she had followed him in the snowy forest. It was Noah who had watched him deal with all the monsters. She had disguised herself as a student and watched him while he was inside the magic circle. She said, he might be the most talented student among this batch of freshmen, Lars said in surprise. Who? He thought to himself. Noah von Trinity thinks someone is talented? This is the first time since what happened to the princess. She uttered the name Nox von Rinhofer, he said, incredulous. Nox, that incompetent and notoriously perverted scoundrel of the Rinhofer family? She said cheerfully. Exactly. She recalled his sharp gaze. A child, she paused, gripped the door and smiled contentedly. She said he might even be stronger than her. At these words all the professors gaped in astonishment. Lars, deeming it utterly preposterous, angrily shot up from his seat. The white-haired professor said, did I hear that correctly? The brown-haired professor next to him replied, how could that incompetent fellow? Meanwhile, Lars was greatly shocked by this information. The scene shifted to a tavern. He opened the door and entered. The tavern owner saw him and asked, young man, what brings you here? Are you lost? He thought to himself. It must be Ken. He's the owner of the tavern that leads to the outer lands, but his true identity is a bit different. He sat in a chair and said to him, the affluent empire dancing under the moonlight. He looked at him in surprised silence. He too stared back at him. He said, come inside. I don't know why that person told you the password. He smiled and said, aren't you going to introduce yourself? He replied, I am called Ken. That's what people call me. Then he turned and said, then I'll enter. He stood before a wine display case. He thought he had to lift these bottles in a specific order to enter the Lunatic headquarters. He picked up a blue wine bottle, counted to 3, a yellow bottle once and a purple bottle 8 and 4 times. As he finished, a blue aura emanated. A blue light swiftly appeared. He covered his mouth with his hand. The system window displayed. Contact made with advanced magic. Mana temporarily backflowing. Mana perception genius ability deactivated. After that, a teleportation appeared, moving the player to the designated location. He felt uneasy. My stats are still too low. I'm too dizzy. After the teleportation, his 2 eyes flashed open. A blade was pointed at his throat. It's Luna. She looked at him coldly. She asked, who are you? He called her Luna. But she paid him no mind and pricked his throat, drawing blood. He said, the leader of Lunatic, the only sword emperor among the 3 whose face is unknown. I came here because of you, she said coldly. You know not only where our secret headquarters is, but also who I am. I'll ask again, who are you? He said, Nox von Rinhofer. And he raised both hands, saying, I wish to join Lunatic tonight in a brightly moonlit building. Paracelsus sat by the window, the moonlight outside revealing his solitary figure. He inwardly called his name, Nox von Rinhofer. He thought to himself, he seems to know something about the death of old Celsus. He recalled the time he fought him and thought to himself, he even knew my master had died. He must think one of the 3 sword emperors suddenly died because of someone else. Looking at the moon in the sky, he remained silent. The Rinhofer family's disgrace is truly a joke. I can't believe they lied like this. Recalling the moment he swiftly struck him, he thought to himself, in an instant he could beat me in a speed contest. I've never seen anyone that fast except for the old man. He looked up out the window, thinking to himself, all information about him must have been fabricated from the start. The rumors about him and his actions are all false. Finishing his thoughts, he went to bed, threw himself down and fell into thought. But why? Why is the Rinhofer family hiding such a remarkable person? But it's none of my business. He thought he would crush anything that stood in his way, even if it was a prestigious family. Waves surged in his mind, but the moon outside was just as still. There was a sword wound on Paracelsus' chest. He closed his eyes and rested. Old memories returned. The queen of the Esteban von Aram Empire had lost her mind and sought to establish a dictatorship, causing the royal family's power to fracture. Against this political backdrop, Princess Pelope, known as a hostage, was also forming a faction against the prince. He was still young then, and his master told him, to survive you'll have to put up a fight. That person said, Join Elden Academy and consider which faction to join there. The two stood facing each other, and that person said, "That is your final mission." He was sweating as if having a nightmare. His master appeared in his dream and said, "I gave you everything I had, but I was sent to the underworld by some mysterious person." Then he witnessed his master being murdered. His master left his last words, "I'm sorry to leave you first." He sat up with a start, his clothes drenched in sweat. He rubbed his eyes, and a red crystal glowed in his hand. He scratched his head and said, "If you were poor, don't haunt me, master." After that he got up and left the room, continuing to curse. "Damn it, why do dead people appear in my dreams?" The scene shifted to Nox. He was being threatened by Luna, who had a blade at his throat. The screen displayed name Luna, age 20, primary attribute moon, positive traits swordplay and combat ability aggressive, psychologically neutral, calm. Negative traits cruelty, madness, battle addiction. Passive skills combat will, determined, gaze, threat. Active skills moonblade, mana explosion. Additional information will be revealed later in the story. He called her Luna by name. She was one of the 3 sword emperors, a monster who stood shoulder to shoulder with knights and reached the pinnacle at the age of 20. Luna's swordsmanship was unrivaled, he thought to himself. Moreover, unlike the black sword art which can only be learned by becoming the chieftain, if I gain her trust I can learn her swordsmanship. Of course I must join Lunatic and prove my skills. She asked him, "Why is someone from the Reinharnated family interested in a criminal organization like this?" She pricked his throat with the blade, drawing blood. System alert, bleeding level 1. He raised his hand saying, "It is all to overthrow the demon empire," she said in surprise. "What?" he quickly explained. "As you probably know, we must first bring down Elden Academy, which the kingdom protects, and then the kingdom itself." He smiled sincerely and said, "I will serve you." She scoffed and said, "Do you think you can do that?" He replied, "Of course." She thought for a long time, then lowered her blade and said, "You have guts. What's your name?" He rubbed the wound on his throat with his hand and said, "Nox von Reinharnated." Then she called out Dap, and he appeared, kneeling and politely saying, "Yes, I am." She said, "Prepare for the moon challenge." He bowed his head, obeying the command. He replied, "Yes." He handed him a black cloak and said, "Take this and follow me." He took the cloak, preparing for the challenge. On a brightly moonlit night like tonight, he donned the black cloak she had given him and thought to himself, "Good, everything is going according to plan." Dap explained, "After reaching the top of the altar, defeat all enemies that appear and ensure the cloak you're wearing does not come off." When he asked why, he replied, "That is the only way you won't be detected by BC." He thought to himself, "Actually, I already know why. Abnormal state, berserk. The worst trait, gaining power instead of reason." He looked at the bloodstained moon and said, "The red moon. Anyone who bathes in its moonlight will lose their sanity, more precisely its madness." He thought 2 conditions were necessary to pass this challenge. He thought to himself, not losing one's mind under the moonlight and being careful of the berserk state, thinking of the monsters that would soon appear, he thought, and dealing with the monsters. He thought to himself, originally the game didn't tell you how to pass this challenge, because in a world with a protagonist no one joins the villain's side, so no one knew how to pass it. But he smiled inwardly. "I'll do it," Luna said from behind. "Once you participate in the challenge, only 2 things will happen." She scoffed and said, "Either pass and become a member of Lunatic or die and sleep here." His 2 eyes flashed open, then he smiled again. He said to her, "We'll see." Dap cut his own hand with a knife and his blood fell to the ground. Immediately a red light appeared, and a magic circle materialized beneath his feet. Dap looked up, and monsters were already swarming towards this place. Seeing their ferocious and savage appearance, he thought to himself, "This is not a situation I can handle right now." All the monsters were chimeras, at least mid-tier or higher. He tightly gripped the black cloak with his hand and thought to himself, "Their numbers are too great, but it doesn't matter," and he threw off the black cloak. "There's still a way," he smiled confidently. Luna, who was outside, looked at him and thought, "Is he crazy?" The system window displayed, "The bloodstained moon is causing the player to enter a berserk state. Warning, you may lose your mind. Warning, if you lose your mind, you will not regain control." He began to go berserk, and his 2 eyes glowed purple. All player stats increased by 1.5 times. Endurance 9.3 from 6.2, mana 13.8 from 9.2, luck 10, will 16.95 from 11.3, charm 26.2, disadvantageous effects due to berserk state activated. Luck and charm do not increase due to BC. Nox was engulfed in madness under the influence of Burke. He held the black sword in his hand. A screen displayed, "Red moon has caused the player to enter an abnormal state, Burke." System warning. "Warning, you may lose control of your sanity." Luna and Dap were observing his transformation from outside. The system continued to sound warnings. "Warning, if you lose control, you will not regain your sanity." His pupils began to turn red. His 2 eyes flashed open, and he grinned slyly. All player stats increased by 1.5 times. Active skill, Genius's Time. Swordsmanship, Intermediate, Blackfoot, Southern Swordsmanship, Passionate Transformation, Visibility. Remaining lifespan due to incurable disease, 142 days. Luna saw him emanating black killing intent and thought to herself, "Is that little brat crazy?" Meanwhile, he wore an evil smile, and Dap said to her, "I can't believe it." He threw off the cloak. "That's no different from throwing away his life. Shouldn't we stop him?" She stopped him. "No," she said. "From the start, he wasn't someone who would listen to warnings." She crossed her arms and said coldly, "Whether he is wretched or not is none of our concern," he said worriedly. "But he is a member of the Reinharnated family." He recalled Theo's power and said fearfully, Theo von Reinhofer, if that old man intends to harm Lunatic, we'll be in trouble, won't we? She smiled and said that won't happen. Then she said resolutely, no, I will never let that happen. She asked him, did you ever think Theo von Reinhofer was a man full of paternal love for his children? He replied, not at all. Then she said, let's observe first. She thought to herself, that reckless fellow definitely has a plan. He replied, I will obey the command. Monsters swarmed in immense numbers at this moment. They opened their colossal mouths full of sharp teeth and attacked him. A dragon monster charged, but he leapt and counterattacked. He raised his sword and looked at it coldly. Then he brought his sword down. Its blood splattered everywhere, even on his face. He laughed inwardly. The world is completely red. This is the description of Inner Lunatic's new moon challenge. He thought to himself that some of his stats had slightly increased. He felt his own change. Talent, height, and shoulder width have all increased. I've grown taller and broader. I've now reached a level that my peers cannot easily overcome. Behind him, that dragon was already dead. Then the monsters began to attack him again. He furiously raised his sword and severed the head of one of them. Then he glanced behind him and swiftly swung his sword, cutting off the head of another. The head of a three-horned monster fell to the ground, spurting blood. He panted. His body was already covered in monster blood, but that much was not enough to scare the monsters. They began to attack him again. Dap and Luna quietly watched from the side. He prepared to attack them, recalling Burke, an abnormal state that is one of the most cruel attributes in Inner Lunatic and only appears when encountering the red moon. He smiled, thinking to himself, but I came here intending to use that in the first place. His eyes were resolute. It was because of his talent, the screen displayed. Because you possess two special genius attributes, you have neutralized the red moon's abnormal state. Due to your sword genius, combat genius, and mana perception genius, the abnormal state has been temporarily deactivated. He thought to himself, it's simple. From this world's perspective, the level of talented people is very unfair, and I am one of those who benefit from it. He held his black sword, thinking, but what does that matter? He leapt, and his shadow appeared under the bright moonlight, making him seem brave and formidable. He raised his sword, shouted, darkness execution, and swung it, beheading 3 monsters in a single strike. Luna frowned, watching him, and Dap was also surprised by this sight. A screen displayed. Due to the effect of the holy relic, Black Flame Ring, your lifespan has increased by 2 days and 7 hours. At this moment he feared no one. He said, if you have any complaints about this, try having an incurable disease. Then you'll understand. After that, he swung his sword again, dealing with all the remaining monsters. Luna said something to Dap, but the surroundings were too chaotic for him to hear. He thought to himself, noisy. He tightly gripped his black sword and sighed. After that, he began to leave the place. Giving off a bloody stench, he stood before her. He raised his head and said coldly, is the test over? Going back a moment when he was beheading the monsters, she said to Dap, I think we will accept him as a member of Lunatic. Dap also agreed, saying, someone with that level of talent is rare on this continent. She shouted, Nox von Reinhofer, you passed, come back. But at that moment he didn't hear her words. He was still madly slashing at monsters. She said uneasily, it seems he's engulfed in madness. Dap, who was beside her, clenched his hands tightly and said, perhaps we should deal with him now. From his side he only stopped after plunging his sword into the last monster. The sky was still blood red. He left the magic circle, his eyes still consumed by madness. He approached Luna. His entire body was covered in monster blood and his eyes had returned to normal. He asked if the test was over. She replied, it's over. She continued, Theo raised a monster, it seems. Dap also agreed, saying, yes, that's right. He smiled, thinking with satisfaction. Succeeded. After observing him, she thought to herself, Nox von Reinhofer, you are indeed an interesting person. She called Dap. He bowed his head and said, yes, my lady. After that, he handed him another cloak and said, take this. This is a cloak that only noble members of Lunatic can wear. The screen displayed, equipment acquired. He held the cloak and smiled. The system displayed Lunatic member's cloak acquired and showed the information of the item he had just received. Lunatic member's cloak, mid-grade, advanced stats, will 1 equipment requirement, official Lunatic member. Special effect, grants a special passive skill called Oath Under the Moon. Lunatic members can identify each other's status through the cloak's pattern, which is invisible to outsiders. This cloak is made of black spider silk, nullifies all light attribute abnormal states. New passive skill information was displayed. Active skill, Oath Under the Moon, advanced. Effect is only active when wearing the Lunatic member's cloak. A moon-shaped radial pattern appears on the cloak. Only Lunatic members can recognize this pattern, and it is invisible to outsiders. Additional options are determined based on game time. After 1800 hours of nighttime, attack power increases by 1.2 times. He put on the cloak, thinking happily, fantastic. Nox put on the cloak, thinking with a satisfied smile. In conquering this Lunatic challenge, the Oath Under the Moon passive skill will be very useful anywhere. It has been a great help. Unfortunately, it can only be used at night, but this skill can increase attack power by 1.2 times. This is very rare in Inner Lunatic. He looked at the screen and all his stats had increased. He thought happily, my will increased by 1 point. He thought to himself, good, this should be enough. After that, he raised his head. Luna was staring intently at him. She said, you seem to be asking for more from me. He replied, no newcomer will have performed better than me in the Moon Challenge. He continued, therefore I believe I should receive corresponding treatment. She crossed her arms, pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, not bad, you're bold. though I don't know how long you'll maintain this tone. She turned and said to Dap, bring it. He bowed his head and replied, yes. He brought a white mask and said, here, my lady. She took it and handed it to him. She said, this is Waliong, an item Lunatic recently acquired, she continued. Just as its name suggests, this item can create replicas. After that, she looked at him and continued, it will be useful for you playing the role of a spy in the academy. She asked him, how is it? Are you satisfied? He bowed his head and said, of course. He thought happily to himself, finally I have it. He held the mask, which emitted a red aura, and inwardly called it Waliong. After that, he put the mask on his face. The screen displayed, Waliong item can be used, creating a replica of the player. Enter name, attributes, basic information, etc. He thought to himself, this is the main reason I first contacted Lunatic. After that, a second Nox illusion appeared. He thought, this item allows the player to create a clone. He thought to himself, playing both the protagonist and the villain roles simultaneously, this will enable me to do that. After that, he took off the mask and said, thank you, Commander Luna. She said seriously, newcomer Lunatic has total of 5 ranks. Excluding the commander and vice commander, members are divided into ranks 1 to 3, she continued. Since you are new, you will start at rank 3, he replied. Understood, she said with satisfaction. Prepare to receive your first mission. After that, she looked at him and said, Nox von Reinhofer, I hope you don't disappoint me. After that, he activated the teleportation magic circle and left. After he left, she asked Dap, this fellow, isn't he quite interesting? He replied, I agree. But he questioned again, saying, I cannot understand how he withstood the Red Moon's wrath. She said, I understand what you mean. If he wasn't a genius, he wouldn't have lasted even 5 minutes in that challenge. She recalled the moment he threw off his cloak and said, even if he was a genius who could fight without the cloak. She tightly gripped her sleeve and continued, he had the courage to be recognized. Dap also agreed, saying, I agree as well. Looking at the corpses of the monsters scattered on the ground, she instructed, for now let's observe whether he will entertain us or be useful to the organization. The scene shifted to Nox. He had just teleported back to that tavern. Kieran, the tavern owner, saw him and said, young man, is everything done? He replied, roughly so. He thought to himself, if I really risked my life at the altar, others would ask why I did such a crazy thing. He thought resolutely, of course I won't do that. He recalled the Red Moon. He thought that 2 genius attributes were needed to resist the berserk state, sword and combat genius and mana perception genius. Recalling his state of madness, he thought, I am the only one who can use the Red Moon's power here. He said without much questioning, you got what you wanted, I presume? He asked back. Do you have any complaints about me? He replied, I just think it's unfair. Introduce yourself, he said in surprise. What did you say? He smiled and said, how about we know each other's names? He replied, I am Nox von Reinhofer. Is my work done? After learning his name, he said with satisfaction, see you again. He left. He smiled and said to him, it won't be easy to catch up with the Academy's class schedule, but for you it will probably be harder to hide your power. He opened the door and left the tavern. Before he left, he hastily said, oh, and don't stand out too much. The scene shifted to the Reinhofer mansion. He opened the door and entered the room, thinking to himself, the plan seems to be going smoothly. As he entered, Isekai was already in the room. She called out, young master, she said angrily. How could you skip school on the very first day without telling me? He suddenly froze, his eyes wide. He thought to himself, no way, I made sure she was asleep before I left. As he remained silent, she said, young master, are you listening to me? She continued, I've told you many times, stay away from dangerous things. There are already many baseless rumors spreading in the family, but, she said resolutely, still, young master, you have a chance to rebuild your reputation. Merely sighed helplessly. He said, but how is today? I heard the maids also went to school. She rubbed her hands, replying expressionlessly, nothing special happened. Seeing that, he thought, there's a problem. He pondered, really nothing, although it's a class for maids, most of them are lower-ranking nobles. Since Isekai has already become a commoner, she's an easy target for others to cause trouble for. She was not feeling good at this moment. Suddenly, he handed her a bag and said, here, take this. If you encounter any problems while studying, open this bag. She took the bag and said in surprise, this is, he smiled slyly and said, you must only open it when a problem arises, he continued. Inside, there's an item specialized in dealing with unreasonable situations. She asked in surprise, can I open it now? He replied. No. She held her skirt and bowed, saying, understood, I will open it if such a situation arises, he said with satisfaction. Well done. Don't hesitate. Use it anytime you feel it's dangerous. Understand? She replied, yes, young master. The screen displayed, successfully joined Elden Academy. He saw the system's notification, thinking in surprise, finally, a new letter has arrived in your mailbox. Would you like to open it? He selected open. After that, his eyes widened. An angelic girl with white wings appeared and brilliant light emanated from her entire body, making him unable to even blink. Nox, upon seeing the system's notification, thought to himself, I should open the letter. A voice echoed, hello, long time no see, Nox. If you've received this letter, it means you've successfully joined Elden Academy. I know it's a piece of cake for you to become a student at Elden Academy. It's truly a joyous occasion, he pondered. This person's tone seems to pierce right through me, he deduced. This person definitely knows me, the voice continued. But the arduous journey has only just begun. I'm sure you've had a tough time until now, but what awaits you will be far more painful and difficult. No one else but you can do it. he groaned, thinking. The voice continued, because only you can see the end of this story. Perhaps worried he wouldn't agree, the voice hastily said, this may sound very irresponsible, but I will find ways to help you as much as I can. After that, he sat on the bed. That person sent him a letter saying, it's not much, but please accept what's attached to this letter. After hearing the notification, he said, disheartened, the content of this letter isn't very helpful this time. The system screen slowly disappeared. He thought, I need to organize this new information. He wondered who had sent him the letter. Perhaps the sender of this letter was the master of Inner Lunatic. He could freely manipulate the system and send himself something. With this much, he could almost draw a conclusion, he thought to himself. Therefore, I must follow the main storyline as much as possible. To recover my lost memories and find the person who sent that mysterious message and to complete the game. Looking at the attached letter, he said, let's put aside the unresolved matters for now, he said, filled with curiosity. Let's see what it is. He tapped the screen. Character system. He was suddenly surprised by something he saw. 4 windows appeared. The first window had his father's name, Theo von Reinhofer, written on it. He paused. Wait a minute. After that, he clicked on the Thalia v. Sterlener window. He said, if my guess is correct, a series of system windows appeared, showing Thalia's image and his father's information. He thought in surprise, what an amazing ability. He thought that an Inner Lunatic, to use clairvoyance, used to have to meet them in person, but now that had changed. He could check the status of any character he wanted. He thought with delight. He was convinced his guess was correct. This gift could only be sent by the master, and his gaze sharpened. Nevertheless, according to that crazy old man, seeing his stamina stat of 25.2, he exclaimed in surprise. His stamina increased by 0.2 in such a short time, he thought to himself. At that age he already held the title of Sword Emperor, yet he can still grow stronger? Damn it, he smiled. Oh right, he thought he realized this while looking at Theo's stats. He looked into a mirror and his real-world face appeared. He thought to himself, this world is similar to a game, but it's not an actual game, he complained. It's really tough. He picked up a piece of paper and said, fortunately, I should be glad that class selection went smoothly. His classes were recorded on the paper. Team combat skills, team spell skills, imperial history, and horsemanship. The scene shifted elsewhere. Dizzy Kai stood alone and solitary, separated from everyone else. They looked at her with unfriendly gazes. A red-haired maid asked the person next to her, hey, is that the woman, the one from the Roswell family who became a commoner? The gray-haired maid next to her said, she's probably the one. How shameless of her to come all the way here and with her young master too. The red-haired maid sneered, if it were me, I'd be too embarrassed to show my face. The gray-haired maid continued, she's definitely here to make a quick buck. The red-haired maid relentlessly continued to insult her. And since she's so pretty, she can easily tempt men. Others also scoffed at Dizzy Kai. After all, according to rumors, she was just the maid of an incompetent family. The gray-haired maid said, I heard her young master is also a womanizer. She's clearly using her advantages, she said. Isn't it obvious? The red-haired maid scoffed. Yeah, you're right. The others laughed again and said, but where is our family? Since she has no reputation anyway, we don't need to worry about her. Dizzy Kai clenched her hands tightly. She thought to herself that she had to endure countless insults. She believed that a fallen noble couldn't have a bright future. Everything here seemed too luxurious, but she endured it because she didn't want to cause trouble for young Master Nox, and she walked in one direction. She stood before the gray-haired maid and said, excuse me, do you have a moment? The brown-haired woman next to her blocked the gray-haired woman. She scoffed and answered on behalf of the gray-haired woman. My time, you say? Yes, she introduced herself. I am the daughter of a count. I am Gui of the Flores family, and I serve young Master Garen now. She crossed her arms and despised Dizzy Kai. Do you think I have time to talk to a commoner like you? Dizzy Kai said. I just heard you spreading baseless rumors about my young master. She scoffed. So what? She and the others scoffed and said, I'm not the one spreading bad rumors about the young master in this high society. She continued. If you want me to apologize, I refuse that request. Dizzy Kai thought to herself. As young Master Nox said, status really matters here. After that, she reached into her coat pocket, pulled out the bag he had given her yesterday, and thought to herself, there's no other way. When she opened the bag, his mini illusion appeared, startling her. He was staring at them with a very cold expression at this moment. The gray-haired woman shrieked, what a surprise, Dizzy Kai said. Young Master Nox, he said. I am Nox von Reinhofer. I don't know what happened, but it doesn't matter, he continued. If Dizzy Kai decided to open this bag, one thing is certain, and he pointed at them saying, you, or rather all of you. Guigo widened her eyes in surprise. She quietly asked, is that the Reinhofer family's son? He then smiled gloomily and said, you're finished. I'll send your revenge to your families. As soon as he finished speaking, the illusion disappeared. The atmosphere suddenly became eerily silent. Dizzy Kai stood frozen, lamenting inwardly, young Master Nox, is this the item that can resolve all situations? But Guigo's face turned pale with terror. Unlike her arrogant demeanor just moments before, she knelt and prostrated herself on the ground, fearfully asking, what's your name? Dizzy Kai sighed and stated her name. I am Dizzy Kai. Guigo, with a pale face, thought. She sighed. This is bad. The Reinhofer family can erase our family from this world in an instant. Now that we're talking, let's finish this quickly. She bowed her head deeply to Dizzy Kai. Lady Dizzy Kai, I apologize for my rude behavior. I will never do it again. Please forgive me this time. Her actions surprised everyone. Dizzy Kai thought in disbelief. It really worked. but she was still worried. But then more bad rumors will spread, she muttered to herself. How can I think that? After that, she walked straight past Guigo, ignoring Guigo, who was crying behind her, and everyone else's glaring stares. Dizzy Kai and Nox walked together. She asked him, "Young Master Nox, are you all right?" Seeing the deep dark circles under his eyes, she asked worriedly, "Your dark circles are too deep." He rubbed his eyes with his hand and said, "I'm fine." Recalling yesterday's class selection paper, he said, "I managed to complete the class selection at the academy somehow. I don't know how I did it." Suddenly, Illino's servant Rick stopped the two of them. He took off his hat. He bowed respectfully, saying, "My respects to the youngest son of the Rinhofer family." He asked in surprise, "Who are you?" He bowed and said, "I apologize for the late introduction. I am Rick, servant of Lady Illino Rivalin." He smiled and said, "It is an honor to meet you." He wondered, "Rick," he cursed inwardly. "Damn it, what the hell is going on?" The screen displayed, "You are trembling. Acting genius has been activated. You are no longer trembling." He looked at him, feeling worried. He thought to himself, "A dangerous figure is approaching me early in the story. I shouldn't judge him by his cute appearance. He is Rick, the swindler. In the next 3 major storylines he will betray the Rivalin Merchant Guild and execute an evil plan. He is a servant of demons and a demon worshipper." He recalled Illino. In other words, he thought he was a traitor who would stab Illino in the back. He crossed his arms and fell into thought. The saying, "the enemy of my enemy is my friend," doesn't apply here at all. Because Rick was the worst of the worst, and getting involved with him would bring more harm than good. After that, he handed him a blue box and said, "This is a gift from the lady to you. It is a precious artifact." He stared intently at the box, and he said coldly, "Disappear." He didn't know what was inside the box, but he thought to himself, "Although I'm curious about this artifact, this is a poisoned apple. I shouldn't accept it." He was surprised to see him refuse. "Ha," he said, preparing to draw his sword. "Say that again." He looked at him with a pale face and he glared back at him. He was terrified to see him draw his sword. After that, he turned away, leaving him behind, and Dizzy Kai respectfully bid farewell, and she chased after him. "Young Master Nox, please wait," she said worriedly. "You're tired now. If you go too fast, you'll collapse," he said angrily. "Do you think I'm that weak?" she replied. "You just caught a cold and had cold limbs," she said resolutely. "There's no one weaker than you." At that, he chuckled, knowing he had lost the argument, and said, "I won't deny that, but I'm fine now." He said, "I won't suddenly become poor," she replied. "Yes, I know." And she said anxiously and sadly, "But I'm still uncomfortable," she said. "You're always at the center of everything," he said casually. "I guess I'm a bit famous?" Dizzy Kai heard that, twisted her lips, and looked at him. He thought to himself, "Here she values me more than just a master. I am the one who saved her life." He looked at her and thought, "Moreover, for a character with the loyalty trait, being separated from their master makes them very anxious." Suddenly she asked again, "Why did you act that way towards him?" He said irritably. "Rick, you mean?" Seeing that he had just drawn his sword without a word, she replied, "Yes, you seemed more agitated than usual." He placed a hand on her shoulder and said, "Listen carefully, Dizzy Kai," he continued to warn her. "I don't know what will happen, but don't do anything related to him." She heard that and thought to herself, "I don't know if it's because of Lady Illino." She thought he wasn't the kind of person to act like that. There must be a reason. And she bowed her head and said, "Yes, I understand. I'll keep my distance," as he said with satisfaction. "Good." And he walked forward, thinking to himself, "Considering what will happen in the future, it's better to keep my distance from Illino. Moreover, we've already attracted too much attention," he said solemnly. "From now on, we really need to be careful." Inside the Elden Academy classroom, he entered the class and sat down, gritting his teeth and thinking, "Damn it, I thought about this when I entered the academy, but why do I have to suffer this pain from the beginning? I'm so tired." At the lectern, the white-haired professor said, "Starting today, you will form teams. These teams will remain until next year, and you will work as a team during that time," he continued. "The most important thing in team building is understanding your opponent." He muttered to himself, "Damn it, I was too optimistic about my situation at the academy." Seeing everyone enthusiastically forming teams, he covered his face with his hand and thought, "It's going to be a bit difficult to form a team here when I don't have any friends." The professor reminded them, "Close friends, feel free to form teams of 4. He continued, "You must form them within 30 minutes, he thought anxiously. "No way, that's impossible for someone as unsociable as Nox. How can I form a team now?" He raised his hand and asked, "What if we can't form a team?" He replied, "You'll receive an F grade. Be warned that you won't be able to continue studying this semester." He looked at him and said, "You can't do everything alone, all right, Nox," he replied. "Yes," he was surprised inwardly. "What, an F grade from the start? It'll be really hard to graduate from the academy. If I get an F in even one subject, I'll be immediately expelled." His eyes sharpened. That cannot happen. At this moment, many people had already surrounded Penelope. "Princess, I'll help you," Akina said. "Please give me a chance to help the princess." Paracelsus was in a similar situation on the other side. The person next to him asked, "Paracelsus, which team are you joining? I've already seen your talent." Someone approached Leon and asked, "Leon, want to team up with me?" He was seething inwardly. "Damn it, I need to figure out how someone as unsociable as Nox can make friends." A blonde man asked Illino, "Want to team up with me? I think you're not very good at sports, but you're good." The brown-haired girl said, "No, Illino will team up with me. I can provide you with many good things like resources and connections, things our family possesses." But she walked on without a word. Then she suddenly stopped, stood before him and said, "Nox von Reinhofer." she asked. You don't seem to like my gift, he quietly nodded. She continued, what do you think, will you give me a chance to repay my debt? He replied, what are you talking about? She brushed her hair back, smiled and said, I'll team up with you. He thought to himself, it sounds a bit arrogant, but I immediately understood. He thought to himself, in the end I have no other choice but to team up with her. And to make matters worse, Thalia suddenly appeared beside her and said, Nox, let's team up. Seeing Thalia, he thought to himself, another troublemaker wants to join my team. Thalia smiled and said, Nox, let's be on the same team. He sighed, thinking to himself, damn it, I forgot about another problem child. He thought to himself, I get it. Thalia is too kind, whether she likes it or not, she wouldn't want her fiancé Nox to be without a team, so she wants to help me. He lamented inwardly, damn it, this is really a headache. Ilino thought how unexpected. He heard that and said, what do you mean? She said, it's surprising that someone like you has a girlfriend. He stared at her without a word. He thought to himself, considering what Nox did before, I can't deny that, but strangely it's quite infuriating. Thalia asked again, Nox, big brother, do you want to team up with me? Ilino said, then we just need one more person, right? When she made the arbitrary decision, he said angrily, my opinion doesn't seem to matter anymore. She calmly replied, you have no other choice, do you? He gritted his teeth and thought, her intuition is truly sharp, just as Ilino said. To recover my memories, I must remain at Eldon Academy and achieve good grades, he thought grimly. To do that, I need to be in the top 10 of students here. The first battle with the Demon King will be the first moment. I'll have to play both the villain and hero roles simultaneously, he thought decisively. In the classroom, everyone had already formed teams of 4. They were chatting cheerfully. The last member of his team was Pio. He introduced himself. Hello, I'm Pio. I'm happy to be on your team, he thought. Damn it, the last member of my team is an ordinary person. The screen displayed, Pio, age 15, positive traits, art of survival, obedience, meticulousness, piety, negative traits, naivete, all stats below 5, charm 10. Suddenly he noticed his skill. Wait a minute, active skill. Power of blessing. He smiled, thinking, fantastic. His stats are terrible, but he possesses the power of blessing. This is one of the most powerful skills in Inner Lunatic, capable of awakening the greatest strength of all team members, he thought. Although it has no effect on the caster himself, this is quite strange. How can a new student possess such a powerful skill, one that only monks or nuns in a monastery typically have? I'll have to find out later. Pio said, I'm really looking forward to working with all of you. Ilino introduced herself. I'm Ilino Rivalin. Let's all work hard together. Thalia V. Stur-Lenner also introduced herself. I'm Thalia V. Stur-Lenner. Nice to meet you. He said unpleasantly, do I have to introduce myself too? Just don't get in my way. About 30 minutes later, the professor said, everyone seems to have formed teams. Get to know each other by next week. He continued, moreover, your teams will remain as they are until next semester. All right, class dismissed, he said with disgust. That old man. Thalia, who was behind him, reminded him, Nox, I think you just said that a bit too loudly. He said indifferently, I know, it's even better if he hears it. She tried to persuade him, you shouldn't call the professor that. He waved his hand saying, whatever, we've formed a team anyway, and left. She hastily followed him saying, hey Nox. He hesitated and asked, what's your class schedule? I was just wondering, no other reason. He thought, could she really be asking me something like this? Is she stalking me? She hastily explained, I was just curious. Yeah, I'm just very curious. He raised his hand, flicked her forehead and said, you want to know which class you can get the highest score in, right? Do you think I'd tell you? She said in surprise. No, he thought, I can't let her learn this much information about me. After that, he immediately left. That would never happen. In the B district of the academy, he and Dizzy Kai were out shopping. She said, we have a lot to buy. She opened her notebook and said, spell books, equipment, pens. She glanced at him and continued, I guess this is why people say students here often get into trouble with money. He comfortably picked out bottles saying, but I don't have that problem. He thought, if I can graduate from this academy somehow, even if I'm an ordinary person, I'll attract the attention of countless patrons. He thought, as long as their abilities aren't useless, they'll immediately live a wealthy life. Suddenly, a voice shouted, you damn bastard, come back, Dizzy Kai said anxiously. It's quite noisy, he said. This is a place where all sorts of people gather, so anything can happen, he continued coldly. We don't need to pay attention. Suddenly, his gaze turned to one person. He said in surprise, what, that person here? A brown-haired man was spitting and acting violently. He was an unpleasant owner. He shouted angrily, get out quickly. If you're not buying anything else, don't disturb others. The person he was yelling at was Leon von Mabaz, the young master of the Mabaz family. One of the 3 Dark Iron families. He probably had no money now. His family had recently gone bankrupt. He said worriedly, he's a good person. I hope that merchant uncle lets this go. He put the item he had just looked at back on the table and said, I'm sorry. I just wanted to look at the items a bit longer, he shouted. Don't talk nonsense, you've been staring at just one thing since earlier. He glanced at him and said, stop whining and get out. The academy's standards must have really lowered. I can't believe they accepted a pauper like you. He lowered his head and remained silent. Suddenly he raised his head and his 2 eyes turned green with a green aura emanating from his body. He said, pauper. He emanated killing intent and said angrily, even if my family is poor, you have no right to call us paupers. He activated a magic formation and skeletons were rising from beneath his feet. He was startled and thought, my God, has he gone mad? Then he hastily rushed towards him, thinking, "This kid, no matter how provoked, can't do this," he thought in fear. "There are so many people here, and he's going to use his magic. That black magic is very dangerous." On this side he had already summoned 2 skeleton demons. They held swords in their hands, and their 2 eyes were glowing. Dizzy Kai saw him rushing and asked, "Young master, where are you going?" he said. "This kid is truly mad. Looking at his eyes, it seems he'll do something reckless. I have to stop him," she asked in surprise. "How can you tell just by looking at his eyes?" he shouted. "I've seen those kinds of eyes very often." These words made her worried and anxious. The brown-haired owner, seeing Leon summon the skeleton, said in fear, "Hey, do you know what you're doing right now?" he said. "How dare you?" he shouted at him. "Step back." He saw him standing in front of him and said, "You?" He already had the black sword in his hand and said, "Leave this place quickly." He bowed his head and said, "Unless you want to become poor." Seeing him commanding him, he said angrily, "What, you dare command me? Do you know who I am?" "I am." Before he could finish speaking, he cut him off. "Ridiculous." Then he took off his hood and said, "I need you." Everyone was startled to see his face. He stared at him coldly. "Do I have to tell you who I am?" The scene shifted to Elden Academy. Emma was listening to her mistress. Thalia said, "So even though I'm on the same team as Nox, he's not telling me his class schedule at all?" She continued. "The reason is that he's embarrassed by me. He's going through puberty, right?" She turned to her and asked, "Am I right, Emma?" Emma, seeing her pitiful face, almost burst into tears and hastily calmed her down. "Lady Thalia, please calm down a little. Not everything is as bad as you think. I can't predict young Master Nox's intentions, but I believe he will show more interest in you," she said. "I understand, but I'm all grown up now. I can judge many things right from wrong," she said. "I also know that I'm lacking. That's why," she pitifully said that she tried not to hinder or bother Nox. "That would have made me look better in Nox's eyes." Then she hesitated and said, "But," Emma asked worriedly, "Yes, what is it?" She thought, No, if I leave her like this, she'll be too sad to do anything. I have to do something." She began to regret it. "If I had known it would come to this, I shouldn't have said good things about young Master Nox back then." She recalled what happened in the carriage. At that time Thalia had asked her, "Emma," she said, "doesn't my fiancé seem quite cold towards me?" She replied, "Yes, young master is still in puberty, so that could be why, young lady." He asked in surprise. "Puberty?" she replied. "Yes, boys that age are often moody and act unpredictably, so it's not unusual for young Master Nox to treat you that way." She secretly watched Thalia, who was happy to hear her words. "She's regretting it now. I really was too indifferent. When she asked me that, I didn't pay any attention at all. Now that I think about it, she seems to have already fallen for young Master Nox and started to take an interest in him," seeing the affection filling her face. "I had no interest in that matter back then, and I just thought she was asking as a joke. I didn't realize it would become such a serious issue. If I had known then, I would have given her better advice, or at least not answered her question carelessly." Returning to the present, she thought anxiously, "Now I can conclude. Lady Thalia has already fallen for young Master Nox. This is happening too fast. Love truly is unpredictable," she now hastily said to her. "Lady, I have something to tell you. Young Master Nox is not actually that kind of person," she asked in surprise. "Oh, then what do you think?" she replied. "Since young master has been chosen as your fiancé, his indifference towards you at the academy is probably because there are many people there. He can't act the same way as he would in the family." While she was speaking, she grabbed her hand. Emma was genuinely grateful to her. "That's true. Listening to you, it really makes sense. You've experienced it, so you're more experienced than I am." Emma couldn't help but force a smile, but there was no other way to make her mistress happy. She cheerfully pulled her along. "Thank you. Hearing your words, all my doubts are now cleared. You're truly like an expert in love. I'll come to you for advice whenever I have problems with love in the future," she hastily said. "Oh, lady." Seeing her laugh cheerfully, she inwardly reprimanded herself. "I did wrong in this matter, but it was to make my mistress happy. I apologize, lady." She suddenly remembered something. Thalia's words pierced her heart like a blade. "I've never loved anyone yet, so I don't know much about love either." At that moment a knock was heard from outside and the two turned their gaze. She said, "I am Emma, maid of the Stir-Lenner family. Excuse me, what brings you here?" "It's Illino," she said. "Oh, hello," she introduced herself. "I am Illino Rivalin. I'm studying at the same academy as Lady Thalia and am assigned to the same magic team. Does Miss Thalia perhaps have time to talk with me today?" "Thalia Illino," Emma said to her. "This is a bit unexpected, so if you don't have an appointment, please come another time." Illino suddenly smiled and uttered the name Nox von Reinhofer, and Thalia and Emma froze. She said, "I've come here to talk about him." These words struck Thalia's weak spot. Immediately she opened the door and came out. She and Illino faced each other. She said, "Miss Thalia, nice to meet you." She continued, "We've met twice today, haven't we, in the lobby and here." The scene shifted to Nox. He said to the brown-haired owner, "Do I have to tell you who I am?" Everyone was startled to see his face, white hair and purple eyes. This person, the owner, probably recognized him and said, "Is someone from the Reinhofer family entering this academy?" He said, "Do I need to confirm this?" He immediately said in fear, "I apologize, young master. I failed to recognize your identity earlier. Because of your cloak." He glanced at him coldly and said, "Enough, don't say another word." He emanated killing intent and said, "Now disappear before your actions in front of me make me angry." He immediately fled. "Yes, understood." Leon watched him in silence. He said, "I was talking to him. "Why are you interfering?" The skeleton glanced at him and immediately rushed to attack him. He grabbed the skeleton's head with his hand and said angrily, "You were talking to someone else." He looked at him and continued, "With black magic no less." He used magic, tightly gripping the skeleton's head, and it quickly shattered. The skeleton immediately collapsed. Everyone stared at him in horror. A black aura emanated from his body. He said, "If you act like this, do you think the guards will leave you alone?" These words startled him and made him regain his senses. Then he looked at his hand, which had used magic. He said, "Yes, I understand. I think I was too hasty. Casting dark magic without permission is already against the kingdom's law. I lost control because he spoke that way about my family." He bowed his head and said, "Thank you very much for making me realize and stopping my actions." He replied, "All right, I'm glad you understand, but did you buy everything you needed?" Then he took out a money pouch from his pocket, threw it to him, and said, "If you don't have money, use this." He opened it and was overwhelmed to see numerous gold coins inside. "Isn't this too little?" he said, embarrassed. "Why are you helping me like this? We're not even acquainted. If you think I'm indebted to you for something like this, that won't be the case. I won't owe you for it," he said. "That amount of money is nothing to me, don't overthink it." Then he suddenly said, "But actually there's a slight purpose for me doing that." This surprised him. He said, "Of course no one gives anything for free." He began to withdraw the dark magic. The two skeletons gradually disappeared, and he approached him holding a gold coin and said, "I'll consider the money you gave me as payment for my silence." But he held up the gold coin in front of him and said, "The dark magic controlling these skeletons. I sense the unique power of the Mabas family from you. This is quite intriguing." Immediately a blue light emanated from the gold coin. Then it flew into the air. He said, "I want to ask, how did you acquire the unique power to control your family's skeletons?" Thalia and he sat opposite each other at a round table. Thalia began to speak. She said she had something to tell him. When he asked what it was, he thought to himself, "What's going on?" Her reaction is completely different from what I expected. She's truly elegant. She pondered whether Nox truly had feelings for her. And she suddenly laughed and thought, "Impossible." She thought to herself, "Someone like him would only see marriage as a constraint. I should get straight to the point," she said to him. She said Nox was a dangerous person, and Thalia was startled. She picked up her teacup and continued, "Firstly, he's the son of one of the 3 dangerous noble families that rule the kingdom." Then she brought the teacup to her lips and said, "And the truth is, there are numerous negative rumors about his actions." She silently bowed her head. Suddenly she said, "I could never do that." She looked up and said resolutely, "I don't think Nox is a bad person." Ilino recalled when he had humiliated her in front of everyone at a party she attended as a child. When she said that, she glanced at her. Then she sighed. "Do others think like her?" She looked at her in surprise. She thought to herself, "Thalia von Stur, you're truly strange. How can someone as honest as you like a scoundrel like Nox who has no good qualities at all?" She stared intently into his eyes, thinking about the emotions she felt from them. She sensed hostility and anger emanating from him towards her, and evaluated him inwardly. Thalia said, "To be clear, while Nox may have shortcomings, I don't think he's someone who would do bad things," she continued. "Although he is easily misunderstood by others due to his blunt attitude, that's just part of his personality." Her words surprised him. She asked him, "I heard about your engagement with him, but that can't be a reason to speak well of him." She put down her teacup and said, "I also know that engagements between noble families can be easily changed," she said solemnly. "That's not why I trust Nox." She fell silent. "People don't change easily." She said that might be true, but then added, "There's one thing I hope you remember." She recalled when he saved her when she was attacked by the Nightwalker. Then she recalled him appearing just in time and slashing it with his sword. She said that without Nox she would have been poor at that time. She was very surprised and afraid, she said. "She believes you know that very well." Returning to reality, she asked him, "Then why do you still suspect Nox?" These words silenced him because she spoke too accurately. Then she smiled and said, "I seem to have misspoken." Saying that, she stood up. "Let's end our conversation here. Thank you for your time." He replied, "Yes, goodbye." Ilino left, leaving only Thalia in the room. Outside the building, she stood blankly in the courtyard. Rick approached and called out to Lady Ilino. He smiled and said, "Was the conversation just now all right?" The lady did not seem angry. She asked Rick, "What do you think is most important for a merchant?" He immediately replied, "Of course, to always be cautious and to look at everything with a skeptical eye." She thought, skepticism. She thought to herself, "This is what earned me the title of Fox of Wealth and Star of the Financial World." But she was still skeptical about his character, recalling what happened at the party that day. But has he really changed? She recalled sobbing then and thought to herself, "Don't make me laugh with that thought." Then she clenched her skirt tightly, gritted her teeth and said, "Nonsense, he was like that for so long, there's no way. Is it impossible for someone not to change?" The scene shifted to him. At this moment Leon was using dark magic. He shouted, "Everyone get out of here quickly!" Then he gritted his teeth and glared at him. Seeing people flee in fear, he gave him a gloomy glance. He said, "Magic shield?" He thought to himself, the situation has become more complicated. He thought that no matter how obsessed with money Leon was, he wouldn't remain calm in front of him, who was using his family's magic. That magic was not passed down to outsiders, he said, giving him a gloomy look. "If you want to negotiate with me, you'll have to bring something worthwhile." He laughed and said, "What do you want me to give you? This magic is related to your family. I'm afraid you might stake everything on this." Glanced at him and said coldly, "You speak as if you know me well," he said. Leon von Mabas, your family was once one of the 3 dangerous dark magic families that ruled the kingdom, like the Reinhofer family. He said, I don't like the way you use the word past, he replied resolutely. You need to know that your family is no longer as strong as it once was. His gaze looked at him with sorrow. He continued, as you know, they waged a territorial invasion war, defeated your family's patriarch, and then seized most of the Mabas family's territory. When he heard that, he bowed his head, gritted his teeth, and said, Are you trying to prove that you have more information about my family than I do? Are you inciting me to take revenge for my family? He shook his head and said, Revenge? No, I'm not acting with such intentions, he said. What I want is a revival for your family, a young and talented patriarch to be recognized, and for your family to once again become one of the major families that dominate the continent. He smiled and said, Isn't that what you truly seek? He said. Not bad. You seem to know me quite well. Then he asked him, Then how did you, like me, acquire the power of the Mabas family? He replied, By chance. I only recently realized that the magical power I possess is the power of your family. When he heard that, he immediately said, I trust you. He said in surprise, You just trust me, you won't ask any more questions? Ah, he replied, I got the answer I wanted. He thought to himself, right, what he wanted from the beginning wasn't how I got the family's magical power. He thought solemnly, he wanted to know how much I understood him, and why I would intervene in his problems and promise a future for the Mabas family's recovery. The two stood facing each other. He said, Well, I'm glad you got your answer. He replied, Thank you for your help today. I'll repay you later, as long as it's not related to money. Then he turned and said, Don't worry, I don't expect you to repay this favor. The next day at Eldon Academy, inside an ice room, he walked towards Noah, thinking to himself, Finally, I'm here. Seeing her look at him with a smile, he thought to himself, Vitality, strength, and Nox's sanctuary. He thought to himself, It's time to enhance Genius's time. He looked at her and smiled. Nox activated Genius's time. Among the characters in Inner Lunatic there are also characters with genius traits, but this was still considered the most powerful skill. This was like a DLC for Inner Lunatic. At that time he had already finished this game. The screen displayed, You are the first player to successfully complete Inner Lunatic 10 times. A hidden trait has been unlocked. Your controlled character has acquired the active skill Genius's time. Note, this skill can only be acquired when the character has 2 or more genius traits. Returning to reality, he stood facing Noah. He thought to himself, At first it was just a game I liked, so I didn't even know what was in the DLC. If it weren't for that decision that day, I would have been poor countless times by now. He thought with a pale face, Just thinking about it gives me chills. Noah held candy in her hand and opened her mouth. You did well this round, Nox von Reinhofer. It seems your family is raising a monster, he said unpleasantly. Don't you think it's too much to call someone else a monster? The dean said nonchalantly. But I'm not wrong, am I? Her feet touched the ground. A blue light appeared beneath her feet. Her eyes were filled with malice, and she said unfriendliness. If not, how do you explain your composure fighting the ice dwarf demons? Her 2 eyes stared intently at him. Then she continued, Why is someone as capable as you called useless? I can't understand it no matter how much I think about it. She recalled his father, Sword Emperor Theo von Reinhofer, and said, He's known for having a bad personality. Impossible. He thought to himself uneasily, Damn it, the dean suspects me. And rightly so, since the original Nox was useless. The screen displayed Acting Genius has been activated. He grinned slyly and thought to himself, But not anymore. The screen displayed no longer trembling. He said to her, Whatever kind of person I was in the past, that's none of the dean's business. She replied, That's true, but as you know, she said with interest, I'm interested in your talent. Very interesting. Then she put candy in her mouth and said slyly, I want to kidnap you. He said solemnly, Dean, I don't think such words are appropriate. I'll pretend I didn't hear them. He recalled how she had secretly followed him during the entrance exam. He said, Besides, you even disguised yourself and spied on me. She laughed maliciously and said, You noticed. Then she took out a piece of paper and said, All right, let's see. How much more can you hide from me? He saw it and thought to himself, Finally, I have it in my hands, she continued. That's why I called you here. This is a skill enhancement scroll, she said. This can maximize the effect of one of your skills. It was a truly precious item. Although he inwardly desired it greatly, he outwardly pretended not to know anything about it. He said, I've never heard of such an item. She immediately handed him this enhancement scroll and said, All right, take it. He happily extended his hand to receive it. Holding the skill scroll in his hand, he felt something was wrong. Noah smiled slyly. He thought uneasily to himself, What was that moment of confusion? Was I mistaken? But he set that feeling aside for a moment. He unrolled the scroll and thought to himself, Because of this, I'm really looking forward to what comes next. The screen displayed, A new relic has been acquired, and the relic's information was displayed. Basic info, name, skill enhancement scroll. Consumable item, high grade, special effect can increase the effect of one skill by 1.5 times. Skill enhancement scroll can be used. Would you like to use it? He tapped the screen and said yes. Please select the skill you wish to enhance. He selected Genius's time. The screen displayed relic used. He smiled, seeing his skill change. The screen displayed, Your skill has become more powerful. You have acquired Genius's time. The words Genius's time appeared prominently on the screen. Immediately, his surroundings were enveloped in a golden light. The screen displayed, Relic acquired in early stage. Additional effect provided. Skill effect doubled. Genius's time duration changed to 10 minutes, he smiled with satisfaction. He looked at Genius's time and thought to himself, Genius's time is a very difficult skill to enhance. From the beginning it was an overwhelming skill, so there weren't many ways to make it more powerful. As soon as it was completed, the scroll immediately disappeared. He thought to himself, one of those methods is using scrolls. Getting this item so early is a really good harvest, she said. Did you get the results you wanted? He thought to himself. I shouldn't get involved in that anymore. He replied, yes, if there's nothing else to discuss, I'll take my leave. She smiled and said, understood, go. You must have had a hard time saving your friend in the test, didn't you? It reminds me of when I slashed the nanny monster. He stammered that, thinking to himself, there's no point in hiding it anymore. He sighed and said, yes, it was just a coincidence, he continued. Putting that aside, I don't want to attract the Academy's attention, she replied cheerfully. Of course, don't worry, go and rest. He sincerely thanked her for her generosity, and he left thinking to himself, Noah Von Trinity is a truly dangerous person, I need to be more careful for a while. After he left, the room fell silent and suddenly she sobbed. Sobbing, she lowered her head and said, I'm really looking forward to what kind of monster he'll become. She suddenly asked someone, don't you think so too? The scene shifted to Eldon Academy. Professor Lars was lecturing from the podium. He said, so you must learn the properties and characteristics of each element. He sat at his desk thinking dully. The basic magic of the Empire. It wasn't detailed in the original story, but what's important here isn't the lecture but Professor Lars von Celesto. The screen displayed him as 35 years old. Primary attribute, Earth Eldon Academy professor. Positive traits, lust for knowledge, introspection. Hidden weapon, talent. Negative traits, obsession, paranoia, mental trauma, weak willpower, apathy. He looked at him and thought, he'll play an important role in this chapter. Passive skill, extensive knowledge. Active skills, Call of Earth, combat frenzy, northern basic swordsmanship. He thought to himself, not very strong, but it's good to know the information beforehand. He looked at him lecturing from the podium and thought, it's surprising that he could become an academy professor with those skills. At this moment he said, let's begin the class. He was lost in thought. He seemed very proud and contemptuous of his fellow students. What kind of talent could such a person have? Dean Noah also has a very cunning side, he said. Not only academy students, but everyone on the continent possesses different elemental mana, he continued. Today we will find out what kind you have and how you express it. At this, Thalia glanced at him, and he had his head bowed and eyes closed. Suddenly he called his name, and he was startled. Student Knox von Renhofer. He replied yes. He asked him if he knew what element he possessed. He replied, darkness. He then asked what the characteristics of the darkness element were. He solemnly said, unlike the 4 basic elements, it is murky and does not mix with other elements. However, its destructive power is far greater than other elements, he continued. On the other hand, it is difficult to control, and only a few individuals or families are known to be able to use it correctly. The students looked at him with fear, and he then asked what its opposing element was. He replied, holy light element. He was also surprised to hear him answer fluently. Then he said, if the holy light element and darkness element clash, which do you think would prevail? He calmly replied, holy light. His hand trembled and he snorted coldly. People usually don't criticize the element passed down in their family, but you seem to be a special case. One more question. He stared intently at him and said, if you had to face someone using holy light magic, what would you do? He smiled and said, if that person is still completely unaware of their advantage. His eyes sharpened and he said coldly, then I'll deal with them immediately. I'll make sure they don't cause any problems for my future. These words scared the students and everyone's face turned pale. Professor Lars thought with fear, what was that? Seeing him still calm after answering, he thought in confusion. What nonsense is he talking? Inside a large building, Rick sat on a bed. His left hand was bandaged and he groaned in pain holding a syringe. He bit down hard on the bandage with his mouth, and he plunged the syringe into his arm, and a red liquid flowed from the syringe into his veins. His 2 eyes glowed and the veins on his left arm bulged, looking very frightening. And he threw the syringe to the ground, and in the center of his chest the image of a 2-horned monster appeared. He looked at the mirror and smiled. He leaned his arm against the mirror, tilting his body, and said, just a little more and I can truly become a demon. Suddenly, a red hand reached out from the mirror and said, as you wish, Hasjenfer. The image of Vaughn appeared. He said, you will not be a mere human but a demon. He began to tempt him. You will not need to sleep nor grow old. You will transcend the limits of humanity. He knelt on one knee and saluted, and a red aura emanated from around him. Thank you for your grace. I will do my best to resurrect you. Hearing him, he smiled sinisterly, and after that he put his clothes back on and picked up his hat. He put on his hat and returned to his usual gentle demeanor. The scene shifted to the classroom. Knox said yes. On the other hand, that person is completely unaware that they are their natural enemy, he continued. I will deal with that person. I want to make sure they don't cause problems later, Lars said in surprise. To nip a future problem in the bud, I never expected such an answer. He calmly replied, I apologize if that wasn't the correct answer. I simply thought it was the most efficient way I could take rather than just sitting around and waiting. Acting genius was strongly activated. He looked at him and thought, his eyes are unwavering, his posture is confident, and his shoulders aren't slumped. Seeing his solemn, upright stance, he thought, Knox Rinhofer doesn't seem to be joking. I'm starting to understand why Noah took an interest in him. But he called his assistant beside him. Assistant, prepare the imp immediately. He was startled. Yes, why? His face darkened and he glanced at him, saying, Didn't you hear me? I told you to prepare the test, he thought to himself. That brat's arrogant attitude needs to be broken. Otherwise he'll be difficult to control later. He rubbed his chin with his hand, lost in thought. A sharp sword requires 1,000 temperings. After that, all the students focused on the podium. The assistant pushed a cart covered with a white cloth. He held the cloth anxiously. A blonde female student shouted. That's Professor Lars said. Those are the lowest grade demons provided to the academy by the association. A small demon with blood-red skin, yellow eyes and 2 horns was baring its teeth in a cage. He said, They're called imps. A black-haired male student shouted. Demons, he nodded. They're a bit aggressive but not that dangerous. They're as weak as paper, so students should be able to defeat them easily. Everyone murmured. What? Even so, a brown-haired male student said worriedly. This is only the first magic class. The short brown-haired female student next to him said, Is this the standard for LD Academy students? He said, Now. Focus. Aren't you all elites who pass the Academy's entrance exam? He said. You must remember that your goal is not to become knights or mages, but to protect the people by defeating all demons on this continent. And he pointed his finger, saying, To achieve that, you need knowledge of demons, and your current knowledge is still very lacking. The blonde male student and the long brown-haired female student looked at each other and nodded. He stared intently at the imp and he said, Everyone, send Mana into the cage to subdue the imp. Thought to himself, Subdue a demon? Why is something like this appearing here? He looked at it, emanating dark, killing intent, and thought, This should only appear in the original story in the second year. Something is wrong. He said, Focus Mana on your palm, then send it to the opponent. He looked at his watch and said, The test will end in 15 minutes. His eyes glowed, and he thought sinisterly, no matter how talented Rinhofer is, he couldn't have expected an imp to appear in the first class. A freshman will only be tricked by the imp and be terrified. He looked at him. I'll teach you how the world works, Rinhofer. Practice makes perfect. Anyone can talk. Suddenly he gritted his teeth and sweated, saying, he was surprised to see the imp covering its head and trembling. What's happening to this demon? The other students were already hypnotized by the demons. But why is this one like this? He glanced at Thalia and she was talking to herself. Emma, I won't do that again. The black-haired female student held the imp's cage and said, Something's wrong. On the other hand, the gray-haired male student said blankly, Delicious bread. The short brown-haired female student also held the cage and said, It seems to have lost consciousness. Thalia, who was behind, held the cage and cried, Emma, I'm sorry. Suddenly he raised his hand and said, Professor, I apologize. But he looked at the imp trembling in the cage and said, Can you swap my imp? It's trembling already without me doing anything. He sighed. He thought to himself anxiously, Who's making such a terrifying noise during class? Turning around, he saw him happily blushing, drooling from his mouth and glowing all over. He asked him, Hey Knox, how did you subdue the imp? He replied, Wait, I just said I didn't do anything. He clapped his hands excitedly and said, Excellent. I was truly foolish not to have noticed your astonishing talent. And he continued, Very good, I will give you another chance. And he pointed at him and said cheerfully, Listen carefully, he solemnly declared, I will give you the chance to become the best student in this course. He was speechless. He thought to himself, the best student, is that what I think it is? He recalled images from several movies. As in the movies I've seen, that would be becoming the professor's assistant. At this moment, everyone regained consciousness, and the black-haired male student said, I'm jealous. He's going to be the professor's best student? The long brown-haired female student next to him said, He'll have no choice but to agree. This is a rare opportunity. But he raised his hand and replied, I refuse. The name best student is just being the professor's slave after all. These words startled him. His two eyes widened and he shouted, You refuse that offer? The students were also shocked. What is he saying? Ilino and Leon also regained consciousness. They glanced at him. Aina and Pelopi were also surprised to hear him say that. Aina thought it was unbelievable. He can refuse such an offer so calmly. What kind of person is he? She looked at him and called him Rinhofer in her mind. A few hours ago at Eldon Academy, Professor Bong chased Lars, saying, Listen to me, you dirty white-haired bastard, that kid is incredibly strong. He said firmly, I guarantee that brat is a crazy child, Laster said. Even if that's true, he's just a freshman, he continued. It's too early to jump to conclusions just because he's had a few recent achievements. Don't put such high expectations on a freshman. Erno retorted, Lars, your problem is that you're too conservative. Dean Noah also told us to pay attention to him. He clearly has immense talent. What more proof do you need? That child is the most talented student recognized by one of the four sages. Lars waved his hand and said, I need to see his abilities firsthand. You don't need to concern yourself with this. These words angered Verno. He shouted, Such an attitude. Hey, wait. Back in the classroom, when he refused Lars's offer, he gaped. You refuse. His whole body trembled, and he said in disbelief, Why? The students also murmured, Is he crazy? That's a chance to become Professor Lars's assistant. He's the highest authority in the Academy's magic education department. Everyone thought that countless people were lining up to be the professor's best student. Seeing him refuse so directly, I can't believe he's throwing away such an opportunity. That's exactly what an incompetent scoundrel from the Rinhofer family would do. He literally threw away an opportunity given by heaven. That's why I'm saying an incompetent fellow like him shouldn't be here. He heard everything and thought, I don't care what you all say. He covered his head and thought, 1 Illino is already a headache. Why do people around me keep adding to my problems? A black-haired male student raised his hand and said, Professor Lars, I have a question. He said gloomily and helplessly, Go ahead. He glanced at him and said, Why are you giving this opportunity to Rinhofer? Aren't there many students far superior to him? He then pointed to Pelopi and Akina and said, Moreover, the princess uses light magic, doesn't she? I believe the princess and Akina are qualified to be considered for the top student position. He cursed inwardly, Look at that bastard using his family's position to flatter the princess. Then he sighed, thinking, Still, that guy is smart. At least he knows who to flatter. I should remember that face. Lars then spoke. The decision is mine, based on several reasons, of course. He continued, If I don't explain, you might not accept it, and negative rumors could spread that I'm biased towards student Nox's talent. Then he solemnly said, So I'll be frank. His eyes widened. The reason he is most suitable to be the top student and my assistant. He looked at him with sparkling eyes. He thought helplessly. I said no, but this old man is stubborn, he explained. Let's start with how he suppressed mana and controlled the demon. A moment later, he thought to himself, Professor Lars's summary would be as follows. First, for some unknown reason I quickly subdued the demon. Although it was a low-level demon, someone doing it for the first time couldn't have done it so easily, so it's not surprising that Professor Lars was captivated by it. Second, my talent, which is mana perception genius. Professor Lars has studied magic for a long time. Such a person can easily distinguish between those with magical talent and those without, then he said proudly. For all these reasons he smiled slyly, looking at him with burning eyes and said, It's quite fair to make him the top student. He replied, Professor, I already told you I wouldn't take the assistant position. He hastily said, Nox, think about it more slowly. He placed a hand on his shoulder and with a sparkling face and drooling mouth said expectantly, You're deciding too hastily, he said indifferently. Professor, please wipe your drool and speak. Then he turned and left, saying there was a more suitable candidate than me from the start. So I would appreciate it if you would refuse this offer. He left, and Lars called out desperately, Nox, Nox. Ilino and Akina also watched him in silence. Leon and Thalia also remained silent. Pelopi said, He's different from what I heard. Akina, standing nearby, said, It's my fault. She said mournfully, My information-gathering ability is still lacking. Pelopi replied, It's all right, Akina. She said, I'm a little curious about him. She wondered, Nox Rinhofer, will he be a light to help the royal family, or a dark cloud hanging over us? From his side he stopped and panted, having rushed quickly to escape Professor Lars's encirclement. He said, Why is he acting like that all of a sudden? He said, He's looking at me like a bee seeing honey. He gritted his teeth angrily and said, Is there not a single ordinary character in the inner lunatic novel, damn it? He leaned against the door, looking into the distance and said, To live a peaceful life in this academy I have to stay away from that old man. The scene shifted to the Rinhofer mansion. Dizzy Kai, seeing his panda-like dark circles under his eyes and pale face, said worriedly, Young master, did something terrible happen at the academy? He replied, It was terrible. He recalled Professor Lars following him, whether in the hallway or the classroom, tempting him to become his assistant and the top student. It was the same in the dining hall. He sat at the same table as him and said, Be my top student. And the most terrible thing was that he could hear his voice even when he was in the restroom. Nox, he climbed over the restroom door and said, Be my top student, scaring him immensely. Other students washing their hands outside also stared at him. He stubbornly said, Nox, haven't you finished thinking yet? Be my top student, he said coldly. Professor Lars. Then he turned and left, saying, Please stop. Leave me alone. Are you crazy, Professor? Far from being angry, he found it amusing and said, I really like the way you speak so disrespectfully. I really do, returning to reality. He gritted his teeth at Dizzy Kai and said, Damn, Professor Lars keeps pestering me to be his top student. She also empathized with him, saying, It seems the professor got too excited discovering a talent of this era. She asked, But isn't Professor Lars the most knowledgeable in magic theory at the academy? He replied, Yes, she said uneasily. Then it's strange. Others remember the professor as a good teacher and a kind person. Why is he so attached to you, young master? He rested his hand on his chin. He said, I also know the professor is a pretty good person. His information was displayed on the screen. Negative traits: obsession, paranoia, mental trauma, weak willpower, apathy. He looked out the window, lost in thought. The biggest problem is because of the professor's traits. The scene shifted to the Rinhofer mansion. Soldiers holding swords shouted, Stop him, don't let him pass. Jen's blade was already dripping with blood, emanating killing intent from his entire body. He rushed forward, coldly holding his sword. The soldiers said in fear, Everyone stop him. Didn't you hear the master? Young Master Gren must not be allowed in. He smiled slyly. He calmly walked inside, passing a soldier and giving him a sidelong glance with an evil smile. He said, That's not something a father should do to his son, is it? At this moment Butler Well and Theo were looking out the door from inside the room. He rushed in, sword in hand and emanating killing intent, and behind him 2 soldiers he had already cut down lay fallen. Lady Rotwell thought in fear, I can't move because of that terrifying aura. How did the young master become so frighteningly strong in such a short time? Theo said. Gran, I didn't expect you to return to the Reinhofer family. He scoffed and replied, Do I need a reason to return to my own home, father? He looked at him coldly and said, Is this still your home? He looked at him in silence. Then he smiled and said, I clearly told you, father, it's time to give up, he said. Father, there's not much time left, is there? He said calmly. That's none of your concern. He saw the demon's eyes and black hand reaching out towards his father and said, Demons are always lurking around you, father. If you weaken, the demons will grow stronger and devour everything in sight. After hearing him, he said, It sounds as if you wish for me to become that way. He said, Father, what I need to do here is very simple. He looked at his father coldly and said, Where did you hide that sword? These words startled him. What did you say? He repeated. The first family head sword. Father, where did you hide Stormbringer? Gren said. The first family head sword. Where did you hide the true Reinhofer's Stormbringer? Theo said angrily. The true Reinhofer, how dare you mention the first family head's name? Forget that story, he scoffed and said. Is that important now? What's important now is to become stronger and build a more powerful force. For nobles only that matters. He said, You don't know what's truly important. Upon hearing him, he immediately replied, If you know so well what's important, why did you leave that woman in poverty? Butler Rotwell's face turned pale, and he thought inwardly, No, he shouldn't mention that woman in front of the master. Theo said grimly, Did you just say that woman? You were too disrespectful to your mother, he replied coldly. My only mother is Priscilla von Reinhofer. He recalled the image of the blonde woman in the painting and said, That woman is just your mistake and merely a guest of our Reinhofer family. He immediately commanded, Get out. He defied him. Father, he said angrily. I said get out. Killing intent emanated from his entire body, and with a deathly face he looked at him coldly and said, I do not wish to cut down my own son with my own hands. He gave him a sidelong glance and said, You will regret this, father. Before leaving he said, Soon you will understand that it was because of me, father. He emphasized again, It was because of me. He looked at him in silence. Rotwell said worriedly, Master, are you all right? He apologized for showing such a temper. He replied, Please don't say that. I have sworn loyalty to the Reinhofer family. But if the whole world finds out that Lord Gren has allied with demons, everything will be in danger. He covered his mouth with his hand and coughed, saying, So I think it would be best to quickly choose a successor. After hearing that, Theo thought, A new successor. He replied, Yes, fortunately, there's good news. He continued, Lord Knox achieved the top score in this Eldon entrance exam. Theo said, I see. As far as I know, Eldon Academy's new dean is, he replied. Yes, Noah von Trinity. One of the four sages has recognized Lord Knox's talent. Theo called out Knox Reinhofer inwardly. He thought he's not strong enough yet. But recalling the scene where he sparred with Gren, he thought, if he truly has the talent I witnessed, his potential is immense. Suddenly, Rotwell became worried. But recalling the dignified position of the family head, he thought, Lord Knox might just take that seat. The scene shifted to Professor Lars's side. He still stubbornly told him, Be my disciple. He sat opposite him and said, I do not wish to. He hastily said, I will sponsor you with a lot of money. You will be able to graduate from Eldon Academy without any tuition worries. He then said he would enjoy a life of great renown. He sat upright and replied, I have a lot of money. Didn't you know I'm from the Reinhofer family? When the topic of fame came up, he said indifferently, What is fame? To me it's just an unnecessary luxury. He advised him, Knox, think about it again. He gritted his teeth, thinking inwardly, This is driving me crazy. That old man keeps pestering me. He sighed, recalling his conversation with Dizzy Kai last night. She said, If the professor is truly sincere, shouldn't you avoid refusing carelessly? She continued. After observing Professor Lars more closely, he seems to be acting completely out of character. People say he's a teacher who only focuses on helping weaker students. He listened carefully to her words. Then he smiled, thinking, You're right, I can't keep avoiding this. No matter how crazy the professor is, he'll give up once he knows what I lack. She replied, Yes, the professor also seems a bit strange. Returning to reality, he said, Although the professor explained yesterday, he asked him, Honestly, I still don't understand. Why would an excellent professor like you want me as your student? He replied, Because you are outstanding, he said in silence. I want to hear the real reason. Why must it be me? He looked at him solemnly and said, Aren't there other excellent students? He suddenly asked. Do you have time? He said. You must have heard that I'm useless too, Professor, he said in surprise. What? Then he smiled and calmly said, In other words, I have nothing but time. He laughed heartily and said, Amusing. Then he said seriously, Then would you listen to my story? You're welcome to enjoy the tea I've prepared. This tea is the finest herbal tea purchased from the Jerevalin Merchant Guild. He replied, I'll listen. He poured tea from the teapot into his cup and said, The reason I need you, he said. What I mean is I need an outstanding student to complete my research. He asked in surprise, Your research, Professor? He replied, Yes, to obtain someone too weak to use mana. He lowered his eyes and slowly said, Only then can I fulfill my lifelong wish. That is why I need you. He looked at his teacup. Because no one wants to become poor due to someone too weak to live their life. He said mournfully, Yes, just like my son was poor. After hearing that, he thought inwardly, The hidden stories behind each character, which I didn't know when I was focused on inner Lunatic, always create unexpected situations in this world. He was born into the Celesto Baron family, and ruled the family. He had no outstanding talent but entered Eldon Academy, acquired immense theoretical knowledge, and became a professor. In practice he always got bad results. His friends always ignored him. No matter how well he wrote, they never stopped disregarding him. He always overcame such inferiority through research. After continuous effort, he became a professor and even married a woman. But even as a professor, no one fully recognized his achievements. All his accomplishments were published under other people's names, and everyone ignored him. Despite everything, he gained a wife and a son. His only son grew up, entered Eldon Academy. He overcame all difficulties and graduated. He said to him, "Father, your son will work hard and earn everyone's respect." The professor said that when his son displayed such filial devotion, he was truly happy to hear it. He continued, "My son joined His Majesty's direct army and fought on the front lines. He wished to return victorious for people to respect me and raise the reputation of the Celestia family. And then a tragic end occurred," he said mournfully, "but on the battlefield my son lost his life. He was struck by an arrow," he added. "Not long after the war began he was gone." Killed by an arrow? Was it mana-pierced? He thought to himself. Do you understand now why the professor is so obsessed with research for the weak? He remained silent, thinking, this story isn't that special. In the cruel world of Inner Lunatic there are still many such stories. Then he raised his eyes and looked at him. Seeing Professor Lars's lonely back, he wondered why the professor's back he saw on the screen felt so different from Professor Lars's back now. He looked up at the sky through the window pane. He thought to himself, now I think I can understand some of the professor's loneliness. He opened his mouth. I'm sorry, but after hearing your story I'm even more convinced. I know there is someone more suitable than me. He looked at him solemnly and said, someone who will listen to and accept your story more earnestly than I would, he continued. I think that person is truly what you need right now. At these words, he looked at him in surprise. Then he opened the door and left, bidding him farewell. See you in the next class, Professor. Leaving him lonely and sad, he sighed, looking at the picture of his son on the table. They're two alike. The scene shifted to Rinhofer. After returning home, he sat on his bed thinking. The news he received upon his return was truly disastrous. He said worriedly, What? Say that again. Who returned? Dizzy Kai replied. Lord Gren, the eldest son of the Rinhofer family, has returned. She then mentioned that several guards had been dismissed. He silently called his name. Gren von Rinhofer. He thought to himself, Grand Duke Louis and Inner Lunatic's ultimate villain have finally begun to act. As sunlight streamed through the window, Nox sighed. He thought to himself, the one responsible for the worst outcome. Suddenly, Nox asked Dizzy Kai, who was standing opposite him, Dizzy Kai, have you been to our mansion recently? She quickly replied, Yes, Butler Roswell called us, so Rona and I went. Hearing her words, Nox said in surprise. What? His face grew serious, and he thought to himself, that bastard despised the head of the family's second wife, Nox's mother. The head of the family truly loved her, not his biological mother. Nox recalled his cruel older brother Gren and thought to himself, I don't know if he dislikes Nox, but if he does, he might harm Dizzy Kai. At this thought, he sighed helplessly. Why did Nox have so many enemies? Nox asked seriously. Did Gren do anything to you? Dizzy Kai hesitated for a moment. Noticing her hesitation, his fist trembled slightly, and he thought to himself, this damned bastard, did he really bother her? She eventually confessed the truth. Young Master Gren kept watching me. Hearing this answer, Nox froze for a moment. Huh? Dizzy Kai averted her gaze, looking somewhat embarrassed. She recalled the recent memory. As Dizzy Kai and Anna were happily chatting in the hallway, Gren approached. Seeing him, the two stepped aside and greeted him politely. Gren glanced at them and said, He praised Dizzy Chi's pretty appearance. Who is that maid? She looks quite special. Then he called out, Hey you. Dizzy Kai, mid-conversation, paused and turned her gaze. Gren approached and asked, Who are you? I haven't seen you before. Dizzy Kai bowed her head and introduced herself. Hello, young master. I am Dizzy Kai, young Master Nox's personal maid. It's an honor to meet you. Learning her name, his lips twisted sinisterly. The formalities are sufficient. He then openly proposed, I want you to become my maid. I know you have the ability to do many things. Gren smiled cunningly, and a strange aura emanated around him. There's enough ambition within you to satisfy me. Dizzy Kai politely refused. I apologize, but I serve young Master Nox. I'm afraid I must decline your offer. Gren was surprised to be refused for the first time. What? He didn't bother her, but merely said threateningly, You clearly know who I am, don't you? Why do you refuse me? At this, Dizzy Kai, extremely anxious, gripped her maid's skirt tightly. Gren said contemptuously, Does that young Nox pay you a lot? Dizzy Kai bravely replied, No, I simply wish to serve him. Hearing this reply, he gritted his teeth and asked, You wish to? That's not something an ordinary person like you can decide. Dizzy Kai retorted, That's exactly why you and he are different. Young Master Nox has always respected me. I apologize, I don't know who you are, but... Hearing her reply, Anna was somewhat cautious. Dizzy Kai smiled happily and said, More than anything, I want to stay by young Master Nox's side and see what he will do in the future. Seeing that his threats had no effect, Gren sighed and thought to himself, I can't believe she wants to serve that rat-like fellow. She's truly a strange woman. Outwardly, he tried to bargain. I'll give you 3 times the money he offers. She remained firm in her decision and politely bowed in apology. At this, he was very angry. His lips twisted, and he returned to reality. Dizzy Kai said to Nox, He wanted to make me his maid and even offered to raise my salary. Nox asked in a low voice, How much? Dizzy Kai replied calmly, 3 times. Knox was a little shocked after hearing this. He thought to himself, I have money but the story hasn't even begun and I have a lot to do so I can't spend that much right now, but I can't give up Dizzy Kai. As he remained silent, she was slightly confused. Knox closed his eyes and sighed. He stood up and explained, if she wants to triple her salary like that. Knox reassured her, don't worry about that, just focus on your work. As he said that, Dizzy Kai let out a small laugh. Knox was a little confused to see her laugh. Dizzy Kai, embarrassed, averted her gaze. I'm sorry. Seeing her laugh brightly, he was surprised, his eyes wide, and he thought to himself, what, did she laugh? No way. Knox carefully asked, did you decide to work with Gren? Dizzy Kai chuckled lightly and reassured him. Young master, you're overthinking it, she said happily. I won't follow young master Gren and my current salary is enough. Seeing that, Knox asked why she laughed. Dizzy Kai hid it, saying, I can't tell you, he commanded seriously. That's an order. She finally confessed the truth. I just had a funny thought and laughed. Knox chuckled lightly and pointed out, Dizzy Kai, you're really bad at lying. Dizzy Kai, speechless, stepped aside. He crossed his arms and thought for a moment. Anyway, as long as I don't lose her. Then he said threateningly, but Gren, that damn bastard, if I catch you, you won't escape. He then turned and left, but remained lost in thought. Of course that will happen later, after I become stronger. The scene shifted to the training ground. The goddess statue emitted pure light with its arms outstretched. New students at Eldon Academy must take 5 compulsory subjects. The goddess statue held a small person in its arms. The first is the history of the Arse Empire, a story about the creator god Aeon and the most powerful unified kingdom that humanity had forgotten. Students practiced skills with horses. The second is horsemanship. Next is the third, chivalry and etiquette within the academy. Everyone must cooperate together. Following that is the fourth, the Empire's basic magic. A female instructor will teach how to cast magic. And finally, the subject Knox found most difficult. At this point, Knox's face was pale and he was panting. While everyone else was training hard, he alone was falling behind, his whole body trembling. He felt as if a single gust of wind could blow him away. Knox was exhausted, but he still vowed to focus on physical training. He ran after the others and did pull-ups. When it came to pull-ups, Knox struggled to hang onto the bar, his entire body shaking. For a moment, he sat on the grass holding a water bottle and panting. Knox's stamina had reached its limit. Suddenly, a shadow approached and called out, Strange Knox. The person was an instructor. He said teasingly, the dog is like a mayfly. Hearing this, Knox spat out all the water he was drinking. He wiped his mouth and asked again, what did you say? The instructor thought for a moment. You're very skilled at achieving good results in the short term, but then he pointed out his weakness. But when it comes to stamina, you seem to be struggling a lot. It's like you've hit an insurmountable wall. At this moment, the wind blew, scattering leaves. Knox praised inwardly, as expected of an Eldon Academy instructor. As he said, this illness was like a huge chain suppressing him. It was due to Knox's incurable disease trait. His stamina was fixed at 15, which was only half of his maximum stamina. He helplessly asked again, aren't you an instructor? Why do you say such discouraging things? The instructor quickly noticed his displeasure. I apologize if I was too rude, but you'd do well to pay attention to what I'm saying. The instructor continued to dissuade him. If you continue to move and train so recklessly, you might shorten your lifespan. Knox had no choice but to agree to the instructor's earnestness. Understood, I'll keep that in mind. Knox's mind was extremely chaotic at this moment. He thought to himself, how can I ignore what the instructor is saying when I'm counting down internally? A system window notification appeared. Lifespan is rapidly decreasing due to the incurable disease trait. The system window slowly closed. Lifespan is rapidly decreasing due to the incurable disease trait. At this moment, Knox was extremely angry, gritting his teeth and saying in a low voice, annoying. Paracelsus watched all the events from afar. Suddenly he let out an unreadable scoff. I still don't understand him. He did everything to get first place in the entrance exam, but now he's hiding his stamina. Knox had already turned and left. Paracelsus still stared at his back, thinking to himself, this is clearly related to his feigning incompetence. Knox seemed to notice Paracelsus' strange gaze. He sighed and cursed, annoying bastard. If I took the test again now, I'd lose to him. The scene shifted to a bustling small town. Knox was wearing an ankle-length black cloak. As he walked through the town, a voice suddenly made him turn around. I didn't expect to meet you here. Are you Rick? He asked, the youngest son of the Rinhofer family. Knox frowned unpleasantly upon seeing him. Why again? In his mind the question arose. Is he following me again, this strange fellow who ruins the game? Rick at this moment seemed unbothered and cheerful. In the middle of the bustling town a voice echoed. I didn't expect to meet you here. He scoffed and emphasized, long time no see, young master of the Rinhofer family. Knox turned back to Rick with a wary look. He looked at him and thought to himself, Rick's real name is House Jenfer. In his mind, an image of Rick with a black body, glowing eyes, a dangerous, eerie smile, and casting red magic appeared. He was the one responsible for the worst outcome, on par with Grand Duke Louis von Louis. He opened the system window to check his basic information. Name Rick, alias House Jenfer, gender male, age 15, race human, demon. Primary element, earth. Achievements, positive traits, negotiation, excellent eloquence, hidden weapon talent, neutral. Negative traits, cunning, walking, swordsmanship, northern basic technique, traitor, fraudster. Stats, endurance 4, mana 4, luck 3, will 5, charm 12, skills, passive skill, negotiation, modification, active skill. Knox looked at Rick's information window, feeling a slight wariness. He scoffed at the emblem in his hand, thinking, later he will attack the rival and merchant guild and betray Ilino. Therefore he is my top priority to avoid. Knox opened his mouth. You're the one who brought that gift before, aren't you? Is there something you want? The system chimed a warning. Acting genius is fluctuating. Rick smiled brightly and said, It's nothing special. I was just a little surprised to see a noble from an influential family like the Reinhardt family walking around without a bodyguard. Knox scoffed and said coldly, That's none of your business. He laughed loudly. You're right. Suddenly, Rick clapped his hands as if remembering something. Since we've met here, would you like me to help you buy some things? I have plenty of time right now. Knox chuckled lightly and surmised. I bet that's the only task the Rivalan family had assigned to you. Rick placed one hand on his chest and bowed politely. Great nobles have always turned a blind eye to their servants straying slightly from their duties. Speaking, he looked up with enigmatic eyes. Rick stared at Knox, who was standing before him. He stared into the distance, thinking he needed to figure out what calculations Rick was making internally. There must be a reason he was approaching him. Then he immediately stated firmly, I dislike talkative people. At his words, Rick stopped but still replied with a bright smile, Yes. He bowed, admitting his fault, and said, I will keep that in mind. The scene shifted to the grand mansion of the Rivalan family. Ilino was sitting at her desk reading documents while a maid approached her with a bundle of papers. These are the documents you requested, my lady. She reached out, received the documents, and didn't forget to say thank you. Ilino opened the bundle of papers and examined them meticulously. Inside was Knox von Reinhoffer's personal information. She gazed intently at the photo attached to it. Knox von Reinhoffer. Then she pursed her lips, wondering inwardly why he had saved her. Ilino sat at her desk staring at the documents for a long time. Then she concluded, he has no reason to. She began to analyze. Firstly, the Reinhoffer family has almost no interaction with the Rivalan family. If he wanted something, he might have agreed to Professor Verno's offer, but he refused it. Ilino remembered Knox returning the badge to Professor Verno. She clenched her palms tightly. She still suspected that the youngest son of the Reinhoffer family she knew was not that kind. Ilino leaned back in her chair, convinced. He had started acting differently since resolving the ice forest incident, but the cause of this change was unknown. She thought for a long time again, then sighed. Ilino recalled Rick's appearance, resting her chin in her hand, deep in thought. Rick, she had already noticed his strange behavior. His recent movements were somewhat strange, and he was gathering people in the merchant guild. Ilino stood up. He probably won't cause any big trouble. She filed the documents, then turned and looked out the window. A deeply thoughtful expression was on her face. Suddenly, Ilino closed her eyes. She recalled unpleasant memories. Ilino could only shed a few tears at her father's curses. You're truly foolish. Why did you do that? He shouted with wide eyes. If necessary, you must sacrifice everything you have. Ilino's eyes became empty and tears flowed uncontrollably, overwhelmed by powerlessness and fear. At a church, a girl took Ilino's hand. She looked bewildered at the person beside her, who was crying sadly, then looked forward again. In front of her, her mother lay in the middle of a field of white chrysanthemums. Ilino softly called out, Mother. Thinking of her mother, she bowed her head. Tears flowed down Ilino's cheeks. Returning to the present, she was still standing looking towards the window. In the town where Knox and Rick were, Rick enthusiastically introduced items like glowing magic orbs to him. You don't need to buy expensive crystal orbs for magic class. You'll receive better ones for free in your second year. Next, he introduced a storage container filled with blue water. You should buy cauldrons and ladles made of special iron for alchemy class. Rick took him around to all the stalls, and generally the items were made in simple, empty chemistry labs. You only need to meet the minimum requirements. He looked at the shining items on display and suggested, That shop over there is connected to the Rivalan Merchant Guild, so you should be able to buy things at reasonable prices. Then he rubbed his chin, calculating if there was anything else. Knox glanced at him sideways, and though he didn't want to admit it, thought Rick was truly talented. Watching Rick exchange jokes with the merchant, he evaluated his fraudster trait and the passive skill negotiation modification. Knox sighed inwardly with regret. If he weren't a demon, I would consider recruiting him. But Rick turned around and asked, It seems you've bought everything you needed. Knox calmly replied, Yes, this much is enough. He glanced to the side and said, But I still don't know why you sought me out. At his question, Rick paused for a moment. Knox, swift as lightning, grabbed him by the collar and slammed him hard onto the ground. Knox lifted him by the collar and asked, What is your reason for approaching me? Even as he was held by the collar, Rick provocatively countered, What do you mean? Knox shoved him against the wall and said coldly, Don't waste my time. Rick, held by him, said painfully, It seems our conversation will have to be brief. He scoffed and said, Let's get straight to the point. Then he cast a red magical energy that enveloped him. Knox suddenly realized that the barrier seemed to be a sound-blocking spell. Suddenly, Rick firmly grabbed his wrist and with a grotesque face said, Betray the Reinhoffer family and become the Crown Prince's servant. Knox, caught in his grip, felt his right hand tremble, and suddenly a black blood vessel spread from Rick's heart throughout his body. Knox gritted his teeth and asked, The one you serve isn't the Crown Prince but a demon, isn't it? That black blood vessel just now has now transformed into the shape of a two-horned demon. Rick, hit where it hurt, remained silent, not answering, then emanated demonic energy again. I commend you, you know quite a lot. The corner of his mouth curled upwards. I don't think my master would like this. Knox was slightly confused to see him act that way. 2 yellow demon eyes appeared behind Rick. "What's so good about this?" Rick said. "I don't think my master would like this." Nox leaned in and whispered. Looking at the shadow cast on the wall, he asked, "Do you truly believe your master will grant your wish?" Rick replied with a bright smile, "Of course." After a moment he released Nox's hand. He cautiously warned, "I hope you don't regret this." Rick rebuttoned his shirt and the black shadow disappeared with him. Nox's voice was heard. "I'm just saying, just in case." He turned and left, not forgetting to warn, "If you insult me and my family again." Nox's eyes warned coldly, "I will end your life." Seeing him speak so seriously, Rick was bewildered and replied, "I will remember that." Nox moved towards the bustling crowd. A scene shifted to the academy forest. Verno stood before a group of students and commanded, "All right, everyone gather. Today's class will begin." A student asked curiously, "Isn't that the eccentric instructor from before?" The student next to him incredulously asked back, "Isn't that Professor Lars?" A student wearing glasses said with a mysterious expression, "Be careful. It's okay to call someone bald who isn't, but it's very rude to call someone bald who really is." The student from before exclaimed, "Oh." Verno, angered at this, said, "Ahem." He tried to calm himself. "Calm down. I can't crush the Academy's budding talents because of this hairless head." Once everyone was seated, Verno said, "I'll first inform you of today's class location." The natural scenery here was very pastoral, with trees and grass and leaves gently swaying in the breeze. "This is Clariel Plain. It is famous within Eldon Academy for its many fragrant flowers and rare plants," he suggested. "You will learn basic horsemanship here." Behind them, many horses had already been led in. Verno put his hands on his waist and said, "All right. Now ride the horses assigned to you, or ride the ones you brought yourselves." The students were somewhat flustered upon hearing this. "We haven't even had a chance to look around here yet. And some people brought their own horses?" The students whispered in fear. "Horses? I've never ridden a horse before." The student behind him also said helplessly, "Ha!" A red-haired female student expressed extreme dissatisfaction, asking, "Why do we have to come to Eldon Academy to learn horsemanship?" The blonde student next to her also expressed dissatisfaction. "We don't have a choice. This is a compulsory subject, and if we get an F, we'll be expelled. Didn't you know?" Suddenly a shout was heard. Nox cheerfully led his warhorse. To save time, Verno hastily said, "All right, give it a try now. Hold the reins firmly and don't fall off." Nox glanced at Paracelsus in the distance, praising him. "He rides horses really well." But he had forgotten that since his father lived in the East for a long time, it was natural for him to be good at riding camels or horses. Everyone looked admiringly at Nox's magnificent horse. "Wow, isn't that a black horse?" They praised it, but showed jealousy. "How can that useless fellow have such a good horse? The Rinhofer family is rich, but not as rich as the Rivalan family." Seeing everyone's jealousy, Nox smirked with satisfaction. "What a good horse." He gripped the reins with a proud and arrogant demeanor. "This is the advantage of a former player." The wind blew, scattering leaves everywhere. A pink-haired male student joyfully said, "I did it." Verno praised him. "Excellent. Ride slowly," interacting with the horse. He looked at the students with satisfaction. "Good, everyone seems to have gotten used to the horses." Then he loudly stated the purpose of today's training. "Now it's time to begin today's official class race." As the professor finished speaking, all the students were confused, asking incredulously, "A race? But everyone here just started horsemanship today." A student shouted incredulously, "What, isn't that too unreasonable?" The student next to him pointed to a ferocious horse in the distance and said, "That horse will try to kick me to death, Professor." A black-haired student frowned and screamed, "I'm going crazy." The student with glasses standing next to him speculated, "Perhaps the professor is angry because you called him bald?" Suddenly, Verno walked over and sharply hit a student's head. He crossed his arms and explained seriously, "The race rules are very simple. You just have to ride your horses to the end of the forest, turn around the corner of the nameless forest and return here." The inside of the forest looked extremely dark and very dangerous. "There will be a prize for the race. The first person to return will receive extra points. Any questions?" The students listened to these words in silence, not answering. Nox looked at Verno's shining bald head in the distance and thought inwardly, "The rules are as simple as his head." Thalia approached from a distance and asked curiously, "What did you just say?" Nox sighed and hastily said, "That's not very important. Let's go." He touched his horse's saddle and told her, "It's nothing, just be careful yourself." Nox recalled the image of a horse enveloped in demonic energy. Horsemanship was a class everyone had to participate in, but this incident was very important. There was an episode where demons first appeared, and Nox, covered in demonic energy, defended himself with a sword. Because they were appearing for the first time, everything was set up for the protagonist to encounter the demons. The previously beautiful forest now turned dark and red. The demons that appeared in that episode were lurkers, and they trapped the students in the nameless forest. Nox, wielding a sword, cut down a demon, and then the protagonist along with the academy students defeated the demons. The sequence of this episode was like this. He gripped the reins tightly and thought inwardly, "But there is no protagonist here." The figures of Paracelsus, Thalia, Ilino, Akina, and Pelope appeared in succession. What would happen if there was no leader in a place with so many strong personalities? His eyes narrowed slightly. Thorough thinking is important, but action must follow. Thalia cautiously suggested, Nox, would you like to come with me?" She glanced to the side and stammered, "I'm not scared, I'm just saying just in case. Anyway, the forest is quite a dangerous place." Suddenly, Ilino appeared from behind and said, "It seems you're confident enough in the race to care about others." Nox looked at her and unpleasantly asked, Will you stop interfering and just go your own way? At his words, Ilino frowned unpleasantly, then turned and went to her horse. Thalia forced a laugh. Haha, well, I guess that's how races are. It's best to come back as quickly as possible. She spoke like a shy girl. Nox, you go first. I'm not good at horsemanship. His face darkened. The race isn't important. Saying that, Nox carelessly left, leaving Thalia behind. She was confused, thinking inwardly, if the race isn't important, then what is? Once preparations were complete, Verno loudly shouted, "Race start!" Everyone shouted in unison. "Let's go!" The horses galloped quickly across the grass and everyone immersed themselves in the race. Everyone rode at a very fast pace. Ha, faster, brown-haired student looking back as if competing with others said, "I won't lose to those commoners who have never ridden a horse before." Provoked, another student gritted their teeth. Nox was enveloped in blue magical energy at this moment, his whole body ready to charge. He leapt and then hastily reassured them. "I know." At this moment a system window appeared. Due to the mana perception genius trait, a magic circle has been revealed. Everyone was standing in the middle of the magic circle. Thalia shouted in panic, "What? The magic circle is already activated." The students were all flustered. "Ha, what?" Nox hastily reassured everyone. "This is teleportation magic. Everyone stay still." Then he warned, "Unless you all want to die." Like lightning, the formation began to move. The students screamed in fear. "Arg!" Immediately a group of students disappeared, teleporting to a quiet place. The wind blew gently, and somewhat grotesque feet approached. His body was enveloped in enormous magical energy. He scoffed, and the corner of his mouth curled upwards. Finally, a demon with multiple horns was released, rejoicing. "My chance for revenge has come," Nox said loudly from atop his horse. "Everyone, stay still here," he growled. "Unless you want to die here." Saying that, he carefully dismounted, tied a letter to his horse, and then ordered the horse to return. "It's all up to you." The people standing on the magic circle looked around in confusion, asking what in the world is going on. Just then, a few more people were teleported. Hours later, hot sunlight poured through the leaves of the forest. People were hiding in the shade of blue trees and some were lying on the ground exhausted. Everyone complained under the shade of a large tree. "My head is killing me. Where exactly are we?" When someone asked, another replied, "I think we're in a forest." Hearing this, another person retorted, "No, we're still on the plain." People looked at each other in confusion, whispering, "What in the world is happening? Is this also a test?" Nox frowned, seeing the dark mana emanating from the surroundings. Then he realized this was a teleportation magic circle. After thinking, Nox spoke again. "But unlike Dean knows magic, this spell seems unstable." Seeing Nox standing motionless, Pelopi approached and asked, "You know what's going on?" He turned his head and replied, "I'm trying to figure out the cause, but there are definitely other people here who aren't part of the academy besides us." Hearing this, Akina, who was standing nearby, frowned and came closer, admonishing him. "What are you talking about? If you know something, you should explain it in detail." Nox retorted, "Know your place. You're not the princess," he said firmly. "I have no reason to tell you anything." Akina was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Akina's face darkened with anger, and she gritted her teeth upon hearing this. Ilino spoke from the side. "A teleportation magic circle. That's what you said, right? And this is due to an external influence." Nox nodded in agreement. "That's right." Hearing this, Ilino asked in surprise, "Why do you think so?" Before he could answer, Thalia hesitated and continued, "I'm also curious why you think that. It could just be a test from another professor." Hearing this, Nox sighed, thinking to himself, "This is why people who live comfortably don't succeed in difficult games like Inner Lunatic. They're too complacent." After finishing his thought, he continued speaking to them. "The magic power seems too unstable." The system appeared. "Acting genius has been activated." Nox explained, "Its unstable form, that is, completely disregarding the safety of the target and focusing solely on its own function, is the proof." Hearing him finish, Leon focused on the magic circle and continued, "You're right, the formation is very strange. Besides, if the professors made it, they certainly wouldn't want to put us in danger." Leon reiterated to everyone, "There's no reason to do that to the children of prestigious families here." Then he said to everyone, "I agree with Nox's words. What do you all think?" Nox looked at him, thinking to himself, "I don't want to admit it, but he's right." Hearing the two of them, Pelopi focused on the magic circle, thinking to herself, "The form is extremely unstable. There's definitely an external influence. Could it be because of my brother?" As she thought this far, her expression gradually changed. Not getting an answer, Leon continued, "Anyway, we need to get out of here quickly." Someone immediately replied, "I agree." Leon continued, "I don't think it's good to stay in a place like this for too long." Hearing this, Akina angrily continued, "Does this dark magic family brat intend to decide everything alone?" She scoffed at Nox, saying, "Prove that you're right first." As she still didn't believe him, Pelopi spoke up. "Stop it," Pelopi said gently. "Akina, everything they're saying is true. If we stay in this unstable mana vortex for too long, we'll die." When she said so herself, Akina gasped in surprise. Princess Pelopi has also started to notice the magic circle. Moreover, if you think about it closely, the way the magic circle unfolded is really strange. Some people continued, "You're right, it's too inefficient. Why does it keep casting magic? The princess is truly sharp. She learned magic earlier than us, right?" Just then, Paracelsus realized something and wary turned his head to look at him. He hastily drew his sword and swung it, then scoffed. "Quiet!" As Paracelsus suddenly acted that way, Akina exclaimed, "What are you doing, Paracelsus?" He turned his head and asked again. "Don't you smell blood?" he said with a serious expression at this moment. "This is a mid-tier monster or higher. Its location is, before he could finish, Nox interrupted him. Above us. As soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic bird swiftly charged towards them. Without hesitation, Nox immediately lunged towards it. He struck lightly and agilely, quickly passing beneath the bird's body. Nox looked at the people, reminding them as he attacked the monster, "Everyone get ready." The bird's body was covered in wounds from Nox's final strike, and it let out a miserable shriek. The bird fell to the ground, and seeing it no longer moving, Nox loudly declared, in this dangerous situation, "I will command the battle." Hearing this, some people objected. "What? Who's commanding?" some complained. "Nox, that incompetent, crazy lunatic." Penelope was momentarily stunned by his demand. She followed the direction he attacked the monster and thought to herself, "Even I couldn't sense the presence of that monster. He noticed it first, the incompetent fool from the Reinhofer family." Seeing that no one objected, Penelope asked herself again, "Why has he suddenly changed so much?" The perspective shifted to Nox von Reinhofer. Somewhere else, a voice echoed, "Indeed." Professor Verno looked at his watch and scanned the plane, but expressed dissatisfaction at seeing no one. Do Academy students not even know how to ride horses now? Seeing no one in sight, Verno felt a little anxious. Why is there no one here? This is the worst test in history. Just then, Lars came riding from behind and called out loudly, "Verno, something terrible has happened." Seeing him, Verno asked in surprise, "Lars, why are you here? Don't you have a second-year class?" Lars said urgently. "That's not important right now." "Where are the Academy students?" Verno replied. "They're taking a horsemanship class on the plane." As he said this, he felt a premonition and thought to himself, "Wait, this feeling." After thinking, he immediately asked, "What's going on?" Lars replied, "Someone using dark magic has been discovered at the Academy. 3 hours ago, a giant magic circle was activated, and we followed its traces to this plane." Verno sighed and said, "There's always trouble when Dean Noah is away. Damn it, we need to hurry." Just then, a horse carrying a letter from Nox galloped towards the two. Seeing it, Verno immediately recognized it as the white-haired student's letter. The letter read, "Demons have appeared. Nameless forest. Immediate assistance needed." As soon as they read the last few words, "immediate assistance needed," the two couldn't help but tense up. Verno exclaimed, "So the nameless forest was the place." Lars, standing next to him, urged, "We need to go quickly." Without hesitation, the two immediately mounted their horses and galloped away. Verno thought to himself, "It will take at least 2 days to reach the nameless forest. Using teleportation magic again is too late." As they galloped toward the nameless forest, the two prayed inwardly, hoping everyone was safe. At this moment in the forest, everyone was gathered around the monster Nox had just killed. Nox was wiping his blood-stained sword. Akina spoke, "I don't want to admit it, but your judgment was correct." Nox von Reinhofer. Nox spoke, "It's fine, you don't have to force an apology." Princess Penelope replied, as she said to him, "This incident happened because of what occurred previously. So hand over command of all these Academy students to me," Nox pleaded, "according to royal law." Hearing this, she continued, "But it could be dangerous." She then decided, "As princess, I will personally take responsibility for all the Academy students." Nox thought to himself, "How annoying." After thinking, he called Pio. He spoke from behind. "Yes," Nox said to Pio. "Tell me the guidelines to follow in an emergency." Pio, startled, replied, "How all right." Then he shouted loudly, "The highest priority is to protect the royal family members, and command will be given to a knight or the most exceptional mage." Hearing this, Nox turned his head to look at the princess and said, "Princess, you are the only royal family member here." As he said this, he thought to himself, "And she is also the most powerful being who must defeat monsters in the future. The lightning magic and destructive power she possesses are passed down only in the royal family," he continued. "Furthermore, even if everyone here dies, you must protect your life. That is the royal law." Hearing this, Paracelsus frowned and stammered. "That's..." Interrupting him, Nox continued. "Moreover, he began to persuade everyone. I was the one who judged and reacted fastest in that ambush." He once again proposed to Penelope, "So grant me authority, the authority to decide the lives and deaths of everyone here, even including the princess." Penelope looked at him, slightly flustered. Thalia remained silent on one side, bowing her head. She looked at Nox, her heart full of worry. Does he truly want to be the commander in a situation where everyone's lives are threatened? Thalia inadvertently blurted out something surprising. After saying this, she fell silent again, thinking, "I thought I was right. Nox is truly a knight worthy of following." When Nox turned his head, Thalia was gazing at him with sparkling eyes and a smile. His heart was filled with uneasiness. "Why on earth is she like that?" Hearing this, Nox said somewhat cautiously, Then he looked at everyone standing around and asked loudly, "If no one has any other opinion, I will become the commander and take responsibility for everything here, and if you don't want that, prove that you are worthy." He smiled faintly. "If you can do that, I will gladly give up the position of commander." Everyone around heard this and said nothing, but their faces were visibly flustered. On this side, a man looked at Nox with a secretive smile. He looked at the princess again and thought to himself, "If something bad happens in the process of protecting the princess, the commander will certainly face severe punishment." He darkened his face and smiled contentedly. "Even if he does well at first, he's sure to make mistakes along the way." As he spoke, the man continued to stare at Nox, thinking, Nox wants to drink and solve problems now, but the more he tries, the more he'll make things harder for himself." As he thought this far, he couldn't hide his joy and chuckled mockingly. "Fool, do as you please." Nox noticed his rude attitude and immediately glared at him. Realizing Nox's murderous gaze, the man was startled and immediately turned his head, unable to face him. He cursed inwardly. "Damn it, his eyes are too terrifying." Seeing that no one said anything or voted, Nox spoke to everyone again. "Then it's decided," he began to give instructions. "From now on, follow my instructions. Otherwise you will be punished according to the law." Akina looked at Princess Penelope, feeling slightly nervous. Then she looked around at everyone again. Nox commanded at this moment, "Let's move now, everyone follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately took the lead, but after a few steps, Illino stopped him. "Wait, shouldn't you tell us where to go first?" Hearing this, Nox replied, "I'm not good at explaining, so follow as closely as possible." After that, he said nothing and immediately entered the forest, leaving Illino flustered. He thought to himself, she'd be even more shocked if she knew how many times I've played this chapter. Only Nox understood this problem, because he thought to himself, I'm a veteran of this damned game. The perspective shifted to a dark cave. Knights fighting boars appeared clearly in a crystal ball. A demon, long and with half-human, half-beast arms, watched every move of the knights. Suddenly, at this moment, an eerie voice came from a stone on the ground. A thick aura emanated from the stone. The thick aura slowly transformed into a monster with giant teeth and said, "Devour those humans." Jacta knelt before it. The monster with 6 blood-red eyes commanded Jacta, "Handle them all." Jacta slowly rose at this moment and extended his hand towards the monster. He looked at it with a smile on his lips. The monster continued speaking to the demon, "If you succeed." At this moment, the monster began to inject its demonic energy into Jacta's body. Jacta's entire body reacted violently. He said, "I will give you my power, even if you don't deserve it." Jacta, having received this power, replied, "Yes, my master." He looked at the monster and said with a confident smile, "I will handle everything and not disappoint you, master." After speaking, the monster slowly disappeared and the stone also fell to the ground. Jacta stood there, looking powerful and vibrant. He said excitedly, "Eldon, what a perfect mission," he said with a satisfied smile at this moment. "I will punish those who abandoned me." As he spoke, he peered into the crystal ball to monitor every movement of the knights. Everyone's figures came into his sight. Bud scoffed and said, "Raskin Celestia has returned with his knights." Boars continued to fall to the ground covered in blood, and as evening approached, 3 freshly killed boar carcasses lay on the ground. Nox, like a true commander, said to everyone, "From now on we need to divide our duties." He looked at Leon and Paracelsus and spoke to the 2 of them. "You and you will help me." Paracelsus was slightly displeased but couldn't refuse. Nox let out a small sigh. "All right, you beat me, so I'll follow." Leon politely bowed his head and said, "Though I am still lacking, I will do my best." Nox looked at the 2 of them, thinking to himself, "Good, I've got the strongest freshman on my side. Next is," he turned his gaze to everyone. Nox continued, "There are 2 ways to get out of this forest." He said that they would have to destroy the barrier from outside. The second way is to kill the mage who used teleportation magic from inside the barrier. Hearing this, Penelope, slightly tense, spoke up. "If so," Nox replied, "yes, it will be dangerous." He persuaded everyone, "But we have no other choice," Nox explained. "It would take Professor Verno 2 days to fly here from the plains like a bird. Our best bet is to hold out as long as possible while killing the mage." After speaking, he frowned, thinking to himself, "Actually, I already knew this incident couldn't be resolved with the first method." Nox was certain that they had to kill the mage to get out of this place. He is a lurker demon living in this forest. At this, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Nox said, "First we'll get some food." He pointed to the 3 wild boars and told everyone, "This will have to last us 2 days." Upon seeing this, Paracelsus shouted in indignation, "Hey, you noble brat, what are we supposed to eat?" Nox calmly replied, "Wild boars, what's the problem?" Paracelsus sighed helplessly. "Well, I know you're very capable, but I think you're mistaken. This is a back mountain where nobles hunt. You explained that we can't eat magical beasts like that. They're poisonous." Nox said, completely unfazed. "I know." He looked around and said again, "I also know that we can't just eat the surrounding plants." Hearing this, Paracelsus questioned him in bewilderment. "Then why are you telling us to eat this? How can we eat magical beasts? No matter how hungry I was in the East, I never touched them." He was somewhat annoyed by this point and scolded Nox, "Do you know how long your stomach will hurt?" Nox looked at him disdainfully. This madman only has stomachache from eating magical beast meat. He turned his head as if it wasn't worth talking to him anymore. "It's best not to get involved with him." Then Nox said again, "Go quickly and see, I have my own way," and he picked up some grass from the ground. Nox told Leon that Leon should summon skeletons and protect the other academy students from the monsters. Leon immediately agreed upon hearing this. Nox sighed and looked at Paracelsus saying, "I'd like you to protect the princess. Even if you're a bit arrogant, your skills are excellent." Paracelsus, furious and at a loss for words, muttered, "I'll kill you later." Saying that, he huffed and turned his head, leaving. Nox at this moment was not interested in Paracelsus's emotions and thought to himself, "Now it's time to begin." After that, he picked up a large stone and began to use the grasses he had picked earlier. Nox took out his knife and began to butcher the wild boar. The smell of the freshly cut wild boar meat sizzled over the charcoal fire. Everyone stood around watching the scene and their faces all changed color. They stared at Nox with their mouths agape and said, "What is this?" Everyone looked at the dark purple wild boar meat and said in fear, "Look at this color, we're going to die." As the meat slowly changed color, Nox placed the grasses on the surface of the meat. Everyone was puzzled by his actions. "Huh?" someone shouted. "The meat's color changed," Nox told them. "I only used this grass to neutralize the poison. Red broom grass can nullify the poison of mid-tier and lower monsters." Steam rose from the meat. "And the wild boar is one of those monsters." Hearing this, someone said in surprise. "Really?" a girl also said. "I think I read something about it somewhere in a book." Nox cut the meat into pieces with his knife. Everyone was still chattering loudly. "But he lives in the Reinhofer family, so he should never go hungry, right? How does he know that method?" "I don't know either." Nox smiled at the princess. "Then I'd like to ask for your opinion, princess. Would you prefer medium rare or rare?" Saying that, Nox thought to himself, "I'll skip well done. Because Luna mentioned in the game that well done is discarded." At this, everyone's mouths watered. Lars quickly chased after them, and at that moment a voice quickly asked, "Noah, can you hear me?" Verno, whipping his horse and charging forward, didn't forget to answer. "Yes, the demon is at least mid-tier or higher. The Academy has judged this to be a serious problem." He quickly reported his personal situation. "I'm on my way to rescue the children with Professor Lars." A muffled voice was heard from the communication orb on the other end. As Verno hurried to whip his horse and report the situation, the sound of chewing was heard. The other professors were also ready to carry out their dispatch missions. He froze, thinking he had misheard. "What is this?" It sounded like someone was eating. After a moment of thought, he quickly dismissed that conjecture. "No, I know the dean is a bit out of her mind, but she wouldn't be eating in this situation." Lars, confused again, asked directly, Dean, are you having a snack?" A slightly surprised voice came from the communication orb. "Oh, you guys heard that?" The dean's voice was still carefree. "Don't worry too much." This indifferent attitude left both Lars and Verno speechless. Noah, holding a biscuit in her hand, slowly savored it and calmly replied, "They'll return safely." She took a delicious bite of the biscuit, and on the other end, Lars and Verno were still confused. But if they were second-year Academy students, it wouldn't be so serious. But Verno's face darkened with worry. They're still first years. They haven't been admitted for long. They've basically only completed basic training. Lars agreed and continued. "That's right." He gritted his teeth and said, "They haven't even properly learned basic defensive magic." To prevent him from saying anything more, the communication orb made a series of clicking sounds, indicating that the call had ended. The two were greatly surprised by the dean's resoluteness. It cut off. Yes, she hung up. Verno gripped the reins tightly, determined. "Damn it, there's no other choice, let's do everything we can," and he rode like the wind while Jay, bewildered, didn't understand what had happened. Verno suddenly remembered something. "My best apprentice Nox." He chased after Verno like the wind, firmly resolved. "Teacher won't let you die in a place like that." Late evening in the forest, a group of people gathered around a campfire, eating to relieve the fatigue of a long day. People suddenly paid attention when they saw Nox pouring wild boar blood onto the forest grass. Leon was completely confused by this strange behavior. "Why is he pouring wild boar blood?" Paracelsus, crossing his arms, explained. "If you use the blood of a powerful monster, weaker monsters won't dare to approach." He looked ahead with a reminiscent gaze and said, "We used to do that in the old days too," Paracelsus slowly told the people. "Anyway, traveling at night is the time when you're most vulnerable to attack." Leon understood and nodded his head in gratitude. "Understood." Penelope slowly approached Nox and called his name, "Nox von Reinhofer." She bowed her head gratefully. "Thank you, thanks to you we were able to stay safe." Nox also humbly spoke about their current situation. "We still have a long way to go. There are many monsters around and we haven't defeated the mage yet. Moreover, tonight is still long." Late at night in the quiet forest, people were scattered around the campfire, resting and regaining their strength. Penelope also looked at the people traveling with her with thoughtful eyes. "I know, but actually no one has died yet. I think that's thanks to you." As if thinking of something, she suddenly fell into deep thought, her gaze slightly lowered as if resolved. Penelope turned and said, "I'm sorry, Nox, please forgive that child's rude behavior." She had prejudices against the Dark family and was influenced by the negative feelings people held towards them. Nox was displeased by her tone. "Why is she worrying about me? I don't like the way she's talking." He quickly waved his hand to refuse. "You don't need to worry about someone like me. You won't be able to thank a useless wretch abandoned by the Dark family. The royal family would be shocked if they knew," Penelope quickly explained. "That's just how people think." Her sparkling yellow eyes reflected Nox's image. "But I'm different." She slightly gripped her skirt and said, "If I can save more people, even if it means joining forces with demons," Penelope declared without hesitation. "I will agree without hesitation." Nox was not swayed by these words and cut her off coldly. "You probably shouldn't say that." Seeing his cute and serious face, Penelope chuckled and covered her mouth. "Just kidding." Feeling that she was making fun of him, Nox crossed his arms and said indifferently, "She changes her attitude really quickly." Speaking of Penelope for a moment, she is also known as the benevolent princess, but her biggest flaw is, seeing her with a staff in her hand led Nox to conclude that she could be an extremely pragmatic person. He cast a slight glance at the girl across from him, who had a sentimental expression. She is a dangerous individual who can sacrifice her life for her beliefs. Nox's opinion, Penelope is someone whose nickname, benevolent princess, could easily be changed to cold-blooded princess. A hand in a black glove tightly gripped a magic pouch emitting a purple light. Nox stood up and announced, "Now we will divide into teams of 4 and pitch tents. I have a few, so each team will take one, he announced, admiring. Space pouches are really convenient. People immediately changed the subject and chattered loudly. Why does he carry something like that? What is this? It's probably because of his family. I heard they're thrown off a cliff for survival at age 5. Oh, that's ridiculous. Knox closed his eyes and endured the baseless rumors. So many false rumors, it's probably because they're a dark family. People quickly divided into teams, received tents, and began to quickly set up their shelters for the night. Seeing the busy people, Knox warned, "You'll have to do your best." Thalia hesitated slightly. What should I be careful of?" He quickly changed his mind, crossed his arms, and replied coldly, "Nothing." After that, Knox stood by the campfire and assigned tasks to everyone. "If you've chosen the night watch, you'll have to take turns guarding this place." He quietly resolved to himself, "Now it's my time to begin." Knox seriously thought that there was a problem with the second part of this ambush incident that occurred at the training ground. Recalling the moment he fought the monsters, he thought to himself, "If we don't quickly kill the mage who set up the barrier, we won't be able to pass this storyline." Late at night, the bright moon shone on the people busily setting up tents in the forest. After a while, everyone was exhausted and yawning as if they hadn't slept for days. After that, the night watch succumbed to fatigue and fell into a deep sleep. A shadow armed with a weapon stabbed someone, and blood stained their hand along with it. A whisper was heard, and a white-haired boy walked under the moonlight with 2 swords, followed by a shadow. If no one killed the mage, Knox would not be able to end this story. Walking slowly under the fantastic moonlight with a sword stained with blood, a pale blue barrier covered a corner of the forest, emitting a dazzling light. Late at night, an academy student lying on the grass woke up from the dazzling light. He quickly stood up, drew his sword, and shouted, "What is this?" The people around also woke up. He quickly woke everyone up, shouting, "Everyone wake up quickly. Something's happened to the princess." Penelope walked over, confused. "Why?" the academy student immediately informed. "Creatures with large amounts of mana are gathering around." A black aura slowly gathered in the air, looking down at the people below as if planning something. Akina quickly drew her weapon and stood in front of Penelope. "Princess, stand behind me." Paracelsus also calmly drew his sword from behind. "Oh, they're coming." Anyway, wild boar blood was nothing to truly powerful monsters. He quickly turned to the boy behind him. "Then what are you going to do?" Thalia, seeing Knox not answering, hurriedly called out, "Knox." Paracelsus also looked around in confusion. A book emitting a faint light as if blue magic was breathing life into it. Leon stepped forward and used magic to protect everyone. "He had something else to do for a moment and left this battle to me." Akina was furious. "What? He swore to protect the princess and now he's run off somewhere else?" Leon neither denied nor agreed. "That's right, but he didn't run away." She lost her composure and shouted, "How do you know?" A gigantic foot with sharp claws crushed the grass and helpless screams were heard. "But there are too many, it's too dangerous." From magical beasts walking on the ground to magical beasts flying in the sky, all kinds of magical beasts bared their teeth, snarling and preparing to attack them. A girl said worriedly, "That's right, there are too many monsters to deal with." Leon calmly reassured them. "It's all right." He quickly cast a powerful spell. Blue magic surged powerfully. Penelope and Akina stared in astonishment at the sight before them. Such an enormous amount of mana. What in the world is going on? While casting the magic, Leon thought about what he had seen. "I wonder too, Knox." He recalled the moment Knox handed him a black stone before leaving. Leon looked at the stone with surprised and uncomprehending eyes. Seeing the sparkling purple stone, he thought, "What kind of person are you? And why did you entrust this responsibility to me?" Blue magic enveloped Leon's body, protecting him from the magical beast's claws. "I am the family head of Mobas," he shouted very resolutely into the air. The outcome of this battle was this. A magic wolf that had fiercely charged to bite Leon was cut down by a blue light. An emerald sword appeared, piercing through the monster's flesh, causing blood to gush out. A knight holding a sword appeared, quickly striking down the fierce magic wolf, and with another strike the monster was split in two, astounding everyone. The skeletal army, zombies and knights appeared and charged to fight the monster horde. Watching the fierce magic wolf before him, Leon wondered, "Knox von Reinhofer, I'm truly curious." The moment he handed him the magic stone was still vivid in his mind. "Why would someone like you?" Leon looked contemplatively at the enchanting purple glowing stone in his hand. He still found the young man's decision very incomprehensible. "Why did he entrust such a huge responsibility to me?" The armored knight swung his sword, swiftly cleaving the fierce magic wolf in two. Followed by the skeletal army and zombies, the armored knight went forth to fight the monster horde. Leon mumbled, "You won this battle." A cold, arrogant blue light flashed in his eyes as he declared himself Leon von Mobas. The night sky was clear and starlight reflected in the night sky, bringing comfort to the people. Somewhere deep in the forest was a forbidden area entangled with red letters and chains. Knox calmly brushed past the outer edge of the forbidden area, completely disregarding the potential danger. His feet trod on a crimson magic circle and his footsteps seemed resolute, as if not by chance. With cold eyes, Knox used his mana perception ability. He nullified the magic power confinement spell and immediately received a notification that his attack power had increased by 1.2 times due to the rebel recruitment effect. Knox, holding a familiar sword, said coldly from within the forbidden area, "How long do you intend to hide?" The demon quickly ran down from its hiding place, grinning from ear to ear. How intriguing. It landed softly, and crimson magic entwined around its feet. "Who is this academy student?" it thought with a joyful smile. Not only can he find my location, but he dares to challenge me. The demon's demonic energy rapidly surged towards Nox. The system notified that the acting genius trait was activating. He let out an incomprehensible sneering smile. "Those words shouldn't come from your mouth. Know your place," he warned the demon enveloped in demonic energy. The demon, feeling insulted, was extremely angry, and the veins on both sides of its jaw bulged, making it look very ferocious. "How dare you!" Immediately it stomped the ground, gathered momentum, and rapidly charged forward. The demon extended its sharp claws towards Nox's face as if to crush his head. Nox, not to be outdone, raised his sword and buried the sharp claws. Following that, he swung a beautiful sword strike, sending the demon flying backward. It looked at its smoking hand in disbelief. Soon its eyes became fiercer than ever, and it growled. "Who are you?" Nox coldly refused to reveal his identity. "That's none of your business." Blue veins popped out under its pale skin, looking very frightening. "Why?" the demon threatened, emitting an astonishing power. "Let's see how long your mouth can remain insolent." It swiftly charged, cutting through the wind. Crimson demonic energy gathered in its right hand, preparing for an unexpected strike. Before the demon could succeed, a sharp sword grazed its arm. The arm with sharp claws was thus severed. To the demon's surprise, its face suddenly wore a bewildered expression, as if it had become Yongguo. Nox quietly analyzed the first confrontation. He lowered his center of gravity, leaned his body, and gripped his sword tightly. The most important thing was that his heart lamented. "In truth, I didn't even need to use skills." The demon's arm drew an arc of blood and slowly fell to the ground. Demon looked at its arm with a pale face, then looked at Nox. The difference in skill between the two was too vast. A new arm quickly regenerated from the severed spot, but Nox was unhurried and relaxed. Even if it had borrowed the power of a demon, it couldn't stand against him. The demon growled with hatred. "How dare you!" It transformed its arm into a sharp blade and threatened. "Don't think you've won." From afar it extended its arm to grab Nox. "You're still far from my level." Nox did not flee, but swiftly swung his sword in counterattack, showing no opening whatsoever. His eyes gradually glowed with an illusory and noble purple, and his brows were slightly furrowed. Nox activated his sword genius and combat genius traits, easily countering the demon's attacks. His hand swiftly condensed powerful purple magic, and Nox curled his lips, scoffing as if it were weak. He quickly grabbed the demon's left chest and clutched its heart. The demon could only scream in pain, and Nox kicked it, sending it sprawling to the ground. The system notified that the acting genius trait had been activated. He gripped the demon's arm and said contemptuously, "Do you really think you can defeat me?" The demon lay prostrate on the ground, feeling extremely humiliated and unable to do anything. It gritted its teeth regretfully. "I should have been more careful from the start. This illegitimate child of the Reinhofer family." It felt extremely miserable, seeing its current pathetic situation. How could he ruin my plans? Seeing Nox looking down at it from above, the demon struggled disobediently, shouting, "How dare a lowly wretch like you treat a servant of the demon king like this?" Nox, without batting an eyelid, raised his sword, ready to plunge it down. Too much talk. The demon was angry but could do nothing, only glaring at him, sweating profusely. Suddenly a familiar voice was heard, attracting Nox's attention. "Stop!" Lars quickly ran over to stop his actions. "Stop, Nox, that person is—" As he quickly rushed over, his face was confused, but he still honestly stated the fact. "My student." Hearing these words, Nox was greatly surprised that this person was his senior brother. "What?" Lars quickly approached, bowed his head, and said sincerely, "I sincerely apologize for what happened, but it's true. That person is Jacta, my student." The demon smiled mockingly. "Ha, just a student, foolish Professor Lars von Celesto." It looked straight at him and said mockingly, "Did the professor ever consider me a student?" Professor Lars's back seemed to bend under the accusation. "After losing my arm in the church war, you abandoned me. I was deemed useless and expelled from the academy." It growled with a voice full of anger. "How dare you call yourself a professor? Don't make excuses." Lars's fist clenched tightly, and a voice of regret was heard. "It's true that I didn't pay attention to you." He hastily expressed his true feelings. "But you're misunderstanding. I did that out of concern for you." Lars's eyes sadly looked at his once cherished student. "I didn't want you to follow in my son's footsteps." Jacta seemed frozen by the hidden truth. "When you desperately wanted to go to the battlefield, I had no choice but to give you the notification that you were expelled." His eyes slightly furrowed. With a cold and rejecting voice, he refused the pity. "Humans must decide their own destiny." Recalling the memory of having fled in the past, he said bitterly, "Lars, you're too arrogant. You turned me into street trash." Hearing this accusation, Lars remained silent, closing his eyes regretfully. "I truly didn't expect you to become like this." But seeing his body, which was neither human nor demon, he asked sadly, "Is this the magic you wanted? Is this the magic you longed for so long?" Past victories flashed in both their minds, and Jacta, in his sadness, tightly pressed his lips as if losing his strength. Soon he scoffed contemptuously, as if nothing could move him. Jacta lay on the ground expressionless and said, "It's no use, it's too late." He quickly leaned back, breaking free from Nox's restraint, and swiftly charged to attack Professor Lars. He growled with a ferocious face, "I'll drag you down with me too." Professor Lars was also very flustered. He saw the hatred in Jacta von Celestia's eyes. The two magical energies collided, crimson mixing with purple-black. Professor Lars, in danger, instinctively raised his arm to block, and feeling no expected pain, he lowered his arm and glanced sideways. Nox stood in backlight, softly advising, "The fate of a demon king's servant can no longer be changed." The two powerful magical energies collided intensely. Nox, holding his sword, declared that the only end for the wicked was death. He swiftly lunged toward the back of his head and coldly swung his sword. Jackda looked up behind him in fear and disbelief. This speed. The system quickly notified that the acting genius trait had reached its peak. At this moment, Nox's synchronization with all attributes increased. He smiled triumphantly. I understand this tedious sensation you're experiencing, but it can no longer be changed. Nox's eyes gradually changed. The system quickly notified Nox von Reinhofer character and player synchronization level has increased. Jackda's severed body moved, his face rigid and unrepentant, as the system sent a warning. Nox's head suddenly throbbed intensely. Warning, player may lose self. Jackda's body was split in two with a look of astonishment, while Nox maintained an expressionless face. The demon's blood splattered everywhere from that sword strike, staining his displeased face. Amidst the bloodstains, the figure of a young man holding a sword glowing under the moonlight was vaguely visible. Nox turned his head slightly to look, his face eerily bloodthirsty and grotesque. After finishing the battle with the Demon King's servant, he slowly walked towards Professor Lars. Jackda's body quickly turned into dust and slowly scattered elsewhere, leaving no trace. Lars knelt, covered in dust, his face haggard as if aged by decades. His face was pale, unsure if it was pity or fear for what had just transpired. After a moment of silence, Lars finally dropped his head in resignation. He quietly called out Nox's name. His face was still stained with blood, but he showed no emotion. He stood there in his bloody clothes, obediently answering the professor's words. Yes, Lars, at a loss, instinctively sought help. What should I do? Nox stood at the boundary of light and shadow, an incomprehensible expression on his face. What are you talking about? Lars dropped his head, devoid of strength. Don't you know, my research is to help the weak. His white-gloved hand fell to the ground. A sad voice was heard. But now I don't know. His fist clenched as if in anger. Whether that research will be useful or not. The old man hung his head like a child who had made a mistake. If I can't even save one student, why should I continue my research? Lars seemed to have lost the light in his eyes. Having lost his goal, Nox stood silently, watching his respected professor slowly walk into a dead end. Soon, he slightly extended his arm to wipe the blood from his face and hesitated. To be honest, I don't understand the relationship between you and him, Professor. Lars's expression was very confused while Nox calmly analyzed. This is a gamble. If Professor Lars's research is published, the game's production and enhancement systems will be unlocked. His gaze contemplatively looked at the man before him. Professor, you must continue your research. Nox's hand slightly loosened as if he was hesitating about something, but soon he resolutely clenched his hand tightly. Is that all I want? He looked in a different direction, lost in the vortex of his own thoughts. Nox's eyes turned purple again. The system sounded a warning. Players' emotions are blending with Nox von Reinhofer character's ego. Rain suddenly poured down in the forest, accompanied by a warning that the acting genius trait was fluctuating. Amidst the sudden rain, Nox's cold voice echoed. Oh, in fact, there's no problem between him and me. But he slowly walked under the heavy rain. Using Professor Lars is the best option for now. Nox lowered his head, encouraging him. I think that research is very useful. Soon, he thought inwardly. Why should I worry? Lars avoided his gaze and scoffed at himself. Can't you see how miserable I am? Nox, unfazed, lowered his eyes and replied, No, I think the professor did his part well. He forced a smile, his face wet with rain. I understand. Professor Lars is affected by what he did before. Nox stepped on a puddle, causing ripples. That's why I'm worried. All of the professor's words sound true. If I answer, it will greatly affect the professor. He coldly looked at the man before him. His head was bowed in the rain, disheartened, his eyes hidden beneath his hair. Nox admitted that he was actually very lazy. Lars, hearing this, suddenly looked up with an incomprehensible expression. So don't give me too much homework. Nox's voice slowly continued amidst the heavy rain. I don't like drinking tea. I prefer coffee. He continued to state what he wanted. I don't need money, and I'm not interested in fame. Lars listened for a while, then awkwardly asked, as if in a fog, What are you talking about? Nox smiled bitterly. But the professor's research is different. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Nox smiled genuinely. Although he was very shabby, it will be very valuable in the future. He believed that. His eyes were resolute. Perhaps thinking of the future, Nox lamented inwardly. It's not me, the game addict, but the professor who contributed to creating this precious world. He slowly knelt before Professor Lars, inwardly scolding himself. Perhaps he had thought wrongly about the professor. His knees quickly became muddy and wet from the rain. Before the professor could regain his composure, Nox called his name again. Professor Lars. He quickly stated his resolve. I will be your student. Lars looked at him, his eyes wide with emotion and surprise. Nox felt relieved. Nothing has changed. I only saw Professor Lars's back on the screen. I need to reconsider that strong back and the sole rebel here. He quickly suggested, If necessary, I will go with you, Professor. Nox offered his most genuine smile yet. I want to learn a lot from you, Professor. That way I can develop myself in the future. The heavily raining forest became a place where the two opened their hearts to each other. Leon stood silently before the monster's corpse, getting soaked in the rain. Paracelsus placed his sword behind his back and let out a sigh full of regret. He stood quietly behind Leon, watching him face the monster's corpse. Paracelsus glanced away slightly and lamented. Who would have thought the situation would turn out like this, he wondered inwardly. What kind of zombie army is this? Thinking back to the recent situation, Paracelsus felt a chill again. They were different from ordinary zombies. He looked suspiciously at Leon's back. What else awaits us here? Penelope, surprised, spoke to Akina. What a powerful zombie army. She frowned and fell into thought. That must be dark magic, right? Its power is truly immense. I don't want to admit it, but she lowered her head and said honestly. But it seems the Maba's family has returned. The rumors were true, Penelope walked on, not forgetting to command. Leon von Mabas, remember that name? Akina politely bowed her head. Yes, we will continue to track and find out other news. Leon looked down at the purple gem in his hand and remained silent. He frowned slightly. I wonder if I could have defeated these monsters without the high-grade magic stone. Thinking of Leon, the owner of the stone, he felt very frustrated. Did he anticipate this? The people around were startled by a sudden shout and looked in one direction. Hey everyone! In the pouring rain, people braced themselves, ready for any unexpected situation. Verno approached, shaking his shining head, and asked worriedly, Is everyone all right? Paracelsus replied without turning around. Presumably so, Professor. He asked again. Is anyone dead, children? Penelope quickly explained. No one was hurt. Everything here is still all right, but there are many problems to solve. Verno politely bowed his head to the princess. His shining head reflected a dazzling light. The situation was very urgent. I apologize for the intrusion. He quickly added, May I ask which academy student handled the monsters here? Penelope also quickly replied, It was Nox von Reinhofer, but she hesitated, continuing, He posed no danger to the other academy students at all. Thanks to him we survived. Verno, as if unable to believe his ears, asked again, Really? Leon quickly confirmed. Yes, he swiftly added, the magic stone he gave was very useful. Paracelsus also chimed in. He also solved everyone's food problem. He can be said to be very useful in all situations. Verno's face showed great surprise upon hearing such words from the academy students. Others quickly chimed in. Lord Reinhofer doesn't seem as bad as people think, but he's not entirely good either, another person said. I've observed his actions and sometimes he goes too far. He treated everyone at the academy quite poorly. Others quickly added. I also heard a rumor that he attacked someone in the back alleys of the Merchant Street. Really? Wait, maybe something happened to him? Is that why he acted that way? Verno gritted his teeth and thought inwardly, that white-haired boy did something like that. Moreover, the magic barrier disappeared, the demon was defeated, and the barrier was lifted at the same time. We confirmed it was a large teleportation magic circle. The magic barrier won't disappear unless it's destroyed from the inside. With a dazzling light, the thought, what is this, crossed his mind. I should have arrived here sooner and solved the problem, but time was too short. Nox's face wore a triumphant smile. So he solved all the problems here. Verno's face was lost in thought, sweating coldly. A magnificent white castle with antique architecture, soaring pillars, a massive domed roof, glittering stained glass windows, golden walls and grand staircases created a majestic and opulent scene. Sunlight pouring over the building created a majestic and opulent scene, exuding an ancient yet mystical beauty. Nox was diligently working in his room. His hand tightly gripped a pen, writing many words on paper. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Acting genius trait activated. Nox paused his pen. He bit his lip, lost in thought. The system notified, You will not waver. He looked down at his writing with a heavy heart. Nox recalled that after the incident in the forest, he had no choice but to become the disciple of the peculiar Professor Lars von Celesto. System notification, acting genius trait activated. System notification, acting genius trait activated. System notification, acting genius trait activated, Nox thought to himself. To unlock the relic system in the future, the professor's research is essential. In the inner Lunatic game, Professor Lars never died, but now everything has changed. If I don't save him, I'll have to bear the consequences. Lost in too many thoughts, Nox unconsciously elbowed Professor Lars in the face. He said coldly, Oh, I apologize, Professor. You were bothering me too much. I mean, you touched me and I reacted unconsciously. Lars laughed heartily and said, It's all right. I thought you did it on purpose. So you don't need to pretend to be nice in front of me. Ha ha ha, Nox continued coldly. Do you come to bother me even knowing that, Professor? As far as I know, there are imperial laws regarding sexual harassment. Lars retorted, For someone acting like the incompetent child of a famous family, you speak quite intelligently. Imperial law, you say. When you look at the relationship between commoners and nobles, the law lost its function long ago, Nox stubbornly replied. I don't believe a professor from an academy directly under the imperial family would say such a thing. Lars turned and replied, It doesn't matter, as long as you don't report me. Nox thought with annoyance, He's truly crazy. Lars held a precious bracelet in his hand, caressing it, and said again, This time I recommend you along with Leon von Mabas. I've recommended to the imperial family that you two be allowed to enter Eldon's treasury and take a relic. Nox asked again in surprise. What, Professor, you really did that? Lars replied. As you know, I'm quite persuasive. Doing this much for my beloved student is no problem, so don't feel too burdened. Nox was extremely excited, his cheeks flushed. He said casually, When did I say I felt burdened? Since you went to such lengths to prepare this gift, Professor, I will gladly accept it. Lars sighed with annoyance. You seem happier about this than about becoming my student. Did I overestimate you? Nox happily clenched his fist. He wanted to seize this opportunity. He thought, Eldon's treasury, what unexpected good fortune. A spacious room with high ceilings and elaborate chandeliers, where faint golden light illuminated the intricately patterned tiled floor. Massive pillars supported the ceiling, and the walls were adorned with antique stained glass windows. In the center of the room, large wooden crates covered in dust were piled up, creating an ancient yet mysterious atmosphere that sparked curiosity about what lay hidden within. Nox entered the room. He thought, "This place is jointly owned by the Imperial family and the Reincarnated family. There are many excellent relics here, but I know exactly which one is most effective. If I can acquire it at this time, I can advance many times faster." Thinking so, he immediately set out to find it. Clang! Nox's footsteps stopped. Thalia said from behind him, "I never imagined that among countless people you would get the chance to open Eldon's treasury. You seem to have a good teacher," Nox replied irritably. "Think whatever you want," he thought to himself again. "Thanks to Ilino's share in the Reincarnated family's business, she could also accompany me." Nox sighed, thinking again. "I just hope she doesn't cause me any problems." Thalia spoke again. "If you think I don't want to return the relic I donated, you're mistaken. I want you to receive fair compensation for saving my life." Nox crossed his arms and replied, "You always enjoy making things difficult for me, don't you?" Thalia changed the subject and asked, "Did you hear from Professor Lars how this would proceed?" She held a key and opened the door. As the door opened, a dazzling light emanated from behind it. Thalia asked him directly, "Which relic do you plan to take?" Nox replied, "What I'm looking for is—" Thalia was startled to hear Nox's words. She exclaimed, "What are you talking about? What do you want?" Nox asked. "Do I need to say it again?" Thalia said, flustered. "I don't know why you want such an ancient relic. Even if it were just a rich kid's collecting hobby, it wouldn't be so surprising, but—" Nox asked, "Why don't you give it to me first and then we can talk?" Thalia suddenly spoke, as if remembering something. "Wait, before we do that, Nox von Reinhofer, I need to confirm if you are worthy of receiving an item from here." Hearing Thalia's words, Nox asked in bewilderment, "I haven't heard this story before," she explained. "It's a special privilege I have as the one who donated the relic. After all, the Reincarnated commercial network has already taken over all of Eldon." The room suddenly filled with dazzling magical smoke, leaving Nox bewildered. The entire room glowed brightly with magic. Nox thought to himself, "Is it spatial transfer magic? I've seen this level of magic countless times in this game." Thalia, as if seeing through him, asked, "You don't seem very surprised," he replied. "Well, I've been through a few more surprising things than this." Thalia invited him to sit. Nox agreed. "All right." She wasted no more time and got straight to the point. "Nox von Reinhofer," he replied. "Speak," he thought to himself. "She's trying to make me work for the relic." "Well, it's probably just a formality, so it won't take long." Thalia asked Nox, "Why did you save me?" Nox stared at her, his eyes wide with surprise. He asked, "Is this a test?" Thalia replied, "It's my right to ask questions." Nox clasped his hands, a serious expression on his face. Lost in thought, he said, "As I said before, I simply—" Thalia suddenly interrupted him and said, "Oh right, I forgot to tell you one thing. I can detect lies." "Oh, you probably already know that." Nox was startled, gritting his teeth and thinking, "Damn it, I forgot something. In Inner Lunatic, the difference between acting genius and genius actor is that acting genius can see through others' lies. This means Ilino's words were true." He accused her. "You're truly annoying," Thalia exclaimed. "Good heavens, didn't you say the exact same thing before?" Nox stiffened as if his heart skipped a beat and thought in a fluster, "Damn it, what do I do now?" Thalia sat arrogantly, evaluating Nox. "You seem really angry." He replied angrily, "Shut up, you lied to me about wanting to hand over the relic yourself." Thalia retorted, "Does that matter now? What matters is that if you don't answer my question, you'll be at a disadvantage." Nox looked at her with a serious expression. He frowned, thinking, "I can't lose the relic at this stage. It's too risky," he calculated inwardly. "First, if I had tried to avoid this meeting, she would have become suspicious. It's better to confront her directly here," Nox suddenly said. "You asked why I saved you, right?" Thalia replied. "That's right," he replied, "because I needed it to some extent." Thalia was startled to hear that and asked again, "You, why?" Nox thought deeply with a serious expression. He replied, "Because I need you for my plan." These words froze Thalia. She didn't know what to do next. Thalia asked curiously, "What is your plan?" Nox replied casually. "I don't think I have a reason to tell you that much, do I?" Thalia was angry but couldn't retort. She clenched her fists and asked again. Nox replied, "Ask." Thalia recalled and said, "What happened at the ball in the past? Did you save me then because you were trying to repay a debt from that incident?" Nox quickly replied, "No." Thalia asked again in bewilderment, "Not because of the past and I'm part of his plan?" "What on earth is going on?" Nox corrected himself. "Everything I said was true." "Perhaps the princess already knew." Thalia tried to provoke him by saying it wasn't good to keep too many secrets. Nox immediately retorted, "That applies to you too, princess." Thalia turned her head and replied, "Many people say you've changed," Nox asked coldly. "And?" Thalia was flustered and turned her head. She said, "I don't believe it. Even though you saved me, I distinctly remember what you said to me before." She hesitated and turned her head. I bowed my head and told her to do as she pleased. Thalia paused and asked, "What did you say?" He continued. "You can criticize and dislike me as much as you want. You have the right to think whatever you please, princess. I told you to do whatever you want. Your view of me won't change." Nox glanced at Thalia, thinking he had to maintain this stance. He nonchalantly stood up and said, "Is everything done? I've received the relic, so I'll be leaving now." He left Thalia sitting there, dumbfounded and alone. She was frustrated, as if waking from a self-made illusion. Thalia thought dejectedly, "He really has changed. Tall bookshelves reaching the ceiling were filled with ancient books, and sunlight streaming through large windows illuminated wooden desks piled high with books. A large bed with soft pillows leaning against the wall, the floor covered with thick carpets exuded a cozy and luxurious atmosphere. This place was like a noble's private library where they could freely immerse themselves in the world of knowledge. Thalia sat on a sofa drinking tea like someone in a daze. Looking at her reflection in the water in the cup, Thalia was lost in thought. Why did Nox choose that specific relic when there were so many other good ones? It's not bad though, Rick interjected. But it's not the best, Rick continued. Honestly, I don't understand why a knight like him would need such an orb, Thalia added. I don't know what he's thinking. She sadly lowered her head, and a pensive Thalia was gripped by another thought. She thought, there were so many better items like swords, elixirs, shields, and armor, all top-grade items, yet he chose an old-looking orb instead, she said again. Could he be acting like that to make me feel indebted to him? Rick replied. Well, I don't think you need to overthink it, my lady. Don't you? He doesn't seem like someone who would harm you. Thalia put her teacup down on the table and thought, is it really okay to think so simply? But I have no other choice. She asked Rick, how's the merchandise sales business? He replied. Everything is going well. Nobles and talented financiers from across the empire are importing large quantities of household goods from the rival Lin family. This is all thanks to your efforts, my lady, she replied. I'm glad to hear that. Keep an eye on Nox and report anything that happens to me, understood? Rick bowed his head and replied, as you command, my lady. Do not worry. On the other hand, Nox had obtained the relic from Thalia. The system notified him, acquired a high-grade relic. Great Sage's Orb, highest grade orb, basic info, name Great Sage's Orb, highest grade orb, classification, high-grade equipment. Evolves to highest grade upon meeting conditions. Attribute, dark. Mana -2, stamina -1, equipment condition, mana 10 at birth, special effect, passive skill acquired automatic mana recovery. Skill info acquired from relic displayed, passive skill, name automatic mana recovery, grade intermediate, attribute dark. Effect, automatically replenishes mana for skills using intermediate or lower mana, amplifying their power and effect. He looked at the orb's information and smiled gleefully, thinking, Great Sage's Orb, highest grade orb. It's truly fortunate to possess this now. A moment later, a fantastical and mysterious black aura appeared around the orb. Nox said, Ilino probably doesn't know this item is top grade, but there's a special way to use it. The system notified again, conditions not met. The relic cannot exert its maximum effect. If you state the name of the original owner, its grade will increase to the highest. The relic's first owner. She is one of the 4 sages who will appear in the future, and also a character I often chose as my master in the game. But it's too early to activate it. Nox thought, if I activate the relic, she'll discover my identity. The game is only halfway through, so this effect is sufficient. Isekai spoke, young Master Nox. May I ask why you chose that orb? There are countless items in Elden's secret dungeons. I heard there are thousands of items for knights too. Nox cut her off. Didn't I tell you? I'm no longer going to use magic, so I need both types of items, he blurted out. Oh, I guess I didn't tell you after all. Haha, I seem to have forgotten. Nox smiled amid Dizzy Chi's extreme bewilderment. She sighed, thinking to herself, what am I supposed to do with him? Nox spoke to Dizzy Kai and she was surprised. Didn't I tell you? He smiled and said, I'm going to learn magic, she replied. Wouldn't it be too difficult to learn 2 things at once? I'm not doubting your abilities, young master, but he held out his hand and said, if it doesn't work out, I can just buy it with the family's money, right? She looked at him with worried eyes and said, Young Master Nox, I just bragged to others that you've been working harder lately. Upon hearing him, he looked at her with an indifferent expression and said, Did I tell you to do that? She said, Do you know you're sometimes really mean? He looked at her and said, I'm useless, remember. Dizzy Kai closed her eyes and chidingly said, And you love to fool around with women. He scratched his head, embarrassed. That's really unfair. She recalled Theo and said, I heard everything. In the past, the family head was a philanderer too. She looked him straight in the eye and said solemnly, And now he's paying the price for his mistakes, he replied. That's something I don't know. He leaned back on the soft bed. Suddenly she noticed the letters on the table. She said to him, Someone sent you letters, young master. Then she picked up the letters and said, I think they're from the imperial family. They say you have to read them yourself. He sat up in surprise and said, What, from the imperial family? Why would they send me a letter? She handed him the letter and said, Aga asked me to deliver the letter to you. Please read it first. He opened the letter, worrying inwardly, Why is the princess showing so much interest in me? I can't let any more variables appear. The letter read, To Mr. Nox von Renhofer, thanks to your timely assistance I was able to save my life. She continued, Therefore, according to the laws of the Empire, I wish to bestow an award upon you. I invite you to the imperial capital, Talon Fisher, to personally receive this award. He pondered the letter. You will depart at 9 a.m. in 3 days. Please accept the imperial award. At the end of the letter was the name Penelope Vaughn. He sighed and said, Damn it, that woman wants someone like me from a dark family to come to the capital. What kind of award is this? Dizzy Kai said worriedly. Considering the conflict between the dark and holy light families, this could be a trap. She walked over, grabbed his sleeve and said, Young Master Nox, I think it's best you don't go. It's too dangerous. He thought deeply. She could order me to come anytime she wanted. Then he said immediately, Dizzy Kai, you stay here. He was surprised he decided to go and quickly said, Young Master Nox, he said solemnly, This is my command. She could only obey silently. Her face was filled with unease and worry. He thought to himself, Emperor Esteban and the imperial family's stronghold Talon Fisher. He thought, that place is under the control of the Holy Light family, and it's nothing short of hell for the Dark family. It was magnificent and opulent with high sturdy castle walls. He gritted his teeth and thought, unbelievable, that woman wants me to go there. He said to himself, what on earth is she thinking? He recalled Pelope Vaughn from the game and thought, when playing Inner Lunatic I had to keep a few important points in mind. First was whether the main attributes given to the player could be used effectively. When fighting others, he thought, if I choose Sword Genius and Combat Genius, my future path will focus on swordsmanship or combat, but if I choose Mana Perception Genius, my future path will be that of a mage. The scene transitioned to a carriage moving along a road. At this moment he sat in the carriage thinking to himself, second are the factions. Players have to choose between different factions and that choice will have significant consequences. He looked out the window and thought, for example, Pelope sitting opposite opened her mouth. Do you need me for something? He replied, not at all. How could someone as insignificant as I bother the princess? The princess smiled and said, don't say that, those words hurt me, you know. He looked at her in silence. The two most powerful factions in Inner Lunatic were the imperial faction led by the princess. Her holding the staff was very majestic and powerful, he thought to himself, and the extremist faction led by the Dark family opposing them. The last was the merchant faction with immense capital. They were striving to determine the continent's order. The merchants would grow increasingly wealthy, and they only acted cunningly and arrogantly. They would take over the entire continent. Each faction had its own way, but one thing remained unchanged. That was the relationship between the Reinhofer Dark family and the imperial family. Though the specifics were unknown, their relationship could be described as the worst. Lost in thought, Pelope spoke. She smiled and said, are you thinking you're walking into a trap right now? He looked at her in surprise, thinking, is that woman trying to test me? I'm pretending to be useless so I can't back down. He replied, I apologize, but honestly going there is not at all pleasant. Hearing his words, she covered her mouth with her hand and feigned crying for him. Sob, then she said, don't worry, I'm just accompanying you to the capital to give you an award for what you did for me. He replied, that lie is a bit much. She stopped lying and said, oh, you noticed. A moment later their carriage arrived at the capital. He looked at her solemnly and said, what do you want from me? She smiled and her eyes were full of affection. Then she said, it's simple, I just want. A moment later, the carriage stopped in front of a large gate where several people were already waiting in front of their carriage. As he and Pelope stepped out of the carriage, a voice suddenly said, I've been waiting for guests for a long time. How surprising. It startled her. A blonde-haired man wearing dignified imperial attire said, it's truly surprising, Pelope, this is Li, the first imperial prince. He smiled and looked at the two and she looked at him with a worried expression. He remained silent and lowered his eyes. Then he stepped forward. He bowed his head and said, the Reinhofer family's last sword greets His Imperial Highness Prince Li, she said in fear. Brother, weren't you supposed to leave to participate in the Northern War? He rubbed his chin with his hand and smiled, saying it was cancelled for some reason. Then he looked at him and said, since such an important guest has arrived, I should extend a warm welcome. Suddenly he chuckled sinisterly, his face filled with a dark expression. I will personally report this matter to the Emperor and you too. He placed his hand on his chest. He bowed his head and said, yes, your highness. He glanced at him and scoffed, let's meet often. He bowed his head and said, that would be my honor. He thought to himself, damn it. He was displeased that he was here and angrily thought, why do I have to meet this madman now? Watching his retreating figure, he thought to himself, Louis von Akemi, the Grand Crown Prince of the Empire and the only person with more succession rights than Pelope. He thought uneasily, recalling his cunning eyes. He was also the main culprit behind the bad ending in Inner Lunatic. Knox inwardly called him Louis von Akemi, the Imperial Crown Prince and the only member of the Imperial family with higher status than Pelope. Recalling his sinister face, he thought, and a notorious mad troublemaker. He watched his retreating figure, giving him a gloomy side glance. Pelope was gripping her hands, trembling. Her face was filled with worry and unease. Akina looked at her and quickly asked, Princess, are you all right? She extended her hand and said, I'm fine, just a little surprised. Then she turned back to him, smiled and said, Knox von Reinhofer, you must be very surprised. Let's go inside and talk. He replied, all right. He thought to himself that the relationship between the princess and Crown Prince Li was like oil and water, just as it was in the game. He deeply considered that he would use this to survive and return. As night deepened, bright stars twinkled in the sky. At this moment he was lying in bed resting. He thought deeply. Tomorrow is the day I receive my award, so I should get as much rest as possible now. Then he sighed and said, unless an assassin trying to get rid of me is reckless enough. After that he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Suddenly there was a knock outside, causing him to open his eyes and focus. He got up, grabbed the sword by his bed and cautiously looked towards the door. The knock echoed again. Two girls were wearing hoods. The girl who knocked said, it's me, could you open the door? He let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't an assassin. Then he got up, went to the door and opened it. Outside were Pelope and Akina. He asked, Princess, why are you here at such a late hour? She said, it's not good to stand in the hallway. Then she walked inside and said to him, I'll go in first. Akina also entered and said, Her Highness has a proposition for you. Then she said solemnly, I will guard this place as the Imperial Palace has many eyes and ears. He nodded silently. Then he closed the door and she removed her hood, saying, please sit. He agreed. He thought to himself, what on earth is going on? Why has she come at this hour? He gloomily glanced at her, thinking that he had a few predictions. She smiled at him and said, don't worry, I won't take too much of your time. Suddenly she said solemnly, but you must promise me, she continued. Depending on your answer, you might not be able to return to Eldon. Her face was filled with sorrow. Oh, you might never return to the Reinhofer mansion either, she said. She then said, therefore in my name I command you. Her eyes demanded sharply, control me from behind. He listened and replied, I expected you to say that. You need someone to stand against the crown prince and sever ties with the dark family. Then he sat on the chair and continued, a useful tool. You want me to be your pawn, don't you? She replied, that's right. He said, but? She paused, surprised, and asked, but what? He casually crossed his legs and said, if you think I have no other choice, you're wrong. He smiled at her and calmly called her Princess Penelope. The scene shifted to the next morning in the imperial palace, where he was kneeling, bowing his head in salute to the king, with Louis standing beside the king. King Esteban's face was bruised, his eyes wide open, and his entire body leaned back in his chair. He forced himself to turn his head and look at him, and he politely said, I greet your majesty, the great moon of the empire. He extended a trembling hand and said, your majesty. He recalled Esteban Vaughn's image in his mind, his figure wearing majestic armor, mounted on a horse holding a sword high. He thought to himself that his name as the Knight of Light and his thunder magic were renowned throughout the world. He was a legend of the empire, but his current appearance was completely contrary to his valiant past. He lamented inwardly, thinking that he had lost his brilliance and was disrespectfully nicknamed Foolish Esteban. Beside him, Princess Penelope held up her skirt, bowed her head in salute and said, I greet your majesty, the great son of the empire. At this moment Li spoke. So I heard you came to ask my father for something, he continued. You want to receive a just reward for saving a member of the imperial family. He bowed his head and said, I simply did what was expected of me. He thought to himself that after Esteban could no longer maintain his position, Crown Prince Li became the head of the imperial family. His face was full of sinister intent. He deeply considered that he would have to be very careful with everything. He raised his hand and said, all right, the imperial family will give a gift to the Reinhofer family's knight in training for saving my beloved sister. He looked at him with a kind smile and said, what do you desire? He replied, yes, Crown Prince Li. His eyes were sharp. He said, if allowed, please let me enter the river of evil. These words startled him, and his eyes widened in surprise. What did you say? The ministers were also surprised to hear him say that, and he thought to himself that their surprise was not unwarranted. He thought that the river of evil was a mysterious river that only the imperial family and the Holy Light family could enter, and it had a very mysterious effect of randomly increasing one's attributes. Louis looked at him with a smile, and sinisterly thought to himself, he must be a very useless fellow, he's too hasty. He looked at him contemptuously and thought, bastards from the dark family are all the same. A minister in purple robes objected, saying, such a thing cannot happen. Another minister continued, how can a member of the dark family enter the river of evil? A minister in purple robes said, that's right, even if he saved the princess, doing so is not right. A black-haired minister angrily said, isn't that river only for the Holy Light family? A purple-robed man behind him agreed, exactly. He heard this and thought that, as he expected, there was a lot of opposition. He closed his eyes, thinking that this request would be enough to avoid saying he didn't want to receive an award. Suddenly Penelope spoke. Audacious, she angrily said, how dare you raise your voices before his majesty? He looked at her in surprise, and she continued, is there no law recorded that only the Holy Light family can enter the river of evil? He looked at her uneasily, thinking he felt a little uneasy. Why is Penelope defending me? He thought she seemed very resolute, and he had expected her to give up after he told her he wouldn't follow her plan. Galone objected, but before he could finish she cut him off, saying, I dislike disorder, Lord Galone. The palace suddenly fell silent. He saw her smile at him and thought inwardly about what she had said before she left, and nervously gritted his teeth, thinking it made him uneasy. He recalled last night, and she put down her teacup and said, all right. Then she stood up and said, I'll go now. After that she approached him and said, but remember. He glanced at her, and she bowed her head and said to him, someday you will have to make a choice. Penelope's words were not unreasonable, and they further confused Knox's mind. If the time eventually came when he had to choose between the two factions, I would have no choice but to support the princess instead of the crown prince to avoid a bad outcome. However, in this situation, Knox was kneeling right in the center, bowing his head, thinking that he could not openly support the princess. He quickly raised his head, looked straight at the person before him, and urgently asked, will you grant my request? Louis frowned, and his face was clearly displeased. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking, but suddenly the corners of his lips curled upwards. Without making Knox wait long, Louis spoke, my sister has a point. There is no law prohibiting the heir of the dark family from bathing in the river of evil. The crown prince's nonchalant declaration surprised everyone in the great hall. They widened their eyes, barely believing what they had just heard. Your Majesty. After a moment of hesitation, Louis continued. His next words made Knox unconsciously raise his head. However, from above, Louis looked down at the kneeling figure and slowly said, breaking the laws long upheld by the imperial family and the noble families is not allowed. After a brief pause, he continued, therefore there will be a test. Those words startled Penelope. She too had not expected him to make such a decision. This means I will determine if Nox von Reinhofer is worthy of receiving the blessing of the river of evil below. Nox froze for a few seconds, processing everything he had just heard. I didn't expect it to go this way. The image of Illino flashed through his mind and he felt helpless. He inwardly lamented, it seems everyone likes to test me. After a moment of silence, Nox finally spoke. May I ask what the subject of the test is? Lewis replied immediately without hesitation. A duel with me. Nox could barely believe his ears. He quickly asked again as if seeking reconfirmation. What did you say? Lewis calmly replied. I heard your swordsmanship has greatly improved, therefore it is only proper to demonstrate your swordsmanship in a duel with me, don't you think so? He paused for a moment before continuing. His sharp gaze swept over Nox. The river of evil is a sacred river of the Empire, and therefore only those who are truly worthy should be welcomed. Nox remained silent for a while, not answering immediately. He thought it seemed like he considered a duel with him a good idea. Even before setting foot here, Nox had carefully considered all possible scenarios. Therefore, even after hearing Lewis's words, he could still maintain his composure. But I didn't just come here to get beaten up. After a long period of deep thought, he finally made a decision. All right. It was impossible to tell what Lewis was planning, but his face was filled with a triumphant expression. He smiled sinisterly. He quickly said, Then let's meet in the training ground in 1 hour. You are free to choose any weapon you desire. Nox replied politely. Understood. Penelope, who was standing nearby, became more worried the more she heard. Nox continued calmly. I will do my best. In the spacious hall, Nox turned to leave. Under the gaze of everyone behind him, Penelope hurriedly followed. The princess loudly called out Nox von Reinhofer. Hearing her call, Nox paused and turned around. Before he could say anything, the princess hurriedly reprimanded him. Do you want to die? Penelope's face was filled with worry and she looked at him and asked, Don't you understand my brother's intentions? Penelope, standing opposite him, continued, Whether you win or lose, it doesn't matter to my brother. He merely wants to show off. Nox silently listened to the princess's words. He wants to trample you and disgrace your family's honor. Nox remained silent. He knew the crown prince's true intentions well. His voice was nonchalant. I know. Continued to predict what would happen. If I win, they will accuse me. They'll say the Dark family's bastard intentionally harmed the crown prince. If I lose, on the contrary, if Nox lost to Lee in the upcoming fight, the crown prince's reputation would only increase. They would boast that he defeated the Academy's rising star. After analyzing the two most likely outcomes, Nox calmly concluded, They'll probably spread the news to everyone in this kingdom. Penelope became increasingly worried. She looked at the person before her again and asked, Knowing all this, do you still want to agree? To alleviate the princess's worry and find a way to deal with the current situation, Nox counter-questioned, But what if there's another option? Penelope froze. She couldn't believe it. Another option. Nox quickly proposed a different scenario. What if I can win without committing a capital offense? Finally, he asked, Will you then support me, princess? At this moment in Lee's room, he had two maids standing by to help him put on his armor. The red-haired maid and the white-haired maid were meticulously adjusting his armor. Suddenly, Lewis looked at the brown-haired maid, who held a piece of armor in her hand, and startled her by suddenly calling out, Hey? The brown-haired maid, still terrified, slowly raised her eyes to look at the crown prince. Lee asked, You tell me, who am I? She immediately bowed deeply in salute, trembling all over, and quickly replied, Your Majesty, Louis von A., the second son of the Empire. The maid's answer matched his intentions. He smiled slightly. That's right, I am the rightful crown prince of Talon Fisher. No one dares to disrespect me. However, as he spoke this far, his face gradually darkened. But that fellow is different. He paused for a moment, then finally spoke the man's name. Nox von Dark. The brown-haired maid slightly raised her head and meticulously observed the crown prince's expression. Seeing that he seemed angry, she immediately reassured him. It's nothing important enough for your highness to worry about. Hearing the person next to him speak, Lewis immediately looked in that direction and the brown-haired maid lowered her head. She said in a polite voice, Please don't worry. She put all her effort into pleasing the crown prince, but what she received was a painful slap. The brown-haired maid knelt down, covering one cheek that had just been slapped. Lee said contemptuously, Worry, how worry, what are you talking about? His face gradually darkened, and his voice was filled with disgust. Do you think I would worry about a lowly fellow from the Dark family? The maid trembled, unable to raise her head, and her voice stammered. I have committed a grave sin. Lewis looked down at her, and only after a long moment did he speak. He said coldly, Don't go against my will by being so presumptuous. He continued to question the kneeling maid. Para, how long has it been since Esteban, the son of the Empire, effectively disappeared? This time, Para didn't rush, but carefully considered her answer. Lee didn't even need to hear her reply. Turning away with a satisfied expression, he declared loudly, Soon the Empire and all its power will be in my hands, therefore, certain actions like today's are essential. Do you all understand? Ara bowed her head and quickly replied, We will never make such a mistake again. Lee said, Of course you shouldn't. As soon as he finished speaking, he called for his butler. The butler glanced at the maid sitting on the ground, then ordered her to be taken away. Immediately, two other men, following orders, seized Para, who struggled in panic and pleaded, Please, your Imperial Highness, just one more chance. Lee glanced at Para and said, Opportunity, you see. Lee slowly continued after a moment, only comes multiple times to people like me. Even if you were born a noble, the blood flowing through your veins is not royal, is it? Para was restrained by two men with purple and blue hair. Before being dragged away, she still loudly pleaded, "Your Imperial Highness, Your Imperial Highness." Lee paid no mind to her words and muttered to himself, "Nox von Reinhofer, no matter how much people say you're promising, you will never win a battle you're destined to lose." As he spoke, his face showed increasing malice. "I'm truly curious what kind of expression you'll make when you cry." Nobles sat in the stands, and below were Nox and Louis. At the highest seat, Esteban still sat with his head bowed, and next to him sat Princess Pelope. Louis looked at his opponent triumphantly, and in contrast to his arrogance, Nox was calm and unwavering. Finally, Lee, feigning friendliness, spoke, "Let's both do our best." Though he said this outwardly, another sinister thought was in Lee's mind. "Ultimately, you two will have to play along in this little show of mine." Nox bowed his head slightly and replied softly, "Yes, I understand." The referee stood in the center of the arena, raised his hand high, and commanded, "All right, both sides ready." With the signal, Nox and Louis drew their swords simultaneously. The swordsmanship duel between Louis von Akemi, the Grand Crown Prince of the Empire, and Nox von Reinhofer begins now. As the match began, Louis immediately charged at his opponent, thinking to himself, "No matter how skilled you are with a sword, you cannot overcome the dignity of the noble imperial family." Along with Louis's thought, the light emanating from his sword grew brighter. "No matter how talented you are merely a bug from the dark family. Here, with the imperial family and the church watching, you dare not raise your sword against me." A streak of light swiftly passed, and when Nox parried his sword, Louis's triumphant expression completely vanished. "What?" Lee was flustered, his face hardening. "Do you dare to point your sword at a member of the imperial family?" Before he could finish, Nox swung his sword, forcing Lee a step backward. After that sword strike, Nox calmly said, "Your Highness." Dark power emanated from Nox's entire body. He looked at him and asked again, "Didn't you tell me to fight with all my might?" Louis leaned back to dodge, his face clearly filled with anger. "What, you damned bastard, do you dare to point your sword at a member of the imperial family?" The black smoke slowly dissipated, and from within, Nox's voice was heard. He respectfully called out, "Your Highness." Nox, enveloped in black smoke, still maintained his stance. Looking at Lee, he continued, "Didn't you personally tell me to fight with all my strength?" Having finished speaking, Nox swung his sword, slashing horizontally once more, and Louis instinctively retreated, dodging quickly. The dust slowly settled, and Louis looked at Nox, cursing inwardly, "You damn bastard, you dare to point your sword at me. You think you're first in line for the succession?" At this moment, he grew increasingly agitated and shouted, "A bug from the dark family dares to challenge my authority?" Nox calmly replied, "I don't know what you're talking about. I merely followed your Highness's command." Lee gritted his teeth, his face full of anger, and growled, "All right, if you want to play that much." As he finished speaking, he swung his sword backward, and light followed. "I won't hold back anymore." Even though his opponent was Nox, famous for his incredible achievements, Lee didn't care at all. A contemptuous thought again crossed his mind. No matter how good his reputation at Eldon, he's still just a child. Lee smiled slightly. He was incredibly confident about this opponent. "He will never defeat me. You received a refined education from the imperial family." The referee, standing outside, clearly observed all of the Grand Crown Prince's expressions. Finally, he announced that the match would end when one of the two fell or surrendered. Louis retreated, preparing to attack again. At the same time, the referee's voice was heard. "The rules are simple, so that's all for the explanation." Immediately, Lee attacked Nox again. Two opposing streaks of light, one yellow and one purple, intersected, and Louis swung his sword, while Nox, without delay, raised his sword to block. The two swords clashed, creating flashes of light as they scraped against each other. Nox's eyes were still focused on his sword, and the referee standing outside watched everything, thinking to himself, "He is a figure who could cause terrible outcomes, but his combat ability isn't that high." Nox swiftly moved sideways, dodging Lee. Although his talent isn't bad either, by the time Louis reacted, everything seemed too late compared to what Nox had created. But compared to Nox, he was still lacking. When Louis barely managed to turn, he found Nox right upon him, sword raised. His face paled, growing increasingly terrified. "Damn it," he cursed inwardly. Realizing he couldn't dodge that attack, Lee closed his eyes, waiting for the sword to descend. After a long moment, when there was still no movement, he slowly opened his eyes. Contrary to Lee's expectation, Nox didn't continue the attack but withdrew his sword, and he couldn't help but be surprised by that action. "Why did he stop?" Lee impatiently immediately asked. "What are you doing now?" Nox replied indifferently. "I have no objection to these match rules." After a moment he continued, "But it's a bit boring without any tension." Louis, puzzled by Nox's reply, asked again, "What do you want?" Nox, without hesitation, immediately proposed an alternative. "How about we make a bet on who wins and loses, Your Highness?" Lee probably hadn't expected this situation either. He said nothing, frowning as he looked at Nox. After a long moment of thought, Louis smiled, precisely because Nox's suggestion was advantageous to him. He thought, "Then I can easily get what I want." Immediately, Lee replied, "All right, then it won't be boring." "I agree." Nox continued to ask, "May I propose the bet conditions after the match?" That offer was rejected. Louis said, "I'm afraid I'm a bit impatient, so I'll speak first." "Don't beat around the bush," Nox said, following his lead. "I'm perfectly fine with that." Lee smiled slightly and quickly proposed his condition. "If I win," he looked at Nox and said, "you will serve under me instead of Pelope." Nox didn't understand and quickly asked, "What do you mean?" However, that appearance could not escape Lee's eyes. He continued, It's no use pretending not to know, Lee, suddenly recalling a past event, quickly said. Were you not captivated by my sister? Is that not why you saved her in the forest? Hearing that, Nox's mouth hardened and he cursed inwardly. What an ignorant fool, he's completely mistaken. Nox had no choice but to quickly explain. I apologize, but I saved Princess Penelope simply out of familial duty, harboring no other intentions, he continued. I have no reason to do so. If it wasn't as Lee had thought, he would be more at ease now. Power emanated from his entire body, and he immediately changed the original condition. Become my knight, you must be my shadow, loyal to me alone, not to the Reinhofer family. Hearing the condition, Nox immediately replied, If your highness wins this match I will do so, though he said that outwardly, the difference in power between Nox and Lee was too great, so he considered another possibility. What if I get hurt here, and I just need to shift the blame to someone else? The princess above watched the match from beginning to end. Not for a single moment did she stop worrying. Lee again thought of the people he would shift the blame to. The Elden Reinhofer family and Penelope. Having finished his thoughts, Lee immediately charged forward. He swung his sword and immense power emanated from his entire body, his face filled with triumph. Blame your own foolishness for not realizing that the outcome of this match was decided from the start, Lee charged, his sword growing closer. At first glance it seems my sword cannot penetrate that golden armor. A sword charged, swiftly heading towards Nox, but fortunately he dodged by leaning. However, continuously dodging was not a good solution. Currently he cannot penetrate that armor and harm him. Nox looked at his opponent and smiled slightly, and a shining round orb appeared. The Great Sage's orb, a celestial relic of the highest grade, was glowing. The system immediately asked, to properly utilize the celestial relic you must state the original owner's name. You have only one chance. Will you use it? Nox smiled, and after a long hesitation he finally decided to use this item. He thought to himself, they'll be surprised to learn the name of this celestial relic's owner, but I must prioritize my survival above all else. Before his opponent could counterattack, Lee swung his sword again, attacking. Nox dodged, and in that gap he tried to find a way to destroy his armor and golden shield. There was only one way to destroy that foolish armor. A shining orb appeared at the center of his body, and as soon as Nox gave the command, the celestial relic's owner was Von Callius. The orb glowed again. It was the Great Sage's orb, a celestial relic of the highest grade. Once the confirmation was complete, the system immediately notified him that the username had been registered. Nox von Reinhofer, the celestial relic will remember you as its second owner. Upon confirming the owner, the Great Sage's orb transformed according to its master's power. Black energy emanated from the orb, and at the same time the system also notified him. Mana is temporarily increasing rapidly. Lee stood in a defensive stance, and opposite him Nox threw the orb high. Immediately, the Great Sage's orb unleashed its power, and the light emanating from the orb blew almost everything away. Lee barely managed to block with the sword in his hand. He looked up, gritting his teeth, and asked, What are you doing now? With the treasure in his hand, Nox grew even more confident. There's no rule in this match prohibiting the use of magic, is there? Stung by the truth, Lee shouted in an angry voice. What? Lee grew increasingly incredulous of Nox's abilities. He truly underestimated him. A member of the Reinhofer family. Using magic? Lee looked at the orb glowing increasingly intensely above him, thinking inwardly in bewilderment. And with so much mana, innumerable black powers emanated from the orb, and from the side Nox calmly asked again, You're very familiar with this, aren't you? These are magic projectiles. Lee looked up, his face growing even more bewildered. Innumerable powers emanated from the orb, and at its center an infinitely deep black circle appeared. From within it, purple arrows began to emerge. All charged towards Lee simultaneously. Nox stood outside, calmly saying, I hope you can dodge them. The celestial relic was in Nox's hand, and magic incessantly surged from within it. Having said what was needed, Nox respectfully called out, Your Highness. From the infinitely deep black hole, other magic arrows continuously poured out. Lee barely managed to block them. His initial confidence completely vanished at this moment. Two other arrows descended ferociously, and fortunately Lee retreated in time to dodge another arrow aimed for his shoulder, and immediately he felt pain. He gritted his teeth, thinking inwardly, What an unpleasant sensation. The moment Lewis swung his sword to deflect one arrow, another arrow swiftly flew from behind him. Immediately he felt something was wrong. Before Lee could counterattack, the arrow pierced the center of his back, pushing him forward. He couldn't believe it even at this point, continually questioning inwardly, How can this be? Wasn't the Reinhofer family famous for swordsmanship? Currently the ground had some cracks due to the result of the recent match, and Lee, though surprised by the ambush, quickly regained his balance. Inwardly he couldn't help but admire his magic talent. Lee focused on the opponent before him. He couldn't afford to be careless. A mouthful of blood gushed from his mouth, and he thought inwardly, Too terrible. If he was born with such power I could never defeat him. Nox still stood, and above him was still the black orb, and moreover, other arrows behind him awaited the next attack command. He looked at him and said, I know what you're thinking. As soon as he finished speaking, the arrows immediately emitted additional magic. Nox clenched his hand. I will explain it to Lewis, but there will be no tricks. His hand stretched forward, and with it, arrows appeared. He continued, At least this will be better than the numerous masks His Highness is hiding. The more Lewis listened to Nox, the angrier he became. His face grew increasingly malicious, and he shouted in anger, "How dare this damned bastard from the Dark family mock me?" Between them the arrows remained still. They awaited Nox's command. Nox looked at the person before him and replied, "Was it not your highness who first mocked me?" Lewis exclaimed in surprise. "Did you say?" Nox calmly said. "I am telling his highness Lewis what I know. Did your highness not prepare this duel to mock the Dark family and negate my achievements?" From above, Penelope and Akina both felt relieved hearing Lewis's true intentions from Nox. "Since I had to participate in an unfair match for your highness's sake, perhaps the honor of the imperial family has been tarnished?" Stung by the truth, Lewis froze, temporarily unsure how to react. He frowned and stared directly at Nox, and a blue glowing square mass appeared in Lewis's hand. As it fully appeared, the magic emanating from it enveloped Lewis's entire body. Instantly, the area around the two was surrounded by a blue circular barrier radiating from the square mass in his hand. Standing inside the barrier, Lewis looked at Nox, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, if this continues, I'll lose and be humiliated." Nox, not understanding his opponent's intention, looked at him and casually asked, "What does your highness intend to do with this?" Lewis shouted angrily, "That's not something you should say to me." His face grew increasingly malicious. He continued, "I've heard many rumors that you're crazy, but I never thought you'd dare to challenge me like this." Against the Grand Crown Prince's defiant attitude, Nox still listened calmly. "After this duel, all the Imperial Guards will come to kill you." After a moment of silence, Nox finally spoke. "That's what she said, isn't it?" Nox took out another orb from his sleeve. He spoke, "Does your highness wish for my beloved disciple to die here?" As the dean was mentioned, the orb glowed and Lewis stared at it in disbelief, shouting, "What did you say?" A voice was heard from within, "Not so, beloved, but..." The orb grew brighter and brighter, and the mana emanating from it also increased. The voice continued, "However, this is a request, so I will grant it." Lewis listened and quickly recognized the owner of the voice. "Is this voice perhaps the newly appointed dean?" The voice from the orb spoke again, "Have we met before?" As Noa's figure fully appeared, she smiled and quietly called out, "Crown Prince Lewis." Noah looked at Lewis and said coldly, "Although not so, beloved, if your highness tries to kill my beloved disciple using your authority." She continued, "I, one of the 4 sages, will stake all my honor and kill your highness." Lewis grew increasingly terrified, temporarily unable to say anything. Nox still stood there at this moment, and all matters were temporarily entrusted to this dean. He faintly smiled. It was at this moment that Nox recalled the time before the duel began. A voice echoed in the room. "I heard the Imperial family wants to give you an award." Nox sat opposite Noah, looking at her and asking, "I heard it's because I saved a member of the royal family," Noah said cheerfully. "That's right." His face darkened. He solemnly said, "No, if I go there, I'll die, Dean." In contrast to his tension, Noah still calmly ate snacks, chewing as she listened. "But as you know," Nox sighed and continued, "almost no one from the Dark family has returned alive from there." Noah still calmly took a bite of her snack and briefly replied, "You're right, Nox." Seeing Noah's indifference, Nox immediately snatched the snack she was eating. Nox raised his hand high, preventing Noah from taking it. He solemnly asked, "Are you still eating snacks even in this dire situation?" Noah, running to grab the snack, said, "What did I do wrong to deserve this?" Eventually, he had no choice but to give in. He helplessly leaned down and pleaded, "Please just listen to me, Dean." Noah took the snack from Nox. He continued, "If the Dean speaks, the Crown Prince will stop bothering and harassing me, won't he?" Noah laughed and said, "But then you won't get the award. You should get an award if you do well." Nox bowed his head, thought for a moment, then replied, "That's better than getting an award and only my head returning. I don't know why everything has become so complicated." Hearing those words, Noah said excitedly, "Magic is developed now so we can reattach limbs quickly. But I don't know what will happen to the head." Noah said such absurd things that it was better not to answer, angering others. Nox clenched his fist and asked, "Are you really saying that to your disciple?" Seeing his displeasure, Noah changed her approach. "Then if there's a safe way, will you go and receive the award?" Noah took out a blue crystal orb. It was surrounded by mana. Meanwhile, Nox continued, "Where is there such a way?" The orb reflected Nox's image. Returning to reality, Nox glanced at Noah and thought inwardly, "The crystal Noah gave me, it's a kind of long-distance communication tool. If I cast magic, more mana will be released from the orb," Nox continued to speculate. "Unlike ordinary relics, this one can transfer magic to the other side." He looked at Lewis again, inwardly hesitating. Moreover, after a long fight, Lewis was exhausted and his armor was cracked in several places. Furthermore, with Noah here, Nox felt somewhat reassured. No matter how strong the Crown Prince, he couldn't touch the Dean of Eldon and one of the 4 sages. Nox looked elsewhere and said sarcastically, "Strange, usually the Dean isn't this helpful." Noah immediately said, "Nox, everyone can hear you." "That's enough." Noah smiled awkwardly, her eyes sparkling. "If you don't need any more help, I'll leave." Nox turned to her and asked, "Are you avoiding the question?" "I only said that I still need the Dean's help." The 3 looked at each other, and no one spoke. A weak force emanated from Lewis's entire body. He struggled to stand up and said, "Just..." After a long hesitation, Lewis finally lowered his voice and said, "It was just a misunderstanding. If I had known you were Dean No's beloved student, I would not have done that." On the contrary, Noah was not very pleased with him and immediately spoke to correct him. "Who's your Dean? Don't pretend we're close. I was close to your father, not you. And you are not my student." Finally, she shot a remark at him. No's words completely shattered Lewis's dignity, but he could only grit his teeth and fume, unable to do anything. Lewis immediately changed his tone and tried to explain. I apologize, then what can I do to appease the dean's anger? Noah didn't say much and replied briefly, plead. She looked straight at him and continued, beg my student for forgiveness and I will forgive you. Knox glanced at Noah, just smiling awkwardly, thinking inwardly, I didn't expect the dean to go this far. Hearing that he had to humble himself before Knox, Lewis immediately clenched his fist and his entire body trembled with anger. But after a moment of silence he finally had no choice but to speak. I apologize. Knox was quite pleased with his attitude and said somewhat triumphantly, since I am very merciful I will forgive your highness. From the side Noah heard those words and couldn't help but let out a teasing laugh. How shameful. Looking at the barrier surrounding them, Noah said, I will watch over you, so finish the match fairly and release this barrier. Lewis could not defy her will and could only resign himself. He nodded, yes. At this moment the ground suddenly cracked even from a small attack. Lewis still held the blue square mass in his hand. While he was distracted, Knox had already approached him closely with his sword. He then said resignedly, understood. Knox's eyes shone and his hand was clenched into a tight fist. His movements were so fast that only the shadow of his sword quickly flashed by, and Lewis's head fell with a single strike. As the barrier broke, the spectators in the stands could witness the outcome of the duel. Knox stood as the victor, and the loser was none other than the Grand Crown Prince Lewis. The nobles above could not help but be surprised at the sight. An old man in the stands said loudly, a member of the Dark family dared to challenge his highness. A woman with a ponytail was temporarily surprised in disbelief. She shouted, what did you say? The bearded man next to her clearly had an astonished expression on his face. How can that be? Even Penelope could not hide her surprise at the outcome of the duel. She stammered, how could? Akina, standing nearby, muttered in confusion, that Knox, does he have 2 lives or something? Akina's gaze still did not leave the arena. She muttered to herself, does he have 2 lives or something? Why is he so reckless? From the side, Penelope seemed to realize that there was something mysterious about Knox. The princess said, Akina, it's no use speculating. He's clearly hiding something, Penelope speculated inwardly. Is the power of some faction spreading in the empire impossible? Penelope's last conjecture seemed correct. This was because the real person protecting Knox was Noah, a great figure, she thought inwardly. Then there must be something behind him, right? Penelope's gaze still did not leave Knox. Finally the princess said to Akina in a low voice, by any means necessary, I must bring him under my command. Akina reluctantly replied, yes, I don't want to admit it, but Knox von Reinhofer's skill is truly remarkable. Akina immediately recalled Knox's appearance when he was in the forest, his numerous displays of outstanding talent when he first entered the academy, and even his intense impression at the entrance ceremony. Knox held a black sword in his hand. He stood there, still not taking his eyes off the person fallen on the ground. Akina continued, furthermore, this duel shows that he has no intention of joining Crown Prince Lewis. Penelope smiled. The princess turned to Akina and quietly said, then we must act. Akina immediately asked, do you have a plan? Penelope bowed her head and gestured to Akina. Akina immediately bent down and listened to the princess's plan. Yes, currently several guards were already approaching the Grand Crown Prince below the arena. From above, hearing the princess's words, she stammered in disbelief. Are you serious? The bearded soldier below loudly commanded. Quickly move the Grand Crown Prince to the hospital. Leave no after effects. The surrounding maids listened to the order worriedly. Everyone move quickly. At the same time, the butler approached the other nobles who had been watching the match and urged them not to speak about today's events to anyone. Understood? The area below grew increasingly chaotic, and from above the princess watched it with great satisfaction, hearing the shouts from below. Your Highness, wake up! Amidst the surrounding chaos, Knox stood in a corner showing no emotion, merely maintained a calm expression. 2 maids approached and helped Lewis up. The soldiers next to them were busy attending to the Grand Crown Prince, constantly calling out, Your Highness, Your Highness! The sky slowly darkened and night covered the magnificent palace. In a quiet room, Knox sat on his bed, rubbing his forehead with his hand as if tired, letting out a sigh of relief. I almost died. He recalled Lewis's appearance in the arena, cursing inwardly, that crazy crown prince. The next image Knox recalled was Lewis taking out a square jade stone from his body. He couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder everyone called him the one who brought about the worst outcome. Finally, he recalled the scene of Lewis wildly charging at him with a sword. Knox hesitated, placing the jade stone on the bed. Anyway, he faintly recalled the image of the owner of this jade stone and muttered inwardly, as expected, his item is quite useful. Knox picked up the jade stone again, playing with it like a ball, and thought cheerfully, it's very useful not only in the early game but also in the late game. The jade stone in his hand began to emit a blackish-purple aura. Knox looked deeply into it and muttered to himself, it's undeniable that possessing this makes it a bit easier to deal with the Crown Prince. He sat on the bed, his facial muscles much relaxed. He sighed in relief, muttering to himself, of course it'll be the same next time. I can't just rely on luck. A knock on the door from outside drew Knox's attention. He was more vigilant than ever. He speculated inwardly. The Grand Crown Prince, has he come for revenge? Knox reached out and gripped his sword tightly. Even if it were true, it was too early. As he held his sword in front of his body to block, he opened his mouth and asked, who is it? Outside, 2 people were wearing black cloaks, making it temporarily unclear who they were. The person who had just knocked opened their mouth and replied, "It's me, Nox von Reinhofer." Upon direct encounter, it was Akina and Pelopi. Akina continued, "The princess wishes to have a private conversation with you." Seeing that it wasn't Louis, Nox was momentarily surprised. He repeated the name, wondering inwardly, the Grand Crown Prince didn't come for revenge. After a long moment of thought, Nox hesitated and asked again, "Now?" Akina replied bluntly, "Yes, right now." His face showed a momentary hint of bewilderment, and worry began to arise in his heart. This is going to be troublesome. Unable to refuse the princess, he opened the door and told them to come in. It was Pelopi standing opposite Nox. The princess walked past him without a word. Akina also followed, leaning against the door to wait. Nox didn't waste words and immediately asked directly, "Why have you come all this way, princess?" Before Pelopi could answer, he continued, "If you've come to question me about the duel with the Grand Crown Prince, the outcome has already been decided." Hearing his words, Pelopi simply smiled faintly. She replied in a soft voice, "No, why would I do that?" Nox von Reinhofer didn't need to feign ignorance. Nox, momentarily confused, asked what her intentions were. Pelopi smiled slightly and said, "Can you imagine me having dinner with him?" Seeing him still standing, Pelopi said, "Sit down." The two sat facing each other. Nox said seriously, "Princess, it's almost midnight, so there's no need to rush. You can come whenever you like." Looking at Pelopi, Nox felt she wasn't particularly concerned about what he was worried about. No, that's not right. Nox's face darkened, and he thought to himself, what on earth is she thinking, wandering around at this hour? Recalling other nobles, there were many people in this palace, and their mouths weren't light, but he couldn't say it in front of the princess, so he could only mutter to himself. If rumors spread, she would have to take responsibility. Pelopi immediately voiced his concern. "Are you afraid of a baby scandal?" He quickly replied, avoiding her gaze. "Yes, I am. The mere fact that the princess entered a humble person's room near midnight is a major problem," Pelopi simply replied. "I think so too." At her words, Nox was startled. "What?" Pelopi, on the other hand, calmly continued, "Baby scandal is unavoidable, which is why I've come." At these words, Nox became even more confused. Questions echoed endlessly in his mind. What on earth is she talking about? This crazy woman, explain it clearly. Eventually, he couldn't hold back and said, "Princess, if you don't explain clearly." Before he could finish, Pelopi called his name. "Nox von Reinhofer." Nox looked up and quickly replied, "Yes." The princess closed her eyes, then opened them wide, looked straight at him and said, finally, she stated her purpose, "You must marry me." A red moon illuminated the surroundings, turning the landscape blood red under its influence. A streak of light seeped through the window. In the middle of the spacious, dignified room was a large round table surrounded by 6 chairs, but currently only 4 people were seated. Luna said softly, "So?" She looked at everyone and asked, "Is it true that the new recruit headed for the River of Evil in the capital?" The hooded man with 3 long scars near his eyes replied, "Yes, it seems so. The imperial family seems to have intervened." After hearing this, Luna couldn't help but sigh. She said, "And they decided that. Damn it, do they even know how many problems they can face by going in there?" The blue-haired man smiled slightly. He said, "As expected." She was a member of the Lunatic Marin group. Marin hesitated for a long time before continuing. "That's exactly why you can't trust children." When no one said anything, Marin continued, "Of course, there must be a reason why the leader accepted him, but I still don't believe it." But before Marin could say more, the man next to her interrupted. "Marin, watch your words." The man was a member of the Lunatic Kai group. Kai asked sternly, "Do you need the leader's permission to recruit a member?" Marin then realized who she had angered and quickly explained, "Deputy leader, I didn't mean it that way." Kai ignored her and continued to scold. "Disrespect towards a superior is unacceptable, especially in an organization like ours, which is completely opposite to the imperial family." The argument stopped as soon as Luna said, "Enough. Let's discuss the new recruit now." An iron hook scraped against the door, creating small sparks. Another man with an iron hook in his hand said from behind, "But leader," that man was a member of the Lunatic Gregory group. Unlike Kai, who had criticized Marin, Gregory agreed with her opinion. "I think Marin's opinion is somewhat correct." The leader and Marin both looked at Gregory at the same time. Gregory then continued, "The Lunatic group hasn't recruited new members in a while, have we? What made you think of this?" Luna didn't give a long answer, simply saying, "I just got interested." But Gregory doubted her words. He retorted, "Our leader wouldn't be interested in a new recruit, would she? Or is it related to his family?" Luna replied seriously, "No, it has nothing to do with the Reinhofer family." She continued to explain, "He is indeed related to the Lunatics, but he really seems to dislike his family." At that, Kai couldn't help but be surprised. "That's quite unexpected." To confirm it definitively, Marin suggested, "Shouldn't we confirm that?" She continued, "Why would a noble of the Reinhofer family voluntarily help a criminal organization? This needs to be verified." Marin's words were not wrong. Luna was silent for a long time. After much thought, she said, "All right, Marin's point is valid." Finally, Luna ordered, "Then let's do that. Give the new recruit his first mission." She continued, "We'll see how far his abilities go and whether he'll betray us." Since it was Marin's idea from the beginning, as soon as Luna made her decision, she looked at Marin and asked, "What do you think?" Marin's face darkened, and she couldn't help but feel bitter as she recalled the past. "I didn't receive any missions in my first year." After long consideration, Marin finally agreed. but there was no other way but to confirm this fact. She replied, "All right, I'm fine with it." The scarred man quickly said, "I agree." Kai also didn't object. "All right," Gregory said, "that sounds fun, I agree too." Since no one here objected, Luna turned to Marin and ordered, "When you're ready, Marin, you lead this time." Luna smiled and continued, "As a senior that is." Hearing the two words, "as a senior," Marin couldn't hide her joy and awkwardly exclaimed, "I am finally a senior," she thought to herself. That word sounds really good. Marin continued to think with a sly smile, "New recruit, I don't know who you are, but I'll show you what a real senior looks like." Finally, someone asked, "May I ask what this mission is?" The academy had a basement containing dark and terrible things. Related to that was the existence of the demon's orb. Luna recalled it. This was the mission given. The hidden staircase in the academy basement. There, according to Eliden's guidance, 72 demons were hidden. It was reported that the demon's orb was there. After a brief introduction, Luna stated the main task they had to do, while the new recruit bought time. "We'll steal it." She looked at Marin and asked, "Marin, can you handle supporting the new recruit?" Marin replied excitedly, "Of course." Suddenly, a voice called out to her. "Oh, Marina." The person who approached was a member of the Lunatic Ill group. Ill looked at her and happily congratulated her. "Congratulations. You finally escaped the bottom of the organization." Ill continued, "Do your best." Marin replied excitedly, "Yes, I'll do my best." On the other hand, the princess looked at Nox and softly called his name, Nox von Reinhofer. She quickly proposed, "You must marry me." He couldn't help but be surprised by the sudden proposal. "What?" But he knew that the purpose behind the marriage wasn't that simple, so he asked, "Is there a reason you've come to such a conclusion?" Penelope didn't hesitate and said honestly, "You're well aware of my status and influence within the imperial family, aren't you?" Hearing that, Nox felt a little relieved. He thought to himself, "Right? I thought for a moment she was captivated by this guy's face. I was truly surprised." Penelope looked at him and continued, "The imperial family is currently divided into two factions. King Esteban, who rules the empire, is in poor health and could pass away at any time." Knowing that fact, Penelope stated the reason. "My father, King Esteban von Aram, is currently ill, and rumors are circulating that he will soon abdicate the throne." Penelope picked up her teacup and continued, "One of the two factions is led by my brother. Lee currently had too many people following him, so the princess couldn't help but worry. First, Prince Lee, his faction holds the majority." Penelope paused, then continued, "The other faction is mine." Nox couldn't help but be suspicious of that information from Princess Penelope, so he asked, "Why are you telling me such important information?" Penelope put down her teacup and replied, "Actually, my faction is too weak right now." She continued, "My brother, Crown Prince Lee, is more trusted than I am. He is the eldest son and has cultivated more connections with nobles than I have. All those nobles sought their own interests, and Lee was the one who could provide them with such benefits. He secretly discussed the rewards he would receive upon ascending the throne." Having heard everything from Penelope, Nox understood the problem, so he didn't hesitate to ask honestly, "Princess, do you want to be queen?" Penelope immediately replied, "Part of what I want is that. The other part is that I cannot simply watch Lee I destroy the empire and what my father built." The more she mentioned Lee, the more fearful Penelope became. "No, don't you? His hidden ruthlessness and the way he treats people as tools," Nox softly replied. "Yes, I know." At the same time, he thought to himself, "That's why Lee is called the one who brings about the dark end. I already know that." Penelope stood up and continued, "I also need a force that can help me." Standing up, she approached Nox. "A powerful force that the Crown Prince hasn't targeted yet, and one that won't be easily overthrown." Nox immediately asked again, "Are you saying I am that force?" The faint moonlight from outside the window streamed into the room. To that question, Penelope replied without hesitation, "Exactly." As soon as he received the answer, Nox made a decision and said, "Princess, I'm sorry." He thought to himself, "If the princess also gets involved, there will be no turning back. I must avoid this." Penelope stated her prediction regarding him. It would be too easy if he said he lacked ability or was engaged to the Saint family. At those words, Nox became temporarily awkward and didn't know what to do. The system immediately sent a message that the player was hesitating. The acting genius trait is fluctuating. His thoughts began to waver, and he couldn't help but accept it inwardly. There's no other way. He knew this problem well himself. Inside, the question echoed. "Can I really avoid this?" He asked Penelope again. "But are you sure about someone like me?" Nox tried to persuade Penelope. "My reputation will be insufficient to serve the princess, even if my skills are excellent." But the princess showed no concern. Instead, she said, "From now on, this will be our plan. So listen carefully. You saved me in the nameless forest, didn't you?" Nox replied yes to her question. Penelope's hand casually touched his. "Despite being born into the Dark Reinhofer family, you saved me." Nox was slightly surprised, and his eyes didn't leave her hand holding his. "Yes," was his only reply. At the same time, a worry crossed his mind again. "Right. But what's so strange about that?" Penelope looked at him and asked, "Should we say you fell in love with me at first sight, or that I did?" At the princess's words, he was startled. "What did you say?" he continued to ask. "Princess, are you serious?" Penelope gripped Nox's hand tightly and gently explained, "Truly nothing is impossible. Members of the imperial family can choose their spouses as they wish." Looking at his blank face, Penelope asked herself, "And who knows?" Penelope asked herself, then speculated, "Maybe I really will fall for that handsome face." Night fell over the grand castle. Nox could finally lie down. As soon as he lay down, he couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh. Dizzy Kai looked at Nox and softly called out, "Young Master Nox." Dizzy Kai had a newspaper in her hand, and focusing on the headline she continued, "It seems young Master needs to correct a few things." The large headline on the front page of the newspaper read, "Princess Penelope falls in love with knight at first sight. The opposition saved her." This was news about Princess Penelope, who had recently been embroiled in numerous scandals. Princess Penelope announces marriage to the youngest son of the Reinhofer family. Nox von Reinhofer is her Elden Academy classmate and husband. Nox sighed, looked at the newspaper, and helplessly replied, "The rumors have already spread. As expected, the princess does whatever she wants in the current situation." Dizzy Kai couldn't help but feel bewildered. "I heard a lot happened, but I really don't know how everything turned out like this." Nox suddenly got up and replied, "It's easy to understand. I've been caught up in the imperial family's succession struggle." Dizzy Kai asked again worriedly, "Succession struggle?" He replied briefly. He quickly needed to continue explaining the reason for Penelope's actions. She was using him to prevent Crown Prince Li from ascending to the throne and to claim it for herself. That was why she had suddenly chosen to marry him. A worried expression flickered across Dizzy Chi's face. "I've heard that Crown Prince Li has been gathering forces to his side recently." Finally, she stated her true reason. "But the Reinhofer family is a dark family. I truly don't want the princess to cooperate with us," Nox quickly said. "That's the reason." Dizzy Kai didn't understand and quickly asked again, "Yes?" Nox's face showed clear helplessness. He continued, "She said it was because I'm an incompetent fellow." Dizzy Kai was flustered, not knowing how to respond. Sitting on the bed, Nox couldn't contain himself and cursed. "That princess," he tore at his hair, fuming. "She knows my family abandoned me, so she's using me. Damn it." Suddenly, Nox lifted his head and his gaze sharply shifted to one side. He grabbed his sword and immediately walked in that direction. Dizzy Kai didn't understand why Nox's demeanor had changed so suddenly. "She asked young Master Nox," bewildered. He hid behind the wall, gesturing to Dizzy Kai to be quiet. Nox carefully peeked out the window, his gaze piercing through the glass. He wondered inwardly, who else is coming at this late hour? The full moon was bright, but due to a magical influence, everything around was bathed in a deep red. On top of the palace there was a lone silhouette. As Nox looked up, his eyes widened, observing carefully. Suddenly Nox crouched down, the corners of his lips curling slightly. His eyes filled with amusement. "It's starting." Under its influence, his eyes suddenly turned red. At the same time, Nox received information. "Luna, first mission transmitted. Recruit new member. You must contact applicant Marin at the Academy Library." Dizzy Kai, standing next to Nox, focused and looked up, approaching again but still keeping her gaze fixed forward. Nox remained silent, forcing a smile. Opposite him, Marin stood observing carefully. Marin meticulously watched all of Nox's movements through a telescope. Putting down the telescope, Marin was reluctant but eventually had to admit, "He's as handsome as the rumors say." All of Nox's actions were seen by Marin. Although she had just praised him, her gaze remained unchanged. "But he's just a child. His skills are still insufficient to be recognized by Luna." Finally, Marin said, "There's no other way. I'll have to check for myself." Marin felt a slight interest in Nox. "Let's see if he can be the new face of Lunatic." In the spacious library, everyone was still absorbed in their own work, no one paying attention to what was happening around them. Nox approached him, carrying a stack of books. Opening a page, Nox muttered, "Professor Lars, so that's why he came back." Closing the book with a thud, Nox gritted his teeth and said, "Something strange." Lars had warned him to find the head professor immediately before leaving. Finally, he handed all the books to Nox, forcing a smile and asking, "I'm sorry, Nox, I'll leave the cleaning up to you." After handing them over, Lars didn't forget to say goodbye. The more Nox remembered, the more he couldn't contain his anger. He cursed the damned person who had interrupted him from behind. "Stop talking, don't call the professor disrespectfully." Nox, still angry, turned and asked, "Do you understand the plight of a graduate?" Akina asked back in bewilderment. "A graduate?" Nox turned away and mumbled, "Damn it, being the favorite student is even more annoying." Finally, he warned, "So be quiet. I'm really getting angry." Akina replied briefly, "All right." In the library, almost everyone was already seated. Nox exited, carrying a stack of books. Suddenly, Akina called out to him, stopping him. Nox said irritably, "If you're going to say something meaningless, I'll pretend I didn't hear it." Akina replied, "No, it's not that. I think we both don't like each other much." Nox turned and said angrily, "Think about what you did." Stung by his words, Akina couldn't help but be flustered. Anyway," she finally blurted out, "I apologize for what happened to the princess. I won't force you to sympathize with me." Nox was not expecting Akina's apology. He wondered inwardly, "Why is she like that?" he asked cautiously. "What are you trying to do?" Akina replied, "I heard you're getting married." Before Nox could answer, Akina continued, "I think the princess announced your marriage to bother you more." Nox cautiously asked, "Are you here to talk about the marriage?" "Actually, I was a bit surprised, but why should you apologize?" Akina replied, "It's simple. I'm not asking you to. An heir of the dark family to support my side." After a long explanation, Akina finally got to the point. "I just wanted to say that the princess isn't that kind of person." Nox stared at her silently. Finally, he said nonchalantly, "You care a lot about the princess." Inwardly again, he couldn't help but admire the characters he had met before, thinking inwardly, "These are different individuals from what I experienced in the game." Nox looked at his hands and muttered, "This is truly frustrating." He wondered inwardly, is this the joy of being a gamer or empathy? Or Nox clenched his fist and told himself, forget it. After a long moment of thought he replied to Akina. She froze at his words. I can't believe it. I thought she had a reason, he continued. All I can do now is clean up this damned stack of books, so leave me alone. Akina looked at him. She bowed, saying politely, Rinhofer, thank you sincerely. As Nox placed a book on the shelf, he didn't forget to add, act normal. Don't say such polite things. As the book was placed in the empty space, a faint red light suddenly flickered. Nox immediately took out the book and carefully observed its surroundings. Indistinct letters appeared sporadically on the book's surface. Marin, contact successful, mission transmitted. Nox thought inwardly that he really disliked their method of communication. He turned to Akina and said, wait, I need to check something. Akina turned to look at him, then replied, do as you wish. He walked out of the library with the book in his hand. Opening the book, strange ancient characters appeared. Nox read aloud, a demon is sealed in the academy basement. Vaughn's magic stone is hidden in the academy basement. This was the mission Luna had given him. He thought inwardly about his plan. To steal it, I need to steal information about the Academy's internal structure and deceive as many people as possible. The corner of his mouth curled upwards. It's finally starting. From this moment on, Nox set his first step. Inner Lunatic. This was indeed the first main chapter of this cruel game. Nox clenched his fist and smiled quietly. It's finally starting. Inner Lunatic. His eyes glowed red and the sky outside was dyed red as if signaling the beginning. The first episode of this hellish game. In the palace, lights were still on in a few rooms and Emma's face was filled with fear. The maid worriedly looked at the person completely wrapped in a blanket and asked, My lady, are you all right? Emma stammered, continuing, My lady has been like this for 2 days. If you're not feeling well, you've been covering yourself with a blue blanket. Thalia said nothing. She held tightly to one edge of the blanket. Looking at her lady now, Emma suddenly thought of Nox and wondered inwardly, how did young Master Nox get to know the princess? Remembering the news article, Emma thought seriously. Even if he was handsome, choosing someone from the Dark family as a spouse. Suddenly, Emma thought of the patriarch, and she couldn't help but tremble with fear. Especially knowing how much the patriarch doted on his daughter, he would immediately kill young Master Nox. Emma's face hardened as she realized the consequences that could arise. This would lead to conflict between the two families. The maid approached the bedside and called Thalia in a small voice, my lady, please stop. Suddenly, Thalia sat up straight, throwing off the blanket. The maid was surprised at her lady's sudden change. Why are you like this? Lady Thalia got out of bed and faced Emma. Her eyes were empty and she softly called out, Emma. Seeing her lady now, the maid couldn't help but tremble with fear and she stammered in reply, yes, thinking inwardly. Truly scary. Thalia touched her body and smiled faintly, saying, Today I finally grew up. Emma took a step back, not understanding her lady's words. She was still trembling with fear. Emma asked, What are you talking about? Thalia's face hardened as she replied, I realized someone stole my belongings, and now I've finally learned. Saying this much, the corner of her mouth curled slightly. What my father said was right. Thalia repeated her father's previous admonition to herself. If you don't want to lose anything, you must become strong. Emma was speechless, only stammering, my lady, once more. Thalia softly asked, Right, Emma? Emma immediately fell silent, unable to find an answer. Thalia said nothing, only standing there staring. Her lady's current appearance made Emma even more frightened. Emma couldn't help but think inwardly at this moment, young Master Nox, save yourself. Speaking of Vaughn, it was a long story. Duke Vaughn, the demon who caused the night of slaughter, the main culprit behind Monox's death. At the same time, Vaughn and the demon made Noah reverse time, turning him into a child, killing him early in the main story. Nox wore a black cloak completely covering his body. Knowing everything about Vaughn, he naturally knew his abilities, and with his current power he couldn't kill him. Nox approached the water step by step, thinking it was fortunate he was wearing white clothes, and immersed himself in the river. After bathing in the river of evil, his attributes randomly increased, and at the same time he received a message from the system. Hidden fragment found. Bathed in the river of evil, his hand lightly touched the water. A golden aura enveloped Nox's body. The system chimed at this moment. Attribute increase random -2. Messages of mana continuously increasing repeatedly appeared. Mana attribute increase, -1, mana attribute increase, -1. Water poured down from above. That wasn't all. Nox continued to chant ancient spells. As soon as he finished speaking, the system notified that a hidden fragment had been activated. 2 ancient script symbols and the dragon's tongue glowed. Nox now had everything in his hands. Player has learned ancient script and dragon's tongue. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. If I hadn't married the princess, this would have already been an excellent discovery. A voice from above called out to him. It seems I wasn't too late. I thought you'd get lost. A path here is difficult. That person was Marin. Nox turned and immediately asked, Are you Marin? Marin replied, That's right. My nickname is Marin, that's me. Then she extended her finger forward, signaling. But you're a bit rude. Listen carefully. Marin said again. I am your senior and mentor, and I'm 2 years older than you. Understand? Nox replied briefly. I see, he thought inwardly. Actually, Marin is the most unpleasant person in Lunatic. The system quickly displayed her information. Basic info, name Marin. Gender, female, age 17, race human, main element water. Title, official member of Lunatic. A long table followed. Good traits, cheerful, admirable. Reliable, strong, mana perception, genius, charm, archery, genius, polymath, stamina 12, mana 10, luck 6, instinct 13, charm 20. Skills, passive skill, auto aim shot, active skill, water gun. Nox looked at it and muttered inwardly, one of her traits is something I really hate, an inner lunatic. Marin, oblivious, lectured him triumphantly. From now on you are my junior, so you must use polite language. Nox also didn't back down and said frankly, what old-timer? The rest he could only mutter to himself. That is the bad trait, polymath. In fact, as soon as she heard his words, Marin shouted in anger, are you calling me an old-timer? Absolutely not. She frowned, glared at him, and then pointed her finger directly at him, saying, this world is just useless. Hearing her words, he calmly replied, you seem to like talking at length. Marin then jumped down, saying, so you must respect me. She showed a very arrogant attitude at this moment. She reminded him, I joined Lunatic a few years earlier, and I'm 2 years older than you. Nox immediately replied, I heard that already. Then he asked her, so what will you do if someone like me respects you? Hearing his words, she was flustered and said, but there are rules in Lunatic. Suddenly, 2 shadows appeared from behind. He reminded her, wait, someone's coming. Let's move to the base first. At his demeanor, she grew even angrier. This she sighed and had no choice but to accept. Haha, it's your first mission, so I'll go easy on you. Do well. As she snapped her fingers, a magical parchment scroll suddenly appeared before him. Marin held out her hand and said, as you said, I'll move to the base. She reminded him, first, tear that scroll. He smiled and took it. Nox judged it to be a low-grade spatial teleportation magic parchment scroll. He tore the scroll in half and magical light emanated from it. Feeling the magical energy it emitted, he was impressed. It's really not much different from the game. The red light from the scroll enveloped him. The 2 quickly disappeared. A moment later, a few streaks of light appeared inside the base, and as soon as she appeared, she unpleasantly exclaimed, ah! Her head was completely dizzy at this moment, and she said very unpleasantly, I've done it countless times, but I can't get used to using this spatial teleportation magic parchment scroll. As soon as she finished, Marin shouted at him, sit down first. I've roughly explained the first mission, but I'll explain it again, so listen carefully. She cleared her throat and coughed a few times. Marin asked him, you've heard of the Night of Slaughter, right? The 2 thought of Von's sealing stone at this moment. He calmly replied, of course. Nox stated what he knew. Archdemon Von was sealed by the joint efforts of Dean Noah, Swordsman Celsus, and Lord Theo. That's why the day he was defeated is called that. She agreed, that's right, Von is a very dangerous individual. He was a monster that even swordsmen and the continent's greatest sages found difficult to stop. She recalled that all 3 of them were very powerless at the time. Suddenly, Marin emphasized the purpose of this operation. The problem was that the sealing process had taken too long, making it impossible to pinpoint the location of the magic stone containing his soul. He calmly said, but now we've found its location, and it's in the Academy's basement, so Lunatic has given me and the princess the mission to attract attention and destroy the magic stone. Isn't that right? She praised him. You catch on quite quickly, she added. Other than calling me princess instead of senior, you seem quite useful. Nox ignored the minor issue with an unpleasant expression. Seeing him act that way, she paused, revealing her attitude. Minor? He asked if the execution date for the plan to steal the magic stone had been decided. Marin sighed and replied, it's roughly scheduled for the Elden Academy's evening self-study hours. At this, she explained the plan to him. You need to keep the other Academy students and professors occupied at the Academy so they can't act. Hearing that, he asked in bewilderment, will that alone be enough? Nox asked. If the magic stone is destroyed and Von revives, she gave a mocking smile. It seems you don't know how capable the lunatic leader is, do you? Marin said confidently. He was the youngest swordsman among the 3 who saved this declining continent, so what you're talking about won't happen. He sighed to himself. I wish everything would go as smoothly as Marin says, but that's unlikely. He knew that Von would revive at this point. Though not in perfect condition, even a small mistake would completely destroy the entire Academy. The first chapter of the main story was titled Labyrinth and Slaughter, Newbie Guillotine. Nox secretly decided to play both the protagonist and the villain here to save the other characters in the Academy. He reminded himself, so I need to focus. At this, Nox requested of her, I'd like a detailed explanation of the plan. In an old underground bunker, a person was walking towards a red light. Before him was an orb emitting terrifying energy. Rick at this moment stared at the orb and suddenly said, all preparations are complete. He extended his hand and requested, now all we need to do is cause chaos on the continent just like in the past. A voice came from the orb praising him. Well done, those damned fools made me lose too much mana, so a full resurrection will be difficult, but this much is enough for now. The entity within the orb asked, is your name Rick? Hearing that, he placed his hand on his chest and replied, yes. Von at this moment reminded him, if you succeed, this time you won't be a half-demon but a true demon. Von shouted at him. Don't disappoint me. He gave a sinister smile at this moment. Inside the Academy, everyone was gathered together. He felt very helpless at this moment. Ilino glanced at Pelopi from one side while Pelopi was looking on calmly, and Thalia's face had darkened on the other. Suddenly, Pelopi opened her mouth. Thalia, I'm sorry. I hope you understand, she said. Human emotions cannot be controlled at will. He looked at Pelopi with an unpleasant expression and called her princess. Then he looked at Thalia with worried eyes. He called her Thalia. She fell silent at this moment. Suddenly she smiled. He had a bad feeling at this moment. Damn it, I completely forgot about Thalia. Annoying things are starting again. A terrifying aura emanated from her entire body at this moment. Thalia provoked Penelope with hostile eyes. Seeing this scene, Nox could only shake his head and avoid it. He sighed, muttering to himself, why did this happen? The scene transitioned to the school assembly hall. A voice echoed, "Hey everyone, have you heard the news?" A student with glasses said with a cautious expression. "The school is selecting the top 7 students by grade for evening supplementary lessons." Another student asked in bewilderment, "Supplementary lessons? So if we're selected, we get extra points and benefits?" The student standing nearby sighed regretfully. "Sigh, if only I had done better, I could have participated." The student with glasses crushed his hopes. "Wake up from your fantasy, you can't even make it to the middle," the blonde-haired student calmly said. "Anyway, those spots are for nobles." Student with glasses glanced sideways with contempt. "We commoners can't get involved, no matter how high our scores are," the blonde-haired student shouted. "Do you think I don't know? I know everything," the student with glasses scoffed. "Nobles only think of themselves, they always preach fairness, but look at them." His gaze turned towards the laughing and chatting noble students. "How is this academy any different from the outside world?" another student asked in bewilderment. "How can we know what elites think?" The female student standing nearby whispered with her hand. "But who are the 7 selected? What are the conditions?" He scratched his head and guessed. "Probably scores," the blonde-haired student said tearfully at this moment. "I have to get a high score somehow." But isn't the most surprising person him? As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps were heard. Nox walked confidently, hands in his pockets amidst everyone's admiration. His handsome face shone brightly, and the other students stared in admiration without even blinking. Seeing Nox, they couldn't help but whisper, "Is that the annoying guy from the Reinhofer family?" Though it was a small whisper, he heard it all. Nox thought helplessly. As expected, no matter where I go, people whisper about me. I didn't want attention, but what can I do? Nox glanced at the newbie killer. The most important thing in Archdemon Vaughn's core storyline is the bizarre scenery and immense magic power appearing in the middle of the magnificent castle. Nox immediately aimed for an A score. He said slightly mockingly, "How foolish, to not be able to participate in the evening study event if you don't get a high score. If that happens, I won't be able to connect all the events." A student said unpleasantly and quietly, "That damn bastard, he's truly unpleasant." The gray-haired student gritted his teeth in jealousy and asked, "He must have done something like bribery, right?" The student with glasses calmly replied, "Yeah, probably." The gray-haired student jumped up in anger. "That guy is everyone's enemy, so let's expel him from this academy," another student unpleasantly said. "No, you fool, haven't you heard the latest news?" He put his arm around the gray-haired student's shoulder. He told a secret that made the gray-haired student's face pale. "I heard he's engaged to the princess. If you speak carelessly, your life will be in danger." Everyone who heard that was afraid. "What if he hears our conversation?" Nox secretly cursed from afar. "I heard everything, you idiots." He closed his eyes and sighed, unconcerned. Nox thought that he couldn't ruin his future relationship with the Lunatic organization because of a few things happening at the academy. He looked up. "For someone like me who wants to leave the Reinhofer family, that organization is something to be utilized." He saw his name at the top of the list. This was the most important time during the upcoming 7 days of evening study. Nox turned to leave. He seriously thought to himself, "Archdemon P will revive and I must stop him." Back in the auditorium. Damn it. Nox's face contorted. "I forgot to check who was below me." Below him were Penelope von Aram, Thalia von Stilliner, and Akina von Zenos in order. Nox looked at the scene helplessly. Is this situation a real-life girls' fight? Is it a fight between an ex-girlfriend and a current girlfriend? He was stuck between the two. Nox gritted his teeth and clenched his hands tightly. "Damn it, this is the worst. Nothing has even started yet, and it's already a mess." Thalia narrowed her eyes, gave a sinister smile, and then spoke. "Understood, princess. It pains me to say it, but Nox is truly a good person." The corner of Thalia's mouth lifted slightly. "So I understand that your highness likes him," Penelope replied with a businesslike smile. "Oh, thank you for your interest." As soon as she finished speaking, Thalia spoke, but Penelope flinched slightly. Thalia's eyes became empty. She said loudly, "I don't think I can just quietly watch this." Her words made Penelope and Akina stiffen. Thalia said firmly with a hint of provocation, "The Stino family values victory immensely. I won't let anyone take what's already mine. It doesn't matter who it is. Understood?" A reddish-pink murderous intent flashed in Thalia's eyes. Penelope forced a smile. "Then I wish you good luck." She brushed past his shoulder. "I heard this marriage was arranged by the families," Penelope said dismissively with a side glance, "but someone was taking this marriage seriously." Nox hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Even though your highness is engaged, I don't care." He cast a gaze as if looking elsewhere. Reddish-pink magic power flew across the auditorium, and inside that magic power the phrase, "Everything at the academy will happen soon," appeared. Nox gazed slightly pensively. Scene transition. He entered the prison at this moment. Suddenly someone called out, "Hey!" Marin was sitting on the iron bars looking down with cold eyes. She asked solemnly, "What are you trying to do?" As soon as she finished speaking, Marin came down to the floor. As soon as she landed, she said accusingly, Are you spreading rumors that you're engaged to the princess? Are you crazy? Hearing that, Nox glanced elsewhere. It seems she's already heard the rumors. Actually, I don't know what happened either, he still insisted. It's what the higher-ups decided, Marin replied seriously. It's my job to train recruits. She drew her bow and said proudly and loudly, I need to confirm if you are suitable for Lunatic and if you will betray us. Nox helplessly grabbed his neck and sighed. Haha. Then he quickly drew his sword and held it forward, taking an offensive stance. Then don't regret it, Marin laughed excitedly. She reached back and drew an arrow. Nox was extremely vigilant at this moment. She knocked an arrow and unleashed a powerful strike. You should be more worried. The arrow flew towards Nox like lightning. He quickly struck the arrow away. Marin appeared without him knowing when she got behind him. She raised her bow and shot another arrow. Nox turned his head and quickly realized. Marin smiled brightly and didn't forget to remind him, I'll give it my all, so don't die. Marin held her bow and arrow ready to shoot Nox. She said cheerfully, I'll go easy on you. It'd be annoying if you died. Immediately, an arrow carrying a stream of water accompanied by a blue light swiftly flew towards him. He dodged sideways, thinking inwardly, Marin isn't lying, he thought. She really is the guardian of a legendary vanished tribe. The merfolk. He looked at her, who was about to shoot the next arrow, thinking inwardly that she had inherited their blood, and the power of her water arrow attacks could not be ignored. Even Luna, the leader of the Lunatic group, would find it difficult to completely block that attack. The screen displayed that the acting genius trait was strongly activating. He jumped backward, and she was still aiming her bow at him. He thought, it's best not to provoke her too much, seeing the arrow rapidly approaching right before his eyes. He immediately blocked the attack with his sword, but with my current power I can't gain her trust, he thought. His gaze suddenly sharpened. And everything is highly likely to end in disaster, he thought inwardly. Streams of water coiled around her bow and arrow, and he fell into thought. If so, in this battle, he told himself inwardly, I must secure an overwhelming victory. Then an intense aura emanated from his entire body. She said, You may have received the leader's recognition, but you are still just the lowest ranked member. Seeing that he was still indifferent to her words, she said angrily, What's with that attitude? You'll have to explain yourself clearly. She drew her bow again and continued to speak about the relationship between him and the princess. She activated her water formation, and countless streams of water rose from the ground, and she screamed, referring to all the events surrounding him. The water streams began to rise, engulfing him. She shouted angrily, Can you just say it was a coincidence? He held his sword and said coldly, You just don't want to believe what I'm saying. Isn't that right? I mean, my explanations are useless. She held her bow and the arrowhead was surrounded by streams of water. She gritted her teeth and said, Let's see how long you can maintain that arrogant attitude. A high water barrier appeared, obstructing his vision, and then it turned into a water vortex, immediately trapping him in the water. He said coldly, Do you think this trivial trick will work on me? And he slashed the water vortex with his sword. The slash cut through the water layer and the water streams quickly disappeared. She immediately seized the opportunity and retreated behind him. Marin quickly drew her bow again and said cunningly, I never thought such a thing would work in the first place. And she released her grip, saying, All I need to do is create a small opening. The water arrow swiftly flew towards him, cutting through the wind. He suddenly turned and looked at the arrow. The screen showed that the genius moment skill was activated, and his perception of time had slowed. He sensed the arrow's movement, and because he used his skill, he felt the arrow moving slower than usual, and he lightly tilted his head, thinking that he didn't want to reveal his abilities yet. But it seemed there was no other way. She was surprised to see him dodge her attack. She opened her eyes wide, thinking to herself, The distance between us is less than 10 meters, how can he dodge? On the other side he held his sword, and he swung his sword downwards, and the slash cut through the water barrier immediately surrounding her. A black vortex quickly engulfed her water streams. She was surprised and said, What on earth are you? She continued. That's not the power a 15-year-old child can possess. She looked at him solemnly and said, What is your goal in joining Lunatic? What exactly do you want? He just held his sword coldly and looked at her. She smiled and said, Anyway, it doesn't matter. She activated her water attack technique again, saying, I'll find out for myself. And she aimed her bow and arrow at the sky, and a stream of water shot up from the bow, flying towards the ceiling. The high and massive stream of water encircled him in a circle. He stretched out his hand and a black gas orb appeared, and he threw it over the stream of water. Immediately, black gas arrows shot out from the orb, piercing through her stream of water. She opened her mouth in surprise, and then the two attacked and slashed at each other. She thought with admiration, He's really dangerous. She gritted her teeth, thinking, Even if he doesn't intend to use Lunatic. She looked up at her stream of water attacking his black arrows, thinking to herself, He's talented enough to be a threat to the leader if he has any intention of betraying us. She felt that he was still holding back and thought angrily, This guy, he's still going easy on me. She asked herself, Why is this? Is he going easy on us to use us? Or is it because I'm also a member of Lunatic? At this moment he spoke. How long are you going to keep thinking like that? It's hard to make me wait too long, she shouted. You knew, how dare you make a mockery of a guardian? Her face darkened as she thought, I can't win. Is this the difference in our talent? I don't know. She clenched her fist and asserted, but one thing is for sure, if I don't give it my all, I'll lose. She thought of the lunatic members and felt uneasy, thinking, no, all the lunatic members might fall. She called his name, Knox von Reinhofer. He listened seriously to her words. I cannot accept you as a member of Lunatic. She drew her bow again and continued, you are truly outstanding, but I cannot understand the intentions hidden behind your actions. Her eyes sharply said, and according to Lunatic's rules I will consider you a potential danger and eliminate you. This time her power grew even stronger, and the fiercely surging waves showed that she was determined to eliminate him. Her arrow glowed, he thought to himself. This is the merfolk's secret technique, the water arrow. If I get hit by that attack I'll suddenly die in my current state. He felt uneasy about whether he could dodge it, but now he could do nothing, and she attacked him with her secret water arrow technique. The arrow, unlike before, was very aggressive and resolute. Suddenly a sword flew in and deflected the arrow's direction. She was surprised to see that. A voice rang out, Marin, what are you doing? It was Luna. She said, I told you to carry out a mission with the new recruit. Her eyes glowed, and she said angrily, then why does eliminating him become part of it? He turned his head and looked at her, and Marin shouted in surprise, Leader. He nodded and said, hello, Leader Luna. She stood upstairs, looking at him, and said, the same goes for you, new recruit. She continued, if you don't properly explain this situation. She looked at both of them solemnly and said, I'll punish both of you. Marin's arrow was blocked by Luna's sword and lost its direction. Luna said, I'll ask you again. She said angrily, what exactly were you supposed to do? Marin spoke, and she leapt into the air, then landed on the ground. She questioned Marin. Your mission was to distract the professors and academy students with the new recruit. And she looked at her sharply and said, this wasn't part of the plan, was it? She was startled and flustered. She bowed her head and replied, I apologize. I just wanted to confirm his loyalty to the organization. She retorted, that's my job, not yours. And she picked up the sword she had just thrown, adding one more thing. She held the sword and the blade was cracked from being hit by the arrow. She said coldly, look, your skill damaged his sword. She continued, you seemed to want to eliminate the brave new recruit, didn't you? Am I right? These words pierced her heart and she could say nothing. Then she glanced at him and said, I know, I also know he hasn't proven anything yet. Suddenly she exuded killing intent and her eyes darkened. But this time you've gone too far. There's only one reason to eliminate a lunatic member. You remember, don't you? She replied cautiously. Only when he betrays the organization, she said coldly. Don't repeat this mistake again. This is a warning. And she turned her head to look at him and said, the same goes for you, brave new recruit. He replied, understood, I'll keep that in mind. Marin at this moment felt very ashamed and remorseful for her unilateral actions. Luna suddenly called him, new recruit, and she continued, can you come out with me for a moment? He was surprised by her words and then replied, yes. The full moon shone brightly in the sky tonight. At this moment the two were already outside and talking to each other. She said, keep this in mind. I had no choice but to discipline both of you and enforce the rules. He said that since he had gained a lot as a member of Lunatic, these things didn't hurt his pride. He looked at her with a pouting expression, and he saw her expression and immediately explained, I mean, it's fine. Marin still doesn't trust me, she said. She rarely acts that way. It's hard to explain, but there must be a reason. I hope you understand. She suddenly smiled and said one more thing, and she continued. You owe me your life. She recalled the time Marin shot a water arrow at him. If Marin's arrow had hit you then, you would have died, he also admitted and replied with a smile. Simply put, that attack was terrible, she asked again. Weren't you surprised? He said nonchalantly. When you do things like this, it's common for death to be close. She smiled and said, how boring. Perhaps this is why Marin dislikes you. Suddenly her eyes sharpened. She said, just one arrow. These words made him not understand. What? She said. I'm talking about why Marin joined Lunatic. Just one arrow, she continued. Marin isn't that strong, but she only needs one arrow. An arrow always ready to leave the bow can sometimes hold immeasurable destructive power, she said gloomily. I can't even block it head-on, he thought to himself. I see, that's why my sword was cracked. He suddenly felt something was wrong, thinking, but it's strange if Marin is that strong. Why doesn't she appear in the main story? Marin, the merfolk, was the last descendant of a bloodline that could skillfully wield water and archery techniques. Luna said, so she can unleash that power. Of course, she stopped in mid-sentence. He looked at her carefully, thinking to himself, the merfolk are one of the species that went extinct over time. Very strange. They were mentioned in the main story of Inner Lunatic, but never appeared. He rubbed his chin with his hand, lost in thought, and said, the next time I face her, I definitely won't give her time to shoot an arrow. These words made her laugh. Cunning fellow, she touched his forehead with her hand. Don't think about confronting her, she continued. Do you know how dangerous Marin can be when she goes crazy? As I said before, you almost died. He helplessly sighed and smiled, and he looked around and said, this place is wider than I thought. He thought to himself, an arrow with destructive power. I've got a good card to use in emergencies. He left. Suddenly, seeing that she was still standing, she said, new recruit, you are strong. She stared at him and continued, you can defeat Marin even before she goes crazy. Her hair fluttered in the wind and her gaze was blankly fixed to the left, making her look even more beautiful and captivating. She said, not only that, but you are also calm and rational, able to eliminate your enemies without hesitation. He replied with a smile, you flatter me. Suddenly her eyes sharpened and she said solemnly, so I have a request for you. At this moment the two stood facing each other. She said, if Marin seems to be going crazy during this mission, she gave the instruction. Eliminate her, she continued. You are the only one who can do it. These words surprised him and made his eyes widen. The scene transitioned to Eldon Academy, where a professor was writing on the blackboard. He said, only those who open the upper, middle, and lower dantian can become perfect knights or mages, he continued. Innate talent is important, but in the end only those who work hard can open it. Penelope and Akina sat at a desk listening to his words. Suddenly he felt a chill as he sensed Thalia looking at him with hostile eyes. He gritted his teeth thinking, what did I do wrong? At least I should explain to Thalia my fiancé, Penelope said jokingly. Her gaze is quite intense, he said angrily. Can you really say that? He thought to himself. I didn't intend to sit next to her from the beginning, he recalled her saying. Anyway, we're engaged. She smiled and said, if we don't sit together people will get suspicious. He thought angrily, you should separate work and private life, even if you're the princess of this country. She laughed innocently and said, at least this has a good outcome. At least because you're engaged to me, Grand Crown Prince Li won't be able to kill you easily. Back to reality, he thought annoyedly. If you can't speak logically, just stay silent. Suddenly, Penelope paid attention to the person behind her. It was Thalia. She was still glaring at them. Seeing Penelope look at her, she immediately turned her head away. Suddenly, someone approached him and he paid attention to her. He said in surprise, "How you are?" She was Yana von Cider. He thought to himself, Yana von Cider, the next head of the Cider family, she's a succubus. He recalled the sweet image of a succubus, famous for her ability to absorb men's life force to enhance her own and others' power. He said he understood and she blushed, surprised. Leon sighed and said, it's hard enough to attend classes in the evening. Taking classes in the morning and then again in the evening seems a bit much. China, who was behind him, said, from what I see, there are at least 3 more classes today. Are you all right? He replied, no, I don't think I'll be attending any more classes. He asked in surprise, what do you mean? Suddenly, the ceiling shook and the lamp swayed and the entire classroom shook. They made a commotion. What's going on? The ceiling lamp fell, shattering into pieces. Ilino said, flustered, what just happened? He calmly stood up, thinking the main story seemed to have begun. The confrontation with Archdemon Vaughn had started. A black demonic aura spread. Rick stood before Vaughn. He smiled sinisterly, thinking, let the war begin. Knox recalled his conversation with Marin, sitting opposite her, and said, the Lunatic group assigned us the mission to create a distraction so we could destroy the magic stone, didn't they? She said, quite clever. She thought, if I activate the barrier separating this area from the outside, the students will naturally attack the labyrinth. She continued, we just need to buy as much time as possible. Back to reality. In the Eldon Academy classroom, wires connected to the lamp had snapped, leaking electricity, and the lamp had fallen to the floor, shattering into pieces. Everyone in the classroom was extremely flustered. Thalia was covering her face and crying, and Ilino was doing the same. Leon glanced at Penelope. Knox thought inwardly that Marin was performing her mission well. His eyes sharpened. Thinking the goal was to delay as long as possible, he said to Penelope, Ilino and everyone else, it will be very dangerous to stay here, Leon said. He activated 2 spells, he continued. The first spell is a spatial barrier that cuts us off from the outside world and traps us here, and he raised his hand and said, the second spell is a fine-tuning spell that randomly alters the structure of this building. Get out of here, he thought, truly witty, and he interrupted him and said, we must first neutralize the fine-tuning spell. Penelope also agreed and said, that's right, in the current situation we won't be able to break through that barrier. Yana said, yes, I agree too, she continued. This fine-tuning spell is similar to the fine-tuning magic people often use on buildings. At these words, he thought, what? Surprised, he thought irritably, Yana doesn't do anything in this episode, why is she still chattering? He bowed his head, lost in thought. Has the original plot changed? He said, listen carefully. We must first dispel the fine-tuning spell, just as Leon von Mabas said. At these words, Thalia said, dispel the spell? Surprised, he replied, that's right, all magic has a purpose, he thought inwardly. Of course she doesn't know that. She hates using her brain, he continued. If we achieve our goal or forcibly dispel the fine-tuning spell, we'll be able to get out. At these words, she felt a headache. Ryan, who was beside him, explained, simply put, if we endure the weight of this magic, it's likely to disappear. He looked around and said, first, we need to assess the condition of this building. Then he told everyone, let's split into 2 teams and check. Then he said, come back here in an hour. At this moment, Marin was wearing an invisibility cloak. She quickly ran up the stairs thinking, Noxrenhofer, it seems he can beat me. She stood on the opposite staircase, watching him go with Ilino and Thalia. She thought inwardly, even with large-scale magic I can't beat him. And he's gained the trust of others. Then she jumped into the air, bracing herself on a statue with her hand, landing safely. She stood on a statue of a girl and said, now it's time to deal with the labyrinth first. She smiled sinisterly. They call this the illusion labyrinth, don't they? Then she poured a red liquid from a white bottle in her hand onto the ground and covered her mouth. She drew a magic spell on the sand. She thought triumphantly, no matter how strong the Elydian students are, they won't be able to endure this. The spell was activated, and a red aura quickly spread towards them. She thought, I've already scattered a large amount of low-level demon blood. I can hold them for at least an hour. She trusted him and said, that rookie will endure. Suddenly, she was surprised to see him and everyone disappear, but he was trembling as if having a nightmare. He shed painful tears and she was surprised. Impossible, I made sure that rookie could endure. She grabbed her bow, gritting her teeth, and said, "Something's wrong, I have to keep going tonight." The sky was still illuminated by a bright moon, and outside 2 people were floating in the air. It was Luna and Deb. He called Deb and said, "Let's begin." He replied, "Let's do it." A pink flash swept into the academy. The 2 landed on the ground and he said, "What's wrong, are you alright?" "Noah Von Trinity is a tough opponent," she said. "I know." Then the 2 quickly rushed into a room and Deb said, Finally the door opened and he said, "We've arrived too." A blue spell appeared. It was the warrior's sanctuary. Luna entered the spell. Immediately, the spell broke. A huge magic stone lay in the center, surrounded by a shield. A voice echoed, "I knew you'd come." It was Noah. She said, "Someone like you is truly interesting." She stood facing them and said, "The leader of Lunatic and one of the 3 sword emperors." She looked straight at her and said, "The last successor of Moonlight Sword Luna." She said, "Noah Von Trinity, step aside." She raised her hand, drew her sword and continued. "The magic stone is an object that will bring ruin to this world." She smiled and said, "You already know my answer." Then Luna held her sword forward, and a red flash immediately enveloped the sword. She swung her sword horizontally. This strike split the ground and Noah was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly her eyes widened. Noah said, "Do you know what this is?" Ice arrows flew towards them. She cut down those arrows with her sword. She appeared from behind and said, "Luna, I truly enjoy confronting strong enemies." He smiled sinisterly. "And Vaughn is the strongest demon I've ever fought," she said coldly. "So you're going to revive him to fight him and prove you're stronger than him?" She replied, "That's right, what if I am?" A chilling aura of death flashed in her eyes. "Then I'll deal with you," she laughed. "I'll deal with you, haha." For that reason, she narrowed her eyes and said, "No, I'll deal with it myself." As soon as she finished speaking, she swiftly rushed towards her. The 2 fiercely clashed. Inside the barrier, the magic stone was emanating killing intent. Rick's figure appeared on the magic stone, grinning sinisterly. He placed his hand on the magic stone. The magic stone began to crack and Vaughn slowly escaped. In Nox's dream, a calm blue sea, sunlight reflecting on the surface making water droplets sparkle. Above a sunset sky, he looked out at the distant sea, wondering where he was. Suddenly, he saw something and was startled. He saw an angelic girl with white wings floating above the sea. He opened his eyes wide in surprise and raised his hand to stop her. "Don't go," he hastily chased after her. "Don't go." He stepped into the sea, thinking inwardly, "I have to bring her back." Waves rolled in and she disappeared. He reproached himself inwardly. "I lost her." His face contorted with regret and frustration. He was idly submerged in the sea and suddenly tears flowed. He raised his hand, surprised. In the distance, brilliant sunlight sank into the sea. It illuminated the entire sky brightly. He watched without blinking and suddenly a voice echoed, "Nox, stop, wake up now." He suddenly woke up, his eyes still wet with tears. "Nox." Thalia was waking him up. He wiped away his tears with his hand and said, "Was I crying?" She also cried and said, "Yes, I had no idea what happened to you." He thought inwardly, what was that? What did I just see? Was it a dream? He recalled the image of the angelic girl, thinking, although my memory is very hazy now, I remember that girl. It seemed she was trying to tell me something then. Suddenly, he turned around and found that Ilino and Thalia were also looking at him. He said, "How embarrassing, forget about it, let's keep going." He thought inwardly, now is not the time to worry about such things. At this moment the monsters began to attack and he thought it was now time to deal with the second labyrinth. They were all ready to fight them. Thalia cut down a monster with a sword glowing with red flames. Leon used dark magic. He was surrounded by a blue light and skeletal soldiers were summoned, quickly rushing to attack the monster. But their bodies were too small compared to the monster. The monster slammed its hand hard on the ground, shattering one skeletal soldier into pieces. Another skeletal soldier holding a weapon stabbed the monster. At this strike, the monster fell to the ground. Numerous skeletal soldiers surrounded the monster and began to attack. Yana behind Leon was also using her magic. Numerous purple arrows pierced the monster's head. He smiled, thinking, this dungeon isn't dangerous. He glanced at Akina using magic, thinking, of course not, there's a master here. Suddenly, he strongly kicked her leg with his foot and she screamed in pain. She gritted her teeth in anger and said, "You?" He pretended not to know anything and said, "I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional." He thought inwardly, I need to buy more time. Then, once all the monsters were down, they all gathered together. Leon wiped his mouth with his hand. He looked quite tired, he said. "We somehow managed to get through the second labyrinth." Penelope said, "Yana, you look tired." She replied, "I apologize, I'm still inexperienced." She cautiously asked him, "Nox, are you all right?" He said irritably, "I'm fine, don't compare me to weaklings." Ilino, who was beside him, said teasingly, "You were just crying and it hasn't even been 3 hours and you're already acting tough." Suddenly, Penelope spoke. "It wouldn't do to speak that way to my future husband." She immediately changed her demeanor and said cheerfully, "Oh my, I'm sorry, princess." He pouted from behind, at a loss for what to do. Akina said, "But what about the third labyrinth?" She continued. "The second labyrinth alone was already so difficult, I'm really worried." He smiled, thinking inwardly, finally it's my time to shine, he thought gloomily. The third boss of this labyrinth. He chuckled sinisterly. That boss, his eyes were sharp with a sinister smile. It was himself. The scene shifted to the magic stone. Rick said, "You finally awakened." He said cheerfully, "Your Majesty Vaughn." Suddenly, Lewis's illusion appeared and said, "Rick, can you hear me?" He replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." He held a bottle of red liquid in his hand and said, "Everything is proceeding smoothly, so do not worry." Hearing that, he said cheerfully, "I knew it. This is my only chance to become a hero." He said, "Understood." then his figure disappeared, but after he vanished, Rick smiled sinisterly. Fool, he looked at the bottle in his hand thinking, do you think you can gain power just because His Majesty Vaughn has awakened? Then he poured the liquid onto the ground thinking, even after His Majesty Vaughn awakens he will still be weak, and you alone won't be able to defeat him. He poured out all the liquid and said cheerfully, then everything will become easier for me. The bottle immediately shattered into pieces. Vaughn also appeared within the magic stone as it began to crack. Then the magic stone shattered into pieces and a red hand with red claws burst out. His Majesty Vaughn appeared with 4 horns on his head. Rick knelt down and said respectfully, I sincerely pay homage to your Majesty Vaughn. I am Mosu Zenfer. He glanced at him and clicked his tongue. He said, I didn't expect a little wretch like you to awaken me. He sighed and said, or was it truly a miracle that allowed me to rise again? Called Othlas. He replied, yes, your Majesty Vaughn. He said, I can feel it. Outside Luna was fighting Noah. He said, a familiar scent, the scent of a human behind that wall. Both were evenly matched. Seeing Noah smile, he asked, listen to me, is one of the 3 humans who sealed me before behind that wall? He said angrily, answer me. He replied, yes. He began to get angry and killing intent surged. He turned gloomy and dark. In the dim light of the labyrinth, he modified his doppelganger's appearance and pondered the last of the 3 trials. He modified his doppelganger's appearance and calculated the last of the 3 trials in the labyrinth's boss room. In fact, it wasn't threatening from the start. Why? Because he could already defeat it. The reward for defeating the boss was also too tempting. With a single sharp blow, the boss fell. Information clearly appeared before his eyes. Basic info: name, Nox von Renhofer, gender, male, age 15, race, human, main element, dark, achievements, none. Reward for defeating this boss: 3 random attribute points and positive traits such as sword genius, combat genius, mono-perception genius, insightful eye, mental strength, acting genius, neutral, avatar of darkness, and negative traits such as lifespan limit, minor illness, coldness of death, shadow intrusion. Status information appeared in the air: strength 6.52, mana 13, 2-3, luck 10, intelligence 11, charm 26. 3 hidden attributes: speed, unawakened, and currently held skills: active skill, genius moment, ruler's coercion, intermediate swordsmanship, rhetoric, transformation, dragon tongue. According to the special trait lifespan limit, the player's remaining lifespan is 147 days. He scanned the attribute table. Thanks to it, his mana and health were steadily increasing. Increasing attributes was good, however, as a member of Lunatic, his role was to stall them so they couldn't escape the labyrinth. Therefore, the solution he came up with was to use the Moonshadow relic to change his appearance and place his doppelganger at the boss monster's original location. It was natural for his doppelganger to be stronger than the boss monster. In a static atmosphere, Thalia stepped forward. Nox, where were you? He replied indifferently. Mind your own business. The corner of his mouth slightly curved into a faint smile. I just need to keep them busy until time runs out. The doppelganger appeared, blocking the group's path. Stop. You shall not pass this place. Thalia asked in surprise. You, who are you? Nox stepped forward. Wait, he worried inwardly. My doppelganger has consciousness and independent thought, but it's all based on my consciousness. If the conversation drags on, they might sense something strange. Leon suddenly spoke. Stop. One with such an ominous aura cannot be human. Akina followed up. That's right, I felt something strange about that face, and I was right after all. Nox frowned. These people. Thalia stepped forward, staring directly at the mysterious figure with resolute eyes. Who are you? The doppelganger calmly replied. Saiyan, a wandering mage. I just happened to be caught here when some magic activated near Eldon. Thalia said, blushing. Strange. For some reason you remind me of someone. Nox worried inwardly. Damn it, they're just chattering. He drew his sword. Anyway, that's just a monster. Don't listen to his words, just kill him. As he attacked, he was flustered. If he keeps talking, I'll be exposed. Sword strikes continuously shot through the space, but the doppelganger easily dodged them. The two had no choice but to step back to defend, Nox said to Thalia. He seems quite strong after all. Thalia gathered strength in her hand. I don't know, even if you ask me. A terrifying force erupted, pushing the doppelganger back. Thalia continued, it seems your sword strike was a bit slow, wasn't it? Nox was speechless. All eyes were on the doppelganger. As Thalia drew her sword, a red sword strike flashed in the air. The doppelganger dodged and gathered skills to counterattack. Thalia sprang from the pile of broken bones, attacking from a blind spot, but the doppelganger quickly bent back to dodge. Thalia kicked him in the abdomen, and Nox suffered in pain. Nox, what's wrong? Thalia asked, turning back. Ilino also worried. What happened? Nox gritted his teeth. Nothing. He suddenly realized he had overlooked 2 things. First, the doppelganger took 50 of his attributes. That meant his current status attributes were only half. Second, he felt pain when the doppelganger was attacked. Thalia spun around, leaving a scratch on Nox's sleeve. It seems the situation is more complicated than I thought. Can I last until time runs out? Meanwhile, an explosion echoed as Noah and Luna engaged. As Vaughn appeared from the black smoke, Luna raged. Noah, you came here and ruined everything after all. Do you have no interest in saving humanity? Luna raised her sword to the sky and gathered energy into it. Noah spoke delightedly. So you weren't serious when you fought me, little one? I tried to destroy that lowly thing countless times, but the only way to destroy the Archdemon's magic stone is to kill it as soon as it revives. But I didn't expect it to revive so quickly. Luna, I've seen that child's abilities, so it seems it's time to bring out my trump card. Luna delivered a fatal sword strike, splitting the ground. Noah used her power to hold Vaughn back. Luna focused all her strength on her final attack. Vaughn endured the attack and a loud explosion echoed. Both were surprised to see Vaughn still intact. Is that all you've got, just a useless witch with a name and a trivial little girl? Then you will both die right here. Vaughn snarled, gathering energy and unleashing a terrifying explosion that destroyed everything around. The doppelganger stumbled, sustaining another deep wound in its abdomen. Before it could regain its composure, Thelia's sword flashed like lightning, leaving a long cut on its arm. Numerous skeletal soldiers were summoned and charged mercilessly. Leon cast a spell, then swept his hand forward. We cannot let that powerful being go. We must use all our strength to deal with him. Leon smiled brightly in excitement, and he clutched his injured arm, internally filled with annoyance. That guy is so excited. Well, it doesn't matter. This should have bought enough time. The moment he swept his hand intending to act, the floor suddenly split, startling him. What is this? The floor cracked uniformly, spreading across the surroundings. Before he could react, a deep chasm opened, swallowing Ilino. Thalia, flustered, stretched her hand forward. Ilino! In that perilous moment, the doppelganger leapt repeatedly, running quickly to save her. Ilino had her eyes tightly shut, waiting for death, but when she opened them, she found herself in the doppelganger's arms. Are you all right? Ilino blushed, looking up shyly. Why did you save me? After the doppelganger carefully lifted Ilino from the dangerous spot and gently placed her down safely, he worriedly asked if she was hurt. Seeing that gentle expression, he was suddenly afraid. Damn it, was saving Ilino the personality of Yu-chan before I possessed him? More importantly, something was strange. This energy is clearly Archdemon Vaughn. Realizing something was wrong, he quickly ran towards the source of that strange energy, and Thalia, flustered, called out to him. Nox, where are you going? At that moment, he tried to resolve the urgent situation. Damn it. Where did it go wrong? If I can't stop that monster Vaughn, it's over. The battlefield was ravaged by smoke and fire. Luna rose from the ashes and surveyed her surroundings. She found someone in danger and rushed over, shouting loudly. Are you all right? The person gasped, weakly replying, I'm fine. Please deal with Archduke Vaughn first. Luna gritted her teeth and turned back. Noah, I'll get an explanation later. Noah, recovering from the shock, brushed her hair back and stood up. HMPH, you speak too carelessly. This isn't the time to be distracted, is it? As Vaughn's shadow appeared, Noah immediately adopted a battle stance with her skills. Luna looked at Noah, understanding internally. She's speaking strongly, but Noah doesn't have much mana left either. She can only use those spells twice at most. I've also used Moonlight Sword twice just now, so I don't know how much longer I can last. Vaughn's voice echoed through the space. You're too weak. Luna was startled to hear Vaughn continue speaking. Playing with you is truly fun, but I've thought of something more enjoyable. There are too many people here. Have all your students come as well? Both of them blushed at his words. Noah maintained her composure and replied, You've become ruder and dirtier than the last time I met you. Vaughn, being a character who preferred action over words, immediately acted. Watch closely. See with your own eyes how weak humans are and why you can't defeat us. Immense energy spewed into the space and Luna was horrified. No, she quickly leapt up, intending to attack with her sword, but Vaughn was faster. As Vaughn grabbed her, Luna had no choice but to adopt a defensive stance. Seizing Vaughn's distraction, Noah quickly flew back and blocked that powerful energy beam. Vaughn attacked with his other hand. It will be useless. Vaughn's sharp hand injured Noah, immersing her in painful memories. It was like that then too. I couldn't protect them. In an old inferno, terrible screams echoed. Ah, help me. In that miserable scene, young Noah cowered in a corner. Mom, Dad, clutching her aching heart, Noah wailed miserably. I don't want to see anything anymore. I don't want to read anymore. Even the power I desperately pursued was not enough against that demon. Noah was strongly thrown against a rock wall. Her head hit hard and she gasped, unable to fight anymore. Luna had to face Vaughn alone at this time, protecting Noah. Noah could only gasp in despair, realizing it was too late. Suddenly a purple sword strike flew across the space, striking down hard. Vaughn's powerful skill was diverted, exploding elsewhere, and Luna was busy blocking that attack. Noah, injured, weakly asked, What? He appeared and saved both of them. Dean, are you going to give up here again? If you lost your family, and now you lose your students too, you'll have nothing left. Noah weakly asked, How do you know? He didn't answer the question but declared, Anya von Renhaf, according to the ancient rules of the Black Sword, will kill Vaughn right here. A purple and black flash erupted from the sword in his hand, indicating it contained immense power. As he rushed forward, he quickly picked up a fallen mask and looked at it with worried eyes. I secured it safely, but that's not the problem, damn it. Rin was close behind him, and a confused expression also appeared on her face upon hearing those words. Vaughn revived like that. What should I do? He's on par with Leader Luna. In fact, there's nothing we can do. If so, what I can do is... Marin turned and stared directly at him. Nox von Renhofer, as your senior, I will do whatever I can to help you survive. That is, he firmly cut her off. Don't talk nonsense, I won't run away. A member of the Renhaf family doesn't shirk their responsibilities. But this isn't something we can handle on our own. He turned and glared directly at Marin with angry eyes. Are you saying it's okay for Leader Luna to die? Those words pierced Marin's heart like an arrow, freezing her on the spot. As he continued to move, he silently analyzed Marin's traits. Admiration and unwavering trust, those two traits must be her feelings for Luna. Luna who saved her and rose to the position of commander herself, therefore I will utilize her traits to the fullest. Stopping, he turned and looked directly into her eyes. I heard Luna saved you from the lab. Are you going to leave someone like her to the jaws of death? At that moment he whispered to himself, I am a villain and a cunning character in Inner Lunatic, remember? Marin gritted her teeth, trembling in anger. Then what do you think we should do? We're talking about Vaughn. Even sages and master swordsmen found him difficult to deal with, he replied briefly. Use your bow. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong aura surged. An immense pressure formed, forcing both of them into a defensive stance. Marin nervously looked ahead. He muttered, "It seems Vaughn has revealed himself. If we don't combine forces, we won't be able to stop him." Marin seemed to realize something. Did you hear about my archery skills from Luna? There's a more important issue now. Seeing her expression, he thought internally, she's hesitating, isn't she? Marin erupted in anger. You know how strong my water arrows are, don't you? If I use that skill, I'll go crazy. You could die. He watched her silently for a moment. Marin, the one who fully inherited the merfolk's abilities. Then he said in a resolute voice, Don't overestimate yourself. I won't die by the hands of someone like you. Get ready. In this urgent situation, he had no choice but to gamble. No one would be able to block Marin's arrow attack, but it had to be done, if they wanted to prevent the ending of this damned game. Seeing Marin grit her teeth and hold on, he decisively delivered the final blow. What's wrong? Have you already fallen for me in such a short time? As if his words hit her weakness exactly, Marin focused all her strength on her bow. Don't regret it, rookie, he replied without hesitation. Do you think I would regret it? His resolute words further solidified Marin's resolve. You won't retract your words, will you? Now I see why Luna called you a sassy rookie. He turned to prepare for her powerful attack. Nevertheless, honestly, I don't like you very much. In this moment of life and death, he gripped his sword tightly and unleashed all the energy in his body. The Holy Bringer utterly depleted the user's mana, causing a noticeable reduction and temporarily lowering mana perception. 1, 2, 3. He dashed forward like an arrow. From where they had been fighting earlier, his attack successfully blocked a critical blow aimed at Luna, but its immense power was diverted elsewhere. Though he moved in the blink of an eye, his strength was noticeably diminished, leaving him panting. Without a moment to catch her breath, Marin focused her energy for the next shot. He gritted his teeth and waited, then swiftly dodged the deadly projectile. He didn't forget to praise her. Her archery was truly remarkable. To shoot such a lethal arrow at her junior before he could finish, another arrow flew, forcing him to dodge again. He turned toward where the arrow had come from, and with a worried look said, Yana von Sider, why don't you stop hiding and show yourself, or are all the descendants of the three great dark families perverts now? Hearing his provocative words, Yana appeared and said, I've been found out, he quickly suggested, if I remember correctly. Yana is on par with Paracelsus and Lee, so he said to Yana, can't you use your magic to create an illusion to stop her? Marin, you're out of control right now. Yana thought for a moment, then replied, All right, I don't want to die, but you'll replenish my dark magic afterwards, won't you? This reminder made him uncomfortable. The method of replenishing magic was, frankly, unappealing, but in this desperate situation he had no choice but to accept. Nonetheless, I agree. Begin. I will face her. Yana, nearly hit by an arrow, cried ah, and finally agreed. Understood. On the ravaged battlefield, he looked at Noah and Luna, thinking to himself, the deaths of her family and friends are written in her backstory. She wears a crazed expression, but she's the one who's experienced the most painful things. He continued to advance with intense determination. At least for now, I must protect her before she despairs and gives up everything, he advised Noah in an earnest voice. Are you going to give up here again? If you lose another disciple teacher, you'll have nothing left. I will deal with Vaughn right now, so please lend your strength, teacher. Vaughn slowly observed him with sharp eyes. Are you the one who diverted my attack? There's a very familiar scent about you. Dark magic hidden in the shadows and the power emanating from that sword. Suddenly, immense power erupted from Vaughn's body. The opponent applied the negative trait Fear to the player. Noah and Luna froze, unable to move before that power. Vaughn suddenly asked, Are you Leo's son? He immediately noticed a strangeness in the air. With sharp combat instincts, he activated the Iron Will trait, nullifying the fear that enveloped him. He brandished the sword in his hand, dispelling the overwhelming killing intent. But Vaughn, seizing that combat will, said in a contemptuous voice, What do you intend to do? The corner of his mouth curved into a confident smile. Archduke Vaughn, I heard you were a weak demon sealed by my father. My family had even said you don't deserve the title of Archduke. These words infuriated Vaughn, and he lifted his head, snarling, This brat is all talk. Observing the opponent's reaction, he realized Vaughn was overly emotional, as depicted in the game. I need to use this. Information about the opponent appeared in his mind. Basic info: name, Vaughn, gender, male, age, unknown race, demon, main element, fire, achievements, Archduke of the 72 Demon Legions. Information about the opponent's traits and stats clearly appeared in his mind. Favorable traits: Mana Perception, Genius, Suppression, Mana Glutton, Neutral, Pure Demon. Unfavorable traits: Wickedness, Madness, Slaughter, Supreme Authority, and stats: Stamina 26, Mana 29, Luck 6, Willpower 27, Charm 16. He reviewed his skills. Passive skill: Pyromancy. Active skills: Fire, Fury, Calamity, Flames, Judgment. Seeing the situation before him, he couldn't help but feel excited. This guy is stronger than any enemy I've faced. Fire Fury attack was the critical blow I just blocked. Calamity Flames is a type of damage over time skill, very dangerous due to its chance trait. Judgment is an attack skill using a flaming sword, and all its skills are extremely powerful. Suddenly, Luna spoke from behind. What are you doing? Do you know where he came from? Seeing Luna appear, he suddenly realized, actually with just Luna's help, defeating Vaughn wouldn't be a problem, but I need a few items for now. I'll have to defeat him with what I have. In the tense situation, a voice rang out. There's a way to defeat Vaughn. Please cooperate with me. These words surprised everyone. Luna cried, Marin, she's alive. And the answer came immediately. Of course I promised, didn't I? Before she could finish, Vaughn angrily swung his sword, attacking both of them. How dare you disregard me in my presence? He quickly turned and blocked the attack, and the immense power made his entire arm tremble. Is that the judgment skill? Luna whispered in his ear. Marin is confident she can overcome the obstacles and control her power. Nodding in confirmation, he watched as Luna rushed to engage Vaughn. As Luna leapt, aiming for the opponent's head, Vaughn quickly blocked with his sword. Don't forget I'm still here, Vaughn. The battle proceeded with extreme tension. Noah turned to him and said, All right, brave new recruit, I'll leave it to you. It's better than both of us dying here. He quickly presented his plan. Teacher, you can still use area of effect magic about twice, right? Please cast an area of effect barrier around Zone 1 to prevent anyone from entering, Noah asked again. All right, are you telling me to protect the students? He said with a confident voice. You will certainly do so, Noah smiled and said. You have a really sharp tongue, but that's why you're valuable. As the large-scale magic was cast, signaling the start of a fierce battle, Vaughn angrily struck the ground hard. You imbeciles are starting to play games. Without stopping, he leapt into the air, preparing for a final blow. Do you think you can defeat me by stalling for time? Vaughn's sword descended towards him, and he focused all his strength on his weapon to block it, simultaneously provoking, Is this all the power an Archduke possesses? You're nothing but a brat, Vaughn sneered. Ha, you managed to block a few of my attacks, and now you think you're someone special. The system notified that the opponent applied the negative trait fear to the player. Vaughn continued to taunt. How pathetic, your father was 100 times stronger than me, but he only sealed me, not killed me. I will tear you to shreds. He poured more strength into his sword, but it seemed he couldn't last much longer. He bravely activated a trait. The Iron Will trait nullifies the negative trait fear. We'll see. The system notified that the item Stormbringer had absorbed the player's mana to its maximum. He blocked the terrible attack, but he coughed up blood. Looking up, he saw Noah had almost completed her skill, and he rejoiced. Has the barrier formed? Noah replied. Almost done. I'm planning to destroy B. Seeing Luna struggling to hold B, he worried. Damn it, come on, get a grip. I'm at my limit too, Marin. Even if you're a supporting character in the game destined to die and disappear. I don't want you to die. No, to want it would be truly absurd, the system warned incessantly. Warning, no mana remaining in body. Warning, energy is being converted. Warning, lifespan is rapidly decreasing. He advanced with the thoughts filling his mind. You deserve to live. You have the right to claim your life. So with all his remaining strength he attacked Vaughn, shouting, Please come on, Marin. Somewhere strange, Marin lay surrounded by cold-eyed, ruthless scientists. Marin thought. The first air she breathed upon opening her eyes was far from clean, filled with the noxious smell of chemicals, and beside her, long test tubes lined up, watching her movements like soulless eyes. The experimental instruments were chilling to behold. And before her eyes, children became test subjects, with soulless eyes and lifeless bodies. Before knowledge was injected, piercing her mind like a blade, and even before she fully understood the injected knowledge and language, Marin realized one thing. The chemical solution began to react. She took a step. This laboratory was her origin, surrounded by cold white walls and a place where she had to prove her worth amidst despair, because it was the only way she could survive in this cruel world. A device was being implanted in her brain and people holding syringes lined up around her. As she lay in a stifling, secluded room under the dim fluorescent lights, a voice rang out, H210, can you hear me? H210, that was the name given to her. Yes, as soon as she heard the command, Marin stood up and she had to follow the other researchers. Marin didn't quite know why. They led her before a bizarre mass of living creatures as if one of the experimental subjects meant to recreate the power of ancient races contained within a tank. Marin thus learned that many orphans had become test subjects here due to the war. A researcher with cold eyes approached and said, H210, make that mass move. So Marin always had to smile brightly, pretending to be the most capable among the soulless dolls. She smiled and complied with their demands. She had to show that she was the one who could best control the merfolk blood flowing in her body. Only then could Marin avoid becoming like the disappeared children. Then one day, under a rare soft sunlight, a person with a warm smile came to her. As Marin sat alone, a voice suddenly rang out, Hello, starting today. I will live with you as one of the researchers. After that, Marin began to live with her in a cozy little room. Of course, in this world, she had no choice. Like a cow being led to the slaughter, she could only do as they commanded. Marin's eyes grew increasingly soulless and weary. Contrary to her initial worries, Jay always asked kindly in a soft voice, The lab isn't boring, is it? You've worked hard. What do you like? Jay walked around Marin, asking various things, and Marin couldn't help but be surprised. This special attention permeated Marin's heart like warm sunlight, astonishing her. Jay gently brushed Marin's hair with a soft hand and asked, H210, doesn't that sound too stiff? Calling you that feels a bit strange. Your hair is blue like aquamarine, so how about I call you Marin? Marin expected nothing from this dark life, because everyone only saw her as a monkey in a zoo or a worthless test subject. Jay carefully adorned her tangled hair with colorful flowers, and Marin was surprised by her reflection in the mirror. Jay was different from the others. With genuine love and care, she treated Marin as a person. Days spent joyfully playing together in a colorful flower garden. Jay watered the trees, splashing cool water on Marin's body as well, and a radiant smile blossomed on her innocent face like the morning sun. She saw Marin not as a tool, but as a person with a loving heart. One star-studded night, Marin with innocent eyes wondered, "Why are you so kind to me? People say I'm a monster because I was forced to receive merfolk blood. I'm a weapon, and I'll soon be dragged to the battlefield and die." Jay couldn't help but be surprised to hear those words. Seeing Marin's earnestness, Jay stroked her head with infinite love and said, "Since you shared your secret, I'll tell you mine. Actually, my family is being held hostage, so I have to work here," Marin asked worriedly with aching eyes. "Jay, do you want to see your family again?" "Of course, Marin. If I ever leave you, will you want to see me again?" Marin with trembling hands tightly grasped Jay's sleeve and weakly whispered, "Jay, are you going to leave me?" In the quiet night, as if in unspoken answer, Jay leaned her head against Marin's and love filled her heart, overflowing. "Yes, that's what family is." Marin, still holding her sleeve, slightly raised her head and asked, "Then do you also consider me family, Jay? Is that why you're kind to me?" "Yes, and there's another reason I want to protect you," Marin asked curiously. "What is it?" "Because you're still young." That answer warmed Marin's heart, and she happily closed her eyes and lay beside Jay. "Children need to be protected by adults. So you too must protect children younger than yourself, understood?" "Yes, I understand." And they both leaned against each other and fell asleep. Spending peaceful days with her, Marin felt that everything had become more stable amidst the warm love. As Marin perfectly trained her abilities, the power of the merfolk slowly began to awaken. Going outside, she trained while listening to Jay tell stories. Thinking back to her dark childhood, had there ever been a moment Marin was happier than now? No, there certainly hadn't been. Listening to her stories felt like melting into a beautiful life. And such happy times, as always in this tragic life, were bound to be shattered by the most trivial reasons of a cruel world. One gloomy day, Marin and Jay were surrounded by strangers with cold eyes. "How much longer do we have to wait? I told you the power of the merfolk is absolutely necessary to strengthen the imperial family." Jay tried to protect Marin with her frail body. "Don't call her merfolk anymore. This child's name is Marin. She's human." Marin trembled behind Jay, clutching her hands tightly, tears streaming down her face, but they continued to exert pressure with cruel faces. "No, she's just a weapon, and weapons must be used in times of war like this. Awakened tool." Then they grabbed Marin's hand and pulled her away, as Jay tried to stop them with all her remaining strength. "Don't do that," one of them shouted with mad eyes. "Shut up." Then he forcefully slapped her face. "Get Jay out of here. She has violated imperial military law. Punish her immediately." She was beaten and fell, but enduring the pain, she reached out to Marin. Marin, crying in pain, struggled to reach Jay, but they quickly commanded, "Drag her away quickly." Jay desperately continued to struggle. "Let go." Marin also screamed desperately, trying to break free. "Stop." Suddenly, Marin broke free from the encirclement and shouted loudly with furious eyes, "Stop!" Immediately, a soldier drew his sword and sneered with a mad face. "Ha!" A weapon swayed by personal feelings. How about this? In Marin's extreme terror, Jay bled, cut by a knife. "If you're a tool, act like one. Remember. Otherwise, next time it will be your right arm." Jay clutched her arm, enduring the pain. Marin could not suppress the rage that surged like fire. Even if it's not me, what about my sister? We're all human, so why do you treat us like this?" But to them, she didn't even have the right to speak such words, so they dismissed her. "A weapon, not a human, has no right to question us. Follow quietly." Those cruel words seemed to push the desperate Marin to her breaking point. "No, you are the weapons." A colossal tsunami-like power erupted, enveloping the girl's body in an astonishingly dazzling blue light. Jay wept, trying to stop her. "Marin, no!" But Marin in her rage could not control herself. With burning eyes, she drew her bow and shot a powerful arrow of fate forward, tearing through the night sky. After the powerful arrow was fired, the surrounding landscape lay in ruins like a desolate battlefield. Fragments were scattered everywhere, and the wind carried dust. Marin, having unleashed that terrible power, slowly regained her senses and looked at the unfamiliar scene with confused eyes. In the silence, a shadow approached and called her H2, making Marin uneasy. Luna approached and a low voice echoed, "According to the report, that seems to be your name. I am Luna, the leader of Lunatic." At those words, Marin grew even more confused. She mumbled, "Who are you?" And the lab besides. Then, as if remembering something, she hastily asked loudly, "What about my sister Jay? What happened to my sister Jay? She was a brown-haired girl." "She took care of me," Luna replied softly. "Jay is dead." Those words felt like a knife tearing at Marin's heart. Unable to believe her ears, she stammered, My sister is dead?" Luna nodded. "Yes, there's one thing I need to make clear. What killed her was you." Upon hearing that, Marin was startled, her face darkening as if it was sinking endlessly into darkness. She backed away, trying to deny it. "No, that can't be." Luna stood there and calmly explained, "Currently, Lunatic's mission was to attack the Imperial Research Lab that abducted and experimented on children. But everything was over before we even arrived." The wind blew fiercely, and Luna recalled the moment before the two met. At that time she pleaded, trembling, "Please help me, take that child away." Luna bent down and asked softly, "Is the child unconscious because of the merfolk's power?" Jay hastily protected Marin. "It's not her fault. She's just a child who was experimented on by adults. Take her and let her live a normal life. She hasn't done anything wrong." "She hasn't killed anyone," Luna, looking at the scene before her, asserted. "You killed her. Jay and everyone else," Marin gasped, covering her mouth. "I killed my sister Jay. My sister Jay died because of me. But I believed that the power they gave me could save my sister Jay. But in the end I couldn't save my sister Jay, I became the terrible weapon they wanted. Seeing Marin hesitate, Luna spoke. Join Lunatic. As Luna continued, Marin looked up in surprise. If you want to get revenge on the imperial family who tormented you so much. Memories flooded Marin's mind. She remembered Jay talking about demons when she read storybooks. Demons infiltrate the weak hearts of humans, offering sweet deals and promises. But I have nowhere else to go. Even though I know hatred will only drag me into a swamp of pain, the pain for my sister Jay led me down this path. Her resolve was firm. Marin said, I'll follow you, let me join Lunatic. Luna approached closer. From now on call me leader. Your skills are important in Lunatic. You are truly talented. If you learn to control your power a little more, I will immediately promote your rank. Luna understood inwardly. Even if that power and talent are not mine, I must run to her. Like a moth drawn to a flame, I must help her. Luna is the one who saved me and my sister Jay is the one I killed. Marin woke up amidst a fierce wind. A voice echoed. Oh hello. Marin was startled. Who is this woman? Yana von Cider. She just used illusion magic and I was possessed, but how is she still alive? He quickly explained. I understand, even if you're a little confused. Don't worry about being possessed, as I used my abilities to suppress you. He looked at Marin and suddenly realized the Cider family's trait, charm. With that ability she could stop his madness. That was why Nox entrusted himself to her. Seeing no familiar faces, Marin asked, Where's Nox? Yana replied, He's fighting. Marin was startled. What? I have to go now. As she tried to rush out, Luna called after her, Wait, it's dangerous. Another voice echoed, You're finally awake. Luna is still alive. Dean Noah too. Marin heard Longbow express concern. That's your leader, Luna. The report says so, but it's certain that you're still alive, he replied. That's right, you know the current situation well. Yes, no, if you're swept away by Yana von Cider's charm, shoot an arrow at me. Marin was startled and fell backward. What did you say? He continued. No matter how accurately you aim, he'll easily dodge that attack. So if I take him to the exact spot, shoot an arrow at me. If you do that, Marin interrupted him. Why are you sacrificing yourself? He replied. I'm not sacrificing my body. Marin still didn't believe him. Otherwise, why would you ask someone else to attack you from behind? Trust me, I won't die, he said, struggling to block Von's terrible sword. Marin knelt down and prepared. I can trust what you're saying, right? He replied. Yes, at this moment he was struggling to block Von's terrible sword. His words seemed to shine a light on Marin. Somehow his words gave her a certain peace of mind. Wait. My arrow will surely pierce your body. Von stood proudly in the center of the battlefield with cold eyes that revealed no arrogance or contempt. If I regain my original power, you won't even be able to touch my toe. What a pathetic sight. In the air, burning sword flew fiercely, emitting terrifying flashes. He quickly sensed the approaching danger and tried to dodge in time. The force of the terrible blow cracked No's shield. Fortunately, it was strong enough to prevent the sword from passing through. Luna, panting, looked at him with concern, approaching and asking, If you're not a fool, you know too, arrogant rookie. No's shield will soon reach its limit, not just the shield. Her mana is almost depleted now. Noah desperately tried to maintain the shield, her stamina slowly weakening. She can only block those flames at most 1 or 2 more times. When are you going to execute that plan you proudly spoke of? He gripped the sword in his hand, determination evident on his face. Just once is enough. Break that bastard shield, a triple barrier surrounded by high-level magic. Von slowly approached the two. His eyes meticulously observed his opponent, continuously analyzing in his mind. Because of that, his attack power isn't that strong. I can endure it too, but if I can't break such a sturdy shield, the plan will be meaningless. Luna immediately raised her sword ready to defend. Luna expressed her trust in him, saying in a soft voice, Please, I hope that plan works. Then she began to defend with her power. Von snarled in an angry voice, What a foolish little girl who knows nothing of the world. He approached Luna with terrible power in his hand, ignorant and presumptuous. Immense power surged into her arm and approached. Luna calmly activated her skill and confronted it head-on. Moonlight sword style, third form. The silver-white light of the moon enveloped the sword. That pure power seemed ready to tear everything apart. Zanmetsu, behind the crimson flash. Von raised his hand to block Luna's attack, but Luna's power pierced through the shield. Luna attacked once more to weaken her opponent, but she was repelled. Von sneered. Not bad, but you're still not enough for me. You only broke the first shield. He was too accustomed to such feints, so he easily predicted and blocked the next attack. Worm-like lower beings. You're seeking your own death, he shouted loudly. Now shoot now. He knew his power was at its peak. The arrow, cutting through the wind, was fired with immense force. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Dying? Who said anything about dying? Quick as lightning, he activated the active skill Genius Moment and his mind worked rapidly. First, according to the setting, the merfolk's arrow speed is at least 400 km/h. The distance from where she shot the arrow is about 0.3 kilometers. Second, it will take at least 3 seconds to reach the target. Of course, I'm not a mathematician, and this isn't an exact calculation either. I'm just betting everything on my intuition that survived this hellish world. 3 seconds, I'm betting everything on my calculation. He quickly dodged. Von barely saw his flames pierced by a strange force. And then, as it pierced his body, blood gushed from his mouth. He saw that and understood that he was quite exhausted. It was only natural, as he had continuously used skills that consumed a lot of mana. Von coughed a few times and then triumphantly said, In the end, you couldn't even break the last shield. Victory is mine, he sneered. Who said I couldn't break it? Then he quickly equipped Stormbringer, a conquest relic of the Lunatic members. Stormbringer absorbs the user's life force to its limit. The special effect of the Lunatic members' conquest relic was activated. Players' attack power increased, and the active skill Over Limit was activated. This is an incredibly powerful enemy. To defeat him in a single attack would require sacrificing an enormous amount of life force. Caution. The life force removed by Over Limit cannot be absorbed by the Black Flame Ring. Would you like to activate the skill? Without hesitation he smiled and resolutely activated it. All power was concentrated into one decisive slash and the tip of his sword was covered in pitch black light. Vaughn looked at him with contempt. You piece of scum. No matter how much you struggle, you won't change anything. Then he raised his sword and confronted him head-on. Two immense powers clashed, checking each other. He slowly gained the upper hand and Vaughn was startled. What? Seizing the opportunity he charged and slashed Vaughn twice. Black sword style first form, single cleave. The sharp sword split his head in two and then cut Vaughn vertically, startling him as his body was severed into two pieces. He gasped in despair. No, that can't be. Only you are left. He slowly vanished into thin air. He staggered to his feet. After the battle his body was so weak that he couldn't even lift his sword. The player's life force plummeted and the equipment he wore slowly disappeared like smoke with the sunlight. Once everything vanished, he collapsed from exhaustion. Caution. The player's remaining life force is less than 30 days. He lost consciousness after the arduous battle. In the silence after the battle, Marin stood, her eyes still reeling from shock. Is this the power of an ordinary academy student? Before her eyes, Vaughn had completely vanished, leaving behind an unusually peaceful scene that left her lost in thought. Even Commander Luna had told her how fast her arrows were. A flicker of doubt crossed her eyes, but he dodged it from this distance. She stood blankly, wondering if human reflexes could make that possible. Under the faint sunlight, the new recruit lay completely exhausted on the ground. Marin sighed in relief and smiled slightly. Perhaps an unexpectedly remarkable individual has become my junior. Her gaze deepened. Perhaps he even surpassed Commander Luna, or perhaps even the abilities of his father, Lord von Richthofen. She tilted her head slightly, pondering, why was such exceptional talent hidden? His appearance in the academy classes came to mind and Marin continued to think. Perhaps he thought his astonishing talent might cause problems someday, so he deliberately acted like a troublemaker to hide himself. She nodded slightly, as if realizing something. Being too close to the maid must be one of the reasons too. Now I understand. A faint smile flickered across her lips. A troublesome, witty and handsome new recruit. Determination flashed in her eyes. But with Commander Luna and the new recruit it might be possible. Her voice lowered, disparaging the foolish Emperor Esteban. She curled her lips coldly and said, naturally his daughter Penelope will also have to die in the process. Noah silently gazed at the spot where Vaughn had vanished. Only a thin wisp of smoke was slowly disappearing there. It had become a concentrated magic stone. Luna suddenly realized something. So Dean Noah resurrected Archdemon Vaughn. She looked down at the ground with sharp eyes, as if intending to destroy the magic stone. Luna asked in a low voice, is that right? Doubt lingered in her eyes. Now that I think about it, it's truly strange. Why would the Dean who suffered the most because of demons resurrect Vaughn if it's simply for revenge? Isn't that too reckless? Noah slightly curved her lips. I did not consider revenge. But unfortunately, my abilities aren't sufficient for that. That's all there is, child. Luna thought for a moment, then replied, understood. She looked up at Noah with a firm gaze. But I hope to hear an explanation next time, Noah replied in a gentle voice. Hee, that would be nice. Luna took this opportunity to warn her. Noah von Trinity, the next time we meet, you'll need to have fully recovered your strength. You know that stronger enemies are approaching too, Dean. Ah, Noah interrupted before she could finish speaking. Don't worry. I'll take good care of this child. With everything concluded, Luna had no reason to stay any longer. Excuse me, then I'll be leaving. Noah watched Luna's retreating figure with a smile, then turned to her disciple. Thank you, my disciple. In the silence, the barrier above shattered, and everything vanished into thin air. Soon after, the rescue team arrived, their urgent footsteps echoing. Dean, Noah, are you all right? The magic stone sealed in the museum basement was destroyed. What on earth happened? Noah chuckled, evading the question. It's just a coincidence. That's just how it is, hee. Lars shook his head in disbelief. A coincidence? That can't be right. Lars was surprised to see him collapsed on the floor. My disciple knocked snap out of it. Even as people cleaned up the scene, Noah continued to be questioned about what had just happened, but no matter how weakened he was. Ultimately, who defeated Vaughn? It seems the Dean herself confronted him. Noah only replied with a mysterious smile. Well, Bong realized something. This is troublesome. That expression means she's absolutely not going to tell us anything. The two hesitated, unsure how to report this situation to the Imperial family. Lars and Bong looked at each other, starting to shift blame. Hey, you find a way. Why me? You do it. Noah left with a thoughtful expression. The mana sealing stone couldn't have shattered without a reason. Noah's eyes sharpened. They must be behind this, just as I expected. Noah vaguely clenched her fist, thinking of the Imperial family. Her face darkened, and that immediately meant, they'll definitely be here. Her eyes, filled with anger, swept across her surroundings. How dare those filthy demon worshippers taint my domain with their stench? In the infirmary, A tense atmosphere lingered as he still hadn't regained consciousness. Knox, he's not dead, is he? He's been unconscious for 3 days, Thalia said worriedly. This won't do, I need to contact my father and have him bring the antidote. Dizzy quickly stopped her. Wait, Lady Thalia, let's just observe for now, Leon sighed and shook his head. Honestly, why does he charge in like a moth to a flame? Ryan defended him. Don't say that, there must have been a reason. Thalia suddenly stood up. No, I have to go myself. Dizzy urgently dissuaded her. Lady Thalia, just a moment. In a quiet room he regained consciousness, but the noisy sounds from outside only made him more exhausted. This is the first time I've ever wished not to wake up. He looked down at his body, which had recovered incredibly quickly. The system informed him. The blessing of moonlight has been infused into the player's body. The blessing of frost ice has been infused into the player's body. He looked up at the ceiling and sighed. With these 2 blessings, there's nothing to be done. He fell into thought. The academy appears to be on the Emperor's side outwardly. He frowned slightly. An academy student belonging to a criminal organization in a place like this. He looked out the window. Noah is probably healing me to gather information. At any rate. I need to pretend to still be asleep here and buy as much time as possible. The evening sunset streamed through the window and he awoke from an unexpected nap. He murmured, "Did I fall asleep?" He let out a sigh of relief. It seems to have finally quieted down. The familiar figure of Illino suddenly appeared beside his bed. "I knew it. You're awake," he sighed helplessly. "Oh, what is it, Illino, at this late hour?" Illino didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "I'm just going to ask one thing. What exactly is your relationship with that person named Saiyan whom we met in the labyrinth?" Upon hearing that question, his breath hitched, and his body stiffened as he tried to maintain composure. Illino gazed at him with a sharp look as if trying to pierce his eyes and whispered softly, "You know it too, don't you?" Illino's voice echoed in the quiet room. "Every time you lie, your pupils contract slightly and your hand trembles a little," she continued softly. "But your speech is as natural as flowing water, making it difficult for others to suspect." Anxiety churned in his heart, and he thought inwardly, "Damn it, is deceiving Illino's acting genius with my own acting genius still not enough?" Determination flashed in his eyes. "This can't go on. I must uncover the true purpose hidden behind it." He slowly opened his mouth. "Saiyan and I have a connection," Illino quickly replied. "A blood relation, you mean?" Her gaze lingered on his face. The eyes were astonishingly similar. "Isn't that right?" Fear coursed through his heart as he listened to Illino's revelations. "I see. This was the secret sealing the Reinhofer family had hidden in a secluded village. I heard they called such seals talent prisons, places that shackle extraordinary talents. Saiyan must be one such case." He laughed awkwardly and replied, "No matter how much the Reinhofer family has declined, it wouldn't be to this extent, would it?" Illino gazed into the distance, lost in thought. "Actually, everything was truly strange from the beginning." She sighed slightly. "He didn't seem to intend to harm us." He looked Illino straight in the eyes. "Then what do you want from Saiyan?" Illino replied without hesitation. "I want to repay him." Her eyes shone as she continued. "That Reinhofer truly left a deep impression on me. I intend to bring him to my side." He realized Illino's intention. "So in conclusion, you want to use me as a bridge?" Illino smiled brightly and replied, "Exactly. Someone as capable as you is perfectly suited." He gritted his teeth, trying to suppress his surging emotions. Does she really think it'll be that easy to recruit talent from the Reinhofer family? Before leaving, Illino gently requested, "Please tell him to come to the Liver and Merchant Guild headquarters within a week." She walked into the twilight. "I'll go first. I hope everything goes well for you." Dizzy Kai accompanied him, saying in a worried voice, "Young master, you're too reckless. I've warned you many times, but this time you really went too far," she continued. "Perhaps the family head will also speak to you separately, young master." He quickly stopped her. "Please don't report it to the family. I don't want to cause any more trouble." Dizzy Kai replied softly, "I already sent the letter. This time I had no choice. As your maid, I have a responsibility to report your actions, young master." He slammed the door shut in anger and entered his room. Fatigue was evident on his face, and he thought inwardly, "I wish I had stayed unconscious longer." In the silence, a hesitant voice suddenly echoed, Well, the voice continued, "I don't know if you know. But if I, Succubus, a half-demon, want to absorb dark magic," she paused, then continued, "There's only one way. Can you help me?" He heard those words and thought inwardly, "It's finally come. She's finally appeared." In his mind, he recalled that beings like Succubus were famously living nightmares, absorbing men's life force to enhance their own and others' power. He reassured himself, but everyone misunderstands. It's not as absurd as they imagine. Lunatic is an academy-themed story for all ages. He continued to think, there will definitely be no scenes of Succubus doing such things. In that case, I can rest assured. After a long moment of thought, he asked, "Then how can I help you?" Yana hesitated and replied, "Well, could you hold my hand?" "No, just for about 10 minutes." He watched her carefully. "That's no problem," he added. "Is that enough?" Yana replied, flustered. Yes. "That would be quite good." He looked at her with curious eyes. "Let me ask one thing. Was there any special reason you followed me that day?" Yana replied, flustered. Well," she continued in a trembling voice, "since young master is also from a dark family, I had a few questions." She hesitated and continued, "And young Master Knox has changed a lot recently. Before, perhaps." He looked at her with sharp eyes. "What do you mean? Are you saying the old me wasn't like this?" Yana quickly bowed her head. "I apologize." He took off his clothes and sat on the bed. "Replenish some magic." Yana replied in a low voice, yes, yes. While absorbing magic, he thought inwardly, Yana von Cider. He continued to observe. Her appearance seems innocent and pure, completely unlike Succurbos. He recalled knowing this fact because he had played this game many times. He internally assessed that this was another side of Yana, a facet she hadn't yet revealed. After some time, exactly 10 minutes later, he tried to get up. No more. Suddenly, he found he couldn't pull his hand away and turned. Before his eyes, Yana was breathing heavily, looking at him with strangely captivating eyes. He hastily stood up. Time's up, isn't it? That's enough. Yana suddenly grabbed his arm tightly and wouldn't let go. She whispered shyly, it's not enough yet. Information about Yana von Cider came to his mind. Name, Yana von Cider. Gender, female, age 15, race, demon succubus, main element dark. Achievements. Information continued to appear. Good traits: sensitivity, charm, innate beauty, seduction, monoperception, genius, neutral, dual personality. Bad traits: timidity, solitude. Stats: stamina 7, mana 9, luck 8, willpower 6, mental strength 26. Additional skill information: passive skill, pheromone seduction, active skill, blood absorption. The system suddenly warned in red letters. Character is currently in an abnormal dual personality state. As his personality completely did a 180, he was pushed onto the bed, unable to escape. He desperately pondered Yana's strange state, her dual personalities. He continued to panic. Damn it, of all times when I can't recover my mana. As Yana lunged at him, he begged her to calm down. Yana, you'll regret this. Yana, with a captivating expression, began to undress him. Do you dislike me? That's strange, she continued in a seductive voice. I've never seen any man dislike me. Yana brought her face close. Then I'll make you dream. What kind of man is your ideal type? He struggled. I told you to stop. Yana moved closer to him. Just give me one kiss. Come here and hug me, you'll feel better. Fortunately, Marin appeared just in time. You punk, she said in a sharp voice. While your senior is still handling the situation, are you secretly making a move here? Yana looked at Marin in surprise. You, who are you? Marin quickly created a water orb and hit her directly, causing Yana to stagger, fall, and lose consciousness. Looked at the scene with a confused expression. What on earth happened? Marin explained in a calm voice. I just let out a little mana. She won't get hurt. He stared at Marin, but Marin chuckled with amusement. Marin looked at him again with complex emotions in her eyes. To meet in such a situation, it's really unexpected. He hastily put on his clothes and struggled to explain. Well, I don't want to admit it, but this is a misunderstanding. Marin turned her back and asked in a worried voice, Are you feeling all right now? He replied with an indifferent expression. As you can see, I gave her a little mana, but I'm fine. His attitude displeased Marin. What's with that attitude? She continued to scold him. Thanks to you, I survived last time, so he cut Marin off. It's fine, I was just trying to save my own life. You don't need to thank me. As he left, Marin gritted her teeth in anger. Then after a brief smile, she shouted, What's with that attitude? You're really problematic. Do you think your senior is a pushover? I'm 2 years older than you. Hearing that, he chuckled lightly and left. Elsewhere that evening, 3 people were having a serious meeting. One person asked, So you're saying Nox defeated the demon? Is that true? Luna confirmed firmly. Yes, that's right, Rothwell said in disbelief. Young Master Nox accomplished such a feat? This is Theo, who had been silent, then smiled brightly and exuded intense mana, reassuring Rothwell. This will surely cause a great stir in the family. In the middle of the night, Luna sought out Theo von Rinhofer's study. The atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. Theo, who had been deep in thought for a moment, spoke in a serious, cautious, and helpless voice. Nox's thoughts are a complete mystery. In fact, that's not all. As Nox's father, I can speculate to some extent, but it's best to keep it to myself. If I had to guess, it's probably because of Nox's mother's death, that blood-soaked night. Theo recalled the inferno. The flames that consumed the entire castle, the burning light in the deep night, and the ashes flying everywhere created a captivating yet tragic sight. Nox, with innocent eyes, witnessed the massacre by monsters and his mother being cut down by a sword. Those innocent eyes stared blankly at the tragic scene. Theo thought to himself. Nox witnessed his mother's sacrifice right before his eyes. After that, Nox went mad and caused chaos. He didn't let anyone near him. He paused. But now Nox can seek revenge for his mother, and he did it himself. He chuckled lightly, thinking of his son who had already become an adult and acted for his own purpose without whining unnecessarily. Luna was silent for a moment, then gritted her teeth and exposed him. I think you're lying. The reason she didn't immediately respond to his vague words was because she had doubts. Theo's intentions are unclear. She looked at the dangerous man before her. The power that only those with the Ren family's blood can inherit. The manifestation of darkness. Theo's eyes narrowed mysteriously and cunningly. The image of Nox writhing in pain came to her mind, reminding her that it could only be activated when a person reached the limits of their pain. Luna calculated with a serious expression. Now that the new recruit has joined the Lunatic organization, he'll be safe. She said to herself with high resolve, now Nox is beyond his control. I can't let such a thing happen again. Theo remained silent, deep in thought. Suddenly he spoke. It's natural for you to be so sensitive. Theo chuckled lightly and replied with an eccentric philosophical statement. Parents cannot always understand their children. She couldn't help but be dumbfounded as he continued to argue and present the logic of a good father. She rebuked. Since when did you become such a warm father? Luna, angered, spoke again. Your eldest son has joined the Imperial faction. She emphasized each word. To be precise, he's siding with the demons and attacking their enemies. Since she had stayed here long enough to prove that Theo was a seasoned old fox, her provocative words were not enough to make him confess everything. He did not immediately answer, but rather agreed with her words as if it were a conversation between citizens of the nation. A blood storm will soon sweep across the continent. Luna, who no longer wished to argue with him, turned and left. Before leaving, she still kindly reminded him. Theo von Reinhofer, don't forget your promise. Her voice was menacingly firm. No matter if he's your son or anyone else, if he interferes with my plans, I will kill him. Luna glanced at Theo and added, that is the way of Lunatic and part of our contract. So set aside all personal feelings and focus only on what needs to be done. Red smoke slowly filled the room. She vanished with him into the smoke that obscured the view, and only her final warning echoed throughout the room. Theo confirmed her departure and stood up, supporting himself with his hand. Going to the window sill, he gazed into the distance and inwardly admired. Everything has already begun. His eyes narrowed and a magically captivating purple light shimmered. He thought, the destruction of the Empire and the conquest by the 72 demon dukes will soon begin. Meanwhile, in another palace, a girl was persuading a man using all sorts of methods. She simply said, I'm drawn to you. A constantly pleading voice echoed. So please make a contract with our Liverin Guild. We guarantee reasonable compensation. At this point, Ilino slowly took a small sip of tea. Then she stood up abruptly and firmly pushed the contract forward. Negotiate. She stared at her opponent, but when he didn't reply, she gently called out, Knox. He hung his head, hesitated, and showed a troubled and worried expression. I apologize, but I have family matters. Ilino Geravaran became even more confident. She enjoyed her tea and said, Knox told me about your family matters. A suddenly shining aura emanated from her body. She delivered shocking news to Knox. He allowed it. Don't worry, for her to say such a despicable thing, Knox must have wanted to expose it directly here. He pouted in contempt. I allowed it. He irritably turned his face away, thinking, yes, damn it. I defeated that demon bug too early and got resources, but now she wants me to work for the Liverin Guild for a princess like you to say such despicable things. And where does such confident bravado come from? He hesitated and called out, Princess Ilino. Ilino, thinking he was too cautious to be suitable for cooperation, smiled brightly and spoke. You can just call me Ilino. He awkwardly refused. I apologize, but I'm more comfortable calling you Princess Ilino. This person is really stubborn and inflexible. She stopped smiling and looked down at him. You have similarities with Knox. Having made her judgment, she irritably rubbed her neck and shoulders and had no choice but to use everything to persuade him. Damn it, I don't want to make this complicated, but if I say this, Ilino's eyes suddenly sharpened like blades. She spoke in a serious voice, saying that a faction of the Renfer family was involved in handling dirty affairs within the kingdom. She admired her reflection in the tea. If it's revealed that they infiltrated members into Eldon Academy to carry out secret missions, what will Dean Noah do if she finds out about this? She smiled meaningfully, asking, and her eyes were sharp, as if implying that if he continued to refuse he would not find peace. Though not directly threatening, it was no different from holding a blade to his throat. Knox was silent for a long time. I can't believe she wants to push me into a corner like this, he replied honestly. I thought Princess Ilino wouldn't be someone who exploits others' weaknesses. She calmly took a sip of tea, refuting his prejudice. I'm a merchant. There's no reason for me to be kind. He gritted his teeth, hesitated, and asked, Then what should I do? She put down her teacup and immediately got to the point. Sign. Ilino placed her hand on the contract and persuaded him with her beautiful face. Don't you want to work with me? In the middle of the night, outside the palace in the quietness. He walked along the lakeside, clutching the spirit flower necklace. Looking at what was in his hand, he muttered to himself, Spirit flower necklace. Hesitation was clearly evident on his face. He felt this item was too precious, an overwhelming relic that could only be obtained in the late game. He stared at the precious item as if he could find the answer hidden within. Ilino is so coercive yet soothing. He was surprised by her, who thoroughly threatened someone, then gently persuaded them and even offered this precious gift. This is a token of my respect for you, she said with a serious expression. This is my gift and your contract fee. Her words were accurate. Of course, he also knew the infinite usefulness of this item. An overwhelming item covered in multiple layers of high-level magic. He looked at the necklace, which emitted spiritual energy and captivated people's hearts. He knew that he could benefit but also be harmed. This item had a hidden tracking spell attached to it. No, but then he thought Ilino genuinely seemed to want to cooperate with him. But this would bring considerable trouble. He put the necklace on his body, lost in thought. Inside the magnificent and luxurious palace, a light yet nutritious breakfast was laid out, no less splendid than a high-end restaurant. Ilino still sat silently like a shadow. Suddenly a sarcastic voice came from behind. It seems you're quite fond of the fellow up there. She turned her gaze towards the sound. Rick said arrogantly, My lady, this is the first time I've seen you personally invite and recruit someone. She disregarded his question or intention and merely retorted with a warning tone, Since when did you get to have an opinion on what I do? Warning bell rang. Rick, knowing he was at a disadvantage, quickly rambled, "How could someone like me possibly defy you?" He chuckled awkwardly and added, "Don't worry, you know I'm no fool." She stared at him with disgusted eyes. It would be better not to speak. A long-held suspicion surged in her mind. Rick, his behavior is a bit strange. Perhaps it's been since Dean Noah dealt with the demon Vaughn. Her eyes suddenly filled with worry. "It's too early to say, but I have a bad feeling." Before he left, she suddenly said, "You'd better be careful." Ilino laughed with amusement, reminding him without hesitation, "From now on, every decision you make will affect your life." He chuckled lightly at her words and smiled like a servant obedient to his master, saying, "I will keep that in mind." As the guildmaster handled her business and left, he turned around. His trip had brought him great rewards. Rick thought, as expected, my judgment was correct. Ilino, with sharp eyes and a worried expression, thought to herself, Knox von Reinhofer, he's a dangerous individual. Rick walked, calculating the pros and cons. I need to deal with him quickly. While I'm at it, it would be good to take care of that foolish crown prince too, he said to Knox with extraordinary resolve. Whatever your goal, this time you won't get your way. Because you will, Rick thought and laughed madly. He paused and continued, "You'll die soon." Thinking that, he smiled cunningly, and without leaving any trace that he was targeting Knox, he walked as usual, formulating a plan in his mind. A series of images began to appear simultaneously. They started from one person, the image of Knox Renes, and he thought, "This is the name I got in this new world." The images continued, and the face of Knox from the inner Lunatic story appeared clearly. And then he denied it. "It's not mine, it's someone else's name." In the air, a mechanical voice seemed to echo, "Welcome back." Knox's image remained still, and he no longer thought of it as someone else's name. He continued his thoughts, "But now it's the name I've earned. I'm quite used to this role now." The images that had just appeared were the events he had experienced as Yu-chan as Knox. He opened his eyes wide, filled with power and resolve, awaiting the system's presence. As soon as he opened his eyes, a mechanical sound reappeared a moment later. Genius moment activated. As soon as this mechanical sound stopped, each point in time was caught by a mysterious force and spun madly. Images of Knox's life appeared. Sometimes Knox was seen fiercely wielding a sword in bloody battles, and sometimes he was seen with monsters like Vaughn and other creatures. But it wasn't over yet. Other points in time continued to appear, and the image of a girl with white wings and an angel with a shining halo appeared, but in her hands a person in a black cloak was praying. Knox saw himself crying once more. Tears streamed from his eyes, falling onto his shirt collar as if to say that many people had promised to be with him, yet the more friends he acquired, the more he was plagued by loneliness. Friends like Deb, Luna, Isekai, and Ilino, one after another, surfaced in his mind. He said he suffered from loneliness then. Moreover, time seemed to stand still, and the system finally asked him, "Would you like to start a new game?" As the system fell silent, Knox was in another space, but the person in this space was no longer Knox but Yu-chan. That moment he was sitting in a gaming chair, his mind still unable to process what was happening. He wondered inwardly, "Where am I? Is this my room? Is this before I took on the role?" He turned to look around and realized something was strange, and his thoughts quickly identified the problem. But what was this strange feeling? He rubbed his head with his hand and sighed. Then he continued to speculate inwardly, but no matter how much he thought, this situation truly felt odd. In the past he had always been cooped up in a room full of trash and dust just playing games, but now he was moving towards change. So who am I? He clasped his head with both hands and looked at the computer. The room had changed too much from his memories. There was no longer any trash on the desk at this moment. He pondered his relationship with Knox. Why did he end up possessing him in this world? Everything in that world was his, but not entirely his. Right, he knew it. Knox von Reinhofer. He was always in pain because he couldn't escape Knox's massive shadow. Uncertainty made him even more broken and lonely. I must face the current reality. I, Yu-chan, am always wandering in this world. The relationships I've formed in this world have to some extent connected me to this place. Now I have become a different person from the former Knox. Back to reality, Knox now stood before his father Theo, who said, "I have one question for you. Why did you risk your life to kill Archdemon Vaughn? Was your mother involved in that incident?" Knox couldn't answer his father's question yet, as he was recalling the scene of his mother dying in agony on that night of slaughter. "On that night of slaughter, I had to watch my mother die in agony. It was truly horrific." Though Theo didn't get an answer from his son, he continued, "I know you began to become extraordinary after that day. You pretend not to remember, but you actually care deeply about it." Despite his father Theo's words, Knox still thought, if it were Knox, how would he have answered here? If I were Knox, how would I react in this situation? He no longer wanted to think like that. As soon as he stopped thinking, he turned, drew his sword, and swung it at his father, replying, "Are you saying I'm hiding my power, father?" Theo immediately reacted, dodging the sword strike, and gently said to his son, "That's right, Knox Vaughn." Seeing his father dodge the sudden attack, he swung his sword again. This time it wasn't a haphazard slash, but a technique called Black Sword Flash. At this moment he began to break free from Knox's thoughts and shadow, thinking powerfully that this name was now his own, even if he was a villain ridiculed by others and destined to die. Previously he had been ignored, mocked, disbelieved, and denied by others. Previously there were groundless rumors slandering him, but now such past events could not stop his very strong thoughts. However, I did not accept that fate, and my efforts extended the time to escape death. As soon as he performed the technique on his father, Theo immediately swung his sword powerfully, destroying the technique. The son's immaturity in fighting his father was clearly revealed. Theo seemed to be teaching his son at this moment. This is how Black Sword Flash should be used. He swung his sword at Nox with the same technique he had used before, but this time Nox couldn't destroy that technique. Nox was flung far away. Nox also clearly understood the difference in skill between himself and his father, so he thought he had to complete this story within the remaining time he had. The system sound rang out. Player's genius trait has been activated. His thoughts remained firm, undisturbed by the system. I tried to achieve that. But it's also why I can say this makes me despair and constantly tremble in fear of impending death. If there's something I need to overcome, it's the inevitable death that will soon be upon me. The system sound rang, but this time the screen turned a dangerous red and the command was immediately executed. Immediately restore lifespan. Unlike Nox's location elsewhere, his brother Gran was discussing their journey. Isekai pointed at the map with a slender finger and said, "We are currently north of Chetis. Are we going to continue moving like this?" Herder replied, "Yes, we'll continue northwest." The vice captain immediately said, "But captain, it's too dangerous. The problem isn't the monsters, it's that the families of the Tehalan kingdom are extremely hostile to the Renhofer family." When the vice captain said this, Gran calmly stated, "That's precisely why I'm going to the Tehalan kingdom now." Everyone accompanying Gran looked very surprised. Isekai, Rona and Elena all stared at Gran at the same time. Gran before them remained composed and continued speaking confidently. "Send a letter, say that a noble of the Renhofer family is coming." The system screen turned red and a mechanical sound rang. Player's remaining lifespan is 27 days. Nox is currently in a different time period. He now stood in the academy, looking around the familiar scenery. He folded his arms and thought, "Damn it, what happened?" After sacrificing lifespan to Stormbringer to defeat Archdemon Vaughn, when time was running out, the person who approached me was Yana. She awakened her succubus nature, and Ilino was trying to recruit Saiyan, my other self, into her guild. If I don't recover my lifespan quickly, it will be very dangerous. Why do these things keep happening? He sighed and stopped thinking. Soon after, a system introduction sound rang. Basic info: name, Spirit Fire Necklace. Type: high-grade accessory. Attribute: Fire. Stats: passive skill. Acquired high level of harmony with spirits. A necklace with a yellow exterior and a captivating red jewel-like interior, faintly hinting at something nestled within. The system continued. Equip condition: Ilino Jeravaran's love or favor. Special effect: upon equipping grants a passive skill level for harmony with spirits. Can contract with a fire spirit and the spirit's level depends on your mana stat. However, upon equipping, your location will be continuously shared with Ilino Jeravaran. Nox held the necklace in his hand and thought, "The only good thing is that the tracking effect only starts after equipping an artifact with a mana stat of 15 or higher. With 20 mana and 15 stamina, I might be able to summon a high-ranking Spirit King Salamander. The problem is that this is a bound item, so my other self, Saiyan, can't equip it. If I wear this, everyone will know that Saiyan and Nox are the same person. Ilino is not only a talented actress but also an acting genius. I can't deceive her with such clumsy acting. Since it's said to take about 2 weeks to stabilize the academy situation, I need to go back and make a plan first." Nox picked up his belongings and headed to his carriage, returning home. Thinking back, he hadn't been to the Renhofer family for a long time, and he hadn't seen his companions like Rona, May, and Elena for a long time either. Theo's barrage of questions about this incident is worrying, but what worries me most is the system's warning. Damn it, I need to do something. In another room, Ilino's room, she was now lying in bed, seemingly dreaming. She frowned as she saw a scene from her childhood where her mother sternly said, "Can't you absorb mana yet, and you dare call yourself a daughter of the Zad family? One of your older sisters would have been better off inheriting demon blood. I can't take it anymore. Get out of here right now." Waking from her dream, Ilino burst into tears. She clasped her head, seemingly recalling Nox. "What did I do to Nox? One kiss is enough. Come here, I'll hug you." She rolled around on the bed, recalling her own words. Just one kiss is enough. She was shy. The beauty continuously blushed, recalling that scene, and didn't want to admit it. Since she really did it, she now wanted to shout at the sky, "My God, I don't know." And an awe sound rang out as she rolled around too much and fell off the bed. She was truly a careless girl. She sighed slightly and tried to get up, stumbling towards the desk, but a girl suddenly appeared before her. The girl said, "You finally realized it." From Nox's perspective, after traveling all night by carriage, he finally arrived home. Rona carried his luggage and he entered with her. As soon as he arrived at the family estate, the butler greeted him politely and asked, "It's been a long time, young Master Nox. Have you been well?" Nox entered the house, replied to him and asked about his father. "I want to see the family head." "Where is he?" The butler raised his hand to guide him and said, "He is in the reception room. I will escort you." As they walked, Nox heard the whispers of the servants. It was the same as before. Their words hadn't changed, but now he didn't care about them and calmly moved forward. Arriving at the reception room door, Butler Rothwell said, "Come in." Nox entered the room without hesitation and saw his father looking at him with a gaze that seemed to overwhelm him. He couldn't help but think of his father as a monster. How could his past self stand before him? Theo's voice rang out. "You've come, Nox von Reinhofer. It must have been a long journey home." Nox heard Theo's sarcastic words and replied, "Can't you remain calm when you meet me, father? You will soon know that I have returned with good intentions." As Nox said that, Theo shed his disgusted expression and said, "I told you. I no longer intend to harm the family or you. Besides, I heard you propose to the princess and defeated Archdemon Von." As Theo said that, Nox felt as if his entire body was being scrutinized. At the same time, a warning sound rang from the system. "Acting genius is fluctuating." Theo continued to evaluate Nox and said, "You're hiding many things you haven't told me, aren't you?" Seeing the doubt in Theo's eyes, Nox replied, "I just landed a critical blow on Archdemon Von. It was just luck. Many people helped me too." Hearing his son's words, Theo asked, "Are you trying to lie?" The family elders also agreed that you should be punished for the various things you did at the academy. Nox responded very calmly to Theo's intimidating aura and threat of punishment. He said, "If I have to take responsibility for what I've done, I will accept it." Theo lowered his eyes, his face darkening, and said, "Do you know what makes you strong?" Nox didn't understand but replied, "Yes." Theo slammed the table hard and stood up, saying, "One way to disregard and justify all the greed and deceit of others is to become strong. To become so strong that no one can look at you straight and judge you. You said you weren't interested in the family head position, didn't you?" Nox replied to his father. "That's right." Theo opened his mouth and smiled slightly. All his actions were observed by Nox, he thought. Is he laughing? Theo took off his cloak and handed it to the butler, saying, "Let me tell you, don't underestimate this family head position." Theo walked to another door and called Nox from behind. "Come here." Inside the room was a dueling ground where Nox and Theo stood with swords at opposite ends. Theo said, "Draw your sword." Nox obeyed his words, placed his hand on his sword and drew it forcefully. Theo approached Nox and said, "Then let's begin. I want to know your strength. Try to block my attack, otherwise it will be dangerous." Nox stammered, trembling in fear, and said to Theo, "How can I? I don't have such skills." As soon as he finished speaking, Theo's sword flew towards Nox, and he could only block the attack with his sword. The two swords clashed, sparks flying, revealing how powerful Theo's recent attack was. Nox was pushed back a few steps by the shockwave, but still gritted his teeth and blocked the attack. Theo ignored his son's struggle and continued, "I will suppress part of my power." Another attack was swung. This time Nox couldn't block directly like before, and he had to retreat very far. Nox still held his sword tightly. As soon as he regained his balance, he no longer retreated, firmly planting his feet and blocking the attack with his sword. As the attack completely dispersed, Nox plunged his sword into the ground. Now his entire body seemed tired, but Nox barely stood up. Across from him, Theo spoke about the technique he had just used. "This is the Reinhofer family's sword technique, dark iron swordsmanship. What do you think? Are you interested?" Then the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. Nox picked up his sword, stood up, and wiped the sweat from his hand, saying, "Now it's my turn." His demeanor changed. He held his sword and looked at Theo with eyes full of power. The battle proceeded in the blink of an eye. With only purple streaks and dazzling lights crossing the space, Nox appeared like a ghost, moving so fast that his image blurred, with only his sharp gaze and black hair fluttering in the wind visible. Across from Nox, Theo, with a firm appearance, unleashed a powerful counterattack. The purple energy flowing from Nox swirled and exploded, creating streaks across the space. Theo skillfully dodged, his body moving flexibly between lethal attacks. He counterattacked with powerful punches and kicks. Every movement contained destructive power. Their speed reached its peak, as if distorting the surrounding environment. Purple light and streaks of other colors intertwined, creating a chaotic yet deadly dance on the battlefield. The battle was not just a physical confrontation, but also an intense mental struggle, with every moment deciding life or death. Theo smiled mockingly, showing contempt all over his face, rushing in and swinging an attack. Nox counterattacked with a resolute expression, frowning, and two purple beams of light collided, creating a band of light across the space. Ultimately, Nox could not block Theo's powerful attack and was flung far away. Nox fell to the ground, his whole body supported by his sword. Theo slowly approached and asked, "Is that all you've got?" Footsteps echoed. Suddenly, Butler Rothwell's voice was heard, causing Theo to stop and turn around. "Master, I believe you are being too harsh on the young master." Rothwell, genuinely concerned, politely placed a hand on his chest. Even Grand Duke Garin would struggle with a sword duel of that level. The father, hearing the admonition, frowned and replied unpleasantly, "I know," but Theo's face quickly returned to an arrogant and triumphant expression. "I didn't realize I carelessly put too much force into my sword. I suppose I'll have to control my strength a bit more." Theo turned to leave. As he walked away, he said, "Rest well." Suddenly, Nox regained his strength and gripped his sword tightly. "Where is father going?" Nox infused power into his sword and purple smoke billowed. His face hardened and his eyes sharply watched his father. As Nox stood up, purple smoke enveloped his body and he spoke in a resentful voice. "Does father think this useless son has learned nothing yet?" As Nox approached his father, Theo's eyes returned to a contemptuous expression. He didn't turn back, but looked at Nox and said, "Come at me." Nox, gripping his sword surrounded by purple and blue energy, lunged forward, displaying a swift and powerful attack. Theo's eyes gleamed with a resolute blue light, his serious expression highlighting his determination in the increasingly intense duel. Theo fought, blocking Nox's unexpected attacks, and said, "You are truly interesting." Nox, completely fearless, replied, "I'll take that as a compliment." Nox continued to swing his sword, but Theo landed another blow that sent Nox flying again. At this moment, Theo abruptly asked, "I have one question. Is the ultimate reason you risked your life to kill Vaughn related to your mother? A tense expression flickered across Knox's face at the question. Theo continued, on the night of slaughter you had to watch your mother die alone. After that day I noticed you began to change. You pretend not to remember, but you actually care deeply about it. Knox was completely paralyzed by Theo's words, and he furiously swung his sword, exploding with power. Are you saying I'm hiding my power, father? Theo stepped back from Knox's sword strike. That's right. His face was serious and resolute. At this moment, Knox's anger completely erupted, pouring all his strength into activating a black sword flash attack. Theo still blocked the deadly attack, a smile on his face as he said, this is how black sword flash should be used. Then Theo rushed forward and attacked Knox, who without time to react took an unexpected blow and was pushed back, kneeling and supporting himself with his sword. At this moment, a triumphant smile appeared on Knox's face. The player's genius trait has been activated. Purple and red light enveloped his body. You have learned the second skill, Black Sword Cleave. Your understanding of the black sword has greatly increased through combat with a powerful opponent. Knox absorbed all his newfound power and immediately charged, attacking Theo. Theo was completely surprised, instinctively blocking the attack and quickly retreating. Did he truly master that skill just by observing it? But with his own abilities, Theo retaliated with a dangerous blow that would once again secure a decisive victory. The two swords clashed, hitting each other and falling to the ground, and thick smoke billowed. The fight seemed almost over at this point. Knox had exhausted almost all his strength. He was sweating profusely, and his knees felt like they would buckle. Theo looked at his son and said, as your father and the head of the Reinhofer family, I tell you this. Someday, kill me with that sword. Kill me with your own hands, for I failed to protect your mother. He looked at Knox with serious yet challenging eyes. Knox gazed back with resentful eyes. Theo continued, and take the position of family head. If it's you, you can do it. Knox's gaze blurred, drifting into a vague space. The system suddenly chimed. Would you like to start a new game? Knox awoke in a daze, drenched in sweat as if from a nightmare. Where am I? Is this my room before I took on the role? He seemed to be back in his room, but he looked at the computer screen. What is this uncomfortable feeling? His body was exhausted, and his head ached as if being hammered. No, even a little thought makes it strange. He recalled past memories. Abandoned by his family, lost his memory, diagnosed with an incurable disease, he continued to recall what had happened. Is it possible for all these things to happen simultaneously? Perhaps all this is. He knelt on the ground, clutching his head. Wait, I couldn't remember my name before I was possessed. He tried to retrace his thoughts. My name is Knox. He lost consciousness, and his full name appeared in his mind. Knox von Reinhofer. When he awoke, he was in his bed in his room. He had been possessed by the character Knox, and his eyes glowed purple. Knox woke up in bed, his face filled with surprise. He jumped up. I've definitely missed something important. He frowned, trying to retrieve his remaining memories. Suddenly, a sound came from beside him, and he turned. May, Elena, Dizzy Kai, Rona, the four maids, stood in a row to help him. All three of them had been waiting for him to wake up. Knox sighed and spoke to them one by one. Dizzy Kai spoke first. Young master, not a day goes by quietly. Don't you agree, young master? At this rate, all the maids serving you will die from stress. He heard Dizzy Chi's complaints but replied casually without looking. I don't know why everything turns out this way. At this, Elena stepped forward. Young master, you shouldn't act so recklessly. Elena gripped Knox's hand tightly with both hands and said, do you know how worried we are about you? May tried to intervene from the side. Wait, Elena, are you drunk again? Knox tiredly withdrew his hand. All right. If you let go of my hand, let's continue talking. At these words, Elena, flustered, said, wait just a little longer. Dizzy Kai glared at Elena from the side with cold eyes. The young master is uncomfortable right now. Knox tiredly watched the three girls playing around. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Rona. That's strange. Knox saw that Rona's face, unlike usual, was filled with sadness. Normally, she would have rushed at me and been noisy. Yes, I'll have to do it later. Right now, there's something more important. Since everyone is here, I'll tell you right away. Starting tomorrow, everyone will come with me to the Chetis region. All the maids were surprised by his words and stopped their bickering. Knox thought he had already made this plan when he returned to the family estate. His face was resolute. Everyone will go to the Chetis region to defeat powerful monsters and extend my lifespan. I haven't replenished my lifespan at all since the battle with Vaughn. He recalled that his remaining lifespan was 27 days, and a worried expression flickered across his face. Knox abruptly continued, if everyone understands, you may leave. I want to rest a bit, he commanded the maids. Dizzy Kai, receiving the order, replied, understood. I'll prepare immediately. She then bowed politely, bade farewell, and led all the maids out. The room became quiet again, and Knox gazed out the window in the distance. Suddenly there was a knock. Who is it? He was surprised and turned, asking, young master, it's Rona. I have something to tell you. The maid's voice came from outside the door. Knox was surprised for a moment. Come in. Rona pushed the door open, her tearful face looking like she was about to cry. She gripped the hem of her dress tightly with both hands. Rona sat beside Knox's bed and began to speak. That day, she sobbed, on that night of slaughter when my lady passed away, young master, you remember, don't you? You remember that day, don't you? Right. Rona's face was filled with sadness and grief. She recalled the blood-stained moonlit night. Monster B appeared from somewhere. I smell blood. Where is it hiding? Vaughn broke through the door and entered. Did you think I wouldn't know? Inside the room, Knox's mother was holding Knox, who was clinging to her body in fear, and beside them was the maid Rona. At this moment, Monster B broke through the door and charged in. The mother hastily used her power to protect her son. "Did you not come to take my life? Stop killing innocent people, monster." Monster B, hearing those words, grew angry and swung an attack. "Do you think you can stop us with such insignificant and weak light?" He poured all his strength into grabbing the mother and strangling her. "Besides, you're not the only one I want." The mother struggled with her last remaining strength. "Rona, please take good care of Nox. This child was born with a very great mission and he needs your help. Nox will be erased from my memory. Nox might lose his memories and not be the Nox you knew, but will you still take care of Nox? If you do, the original Nox might return to us." Saying that, the mother used all her strength, transformed into a brilliant golden light and exploded, killing the monster. The flashback ended and Rona continued. "I believe young master knows everything that happened afterward. I spread malicious rumors so that young master could stay far away from the family's succession war. Although it caused me immense pain, I had to protect young master because that was my last promise to my lady." She poured out her heart, crying. "But now there's no need for that anymore. If young master remembers everything, then someone like me, someone who has deceived young master for a long time and betrayed his trust, is no longer worthy to be by young master's side." Nox cut off Rona's emotional outpouring. "Is there a problem?" Rona was startled. "I told you, I can no longer be by young master's side," but Nox didn't care. "All of that is in the past. Rona, do you know why I don't hate you? Did you think I didn't know you stayed by my side all night when I was sick, even when everyone slandered me? Didn't you believe I wasn't a bad person and protected me? Now you can put down the guilt you've carried for so long." Rona was moved by Nox's words and shed tears. "Young master." Nox was lost in his own thoughts. "Unfortunately, the person serving her right now isn't the real Nox. I know better than anyone. Everything I'm saying now is just empty words without any meaning." Rona was moved by Nox's words and shed tears. "Young master." Nox was lost in his own thoughts. "Unfortunately, the person serving her right now isn't the real Nox. I know better than anyone. Everything I'm saying now is just empty words without any meaning." As he thought, he saw his reflection in the mirror. "Nox, why did you have to be the villain?" Renfer, with platinum blonde hair and a black cloak, placed both hands on his sword and spoke loudly. His voice echoed. "In the name of Nox Renfer, as a member of the Reinhofer family, I declare, I will, with the family head's approval, recruit warriors and create an army to fight the archdemon," he added. "Those who wish to fight alongside me shall gather at the octagonal training ground within 1 week from now to undergo a trial. If you defeat me or receive my approval, each of you will be paid a salary equivalent to 1 royal silver coin." From the streets to the pubs, everyone was buzzing about this matter. Many people laughed at his announcement. They couldn't believe it. Some said he seemed to be looking for something to do out of boredom. Others agreed, convinced no one would participate. They were confident that anyone could defeat him. The youngest son of the Reinhofer family, even a 4-year-old girl. Outside the pub, a tall man in a black cloak opened the door and entered. He looked at the people in the pub and asked, "Care to make a bet with me? I'll wager that very few people will be able to pass Renfer's trial." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a pouch full of gold coins. A man in the pub stood up, glaring at the cloaked man, and said angrily, "It seems you're a noble's son. Haven't you heard the rumors about the Reinhofer family's youngest son?" The cloaked man just chuckled without a word. The people around couldn't hold back and all stood up, asking him, "What's so funny? We're truly worried about you." The man, far from stopping his laughter, laughed even louder and more cheerfully. At this moment, the man began to remove the cloak from his head as he spoke. "Who's worried about whom?" The people around were now very surprised to realize that he was none other than young Master Gran. Everyone had thought he was training in Cheddis. A pouch of gold coins spilled from his hand. He said to everyone else, "Keep everything said here a secret, and make that bet." Then a powerful man threw down 50 royal gold coins. He wanted to bet everything on his younger brother. He thought this would be a fair wager. The scene shifted to Renfer with platinum blonde hair and a black cloak. One hand rested on his sword and he had a dignified appearance. He stood on the platform looking down at the people below, who continued to whisper about him. Some said he had taken first place in the academy, and they all thought it was a lie. Renfer, standing on the platform, was very worried. He couldn't understand why everything was spiraling out of control. He had posted a notice recruiting an army to subdue monsters in Cheddis. He couldn't understand why so many people had shown up. He thought his reputation had improved. Standing on the platform, he saw his brother. Below the platform, Ryan was waving at him. He seriously asked his subordinate, "Has everyone gathered?" His subordinate, standing beside him, said that 1192 men and 126 women had registered. As he was thinking about tactics to attack the monsters in Cheddis, a man below the platform raised his hand and asked, "At least tell us what the trial will be." Reinhofer observed the person who asked the question from the platform. He thought inwardly, "Oh, look at this one, such an arrogant demeanor, and well-built muscles too. The magic emanating from his body is also unusual. He's definitely not someone applying for a personal warrior position." He thought this was Gran's doing. He figured Gran had started testing him. He wondered what others would think if someone with this much power couldn't handle him. As soon as he finished his thought, he shouted loudly for everyone to hear, "The rules are very simple. Use everything you have and charge at me, as if you truly mean to kill me. Even if you kill me, no one will blame you." The man who had asked the question now stood facing Renfer. He couldn't help but be surprised by Renfer's words. His opponent was currently Nox von Renfer, the Renfer family's trash, yet he still couldn't believe the opponent was so confident. At this point, the referee asked both of them to move to their combat positions. As soon as the referee shouted "Start," the burly swordsman with a giant sword charged towards Renfer. He smugly thought Renfer was a fool. He won't even be able to react to my speed. Create an army, I'll teach Renfer a lesson. Renfer with sharp eyes stepped back and dodged the attack. To his surprise, his opponent could only watch with wide eyes as he dodged the attack. Renfer with a smug expression laughed coldly and mocked his opponent. Your movements are too slow, is that how you usually fight? As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword, knocking his opponent's sword away. Renfer's sword was now at his opponent's throat. He gave his opponent one more chance, saying he would cut off an arm if he didn't fight properly. Renfer's opponent was currently sprawled on the ground, but his face was still cold. He said to him, "Didn't you hear what I said? Pick up your sword again?" Now his opponent was trembling, merely saying, "I apologize, please forgive my rudeness." Before he could even finish speaking, Renfer punched him hard, sending him flying. The people watching the match nearby were very flustered by this sight. Renfer stood solemnly in the arena and said to the people below, "There is no place for such cowardly trash here. Who will fight me?" Everyone fell silent, and a deathly cold silence descended. Gran, standing below the stands, was secretly very pleased, thinking to himself, "It's amazing how much my younger brother has grown. All of this will bring me great benefits, but that's not the most important thing. Nox von Renfer, the Renfer family's sole direct descendant, has finally started revealing his power. Now, as Renfer's fame rises, so will mine." At this moment, all those who had applied to Renfer's warrior corps were gripped by shame and apprehension. After watching his match, they were all seized by fear and wanted to return home. But he wouldn't let that happen. He told everyone, "Stop right now. Who told you you could leave? You voluntarily became my warriors. If you give up now, I will make you taste a living hell." His eyes sharply glared at them as he said, "In the name of Nox von Renfer." He continued to train them for many days, but no one could endure training with him. He said with a cold smile, "I will work you to death." Everyone participating in the training feared him. They all regretted signing up. The crisp morning sunlight illuminated the entire forest, and Renfer was in a carriage with his companions. Elena, sitting beside him wearing a wizard's hat, shyly asked, "Young master, I have a question." Before she could finish speaking, he told May to get Elena to snap out of it. Elena looked too exhausted after training with him for several days. May, who was part of Renfer's warrior corps at this moment, followed her master Renfer's order and put an apple in Elena's mouth. After she came to her senses, she asked him why he wanted to return to Chetis. She had heard he bought the land. Renfer said nothing to her except, "I want to develop it." Elena expressed great dissatisfaction to him, saying the land was infested with monsters and couldn't even be cultivated. Renfer, seated on his horse, merely turned his back to her and said, "I have my own plans." Elena, sitting in the carriage, looked at his cold demeanor and respected him greatly. In Renfer's mind, he was thinking about this story at this moment. To others, this was just a story. Rona and the butler's family also accompanied him on this journey. Renfer looked at Rona, thinking she still seemed to feel guilty because of his mother. But Rona was different from what he thought. At this moment, she was dreaming of the day she could ride on that noble horse. Christopher, carrying a large load on his back, walked beside him. He was a knight the family head had entrusted him to oversee, and perhaps he had taken an interest in him. This knight, Christopher, was a giant 2 meters tall and incredibly outgoing after a long journey. Renfer's carriage procession saw the fortress. They all thought the current fortress was more developed and stronger than before. Christopher, standing beside him, thought the development process was too slow, but this was inevitable. Development had only just begun recently. Renfer said to him, "That's right, that's why I brought the warriors." Christopher was very excited, knowing he had other plans. Renfer said, "Before reviving Chetis, there's something we need to do first, that is, to reduce the number of monsters." Outwardly, he said that to everyone, but inwardly he thought this. "Develop Chetis, that's absurd. First, we need to survive." At this moment, a system notification appeared, sending a warning message that the player's remaining lifespan was 10 days and to recover immediately. Ryan, along with the servants, brought Nox several boxes, big and small. Nox's brother smiled and said, "Of course I'll give it to you. This is compensation for the achievements of our family's only youngest brother." Ryan extended his hand to him as he spoke. His smile was as radiant as the morning sun. "It's only right that you receive it." Conversely, Nox maintained a calm expression. "I did all the hard work and he gets the reward? I thought that was too unfair." He helplessly stared at his brother before him, but never expected his brother to give everything to him. "This is too much flattery." "Yes, from the start I intended to humbly use him," Nox replied coldly. "How is the development of the American region progressing?" Ryan spoke quietly. "There aren't many residents yet. Many young people plan to move after Professor Lars's announcement, but they are transporting boxes by carriage. Land there isn't suitable for farming, there are too many monsters, and the roads haven't been developed yet." Nox's brother looked worried, unsure of what to do. "Therefore, it will be very difficult to take a dangerous step relying solely on its potential," Nox consoled him. "Don't worry. That's why the Demon Extermination Army was created. The sight of the elite army in glittering armor was majestic." Gran agreed with his brother's reassurance. "That's right, your words put me at ease, so when will we take action? It's been a long journey, so let's rest today." Suddenly, Nox shattered the peaceful atmosphere. Right now. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers flinched in surprise, thinking, right now, he calmly added, we will depart immediately. In a room inside the mansion, a questioning voice was heard. The person sitting in a chair full of doubt was family head Theo. A knight like you following my youngest son? Theo looked at the blonde-haired knight Christopher with an expression that suggested he was displeased with a capable knight suddenly leaving. You were trained exceptionally well in this family. There's no reason to leave. Christopher smiled brightly at Nox's father and said, I saw the light. The knight recalled a moment deeply etched in his mind. The immense talent the young master displayed. I saw a clue there to perfect my swordsmanship. Christopher continued to explain his decision. Therefore I will help the young master perfect his swordsmanship. Not for others but for ourselves. He extended his scabbard. That made Theo frown. Are you referring to Sezango, the northern swordsmanship technique? The black-haired swordsman standing proudly on the snow mountain looked very valiant. Christopher asserted, That's right. Nox's father had no choice but to accept what he wanted. Very well, I grant permission. That was all Christopher remembered. He was flustered. So I left to make the young master the greatest knight, but what am I seeing now? He flusteredly asked Dizzy Kai, who stood beside him, and Dizzy Chi's face was also very skeptical. Do you know about this? Dizzy Kai replied, flustered. The young master recently showed interest in magic, but I never expected him to develop this much. Nox, emitting powerful purple magic. He cast a massive magic circle over the horde of monsters surrounding the castle. The fierce monsters bared their sharp teeth, searching for their next meal. He stood atop the highest castle wall, powerfully casting numerous magic circles, and the force emanating from them fiercely rushed towards the monsters. Purple flashes were fired at the horde of monsters, and they roared in agony as if the sky was falling. Elena witnessed everything from atop the castle wall at this moment. She was greatly impressed, and May, who was beside her, also praised him with her mouth agape. What is this? The young master became this strong in just 1 month? Unlike May's incredulous bewilderment, Elena was filled with admiration and shyly called out, Young master. Nox's face suddenly changed dramatically. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, a black system notification appeared before his eyes. Killed a fairy. Lifespan increased by 2 hours. The system notification continued to repeat that message until the monsters gradually vanished. Nox, casting magic, worried with difficulty. Only 2 hours of lifespan increased. Isn't even a fairy known as a mid-level powerful monster? He started feeling skeptical about what he was doing. I knew that the stronger the effect of the black flame ring during the day, the more lifespan increased when killing powerful monsters. The monsters were dying, spitting blood because of the power emanating from the ring. That just means I've become too strong. Damn it. Nox squeezed his eyes shut and snapped his fingers high. A purple orb of power gathered before the remaining monsters. The light was immense, and the remaining monsters also fell, dying from the attack. The system notification appeared again, but this time in red. Warning. Player's remaining lifespan is 14 days. Seeing that his remaining lifespan was only that much, his already worried face now turned into a more calculating expression. I dealt with so many of them yet only gained 4 days. I need a plan. After Nox used magic to repel the horde of monsters, he turned to look at the people waiting for him below. Christopher and May stood behind the soldiers, unable to hide their wide-eyed, surprised expressions. Elena quickly ran to Nox and hugged him tightly, her face filled with pride. Young master, you're so cool. Because of her impulsive action, she was pulled away by May. Nox dusted off his clothes and heard Christopher's admiration. I only knew the young master's swordsmanship was excellent, but I never knew he had talent in magic as well. Truly amazing. I'm really curious about the young master's limits, Christopher said to Nox with admiration and respect. Nox looked at him and thought inwardly, come to think of it, others don't know I'm good at magic. He helplessly lowered his head, unsure of what to say. They moved to a place to discuss their plans. Nox explained, anyway, I learned all of this from Professor Lars. He is theoretically excellent. He made an awkward excuse, but no one seemed to believe him. Nox looked at them and slowly said, if you doubt it, you don't have to believe me. Dizzy Kai finally lowered her voice, breaking the atmosphere. Let's talk about that later, she continued. We are currently northeast of Chetis. Nox looked at her and asserted, that's right, we will continue northeast. Christopher presented his opinion. That's dangerous, young master. There are more dangerous monsters to the northeast. His face turned pale as soon as he said that. He remembered Nox just dealing with countless monsters with magic and thought young Master Nox could defeat thousands. He scratched his head and laughed. No, that shouldn't be a big problem either. Christopher continued to talk about other countries. Monsters aside, the biggest problem is the Tehalan kingdom. It's dangerous since they are at odds with the Renfer family, but it will be better if we are careful. Nox looked at Christopher and said, that's precisely why I'm taking Rona and Dizzy with me. He added, I am now heading to the Tehalan kingdom. May and Elena stared blankly. Nox commanded, send a letter. Say that a noble of the Renfer family is coming and tell them to prepare. He put on his gloves and had a joyful smile on his face, a splendid hall glittering under the sunlight. Inside the palace, adorned with carpets, a man with neatly tied long orange hair and a terrible scar on his chest had just woken up. He walked to the mirror and looked at himself. Suddenly an old man approached. Prince Kushan, the Renfer family's youngest young master, is coming. Prince Kushan scoffed slightly. What an arrogant fellow. Does he think he can extend his reach to the kingdom my father rules? Doesn't he know Nox von Renfer? I still remember how everyone protected me when he killed my entire family that day. A scene from the past quickly flashed by. A red-haired young boy was fleeing in terror, but people in white clothes were desperately resisting with weapons in hand. Prince Kushan fell silent. In a calm voice, Kramzer, though people despise you and call you regent, I know the truth. When I was grieving and lost the people I loved, it was you who fulfilled the prince's responsibility for me. For me, you said his name was Nox Reinhofer, right? If I kill him, the Reinhofer family will know. Prince Kushan held his bent sword and he will know what I went through, how I survived that hell. Kramzer bowed his head slightly. I will consider the preparations. From behind a thin silk curtain, Kramzer revealed a long, slender snake tongue. His eyes turned completely black. Since you've made such a difficult decision, please rest easy. The scene shifted and an army in white advanced towards the castle. 2 castle guards said roughly, "Who goes there?" A handsome white-haired protagonist slowly removed his hat and said, "Do I have to state my name? Standing in the sunlight for so long makes me feel very bad. I want to kill someone to vent my anger." The 2 castle guards recognized Nox and said in surprise, "We'll let you in right away." A red notification window appeared before Nox, warning players remaining lifespan 9 days. Recover lifespan by defeating monsters. Nox frowned. To lose so much lifespan crossing the desert, but it's okay. That's why I came to Tehalen. I need to get the ancient ruins in northern Tehalen and deal with that old man. The image of the old snake man flashed in Nox's mind and Nox's eyes wavered. Then I'll get both lifespan and power. But again a red notification window appeared. Penalty applied due to less than 10 days of lifespan remaining. Debuff countdown to death activated. Overall health reduced by 20. Chronic disease incidence greatly increased. The protagonist's face was clearly fatigued and emaciated. His maid Rona said worriedly, "Young master, please keep this a secret." "I'm here to recover." "Yes," Rona replied. In the magnificent grand ballroom, the prince and his sister sat on high thrones. Khan welcomed Nox and his party with open arms. "Welcome, we received your letter, young master Nox." Nox simply advanced coldly and plunged the dagger he was holding into the ground before Prince Kushan, and the dagger shattered to pieces. "You are merely a small prince, not even a king of a fiefdom. Yet you dare to receive a direct descendant of the Renher family while sitting?" Nox's eyes flashed cruelly. "Do you want to wipe your kingdom from the map? Kneel before we wipe you out first." The protagonist's eyes became cold and cruel in a chic state. The scene shifted to a luxurious Western-style room. Theo von Reinhofer sat at a table lost in thought. His butler quietly asked, "Why didn't you stop the young master from going to Tehalen? Didn't you choose him as your successor? It will be dangerous if he goes to the Tehalen family." Theo Reinhofer merely tapped his finger lightly to a rhythm. "Because I believe he will overcome it." He looked up at his butler. "I'm not as insightful as you are. You always figure out what I'm thinking. I intended to put him in this position, but it's also very dangerous for Nox to gain attention too early." The butler immediately asked, "So you sent the young master with the Black Sword Legion?" Nox's father walked to the window and looked down. "The Black Sword Legion will appear immediately, no matter what danger he faces." Going back in time, young Nox was learning swordsmanship from his father. At that time, the head of the Renher family told him, "Hold on tight. Someday you will have to kill me. You failed to protect your mother, but you can do it if you become the family head." Back to the present. Nox's father stood by the window, lost in thought. "My time will come soon too." The butler bowed slightly. "I will always follow the young master, my lord." The scene shifted back to the Tehalen royal palace. The protagonist still looked down at Prince Kushan with cold, contemptuous eyes. "Do I have to say it twice?" Prince Kushan gritted his teeth and had no choice but to kneel. All information about this character Kushan appeared before M's eyes, and most importantly, his hostility towards the Renher family was at its peak. As everyone sat at the table, M was analyzing the situation in his mind, relying on his memory. This prince belittles himself and is emotionally unstable. He gives 40 trust to his subordinate Kramzer, but he doesn't know that the old man is a demon and will eventually die miserably. Closing his eyes slightly to compose himself, Nox clenched his fist. "But I believe I can change the outcome." Prince Kushan opened his mouth. "First, if you'll excuse my rudeness, why have you suddenly come to Tehalen?" Nox opened his eyes and said in a low voice, "To explore the ruins. You don't need to know anything further. Keep everything in its place until I return, understood?" Prince Kushan frowned. "Understood." The prince lightly waved his hand, commanding a group of girls to enter. "Escort young Master Nox and show him around. Treat him with the utmost respect." But Nox pointed at him and said, "I want this woman to guide me." It was Kushan's sister who was sitting with him. "What?" Khan wanted to speak again but stopped. "Is it not possible?" Nox frowned. Prince Kushan slightly grimaced. "Arya, take good care of young Master Nox." Arya replied with an emotionless face, "Yes." Below, the maid Rona whispered, "Dizzy Kai, what should we do? The young master seems to be starting to take an interest in women." Beside her, Dizzy Kai was also flustered. "What can I do? The book has no guidelines for this situation." Blue-haired Elena almost screamed, "No woman should get close to the young master," but fortunately, orange-haired May quickly covered her mouth. "Elena, it's better to be quiet at times like this." Above, Nox chuckled bitterly, seeing his harem noisily bickering. "Honestly, even I would misunderstand if I were them." The protagonist's gaze fell on Arya, who sat emotionlessly. He could see the dark blue aura surrounding her. "She seems to be already inside it." Nox finally opened his mouth. "Let's go, the rest of you can rest." "Elena, you're coming with me," Elena cried out happily. "Yes, young master, Christopher too." Nox pointed at the young man who was now jumping with joy. Isekai said in a low voice, "Are you sure you'll be alright without me?" Nox said coldly. "You're being overly protective, Isekai. Everything is going according to plan, so don't worry." Saying that, he turned his back and Isekai felt very pained and sad. Arriving outside the castle gate, Nox said to Christopher, "Did you notice?" He pointed at Arya. Christopher smiled cunningly and said, "Of course, young master. Prince Kushan's only sister, Arya Andrion, is famous for her beauty." "Get to the point," Nox frowned. Christopher stopped laughing. "But right now she's under an illusion spell," Nox nodded. "From now on I will remove her curse," Christopher asked suspiciously. "Can you really do it? A curse of dark magic. If anything happens to her, Tehalen won't stand by." Nox walked forward, avoiding their ears. The group entered a seemingly ordinary pub. A pretty waitress hurried to greet them. "Welcome, young master, but a pub like this is not suitable for your noble status." The waitress bowed slightly. Nox did not answer immediately, still lost in thought. "I came here with 3 purposes. First, to break Arya's curse. Second, to awaken Alina's abilities. And third," Nox opened his mouth. "How far along are the rebels in their preparations?" The seemingly ordinary waitress's expression suddenly changed, and she quickly drew her sword and rushed at them. Christopher skillfully fought back, still smiling cunningly. "Drawing your sword already? How rude." Christopher instantly held his sword to the waitress's neck. At this moment, Nox slowly opened his mouth. "You'd better listen to me, do you agree?" he thought inwardly. "This is a contact point with a special unit called L." The waitress's eyes were filled with tension. Back in Professor Lars's class, he continued to emphasize. "Magic dispelling is the process of reverse calculating the spell formula. Simply put, it's like entangling a knot, but the process of destroying and neutralizing a spell is not easy." Nox listened very intently to all of Lars's words. "Doing it alone is not the best method. Honestly, the most optimal way is to find an expert. For example, rare species like elves." Back to the present in the tense room, Nox broke the atmosphere and opened his mouth. "All right, everyone put your swords away." Christopher looked at him suspiciously. "But they attacked first, young master." "But there's something more important now," Nox said. "I want to talk to him alone, so step aside." Christopher reluctantly reminded everyone. As the young master said, "Everyone please step back." Nox saw him still resisting and firmly demanded, "Christopher, you too?" Christopher asked in surprise. "Me, but I am the knight guarding the young master. I must protect him." But Christopher had no choice but to obey Nox's next words. "Elena, you stay here. If anything happens, I will protect you." Elena, whose name was mentioned, was overjoyed. "All right, I'll do that." Outside was already dark. El seriously asked him, "Do you know who I am?" At this moment, Nox answered nonchalantly, "Of course. El, a member of the extinct Estelle tribe and a great spirit user. Everything you said." He stopped speaking, seeing her return to her original form. "Since you know my identity, there's no need to hide anymore." Nox was very satisfied with this timeliness. A wise choice, but El still looked at him warily. "And you must be Nox von Renhofer, the youngest son of the Renher family. With that hair and those eyes." He did not deny it and immediately replied, "That's right. I know you are the one organizing the rebels. Your base is right beneath this pub." El's eyebrows furrowed in question. "What are you doing here?" Nox looked at the person behind him and demanded. "I want you to break this girl's curse." El calmly stated her purpose in a cynical tone. "I'm planning a rebellion against the king, and you want me to save the princess?" Despite the situation, Nox still spoke calmly. "A rebellion? If such a thing happens, Tehalen will be completely destroyed. And whether it succeeds or fails, the kingdom will be defeated by the empire. Isn't this an outcome none of us want?" Les slowly stepped forward with a confused expression. "I'll ask again, what is your true purpose? Why would the Renfer family, who leads an army invading Tehalen, try to break the Tehalen princess's curse?" Hearing that, Nox looked at her seriously, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Nox quickly activated the acting genius trait. "I know what the Tehalen kingdom means to you." El clenched her fist warily. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Nox fell silent for a moment. El also did not back down and pressed for the next answer. The quiet space made him frown and be wary. "This is no time for idle talk. Saren, the desert bandit, was the most talented spirit user among the elves, who were most sensitive to mana. She was incomparable to anyone. From childhood she had been connected to countless spirits, and at only 16 years old she contracted with a high-ranking spirit, earning her the title of Great Spirit User. But her talent, without direction, sometimes led to disaster. As a minority of the Estelle tribe, she was never properly protected by her own tribe and wandered through various countries for years. Spirit magic was very useful, but her combat power was very low, coveted by countless people. At that time, El had to face thugs twice her size, and in that situation she could only freeze. It meant she had to live constantly on the run. That led her to Tehalen. Attacked by mercenaries, she was on the verge of death. Just then a woman saved her. "Hide here. I'll tell them you escaped elsewhere." Her name was Saren. With Saren's help, El found a place to stay. Saren was a talented leader, a symbol of hope for the street orphans. El thought she was truly wonderful. Life is never easy. She saw her caring for and feeding the orphans, but at the same time she couldn't help but worry. One dark night under the lamplight, El couldn't help but ask Saren, "Do we really have to keep stealing? Isn't there another way?" Saren smiled, but deep inside was a sense of powerlessness. "No, if I don't do that, the children in the slums won't survive." Stealing was a crime, a life-threatening act, but it was a necessary choice to prevent the orphans from being blamed. Hearing that, El gradually began to understand. Elle began to find ways to help Saren, so she started rebuilding the slums with magic and built a small shabby inn. Seeing the sign, a great joy welled up in her heart. Her eyes were filled with hope for the future at this time. But one day, Elle's face was more flustered than ever. The plan was never completed. Before the inn was even finished, Elle had to receive terrible news. Saren was hanged on the gallows accordingly. Nox's voice echoed softly. This kingdom is corrupt from within, but if you overthrow the kingdom with a coup, the empire will devour the kingdom. Elle lowered her head and asked him, when do you think orphans started pouring into Tehalen and being abandoned in the slums? Because no one sits on the throne of Tehalen. If the throne is empty, the nobles will only be busy protecting themselves. If someone had seized the opportunity and done the right thing, this wouldn't have happened. Elle's eyes looked pained even after so much time had passed. That girl, Saren, wouldn't have died either. Nox entirely agreed. You are right. Elle shouted loudly. What do you mean? What do you mean you agree with me? Nox seriously reminded her. Don't let hatred cloud your reason, Elf. Think of a clear and definite way to protect everyone. Your approach isn't good enough. He paused for a moment, then continued to state his purpose. Listen, for your friend Saren Sake, you'll have to do as I say. Nox's voice echoed low in the room. I know you had a human friend who saved you. I know that child died, and I know the reason was war, but your methods will only worsen the situation. Elle's surprise turned to doubt. Then how will you resolve this situation? Nox replied frankly. I will help the prince ascend to the throne. If he ascends to the throne and fulfills his responsibilities, this nation will gradually improve. Elle was startled and vehemently objected. Him? That's ridiculous. If he had such courage, the situation wouldn't have gotten this bad. The only way to save this country is… At that moment, Nox brought up an old story again. You told her to leave this place, but she didn't because she loved Saren and this place. At that time, Saren casually told Elle, Hey Elle, don't you think Tehalen will be a good city someday? Seeing the children before her eyes, Elle also held a glimmer of hope. Of course, but it's difficult now, but under this beautiful twilight and under the king's blessing, in a place where we can rest until that day comes, I don't want to leave here. Tears unconsciously streamed from Elle's eyes mixed with surprise. How do you know Saren's feelings? Nox nonchalantly asked her back. What she wanted wasn't the downfall of this country, was it? Let me ask one last thing. Do you think this child is innocent? Back at the palace, Prince Kushan sat gloomily on his bed and called out softly, Kramzer. His voice was full of helplessness. What should I do? If I lose even Kramzer quickly reassured him. Don't worry, your highness. We are doing our best to ensure the princess's safety. In his heart, his vigilance gradually increased. Nox, I thought he was a fool, but he's quite dangerous. He must be eliminated. While Kramzer constantly calculated to safely rescue Grand Duke Greymori, Kushan remained in despair. I'm a coward. I abandoned my sister. I should have protected her even at the cost of my life. In truth, even Kramzer wasn't entirely certain about this. There must be a reason for holding Arya. After a moment he decided to suggest, when Lord Nox comes, I will poison his food. Executing the youngest son of the Renfer family with an ancient king's weapon, that is the only way to exact revenge. Kramzer's devilish words whispered into Kushan's ear, suggesting it was the only way to restore Princess Arya to her original self. On the other side, Nox and Dizzy Kai were walking down the corridor. Just then, someone called out to them from behind. Lord Kramzer approached closer and invited Nox to accompany him. Dinner was over, but Nox, highly vigilant, asked back, Who are you? Only then did he remember he needed to introduce himself. I am Kramzer, the court mage. I have been appointed by Prince Kushan to assist young master. Kramzer's sinister eyes narrowed. But where is Princess Arya, who was with the young master? Nox nonchalantly replied. She's staying at a good inn. He didn't inquire further and happily moved on. Understood. The group quickly headed to the luxurious dining hall. Dizzy Kai was gently stroking a parrot and Rona was tearing into meat. May and Elena were also eating with great relish. Dizzy Kai couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Parrots are truly the best animals. She slightly turned her body and whispered to the parrot. You're the best, you listen to everything I say. The parrot, whether understanding or not, merely repeated blankly, Do that. Dizzy Kai hummed cheerfully. If I get the chance, I should take one with me. At this moment, May mentioned one of the characteristics of this place. There are several useful ingredients and many herbs that only grow in the desert. The others were much quieter. Rona looked at Nox worriedly. Young master, are you all right? He replied calmly. Of course. Kramzer still wore a fake smile on his face. I am truly delighted that you are enjoying your time in Tehalen. To further enhance the atmosphere, I have prepared a dish. Would you like to taste it? It is a silver scorpion tail. A dish prepared only for esteemed guests. I hope it suits your palate. In an instant the night sky enveloped Tehalen Palace. At this moment a figure appeared in the corridor. The figure stood gloomily in black clothes observing. He approached and carefully opened the door. The figure was none other than Kushan. He held the ancient king's sword given to him by Kramzer and thought, If I stab him with this, everything will be over. I can avenge my father and brothers against that bastard. Kushan, tense, reassured himself. This is the best choice. He continued to approach the bed. Listening to Nox's regular breathing, Kushan assessed him more closely. According to Kramzer's plan, he should already be paralyzed by the poison. To finish him in one blow, it's now or never. Kushan resolutely raised his weapon and attacked in his father's name. The merciless blade flew straight towards Nox's face, but just then Nox suddenly opened his eyes. He nimbly dodged, and Kushan's blade went off course. The moment he tried to prepare another attack, Nox had already grabbed his hand. Kushan felt a chill down his spine and quickly recoiled. Kushan, tense, bit his lip. I can't back down now. Kushan decided to continue attacking. Nox calmly raised his fist. He unhesitatingly struck Kushan hard in the waist. Kushan collapsed to the floor in pain. The spot where he was hit was so painful that it was very difficult for him to move. That's impossible, Nox smiled, looking at the secretive figure before him. Surprising, how could I move after consuming a fatal poison? I don't need to explain that to you, do I? Not to someone trying to kill me. In Nox's hand a familiar sword suddenly appeared. He raised the terrifyingly sharp blade and asked, right? Hours earlier before dinner, Nox and Elena had gone to a secluded spot. He suddenly called Elena. She replied blankly, yes, young master. In Nox's hand was a bottle containing silver scorpion venom. While not typically potent, when consumed with certain foods it acted as a fatal poison. Since Kushan would try to assassinate him with this, he asked her to create an antidote. Elena was very surprised. But how did you know? Young Master Nox inwardly smiled slightly. Because I've seen this scene dozens of times in the game, he sternly reminded Elena. Since when did I allow you to defy my words? I'm not defying, I'm simply obeying orders. These words filled Elena with immense admiration. The young master is autocratic but always cool, Nox inwardly thought nonchalantly. No matter how many warriors you mobilize, it doesn't matter to me. Because I found the Black Sword Knights, the elite unit of the Reinhofer family. Then did he secretly send them here? Nox could only marvel at his enormous affection for his youngest son. It was truly tear-inducing. Their stealth skills were top tier even in the game. However, they couldn't escape the eyes of someone who had played the game dozens of times. Anyway, as long as they were there, confronting an army was not an issue. Returning to the present, Nox continuously taunted Kushan. Foolish Kushan, to attempt to assassinate me, a Reinhofer descendant. Did you truly think killing me would avenge your father? These words suddenly enraged Kushan. How dare you mention my father? Don't speak of him that way. He rushed towards Nox, imbued with a murderous aura, but Nox still calmly lowered his body and dodged the attack. Kushan, enraged, continued to unleash dangerous techniques. In the midst of it, he unconsciously recalled hearing that the youngest son of the Reinhofer family was merely a defeated and foolish fellow. But how could he use this level of swordsmanship? Nox's lips suddenly curved upwards. He quickly assessed Kushan. As a prince of the kingdom, he must know at least basic swordsmanship, but his level of swordsmanship is still only intermediate. I don't even need to use skills in this battle. Kushan's entire body was thrown to the floor again. He looked at the blade before his eyes in great pain. Nox looked down at him and asked again, who instigated this? Kushan bit his lip and said, I did it alone. Nox, already knowing, continued to ask, then do you intend to hide this until the end? Suddenly, he called Christopher. He ran out from somewhere excited. Yes, young master, loyal Christopher. I have gathered everyone here. If it is your command, young master, I will leap even into flames. You talk too much. First, be quiet. Second, make that bastard kneel. Christopher immediately approached Kushan. Yes, my apologies, Prince. He looked at the people before him with resentful eyes. Nox reminded him, you're looking at me with hatred. Let me ask you one thing. What do you think destroyed you and this kingdom? Is it your sister? The answer was silence. Nox patiently spoke in another way. Still not answering, then how about this question? Did you sit on that throne and fulfill your duty? At this, Kushan, tense, cried out loudly. What do you mean? Nox looked directly at Kushan with a mocking tone. You were born into a great family. You can't understand it because you haven't felt the burden of your family on your shoulders. Do you know why I'm not killing you? It's because you still have value, and because of that blurry throne you want to grasp. Kushan suddenly shouted, that useless thing, I don't want such value. Nox's voice still calmly stated the obvious truth. Whether you want it or not, you were born to bear it. If you can't endure it, who can sit on that throne? Who has the ability to replace you? This question left Kushan stunned. Look, seize this opportunity. Nox frankly suggested he become the king of Tehalen. If you do that, I'll tell you the truth. Kushan began to hesitate. Nox realized that two people were secretly listening but still calmly persuaded Kushan. First, I'll tell you the truth. I didn't do anything to your sister. Elena and Isekai were startled to hear this. Really, even Kushan hadn't expected it. Elsewhere, music still played on. One person asked curiously, then why has this Nox fellow come to Tehalen again? He immediately got an answer from another gloomy person. Who knows, we searched but found nothing, no information could be obtained. The person next to him slammed the table in anger. Nonsense, why would a place called a great family bring bodyguards here? This is an insult to Tehalen. The three people talked incessantly about the current situation, but could they truly succeed? That place is the Reinhofer family, where Theo belongs. Now they could only watch. After a long moment, Kramzer spoke. No, this will probably be an opportunity for all of us. Upon hearing these words, all eyes turned to him. Elder, what do you mean? Kramzer explained cheerfully. It's time to eliminate the prince. I think now is the perfect moment, but they still hesitated greatly. What do you mean? No, now is not yet the perfect time. It seems too early to act. Kramzer again mentioned the humiliation the prince had displayed that day before them. As everyone saw, suddenly, the people there began to change their minds. Humiliation? You mean he knelt? Indeed. For a prince to kneel before several nobles, that's truly humiliating. Seeing them change their minds, Kramzer slammed his staff hard on the ground and said with a determined voice, "Now is the time. Everyone's dissatisfaction has already reached its peak. How about eliminating the prince with Nox's army?" But the people there were constantly worried. "But will it truly be all right? We're talking about killing the youngest son of the Reinhofer family," Kramzer informed them in a confident voice. "I poisoned him. Nox's meal, that kid ate the poison. Moreover, he said the prince would commit suicide." These people's spirits were instantly uplifted. "Then we can pin Nox's death on the prince and use the chaos to start a war." A wise plan. He heard this and smiled with satisfaction. The people continuously praised him. As expected of Lord Kramzer, just then in a corner of the room Nox and Kushan were watching all of this from behind a curtain. He asked, "What do you think? The truth you witnessed firsthand?" Kushan was silent for a moment. His pupils contracted with hatred. "They are truly dirty and vile." In the pitch-black darkness, light shone between streams of water, and Arya's body floated, enveloped by a strange voice. "Why does she think the deceased king and queen passed away? Does she truly not understand why Tehelen has declined so much? It's all because of her useless brother. Her brother, a coward, weak, and with no will to claim the throne." Arya vehemently objected. "Nonsense, you're lying." Kramzer's voice continuously echoed. "It will be much more comfortable if you let go. I'll take care of it. The princess will simply sleep in a long and happy dream." Helplessness was evident in the princess's eyes. Although she knew everything was a meaningless dream, she couldn't move or speak. Was this truly the end? Everything seemed destined to remain that way forever. But a sudden urgent sound pulled her out. "Arya Andrian, can you hear me?" Arya hastily turned her body. "Who are you?" she sincerely pleaded. "Please, if you also hear what I hear, get me out of here." Light slowly streamed into Arya like a ray of hope. "If that's what you want, I'll do it. I was already planning to anyway." Warmth enveloped Arya's entire body, and she felt strength returning to her. This made her curious. What on earth is happening? On Nox's side at this moment, Kushan was kneeling blankly at his feet as well as at Christopher's feet. "I believed everything Kramzer said about Tehelen's politics, morality, and even the lives of its people," Nox seriously reminded Kushan. "You should blame your own weak nature for entrusting all judgment to others. Even Kushan has already realized everything. That's why I'm suffering so much. How can I fix all of this?" Nox continued, looking at the two approaching figures. "Ask someone else about that. Don't ask me." They were Arya and El. Arya still looked at Kushan affectionately and called out, "Brother, my appearance startled you." Arya rushed over worriedly and asked, "Brother, are you really okay? What on earth happened?" Nox replied on Arya's behalf. "She was brainwashed by Kramzer." Kushan asked again, full of doubt. "Brainwashed? That's impossible." Despite everything he had just heard, Nox asserted once more, "It's exactly as you suspect. He is a demon, an archdemon." Suddenly, Kushan's head throbbed with pain. "That's impossible." Nox quickly explained the reason for this pain. "You too were partially brainwashed. As the truth slowly reveals itself, your head will ache as the pieces break apart. Just wait a moment and you'll feel better and understand what you truly need to do," as he had said. A few minutes later, Kushan came to his senses. Before he could even grasp the situation, El's palm slapped across his face. She sternly warned him, "If you still can't make the right decision because of Kramzer's tyranny and your own weakness, I will hang your neck from the palace tower." Arya merely watched from behind with no intention of stopping her. Indeed, her fury was burning. It all began with the secret story of Kramzer, the court mage. Kramzer, who seized regency and consumed the entire nation with brainwashing magic. His true identity was a demon. His goal was to revive Grey Mori, one of the 72 archdemons. The brainwashed king and queen of Tehelen rose up against the imperial family. Enraged by this, the Arim Empire, as per Kramzer's plan, commanded the Renner family to directly conquer Tehelen. Ultimately, under the cruel hands of Theo Rothwell, Christopher and the Black Sword Knights, the king and countless people lost their lives. When I first learned of that turning point, I was truly shocked. Even El's fury and Kushan's weakness were merely aftershocks of that incident. Nox somberly opened his mouth. "Both of you must have experienced similar things. In war, there are no winners or losers. No one deserves to be defended, and no one should be blamed, but at least don't mistake the person she should truly resent." El still found it hard to accept. "It's too late. Look, he still hasn't made any decision. If only he had a little courage to claim the throne, Saren and those children wouldn't have died." Nox calmed her, speaking in a low voice. "Even if it's too late, one cannot grow if they do not reflect on the past. No matter how cruel and tragic the reality before you, keep moving forward." For a moment, El saw Saren's image in Nox. Tears quietly streamed from El's eyes. In her heart, she had to admit it. In truth, she had always known that he was just like her. The helplessness of losing everyone she loved, a heavy burden on her shoulders, the desire to run away to avoid it all, to disappear from this world. Arya softly called out, "Brother, I'll be by your side this time too." From that moment, Kushan seemed to regain his faith. "There's still something we need to protect." Only then did he open his mouth. "Thank you, Arya." Just then, a new update appeared from the system. Kushan Andrian's loyalty trait has been unlocked. Kushan Andrian's loyalty to Nox von Reinhofer has surged to 100. Kushan Andrian will now show rock-solid loyalty to the player forever. Kushan's and El's resolve soared. "I won't run away anymore." Nox was just there, reaping the benefits. "Good, I've brought Kushan Andrian and El to my side. Now they'll become the strongest units, just like Marin." He would help them express their heartfelt gratitude. "Lord Nox von Reinhofer, my fury seems to have finally found the right direction. You are different from the person I heard about in rumors." Arya also deeply thanked Nox. "Thank you for saving my brother and me," but he humbly replied, "I merely paved the way, the rest you all did yourselves," and suddenly a thunderous roar erupted from below. The common folk furiously shouted, "Dethrone the incompetent Prince Kushan and usher in a new era. Crown Lord Kramzer as our new king." Nox couldn't help but laugh at this situation. "It's too early for me to receive thanks. From now on we need to prepare for the real battle against the real enemies." The villagers were extremely agitated, all united in opposition. "We cannot hand the kingdom over to the incompetent prince and princess. We must first find a worthy successor. There is only one person who can save us." The person they were looking towards was none other than Lord Kramzer. He remained silent, but his eyes were furrowed in a calculating manner. How much time had it taken to reach this moment? Only a select few are born with innate talent and noble lineage. Most people don't get to live the lives they desire. Reflecting on his own experiences, Kramzer could be certain. Talent is like barren land. Humans are likewise lowly and possess nothing. From a dark alley, a sympathetic voice suddenly echoed in a man's ear. "Child, you are truly weak. I see desire in your eyes, but alas, ordinary talent and humble origins hold you back. You will wander aimlessly and never achieve your goals. You will eventually be buried in the sands of time. That is too unfair to you. Opportunity should be given fairly to everyone. So I will give you an opportunity." This provocation made Kramzer realize that for a useless person to succeed, they must do everything they can, including trampling others and selling their soul. The time had finally come for his desperate prayers to bear fruit. With the great power bestowed upon him by the goddess Grey Mori, beyond becoming a special being, now was the moment to seize the kingdom. The people around were very worried about the current situation. Has the prince been protected? Find the prince immediately. Kramzer realized the time was right and calmly stepped forward. "There's no need for that. Prince Kushan Andrian is." Just then a mysterious figure spoke. "Kramzer, what exactly are you doing?" This familiar feeling startled Kramzer. He found it increasingly difficult to understand. Strange, the prince, he was consumed by hatred just moments ago. He was still a coward who couldn't break free from his shell under his sharp gaze. Kramzer was extremely suspicious. How could he change so quickly? Sweat dripped down his cheeks. He then realized that the brainwashing on both the princess and the prince had vanished. What on earth happened? Kushan bluntly exposed him. "Kramzer, I once trusted you like family, but in the end you didn't try to protect the kingdom." His eyes were filled with disgust for his opponent. "Tehalen, you are merely trying to seize this land built by my father and ancestors." Kramzer calmly replied, "It seems your majesty still doesn't quite understand the situation. Who wasted those 2 years of emptiness? Now look at the countless common folk standing behind me, enraged by your incompetence. Can you no longer see the sorrow in their eyes? Even the late king must be cursing you from his grave." The common folk below all shouted out their extreme dissatisfaction. This gave Kramzer even more confidence. "Good, this enraged crowd will kill the prince. I won't even need to get my own hands dirty." Just then a mocking voice was heard. "I don't like interfering too much in other families' affairs." Before the surprised gaze of the crowd, voice continued to echo without stopping. "But I will point out a few things that I find truly laughable." Nox looked mockingly at the faces below. "These guys are all just clowns." Kramzer unexpectedly shouted, "What did you say?" He gnashed his teeth, showing his disgust. "You are merely a brat who got a powerful backing through lucky lineage, and your arrogance pierces the heavens." Kramzer couldn't hold back and bluntly asked, "Nox von Renhofer, what is the purpose of the Renher family's noble heir coming to seek me out?" He smiled faintly at this question. A few seconds later, Nox ambiguously leaked information. "The one who started the war 2 years ago and now betrayed Tehalen's late king. You are truly a demon's dog and minion." At these words, Kramzer froze, and the crowd didn't miss them either. They hesitated and asked each other, "What did he just say? A demon?" Nox looked mockingly at the crowd before him. "You foolish trash, do you truly not realize that what you are doing is rebellion? Think carefully with your foolish minds. When did Tehalen's king and queen slowly start to turn their backs? When did the relationship between the Arim Empire and Tehalen begin to fracture?" The next words shifted the gaze of the entire crowd to Kramzer. "Everything began after this man named Kramzer became court mage." The people there quickly racked their brains, now that they thought about it, from the late king's sudden rebellion to the war with Arim. Just then everyone was dumbfounded. "What's happening? My head feels like it's going to explode my head." Kushan frowned, observing the situation below. "The headaches are a sign that the brainwashing is slowly breaking. He brainwashed not only us but also the nobles." Kramzer shouted as if trying to cling to his last thread. "Don't be fooled. He is the one who dragged Tehalen into ruin. Do you believe the words of the Renher family? Is there any proof that I am a follower of demons? If you keep spreading rumors, I cannot guarantee your lives." Nox's eyes became very excited. "Guarantee? Now that's an interesting word." He leisurely leapt down. This action of Nox made everyone panic. "Lord Nox, it's too dangerous." "Yes, young master, there are enemies below." Contrary to their worries, Nox landed safely. "Dangerous? No. It's quite the opposite. Even if I came alone, no foolish and despicable coward would dare attack me. You were deceived by Kramzer's promise of eternal wealth and exploitation of the people." Seeing the swords pointed at him, Nox calmly approached. "Did you start a rebellion without being prepared to die or pay the price for your actions?" He leaned back and swung his sword. Truly disgusting, the people cowered but remained resentful. How dare you insult us like that? What right does a Renner family member have to say such things? One of them furiously charged. He's alone if we kill him right now. Nox had nothing more to say to that foolish person. He coldly swung a horizontal slash and cut him down. If you draw your sword, be prepared to be cut. The crowd became even more uncontrollable at this sight. He really killed someone. How dare he do such a thing? Even if he's from the Renher family, we cannot forgive his interference in our kingdom's affairs. Nox, without a long speech, pointed his sword at the corpse of the reckless man. Remember who you drew your swords against and who truly blinds your eyes. As soon as he landed, Nox briefly glanced behind him. Kushan Andrian. Tonight a new king will be born into Halen. Prove it with your own hands. Kushan had already drawn 2 daggers. Of course, Lord Nox. After that, he leapt up like lightning. Kushan's brows suddenly furrowed. The crowd looked up, following the sound of an explosion. What was that? El quickly commanded, as if taking it as a signal. Now everyone charge. Hearing the command, everyone charged forward at once. The battle quickly began, and Kramzer unconsciously recoiled, seeing the situation before his eyes. You lowly wretches, how dare you? 2 female mages also quickly threw magic bottles, and everyone fought with all their might. Kramzer's face visibly paled. No, we must regain the upper hand by any means. In his closest line of sight was Isekai. Kramzer, without hesitation, created a flow of magic. Die! The magic orb immediately shot towards Isekai. In that critical moment, Nox appeared just in time. His gaze pierced straight through Kramzer, unwavering. Isekai was startled by Nox's sudden appearance. Young master, he sternly reminded her. Retreat, Isekai. From across, Kramzer was horrified to see his magic dissipate. How? He destroyed my magic with a single attack? How could that trash from the Renher family do such a thing? While he grappled with Nox, people from the crowd rushed towards Kramzer like a lifeline. Lord Kramzer, please save us. Kramzer angrily summoned a magic circle and blasted them away. Get out, you foolish wretches. Kushan didn't expect him to attack his own allies. A portal, is he planning to escape? Urged everyone. We have to stop him. Kramzer's face was filled with hesitation. If we retreat and regroup later. Just then an arrow flew and pierced through the portal. As soon as it hit, the portal exploded. At this sound, Kramzer was startled and slumped to the ground. What? Why did the portal? The arrow was easily controlled in Nox's hand. He raised an eyebrow mockingly. Is this the skill of a renowned mage? Truly pathetic. Kramzer fluctuated between shock and terror all night. That's impossible. He replicated my magic circle just by seeing it once, in such a short time. Nox also offered his heartfelt thanks. It's thanks to a certain professor who taught me when I was almost dying. This is nothing. He himself never expected that madman of magic to be useful now. As Kramzer's collar was pulled back, Nox loudly drew everyone's attention. Look closely, everyone. This is undeniable proof that this fellow is a demon. As purple light emanated from the point of contact, Kramzer struggled in terror, screaming to stop. Black veins surged all over from his neck to his head. In less than a minute, Kramzer's eyes contracted and he spewed a mouthful of toxic blood. The people around him saw this and understood the problem. His mana was flowing in reverse. He was a judgment mage, a demon and trash. Kramzer had nothing left to hide, and Nox seized the opportunity to mock him freely. Of course you lot, you who worship him, are even more pathetic trash. Kramzer struggled to shake off his hand, but Nox's grip was too strong and he ultimately screamed, Damn it, how can a useless Renher family worm like you know whom I serve? He is Grey Mori, one of the 72 archdemon dukes. The more Kramzer spoke, a triumphant expression appeared on his face. Yes, I am Lord Grey Mori's most loyal servant. If Lord Grey Mori learns that a worm like you dared to touch me, thinking he was talking too much, Nox without hesitation plunged his sword into the center of Kramzer's chest. His whole body convulsed. Wait, please spare me. I'll give you anything you want, treasures, honor to Halen, even the power of an archduke. But Nox's answer was consistent. I don't need it. Kramzer's body slowly vanished. Kushan couldn't help but ask, seeing the black shadow before his eyes. What was that? Nox nonchalantly confirmed Kushan's suspicion. Grey Mori, she's a demon. She takes over another's body and soul forever after death to gain immense power, viewing them as nothing but useless vessels. If we don't uproot her, Tehalen will never see another dawn, he skillfully instructed. Kushan, it's time to suppress this rebellion. Receiving the order, Kushan continued to charge forward. Nox didn't miss even Kramzer's remaining followers. Every time he swung his sword, the notification, enemy defeated. Lifespan increased by 4 hours, continuously rang out. They had committed evil acts under Kramzer's command, but killing them himself to live longer. Despite his expressionless face, a big question lingered in Nox's mind. What have I done? The next day, as the dawn light shone on the palace, now ruined from battle, a unit arrived and froze at the sight. Impossible. Many thoughts rushed through Rothwell's mind. I rushed all the way here to protect Lord Nox, yet all of Tehalen's chaos was resolved overnight. What is this? The butler's gaze fell upon the person before him. It was Prince Kushan Andrian. Kushan lightly greeted him upon seeing him. Rothwell asked worriedly, there's no time for pleasantries. Where's Lord Nox? If you threatened our young master, you won't survive. As the butler reached for his sword, Nox's voice echoed. Rothwell lowered his sword. The butler saw him, his voice cracking. Lord Nox, Rothwell reported worriedly. Your family was very concerned. Nox was slightly taken aback by the number of people who had just arrived. I know, with this many knights it's clear enough. The butler, always serious in everything he did, asserted that protecting the Renher family's bloodline was simply his duty. But Nox questioned him. Won't you regret it? Father wouldn't do this. This is your decision. If you're punished for this, tell them I summoned you and you had no choice but to obey." At these words, Rothwell was momentarily speechless. The butler slightly closed his eyes and denied it. "Young master, this was the family head's decision." Rothwell had never been wrong before, so Knox was very surprised. "Father?" The butler nodded honestly. "Yes." Knox said nothing more, but inwardly he was very pleased. "Theo did that. Amazing." At this moment, Rothwell continued. "But young master, why are you with Prince Kushan?" His name being mentioned, Kushan could not remain silent. "That was my decision." He expressed his gratitude honestly. "Lord Knox saved the Tehalan kingdom and taught me what a true king must do. When I was lost in the darkness, your grace's magnanimity was like a blessing that pulled me from the abyss. I will never be able to repay this kindness in my lifetime." Kushan suddenly knelt at Knox's feet and pleaded, "Please accept my loyalty." Knox watched him with a smile. "An interesting story. The king of Tehalan swearing allegiance to a Renher family trash? Your people will condemn you. Can you bear it?" Kushan replied firmly, "Of course, my loyalty is to the Renfer family, to you alone." Bill, who had been quiet until then, also chimed in. "We think so too, don't we? Princess Arya?" Knox looked at the people before him with a satisfied smile. "I've gained 3 new characters. Everything is proceeding perfectly." Rothwell watched his retreating figure, deep in thought. "For a long time I harbored doubts about the young master, but today those doubts have completely vanished. To see such eternal loyalty from a lower official family head before we even realized it, the young master had already begun to take on the demeanor of a ruler." Just then a red notification appeared. "Short-term worst trait activated. Countdown trait is affecting you." Knox instantly collapsed and a message appeared. "Player's physical ability reduced by an additional 5. This trait is removed when lifespan exceeds 30 days. Nausea welled up and Knox had to cover his mouth. "Wait, negative traits activate below 10 days, but why does it take 30 days to remove it?" He quickly composed himself and grumbled inwardly. "Should I ask the developer if this is a bug?" Rona, startled, asked Knox. "Young master, are you all right?" He lightly bowed his head and replied as if to reassure himself and her. "Don't worry. My lifespan will increase significantly soon." At this moment in the desolate desert, the system notification updated again. Player's remaining lifespan 9 days. Knox pulled his white cloak over his head and coughed. Battling the sandstorm, he slightly regretted having chosen the trait that limited his lifespan among all the traits in Inner Lunatic. "This disaster is entirely my own making," Knox couldn't help but mutter. "Damn it." Elena called out worriedly. Oppa, you look pale, don't you? It can't be helped. You jumped straight into the desert without rest." Saying this, she hesitated slightly. "Don't push yourself too hard, Oppa. If you want, you can rest your head on my lap." Under Kushan's contemptuous gaze, Knox replied firmly, "I don't need it." Knox remained silent, internally sighing continuously. "I can't even say I'm sick. Playing a villain is truly exhausting." "Don't worry, young master, in front of someone who works hard." Christopher immediately set up a tent and established camp. Knox thought he was more worried about them. "You guys shouldn't act so carelessly either." Knox was filled with helplessness. These people are really crazy. How can they be so indifferent? But at least not everything was bad. His thoughts drifted further. Grey Mori, the demon of truth and sorrow. She's the only demon among the 72 who isn't involved in the main storyline. She's hidden deep in the desert, surrounded by a barrier. Most gamers don't even know Grey Mori exists as they pass by. If utilized well, she could be a huge asset. What I want isn't just to extend my lifespan, but also a trump card for emergencies. Just then, the sound of hooves echoed, and the party stood before a fortress in the middle of the sandy desert. Knox restrained them. "Everyone from now on, do not act on your own initiative. Follow only my orders." Christopher received the command seriously. "Yes, young master." Kushan also obeyed. "Understood. I have also sworn allegiance to the young master." Elena was very excited. "If that's what Oppa wants, I'll do as you say." Knox ignored her and raised his hand, creating a high-level magic barrier. "As I expected, Grey Mori must be hiding here." He softly called out, "Elena, can you use your power?" She spoke with great enthusiasm as if she had been waiting for this moment. "Yes, of course." A blue light emanated from Elena's hand. "Rume, spirits and fairies of the earth, answer your master's call here." A spatial gate surged forth from that spot and the system quickly displayed information. Basic info: name Elena, gender, female, age 21, race, half-fairy, main element wood, positive traits, cheerful, alchemy genius, innate spirit user, generous heart, spirit contract expansion stage, new neutral state, stupid innocence, lovely and cute, negative traits, stupid alcoholic. This unit gains additional strength when contracted with a wood attribute spirit. Knox couldn't help but be impressed. Inner Lunatic has diverse combat styles and corresponding traits. Among them, Spirit Magic is a special ability. Its attack power is low, but it demands absurd stats, so even experienced gamers avoid it. If I develop Elena as a Spirit Magic subclass, she could become a genius. That's why Elena is one of my favorite units. In terms of stats, L's Fire Spirit Magic is stronger, but fire is disadvantaged in this desert, making it difficult to use. L will become more useful after I unlock Spirit Magic-related stats. Elena quickly created a very large orb. Contracted Spirit Grey. What she summoned was like a white seal. Christopher watched it with interest. "Is that Rume?" Elena asserted. "Yes, that's right." Even Knox was greatly surprised by the appearance of this summon. Rume, the earth spirit, is usually an old dwarf with a bearded hat. But in Inner Lunatic he appeared in a cute form. Elena happily ran to Nox. Oppa, I did well, didn't I? Since she wasn't drunk, Nox didn't hold back his praise. You did very well, but these words were unexpected for Elena. Me, I thought you'd praise me for diligently learning spirit magic. Nox sighed slightly. He gently stroked her head. Nox genuinely praised Elena. You did extremely well. Overjoyed by this praise, she forgot everything. Nox approached Kushan and Christopher and gave them a caution before they began. Everyone tie this thread to your wrist. Use it to track each other and pull hard if in danger. When the task was done, his hand lightly touched, creating a flow of magic. The system again sounded a red warning. Warning, entered territory of Grey Mori, lesser archdemon of truth and sorrow, trapped in a labyrinth of death. Player dies if unable to find a way out. Nox internalized these words. He cautiously reminded them once more, everyone be careful. Don't get caught in the sandstorm. As soon as he finished speaking, a whirlwind appeared, the entire space darkened, and Nox, observing the wind's direction, furrowed his brow. Sandspout phenomenon. It's trying to obscure vision with sandstorms. Moreover, the path and location in these ruins change every hour. But Rume can solve everything. Rume, as soon as it confirmed the path, dashed forward. Elena happily held Nox's hand. Just follow Oppa. Nox was completely helpless and told her to let go of his hand. Elena excitedly led the way. With Nox's party following behind, she sat down next to where Rume had stopped. Christopher couldn't hide his surprise at the scene before his eyes. Is this the terrain? Kushan had already experienced it but was still quite surprised. A type of sand dune. The altitude difference is so great that one misstep means death. Beside them, Elena was dancing with the spirit Rume. Christopher asked her out of curiosity. Elena, what is Rume saying? Elena suddenly leapt and jumped down the sand dune with Rume. Just follow. Nox was startled. This is too different from guiding the way, but they quickly followed behind. As Elena slid down, Christopher joyfully reminisced. It reminds me of training with the knights. They were so fond of me they pushed me off a cliff. The thrill of that time has returned. Nox was speechless, but he dared not directly call it bullying or crazy. A little further, there was an empty space below them. Christopher worriedly said at this moment, at this speed we'll hit the ground. Nox calmly summoned the magic barrier he had learned from Professor Lars. The barrier enveloped all of them and slowly landed them. Nox speculated that it would still be difficult to use in combat, but it seemed fine for this kind of movement. They quickly touched the bottom of the sand dune. Christopher couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, it's a huge ruin. Young master truly has an extraordinary eye. I pay my respects to your insight, young master. But Kushan suddenly gripped the two daggers at his waist. Something's coming. Everyone grew alert. An earthquake occurred, and with it, swarms of monsters resembling ants and giant locusts appeared. In an instant they were completely surrounded. More insectoid monsters than I expected. The insects eyed the fat prey before them. Christopher drew his sword, ready for battle. Insects daring to approach the Renner family's young master. Don't worry, young master, I, Christopher, will kill them all before you have to step forward. Nox clearly wouldn't stand idly by. He seriously drew his sword. No, I will fight too. And Nox subtly assessed everything around him. There aren't many, but every moment of survival is very precious. A faint light shone from the cave entrance, and a small figure sat motionless on a rocky cliff. Her hand reached out with a hint of regret. Grey Mori sighed, full of boredom. Originally, I was quietly waiting for Kramzer to achieve greater things, but because of some unknown brat, her hand instantly clenched. Everything's ruined. Grey Mori was extremely displeased, thinking, how dare you set foot in the territory of the great Grey Mori? She looked at her reflection in the sand and resolved, I will give you an unforgettable lesson. Now face the trial of these ruins, the truth and sorrow. Each time he was cut by a monster, the system updated again. Player's lifespan restored to 14 days, but the red warning message still appeared. Negative trait still active. Player's lifespan must reach 30 days to remove the effect of the death trait. Nox, of course, knew death. This attribute does not control the player's actions in many ways. It can reduce stats by percentages and impose various penalties. Moreover, despite having killed numerous enemies, his lifespan couldn't exceed 14 days, so the effect remained active and the insect monsters quickly fell. Kushan looked around and said, everything seems stable now. Nox, from the side, gave a dry compliment. Not only Kushan but Christopher's swordsmanship is also truly remarkable. He is indeed a swordsman worthy of praise. During the battle, Nox had observed Christopher's swordsmanship quite closely. Ice sword, a swordsmanship technique possessing destructive power and absolute precision, has 9 forms divided into beginner, intermediate and advanced levels. I thought he was just a nagging old man, but the Black Sword Knight Captain is truly amazing, Nox suddenly praised. Very well done, Elena. You've also learned spirit magic and you've been a great help this time. Elena's eyes widened and she smiled upon hearing that. Perhaps the training she intermittently did with May had an effect. Nox recalled that process and thought, being beaten by her training, recovering, then beaten again, recovering again, repeating that process. She truly is a hero who lives for everyone. I should raise her salary. Elena, along with Rume, found a large door inside the cave, and Nox reached out and opened it. Inside was a gigantic winged lion, and he seemed to realize why there were so many monsters around. As expected of a demon ruin, monsters are continuously breeding. Kushan hastily tried to stop him. Young master, please step back for a moment. No sooner had he finished speaking than he rushed at the lion and slashed it once. Christopher still had the strength to wield his sword, and the slashed part vanished like smoke only to reappear perfectly intact. Christopher was incredibly shocked. What? How can this be? I clearly saw it get slashed. Nox glanced once and stated clearly, everyone stay put. Most of what you are seeing is just an illusion. At these words, the party was very flustered. Wait, so we weren't really fighting? How do we distinguish between reality and illusion? Nox's eyes darkened. From now on, knowledge known only to seasoned players will be necessary. Normally, one would have to struggle through the labyrinth and defeat monsters, but if you know the tricks, you can easily pass through everything. Elena called Nox worriedly. Young Master Nox, is this really the right way? He turned his head and nodded slightly as if confirming. The first trick is to keep following the skeletons that are moving forward. That path will lead to the boss room. Standing before the skeleton hanging on the wall, Nox recalled the second trick. He summoned his sword and informed Elena's party. Everyone prepare for battle. The beast appearing in this room is not an illusion. Nox quickly slashed countless times into the space. The method to distinguish whether a monster is real or fake is very simple. You only need to check if the skeleton is wearing a ring on its index finger. The special magic in the ring will lure the monsters. This is a trial that blurs the boundary between illusion and reality, gradually severing the connection between the player and the outside world. The real winged lion was slashed and in pain, and Nox smiled faintly, but for Nox everything was meaningless. Trials of loyalty or pain only occur when one takes the wrong path. But I am playing precisely along the correct path. The opposite door opened, revealing a skeletal figure seated on a throne. A piercing, sharp voice echoed. Foolish creatures, you have finally set foot in this abyss. There is no longer any reason to hide, so rest peacefully with this trial. No sooner had he finished speaking than a sandstorm raged, and Christopher's party approached him worriedly. Young Master Nox? Amidst this, Nox merely stood calmly and scoffed. Nothing but bluster indeed. At this moment the system updated. Player has seen through the illusionary landscape. Immunity to poison takes no damage. Nox swung his sword without hesitation. Stop it. Don't waste time on such trivial trials. Get up. The skeleton with red eyes and radiating aura stood up. A rather interesting fellow has set foot here. It seems your defeat of Kramzer was not mere luck. Christopher, surprised, asked everyone, What do you mean, young master? Surely that is, Nox immediately asserted. Yes, that is Archdemon Grey Mori, one of the 72 archdemons, and the beginning and end of the tragedy intertwined with the Tehalan kingdom. Grey Mori smiled contentedly. Truly interesting. You are the first human in these ruins not to be trapped by my illusion. Honestly, I'm truly curious how you managed it. Kushan's rage surged. So you are the demon who brainwashed Kramzer and tried to swallow Tehalan. This deception ends now. Grey Mori found it utterly ridiculous. Deception, how amusing. Have you forgotten what kind of demon I am? As long as humans exist and classes are divided, Tehalan's destruction is no lie. Reality is sometimes more cruel and miserable than any illusion. All I did was reveal the truth and my inherent order, young prince. Kushan still couldn't accept it and asked again. Why did you do such a thing? Just then, Nox stopped him. Stop it, Kushan. Asking a demon for its motive is the most meaningless thing, is it not? For your revival? Grey Mori chuckled. Indeed, a clever boy, unlike that prince. Yes, you are correct. The corner of Nox's mouth subtly curved upwards, and he began to ask, I know many things, shall I tell you more? For instance, the archangel who sealed you in the past. Upon hearing these words, Grey Mori's presence faltered. What? She subconsciously asked again. How do you know that? Nox nodded and spoke the truth. Yes, I am merely human, but I am one who sees through all your weaknesses. This insolence enraged Grey Mori. What is this arrogant tone? I am an archduchess. A mere human can be crushed with ease. Nox lightly touched his sharp sword and spoke as if consoling her. Grey Mori, stop this cheap act now. Blood spurted from her body, and Nox's voice echoed calmly in the empty space. I knew everything from the moment you began your trivial trial. Grey Mori was startled, her eyes wide open. Suddenly, numerous sharp thorns erupted around her, and due to her contract with the Archangel, these thorns held her immobile. You cannot harm humans in this final sealing chamber. Deep within the ruins, Grey Mori's body collapsed to the floor. Damn it, this cursed contract. But that brat clearly attacked me first. Elena couldn't help but be astonished. Demons can't harm humans. Christopher gradually understood. Indeed, I thought something was strange from the beginning. That's why such a high-ranking archduchess didn't intervene directly, but merely waited for humans to fall into illusions and trials. Young Master Nox already knew this demon's weakness. Nox pointed his sharp sword at Grey Mori and demanded, From now on, answer everything I ask. Then, I will spare your life. The first question was, What is the name of the angel who sealed you? Grey Mori was somewhat wary, but still spoke strongly. Do you think I remember the name of any angel? Nox's eyes gradually lost patience, and the surrounding space instantly grew cold. Actually, I've killed a similar demon to you before. It was a fellow who couldn't properly understand the situation. Was his name Vaughn the demon? Just as the sword was about to touch her neck, Grey Mori screamed in surprise. I can describe her appearance, Nox pressed on, seizing the momentum. Swift cooperation is to my liking. Tell me everything you have seen and known. Grey Mori inwardly seethed with defiance. How dare this fellow insult me like this? However, that voice, that gesture, that look, I've seen it somewhere before, I understand. This person is very dangerous. She batted away the sword blade and said, The angel had very large white wings and the wingspan was about 2 meters. Nox raised his sword without a change in expression. That's something everyone knows. It's no different from saying demons have horns. If you continue to waste time with such trivial jokes, I will kill you immediately. Greymori gritted her teeth in annoyance. You insolent wretch! Just then her face suddenly went blank. Greymori raised her hand, felt her face and said, I remember, that angel had the same face as you, beautiful, jewel-like eyes, deep purple. Nox was slightly surprised by this coincidence. Nox knew well that angels in most works were beings of pure good and symbols of virtue. They were always contrasted with demons, and like beings of pure evil, angels also existed in Inner Lunatic, but there was one mystery. Demons were always introduced in the main storyline, but angels never once appeared in the main storyline. At most, they were mentioned in Easter events or item descriptions. After delving into the game's records and reading every line of dialogue, he realized that their existence was one of Inner Lunatic's biggest secrets. Greymori was said to have been sealed by an archangel and trapped in these ruins for a long time. This meant she must know the true nature of angels. Words echoed amidst Nox's surprise. Now I remember, that angel really resembled you. Jewel-like eyes, lavender purple, but he quickly regained his indifferent expression. So you're saying what you know isn't very helpful? Greymori was startled and tried to calm the situation. Oh, could you please retract this gloomy killing intent? If I truly knew something valuable, I would have captured that angel myself. All I remember is a powerful light piercing through my darkness. The scent of the sun, a woman with large wings descended from the sky. She defeated me, and after that, my magic was restricted. At that time, in her helplessness, she pleaded, just kill me. Why are you keeping me alive? Greymori vividly remembered the words that angel had left her with. The angel's lips moved. Those words were etched into Greymori forever. An opportunity for repentance will come, that is all. These descriptions plunged Nox into deep thought. The lavender eyes. In Lunatic, only the Reinhofer family had that eye color. Theo and that angel. He wondered if there was some secret connection between them. Nox said coldly, continue. Greymori was bewildered, thinking she had already explained everything in detail. Again, is there more to say? He quickly made a new demand. Hand over this ruins trial token to me. The system displayed basic information. Name, Greymori, gender, female, age, unknown, race, demon, main element, divine, achievements, one of the 72 archdemons, stats, stamina 26, mana 23, luck 7, willpower 20, mental strength 20, advantageous traits, genius of strategy and martial arts, loyalty, truthfulness, cynical, honest, neutral, pure, evil. Disadvantageous traits, tears, sorrow, fickle. Nox read a line and smiled faintly. The most valuable trait for sparing her life is precisely her honesty, a trait that makes lying impossible for a demon. Completely useless but perfect for me to utilize. Nox used it to command, explain the trial in detail. She stood up and answered seriously. The trial is a very simple test. You only need to answer one question truly honestly. Before you enter that room, I will ask you a question. Greymori pointed to a dark spot. You can wager anything you desire for the trial, and you will receive a reward commensurate with the value of what you wagered. Christopher, surprised, asked him, such an easy trial, young master? Isn't it a bit suspicious? Greymori quickly revealed. The question will be about someone related to you, and the most important part is that your answer will be presented in front of that person. For example, if I were to ask you if you wanted to abandon that noisy old man in the middle of the desert and you honestly answered yes, your truthful answer would be conveyed to that person like a demon's whisper. The more Christopher listened, the more he frowned. Nox cautiously asked Greymori, what happens if one fails the trial? She explained everything according to her traits. Every time you lie, the more you wager, the harder the questions become, and the more valuable your wager, the greater the reward, he pondered seriously. First, this trial seems easy, but the difficulty of the answer isn't the problem. It will be questions like, did you want to kill His Majesty and gain power? Did you want to poison your lover and find another? Or, did you want to kill His Majesty and gain power? His footsteps slowly advanced, and in his mind he was constantly calculating. If I answer yes, that answer will be conveyed to the related person, and I might die before even seeing the results. Revealing my true feelings to anyone on this rotten continent, restraining secrets and making them my weakness, that is the true trial. But a true player does not refuse a gamble. If I intend to fight to the end, I will wager everything I have. The system promptly notified entering trial. You must wager something valuable for this trial. What will you wager? Nox proposed without hesitation. My life. I will wager all my remaining lifespan. Elena was so shocked by those words that she couldn't stand. Waves of dark magic surged from the entrance Nox was about to enter. Meanwhile, the system confirmed that the player had wagered their life. Nox von Reinhofer. The trial's difficulty has increased to maximum. If the trial fails, the player dies. The space briefly darkened. Greymori was delighted and admired him. You've wagered more than you thought. One question from me could kill you. Aren't you afraid? Nox responded with silence. He no longer hesitated, turned his body and demanded, ask. Greymori honestly informed him. Very well, I will now begin the trial. Her eyes suddenly turned red. Can you, if necessary, kill your father, Theo von Reinhofer? This question truly startled Nox. His heart pounded wildly in the quiet space. Before the trial began, I had anticipated questions like whether I wanted to destroy the imperial family or if I truly trusted my companions. Even if they dislike me because of my answer, it doesn't matter. Moreover, for their safety, I must see this story through to the end. After all, I, Yu-chan, am playing the role of Nox. I am already accustomed to being disgraced and hated. But a question about Theo, a question about my father, or rather Nox's father. What was Theo to Nox? He suddenly recalled the cold and resolute man. And that gaze made Nox quickly deny it. No, he fell into deep thought, looking at his reflection on the calm water surface. What does father mean to me? Greymori delightedly urged Nox. Now keep answering the question. Can you, if necessary, kill your father, Theo von Reinhofer? Nox's gaze slightly deepened. This question paradoxically reminds me of my goal. Nox slowly closed his eyes. The truth he had almost forgotten. I am a stranger in this world. To regain my memories, to find out why I came here, and to leave this world someday. So he resolutely gave the only answer. I will kill Theo von Reinhofer. Even if he is not my father, if they block my path, I will kill everyone. The darkness surrounding Nox and Greymori gradually disappeared, and his body remained unshaken by that decision. As the darkness lifted, Nox and Greymori returned to the room. He leaned over and looked at his companions. Elsewhere, someone's hand stopped their pen. Butler Rothwell asked suspiciously, "Is something wrong, Lord Theo?" Theo sat blankly, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Theo sat still, without answering Rothwell's question. A voice echoed to him. "Theo von Reinhofer, head of the Reinhofer family, your son Nox von Reinhofer will kill you if necessary." The tip of his moving pen suddenly exploded. Filled with Theo's anger, Rothwell approached worriedly. "Lord Theo, are you all right? You don't look well." Theo picked up the paper in front of him and refused to answer. "I'm fine." His eyes were filled with countless questions. Why am I wavering? Haven't I always known this day would come? It reminded Theo of one thing, the secret and curse that every head of the Reinhofer family had to bear. From previous generations, his father and grandfather could not escape that tragedy. To break this repeating cycle, Nox, that child, would have to kill him someday. Though not outwardly shown, Theo's hand trembled. He already knew that fate, but every time he saw that child grow with ambition and burning potential, he asked himself. In truth, he cared quite a bit about Nox. Theo was deeply conflicted. Could I, unlike other families, hand over the position of family head by my will, not by death? He raised his hand and suppressed the trembling. For my entire life as a member of the Reinhofer family, I have rejected inappropriate emotions. It seems my heart is beginning to weaken. Rothwell, let's take a short walk. The two walked silently down the wide corridor. Suddenly, Theo stopped and asked casually, "How much time do you think is left?" Rothwell had no time to react to this sudden remark. "Yes, Lord Theo, what do you mean? You've just returned from your mission, so you must have seen how much Nox hates me. Me, who failed to protect his mother. To him, I am no different from an irreconcilable enemy. I ask you, how much time is left until Nox draws his sword, pierces my heart, and becomes the family head?" Rothwell found it quite difficult to offer his opinion. "Lord Theo, I cannot be certain, but if I had to guess, it will be much faster than we imagine." Theo said nothing more and answered gloomily, "Is that so?" He looked up at the gloomy window and guessed, "Then not much time is left." Beside them, Greymori giggled. "It's something even a demon cannot understand. How can a child be so cold to his own father?" Nox didn't want to argue with her anymore, and immediately ordered, "Shut up, give me the reward." Greymori snapped her fingers in annoyance. "Very well, you have obtained the ancient artifact, a sealing mirror." As soon as she handed it over, the system updated its basic information. Name, sealing mirror. Type, miscellaneous. Grade, top tier. Attribute, none. Stats, none. Equip limit, none. Greymori was a little uneasy even as she handed it over. "As you probably know, this item is extremely dangerous, so be careful." Nox smiled slightly, looking at her. He immediately used the new item. Special effect, seals the subdued target within the mirror world. The target loses most of its power and cannot escape unless permitted by the owner. Greymori got goosebumps. "Why are you looking at me like that? Surely you're not actually thinking of using that, are you?" Nox immediately shined the mirror at Greymori and activated the sealing mirror. Target, Greymori, Archduchess of Truth and Disaster, one of the 72 archdemons. The ancient artifact is now active, sealing the designated target, Greymori. She was shrouded in black smoke. "What? Wait, you're crazy." As soon as the sealing was complete, the system displayed numerous new notifications. Negative trait, death removed, gained 131 days of life from using ancient artifact. Remaining lifespan 145 days. In an instant, the space before his eyes was empty. Greymori was ultimately captured. He handed the mirror to the person behind him. "Kushan, take this. This is the one who almost destroyed your kingdom. From now on, she will be a weapon to help us eradicate demons." Inside the mirror, Greymori wailed miserably. "You damned brat, how dare you treat me like this?" But the party gave her no answer. Nox lifted the mirror into the air and dazzling light poured onto her. Greymori cowered and stopped making noise. Nox seized the opportunity to warn her. "Shut up. If you make noise again, I'll double the heat next time." Christopher hesitated and asked, "Young Master Nox, even so, isn't a demon still a dangerous creature? Taking her to the mansion could cause trouble. Wouldn't it be safer to just kill her?" Nox carefully explained to him, "It doesn't matter if no one knows. Let's end this matter here." Unlike Christopher, Elena was very relieved. "I only care about your safety, young master. I will trust anything you do unconditionally." Hearing that, Christopher didn't want to be outdone. We feel the same way. Nox picked up the mirror and observed it. Grey Mori has lost almost all her power, so she won't be able to fight anymore, but she could be an excellent compass during demon hunts, since the Black Flame Ring can gain a lot of life from demons as well as monsters. Thanks to Grey Mori, I can catch my breath for a while. Let's go back now. The Tehalan rebellion was over, and the reward was an extended lifespan. I ordered Kushan, Arya, and El to stabilize the situation in Tehalan. Once everything settles down, I will bring the three of them to Eldon. Elena held a piece of paper and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Oh my, is this really mine?" Besides, he had to take Elena and the other teams to Eldon. Of course, only 3 people per family could enter, but if you knew the tricks. That's just how nobles are. If you have money, there are always loopholes. Jan approached Nox and informed him. "Young master, I will wait as instructed." He nodded and accepted. "Very well, I will deliver the news as soon as possible." A tired look briefly crossed Nox's face. "I said that, but honestly, just looking at the desert sand exhausts me." Dozing off for a moment in the carriage, Nox indulged in pleasant imagination. "The first thing I'll do when I arrive is take a warm bath and rest on a soft bed. I can finally rest for a while." Just then, in a familiar castle, a clear voice echoed, "Nox?" Thalia was startled to see him return. "Long time no see." Nox was slightly surprised to see the person before him. "Thalia, why are you here?" Before he could even hear the answer, another voice interrupted. "So you are Nox Rinhofer? I heard you stole my daughter's heart." A red-haired man identical to Thalia praised him delightfully. "Truly handsome. You remind me of my youth." He was Zir von Stenner among all the dukes. He was the most influential figure. The White Flame Knight, a famous warrior, and Telia's father, to whom he was once engaged. Nox greeted him politely and asked, "May I ask why you've come?" Robert's eyebrows furrowed and his gaze didn't leave Nox. "What else? I've come to continue discussing the marriage issue we once talked about." At these words, Nox completely froze. His face instantly lost color, and he had forgotten he was engaged to Thalia, but Nox still replied politely, "This is an important matter, so shouldn't I discuss it with my father first?" Robert wanted to talk to Nox. "I've already spoken with my old friend Theo. So let's talk at length." At these words, Nox was cornered. But wasn't the engagement already broken off? "I can't refuse a marriage with an imperial princess so easily." After beating around the bush, Robert asked, grinding his teeth, "Surely you're not deliberately marrying the princess to avoid marrying my daughter, are you?" Nox didn't know how to react. Blankly, "Damn it, I'm screwed." Robert von Style Rinhofer. He was famous among gamers as an absurdly powerful figure. One wrong word and I'll get hit. I might lose all the lifespan I gained from Grey Mori. Just then, Thalia's soft voice echoed, saving Nox. "Father, why do you keep bothering Nox?" He looked at her and something else happened. Robert suddenly fell silent, looking at his daughter with a puzzled expression. He suddenly smiled very kindly. "I'm bothering him. If my beloved Thalia says so, then it must be true." Nox was speechless. What a truly hopeless father and daughter pair. He sighed tiredly. "I expected this to happen after Penelope's proposal. Even so, the other party is an imperial princess. I couldn't just take the marriage so easily." But why did Robert change his mind, and why did Theo agree? As he continued to feel gloomy, Thalia explained, flustered. "Nox, actually, I said I was just passing by, but father kept insisting on coming along, so I couldn't help it." Really? Judging by Robert's attitude, Nox didn't think he was lying. He continued to flatter beside his daughter. "Thalia, my beloved daughter, I just came to see what kind of person Nox is, so don't worry or be nervous too much. Young man, I know you didn't choose the princess of your own free will. Look here," Robert said, looking at Nox with a warning gaze. "I just wanted to talk for a moment," Nox responded by bowing his head appropriately. "Yes, but in his heart he was extremely exhausted. I just got home and another big problem has arisen." Facing the gentle girl before him, Nox was a little flustered. "How should I get out of this situation this time?" Less than a day later, Nox received a letter. "To young Master Nox, I am Butler Rothwell. I am urgently sending this letter with important news. The head of the Stenner family has arrived at the Rinhofer mansion with Lady Thalia. They have come to discuss the engagement that was previously broken off with you, young master. Because the last breaking of the engagement was very sudden, the atmosphere this time is quite tense. Please return as quickly and safely as possible." Isekai handed him the letter at this moment. "This letter arrived from Rothwell immediately after we returned from Tehalan, and even before we arrived here. The heads of both families have decided to break off the engagement with the princess and continue with the original engagement." Nox furrowed his brow, looking troubled. "One side is an imperial princess and the other is a ducal family. Wouldn't it be safer to run away right now?" Isekai honestly reminded him. "But this time the Stenner family won't let this matter pass so easily." Nox also recognized the current situation. "You're right, I need to think about how to explain this to Sir Robert." Isekai bowed and made her first suggestion. "We must emphasize that the breaking off was not the young master's decision. Until then, we must control our subordinates to maintain Sir Robert's trust." Nox was quite surprised by this. "I see, thank you." Just like Isekai, her composure suits the title of Support Genius. Support Genius is a very rare trait found in only 2 characters in the entire Lunatic game. It usually appears in the late game. This means Dizzy is not suitable for this level yet. As she said, if the princess's marriage was a royal demand, it would be ideal to accept that the Rinhofer family had no choice. The problem is that he might have heard I could kill him. I won't hesitate to meet him now. Rona, who had been quiet until now, teased him. Young master, I'm seriously asking, how many women have you messed around with until now? At this rate, counting them will become meaningless. His anger exploding, Nox drew his sword, he didn't even know when, and growled. Rona, it seems you want to see what hell looks like. I'll follow right behind you, so lead the way like a loyal subordinate. Just then a knock sounded, and a slightly hesitant Nox said, Hey, it's Thalia, can you open the door? Isekai, seeing someone was coming, whispered, Young master, what are you going to do? Nox reluctantly stepped forward. What am I going to do? I have to go out. His footsteps moved slowly, his mind constantly calculating. One way or another the solution to this problem depended on Thalia. Of course I also had a trump card ready. Nox touched his handsome face with a slight sense of helplessness. This is it, he told himself many times. Now Nox, it's time for your face to do its job. Use that handsome face to captivate her heart. Create an escape route. Even as he thought that, Nox still asked with a cold and chic expression, What's the sudden matter? As he stepped out, the atmosphere around Thalia instantly turned pink. If you don't mind, could we talk while taking a walk? Her hands were tightly clasped as if restraining herself. He's truly handsome, Nox feigned surprise. What a walk at this hour? Robert, seeing him about to refuse his daughter, turned and glared at him. Nox of course had no choice but to be dragged along. He deliberately said something odd. I think that would be more romantic. Let's go. Inwardly he constantly shouted, Is that bearded madman going to burn this entire page? Robert was still seething with anger behind them. That damn brat. The two quickly went out into the garden. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. Thalia spoke first. The moon is truly beautiful tonight. The stars are sparkling too. Nox nodded in agreement. Though they're quite far away so I can't see them well. He looked at Thalia's back and worried, This is bad. Even though I've been playing the villain very subtly, the public's perception of Nox is gradually changing. A deep, troubled expression crossed Nox's face. We've just passed through a major storyline, but I have to pay the price for not cutting ties with characters I shouldn't have gotten close to. Nox clenched his fist and asked Thalia frankly, Is this situation all right with you? She turned to him blankly. What do you mean? Nox expressed it frankly. If both our parents agree to continue the engagement, wouldn't that be defying a royal order? At these words, Thalia also didn't know what to do. She recalled her father's conversation with Theo at that time. Robert was furious. Theo, this is a disgrace to the Stenner family. Even if it was the princess's demand, Her family's silence until now is highly suspicious. But Theo still looked at Robert with unwavering eyes. The two men glared at each other. After a long while he turned and said, Thalia, we have something to discuss, so please step out for a moment. She simply agreed and left. Yes, Thalia waited quietly outside. She was just curious what they were talking about. Surely they're not fighting with swords right now, are they? A moment later, Butler Rothwell called out, Lady Thalia, and quickly informed her, Thank you for waiting. Your engagement will proceed as normal. Thalia asked Robert in surprise. Really? He happily and gently told his daughter in a low voice. See, I told you, everything will return to its original course. Thalia happily hugged Robert. Thank you, father, I'll tie your tie 1,000 times over. But in truth she was still worried. At that moment she was too happy to think of anything else. But soon her mind was filled with countless questions. What about the princess's engagement? What did father and Theo talk about? Back in the present, Nox sincerely asked Thalia. The most important thing is neither the royal demand nor our family's honor. Your desire, what do you want? She shyly but firmly replied. I don't have the ability to understand all these complexities, and I know I have many shortcomings, but I don't dislike this engagement. Nox was slightly surprised by Thalia's answer and attitude. Understood, in truth, he hesitated because the Thalia he remembered from the game was so terrible. She had killed Nox, ultimately plunging a knife into his heart with empty eyes. Amidst all the tragedy and distortion they were cursed as a tragic couple, who were caught in their destiny. But that was just the Thalia I remembered from the game. When he didn't say anything more, Thalia asked curiously, Nox, do you have something you need to do? Nox looked back blankly. What are you talking about? Thalia frankly revealed her feelings. I can feel it. I saw you working hard at the academy, studying all night in the library, constantly swinging your sword in the training ground. Watching you, I realized one thing. You're wholeheartedly pursuing something. You might not have time to think about others, but even if I can talk with you sometimes and spend time like this with you alone, that's enough. I also have the title of Nox's fiancé, don't I? So am I getting ahead of myself now? Nox remained silent. But he was gradually changing his perspective. I can no longer deny it. There's a deep but ambiguous gap between the Thalia of the Lunatic game in my memory and the Thalia standing before me now. Nox suddenly praised her for being truly innocent. Thalia, hearing that, took it as his implicit agreement. She happily hugged his arm. Gotcha, but her mood slightly dampened. Nox, you probably know, but I have an older sister. She's very strong, perhaps not as strong as the young master, but still, and for some reason she really dislikes me. You might think I'm very foolish, but I want to talk to my sister. I want to hear directly from her why she dislikes me so much. To do that, I need to become as strong as my sister. No, I need to become even stronger than her. I'm not like father or my sister. I have no talent and I'm quite foolish. But I believe that someday I can become strong too. So I won't give up, not on my sister and not on you, young master. The next day, as Thalia tied Robert's tie, she suddenly brought up an old memory. "Father, do you really still remember what I said when I was little?" Tears streamed down the strong man's eyes and he spoke as if it were yesterday. "You still cried and begged me to let you marry that fellow. Surely he hasn't done anything right. He has a very bad reputation, so just in case he—" Thalia hastily defended him. "Knox would never do such a thing. He's much stronger, cooler, and more decisive than you think, father." Hearing this, Robert simply smiled softly. He gently took her hand and called her by her loving nickname, Thal. Robert carefully reminded her, "Don't let your sister's feelings hurt you too much. After all, you two are my two most beloved daughters. Your sister is she's just a bit tired." As time passed, Thalia reassured him. "I'm fine now, father. I'll become strong enough to talk to my sister." And Thalia recalled her walk with Knox. "If she wants to pursue her sister, just let her. Forget the current hurt and clear your mind. I believe you can overcome it." These words were deeply etched in Thalia's subconscious. Knox had sincerely told her, "The Thalia von Stenner I know is a very strong person." That thought alone boosted her confidence. "Now I also have a husband who believes in me." But Robert suddenly frowned. He was extremely wary of Knox. "No, I have to kill that damned fellow with my own hands." Inside the warm palace, the voices of the butler and Thalia echoed, "Please calm down, Lord." So Robert changed his clothes and headed down the long corridor. Knox didn't know how long he had waited there. "Lord Stenner." He bowed to him earnestly. "I apologize for the trouble regarding the engagement." Robert still looked at him with a stern expression but gradually accepted it. "Thalia trusts you very much, so I have nothing more to say. Your father, Theo, is the head of the Black Shadow family, isn't he? I know very well that he's planning a coup against the royal family, so I earnestly wish for your success." He said a few words and then walked away with a cheerful laugh. "If the royal family falls, won't you and my daughter be able to be together?" Only then did Knox realize. "Thank you, Lord. So that's it. The private conversation between Theo and Robert that Thalia mentioned. The Stenner family already knew about Theo's coup plan. Inside the grand and splendid cathedral where the god Arden created humanity, an unofficial engagement ceremony was secretly held. Below, Thalia and Knox were holding hands. She asked him worriedly in a small voice, "Knox, I'm sorry. I didn't know father would demand such a serious engagement ceremony." Knox gently reassured Thalia, "It's all right. You didn't know beforehand either." The priest above continued to perform his duty. "May the children of both families please exchange the noble symbols of their engagement." Knox gently slipped a blue jewel ring onto Thalia's hand. "Symbol of vow. A ring containing mana recovers mana at 10 speed. She looked at the ring, feeling warmth. Knox, on the other hand, was calculating. She probably won't wear it now, but it might be useful in an emergency. Below, Christopher shouted like an enthusiastic fan, "The young master truly is different. My heart pounds seeing your beautiful engagement ceremony. Lady Thalia, you are truly beautiful today. Your beautiful love, truly." Isekai couldn't help but call out to the exaggerated performer, "Christopher." After that, his face instantly turned pale, to such an extent that she couldn't have whispered anything more. Christopher stood deflated in a corner like a wilted banana leaf. Knox also saw this scene. His mind was extremely curious. What was that? I asked Isekai to quiet Christopher, but what on earth did she say to make him like that? Rona was sobbing in a corner. "I know the young master will be a gentleman someday, but why does it feel so upsetting?" Isekai wasn't crying, but worry was evident on her face. "Will he be all right? What upsets me is that everything is happening secretly and the royal family doesn't know." Rona chuckled and whispered, "Isekai, you still don't know the young master well. Do you think he'll only love one person his whole life? He'll have at least a few concubines." All these words reached Knox's ears. He clenched his fist, suppressing his exploding anger. "Rona, I'll punish you later." Elena was already drunk. She hugged a liquor bottle and sobbed. "My husband," May, who was beside her, couldn't help but advise Elena, "At least don't drink today." Just then the sound of horse hooves burst through the door, disturbing the peaceful space. Rona's eyes lit up as soon as she saw it. He came to the cathedral. Knox quickly noticed his father's peculiar attitude. He watched his retreating figure with extremely suspicious eyes. "Is that damned Theo really going to hold a funeral for me? But why does he look so strangely proud?" Just then Robert approached him and spoke. "Knox, thank you for accepting my demand." He drew his sword with a warning, growling gaze. "Take good care of my daughter." Knox dared not resist and nodded. "Yes, I understand." He felt extremely helpless towards this old man. Couldn't he put his sword away first before speaking? Suddenly, Robert said something that froze Knox. "You will love her. You've never met her before, but you will surely love her. Thalia is that kind of daughter." Wariness flickered in Knox's eyes. Robert knew everything. He knew I didn't love his daughter yet, and that my heart was still conflicted. I have to sort everything out so Thalia doesn't get hurt. I have to see this story through to the end. As soon as he thought that, Knox immediately shouted, "Everyone prepare to leave. Thalia, you too." Hearing him call her name, she responded excitedly, "Good, let's go to the academy." Upon arriving, he saw Professor Lars's enthusiastic face. "My best student, Knox, you finally returned. We have many topics to discuss. At a recent conference, I presented a paper and the results have just come out." Knox hesitated, looking at the stack of papers. The professor is still the same. His mind was already calculating. Chapter 2 has now begun. I need to take all sorts of classes to prepare for the upcoming turbulence. Because Inner Lunatic is essentially an academy story, to raise my stats, I'll have to endure hellish classes from now on, and I need to quickly bring the characters to the academy. Lars very proudly reassured him. Anyway, along with our presentation. Don't be too surprised. DF contacted us via magic communication. Nox was blank. He had heard of this too. In the fantasy game world of Inner Lunatic, there were of course various races. Among them, DF was famous for its forging technology. Lars didn't finish speaking and added more. And there's another surprising piece of news. Several DF shops have opened in Academy Commercial District B. According to our research, they can now obtain monster materials to create weapons or magic items. Nox went to a certain location based on the information he had obtained. Crafting an enhancement system was finally unlocked. He strode down the main street followed by Dizzy Kai. Nox couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Looking back, his luck 10 had been useless until now, but he could finally bid farewell to those exasperating days of misfortune. Now he could reap the benefits of his equipment. Just then Dizzy Kai spoke. Thanks to you, young master. Sector 4 has noticeably changed. As someone who serves you, young master, I'm truly relieved to see you've finally grown. Nox looked at her suspiciously. Is that so? Are you worried about me now? Seeing Dizzy Kai in this state, he felt much more at ease. It's a real relief. Her face has brightened up lately. Looking back, if I hadn't saved her, Dizzy Kai would have become a pitiful victim. I'm truly glad I saved her. Of course, even if the future had changed, he still had to feign the role of a destroyer in the main storyline. Upon arriving at a small house, Nox called out, "Anyone home?" A dwarf, spitting and swinging his hammer, glanced at him. "Who are you?" This attitude made Nox feel somewhat tired. Though the tone was rude, he still remembered the purpose of his visit. "Dwarf, I've come to have some equipment made." The dwarf twisted his beard as he scrutinized him. "Do you think I've never met a noble brat before? Do you think weapons just appear if you command them? You don't even have any monster materials." Nox said no more and poured out a pile of shimmering objects. The dwarf's eyes widened at the sight. "By the heavens, so many rare materials. With these I might actually be able to craft something." He awkwardly scratched his nose. "Come in." As soon as the dwarf received the materials, he transformed into an expert. "Listen. My name isn't Dwarf, it's Asen. Remember, it's very rude to call our kind by their race." With Dizzy Kai looking on bewildered, Nox calmly replied, "Understood, Dwarf." At these words, the dwarf's eyes widened again and his entire body stiffened. The dwarf shouted defiantly, "That's right, I don't care what you call me. Ugly, short-bearded, call me whatever you want." Seeing him angrily spitting fire, Nox felt a wave of nostalgia. He was still exactly as Nox remembered him. "I really wanted to meet him. They're the easiest race to provoke. Their reactions are truly spectacular, and the effect is the best. Even players in the game called them by their race for this reason. Of course, even the in-game characters regarded them as nothing more than workshop tools." A moment later, Nox raised his hand, signaling him to stop. "Enough with the jokes, Asen. I know I'm not the only Academy noble to visit this workshop." "Oh wait, what did you call me?" Dizzy Kai skillfully stepped forward. "Asen, our young master understands the situation. That was just a joke." These words successfully captured his attention. "This kid, not bad. Which family are you from?" He said no more, answering concisely, "The Rinhofer family." At this familiar name, Asen paused. "Rinhofer?" Asen asked, flustered. "Then what kind of equipment do you wish to make?" Nox was very surprised by this sudden change in attitude. "Why the sudden change? Is something wrong?" But Asen said as if it were obvious, "This is how I speak." Nox of course paid close attention to many things. There was a reason for Asen's 180-degree shift in attitude. He began to retrace parts of the story. Years ago, his father, Theo von Rinhofer, ended a war started by the Dwarf King. He completely defeated the Dwarf King. Though not yet publicly known in the story, Asen was a descendant of the former Dwarf King, so he naturally reacted to the name Rinhofer. He no longer wished to prolong the conversation. Nox placed a blueprint on the table. "If there are no other questions, let's proceed. Can you make armor like this?" Asen was surprised by what he presented. "Those materials. Using parts from 2 griffins to maximize wind power, 3 strands of fur for enhanced agility and speed, and the cores of stone and iron golems for balance and defense." He held the blueprint, making calculations, his whole body trembling. "Magnificent and extraordinary. Most dwarves wouldn't even dream of this blueprint." Nox fully savored this compliment. "Of course, this is armor that appears in the early to mid-story on par with late-game items. It was born from simulation play that defied imagination. More importantly, this will increase the hidden stat agility by 10. This will extend the duration of his core skill, Moment of Genius, to 10 minutes. Asen was moved as if he had rediscovered his passion. "No more delay, I'll begin crafting immediately." Just then, someone's voice interrupted this excitement. "Hold on, I'm sorry, Dwarf number 1, but this deal is void," the newcomer said confidently. "Please cancel this deal." The Rival and Merchant Guild made its request first. Nox immediately recognized this familiar face. "Ilino." Asen hesitated greatly. "But I wanted to craft this item first." But Ilino spoke reasonably. "Didn't your father already sign the contract? Furthermore, since we placed a large order, even if you order now, you have to wait 3 months for your production slot." "How unfortunate." Nox was somewhat displeased. "In the original story, it wasn't possible to contact a dwarf this early. This must be a butterfly effect caused by my intervention." The system screen updated with highly detailed information. Basic info: name, Asen, gender, male, age 24, race, dwarf, main element, earth, direct descendant of the Royal Dwarf Kingdom, positive traits, magic crafting genius, suppressed artisan genius, LV1, Dwarf King's blessing, Neutral traits, stubborn but quick to change stance, simple-minded. Negative traits, threatens the weak and bows to the strong, overly self-conscious, paranoid, pressured, forgetful. Stats, stamina 14, mana 2, luck 9, willpower 14, charm 6, passive skill. Dwarf King's Blessing, active skills. Hammer strike, powerful slash. Thanks to these attribute settings, their effects are now being displayed. Asen slapped his head in self-reproach. I forgot, please don't misunderstand. The dwarf tribe is naturally very intelligent. Nox stood silently, constantly criticizing inwardly. That dwarf idiot is truly incorrigible. If it weren't for Asen, who possessed both the magic crafting genius and artisan genius traits, this equipment couldn't have been made. Ilino smiled as intended. It seems you also wanted this dwarf to craft an item for you, Nox. Nox had to admit one thing about this girl. Ilino had a keen eye for people, always valuing those with precious talent. But her animosity towards Nox never cooled. He nonchalantly opened his mouth, but at that moment Ilino spoke first. Then I propose a deal. Your Nox Merchant Guild sells a large quantity of monster materials to me, and in return you get priority in equipment crafting. As soon as she mentioned it, his whole body stiffened. Nox Merchant Guild, what is that supposed to mean? Did Gran act on his own again? Oh well, that's a relief. Nox sighed. He feigned composure, but he knew well that she hadn't actually acquired the materials yet. She had only signed a contract. Thinking about it now, it was absurd from the start. In Nox's experience, most monster materials in the early to mid-game come from the Chetis region, which is under Rinhofer's control. It was impossible for Ilino to produce such a large quantity from the beginning. Nox quietly told everyone, sit down. This conversation seems like it's going to be a long one. He felt the same. His words inadvertently surprised Ilino. Wait, you just called the dwarf by his name? You. A moment later, all four of them gathered in Asen's small house. After hearing Nox's story, Ilino was quite surprised. I didn't expect you to name a merchant guild after yourself, and even pass the rigorous guild review process, Nox humbly replied. It was merely luck, but that wasn't the only thing that surprised Ilino. I didn't expect you to acquire the entire desolate Chetis region and establish a merchant guild. It seems my merchant intelligence gathering skills are still severely lacking. Nox was somewhat nervous. That's just your prejudice. Only then did Ilino get to the point. She declared with great confidence. The rival in merchant guild will buy all the monster materials from Chetis that you put on the market. Of course, we'll pay the full price without cutting a single penny. I stake my honor on it. Hearing this, Nox couldn't help but admire her. Ilino always puts her full effort and invests generously when it comes to profit. The lack of love she received from her wealthy father, Klaxon, twisted into a desire to manipulate others' hearts and a possessiveness through resource control. She suffered many tragedies, and Nox is connected to one of those wounds. But Nox remained firm. I won't sell all the materials to any single family. If one family monopolizes them, other families won't be able to produce magic weapons and their development speed will stagnate. If I only consider immediate profit, selling to Ilino would be the wisest choice. But money isn't what I'm looking for right now. What I need is the average growth rate of the characters. So before he left, he instructed Theo not to sell too much to Gran at once, to sell only in small quantities so no one could monopolize, and to ensure no family exceeded 15. Once magic weapons become widespread, countless lives can be saved, and in Chapter 3, when capital becomes crucial, this will greatly benefit the Merchant Guild and Ilino. Nox firmly gave his answer. We cannot put everything on the market. Exceeding 15 is forbidden. Ilino was somewhat surprised. Why? You're stockpiling all the monster materials from Chetis. What difference does it make if you sell such small quantities? Nox nonchalantly replied. It's not important. I'm not doing this for money. These words made Ilino even more puzzled. You've pioneered the desolate Chetis, but your goal isn't money? He spoke the truth. Money can't buy everything. You probably don't understand that yet, knowing that his will was hard to break. Ilino reluctantly conceded. Frankly speaking, the person I knew has changed so much that I can no longer fathom your intentions. She looked at Nox as if trying to see through him. You, Nox von Rinhofer, what exactly do you want? Nox, of course, had no obligation to answer. That's none of your concern. With the continued refusal, Ilino was put on the defensive. None of my concern, he asserted once more. If you can't accept it, do as you please. 3 months, 3 years, I'll find someone else. Thinking of Asen, Nox didn't want to concede even a little. Sorry, but this is a game I absolutely cannot fail. Ilino didn't know that she could get the armor she wanted thanks to Asen. In negotiations with merchants, the person with more information always holds the upper hand. Ilino's answer was already predetermined. Ilino had no choice but to reluctantly comply. All right, I'll buy 15, and I'll give up the production rights, because without materials nothing could be made. Asen, who had been silent, looked at her excitedly. Then I'll get to craft equipment for him first. Ilino reluctantly nodded. That's right, dwarf number 1. Now begin that customer's order. Receiving this confirmation, Asen was filled with passion. My blacksmith's flame burns brightly, he hurriedly urged. What are you waiting for? Come follow me to the workshop. But Nox threw cold water on Asen. No, wait, don't start production just yet. Let's begin with equipment enhancement first. He watched what he was holding warily. Asen was certain. Rare lapis lazuli enhancement crystals, they're extremely rare drops from monsters. At this point, there was no accurate probability table, so one mistake could render precious materials useless. Asen hastily urged Dizzy Kai. Hey Dizzy Kai, hurry and stop your young master. If he accidentally destroys the item, I won't survive. but she gently reassured him with a smile. Don't worry, our young master is a precious individual, so he must have already thought of a method we can't even imagine. Ilino laughed derisively. Precious, you say? Nox was also embarrassed by his side. She's praising me so much it's making even me awkward. He reached out and pulled out a piece of clothing. Anyway, the time has come. The moment that made countless novice and veteran gamers laugh and cry. Equipment crafting and enhancement. Nox presented it to Asen and demanded, let's start with this. He held it in his hand, feeling it. It was an Elden Academy uniform. One enhancement crystal would be enough. While Asen was still hesitating, Nox named a price. First, prepare 100 enhancement crystals. At this number, he shouted in surprise. 100? Even Ilino couldn't believe it, unconsciously double-checking. Did you just say 100? You're going to use that many crystals on a single academy uniform? That's absurd. There's no way a newly established merchant guild could stockpile that many materials. Nox, holding an essence core, said more calmly than ever, I'll pay sufficiently. Asen, keep enhancing for me. The hammer in his hand glowed. Very well, I shall begin now. Asen started immediately without hesitation. Enhancement 1. As soon as he laid hands on it, a dazzling light burst forth. Enhancement 2. Asen worked diligently. A powerful clang rang out and soon the result appeared. Elden Academy Uniform Noble 3 enhancement successful. Asen, drenched in sweat, held up the finished product and boasted, see, the glorious moment of success. Before he could even fully rejoice, Nox spoke. Next 97 remaining. He pulled out countless essence cores from somewhere. Asen, there are still many left, so keep going for me. In the small house, Asen continued crafting without stopping, sweat trickling down his bearded face. Asen was astonished by the glowing result. Impossible, I succeeded in enhancing the Elden Academy uniform Noble to 15. He sprang up, holding the uniform. A masterpiece. Was enhancement always this easy? Young master, you're lucky. Nox nodded in relief. These people, not understanding the game system, might see it that way. Thanks to Asen's skill and his own luck stat of 10, enhancement is definitely successful up to 7, and after that the success rate decreases by 5 per level. At the final level of 25 the success rate is only 1, of course this is for top tier items. Something like a uniform had a maximum of 15, in other words this uniform has already been enhanced to its maximum. As an item used daily, maximizing its enhancement was worthwhile. Moreover, wearing this uniform increases magic HP by approximately 30. Soon after, a system notification chimed. Enhanced to maximum level. Additional slots unlocked. Nox clenched his fist, satisfied. Good, now I can equip one more skill in that case. The next item to enhance is. Meanwhile, Asen was still marveling. It's been a long time since I've been this excited. Not missing this moment, Nox vaguely asked, you're probably not thinking of stopping here, are you? A single uniform enhancement won't be enough for Asen to maintain the honor of a dwarf blacksmith. Hearing this, Asen asked back curiously, right now? His eyes gleamed again for what must have been the umpteenth time that day, and a glowing orb was in Nox's hand. This looks really expensive. Ilino was also very curious. Actually, this is my plan. You'd recognize it, wouldn't you, Ilino? That's the Grand Sage's ultimate orb. I took it from your warehouse. As soon as Asen saw the item, he immediately dedicated himself with renewed passion, and with just a few hammer strikes the orb was enhanced. Grand Sage's ultimate orb enhancement successful. Asen was excited to death. How many enhancements have I succeeded in today? This is truly exciting, young master. You are amazing. Isekai, meanwhile, breathed a sigh of relief. Today's luck is truly miraculous. But you're not planning to keep relying on luck, are you, young master? Nox was also in quite a good mood. Perhaps that idea isn't bad either. Isekai was very worried. No, young master, this is just luck. Gambling is the path of the dead. These words didn't reach Asen's ears. Young master, do you have more? I think I can enhance anything today. Ilino froze. Unable to move. This is impossible, she hastily asked. How can you enhance something so expensive without hesitation? To calmly do it, knowing the risk of failure. Nox was very satisfied with this attitude. That expression is exactly what I wanted to see. That is punishment for trying to read me every day. But he just said nonchalantly, didn't you give it to me? I'll do as I please. If your work here is done, aren't you free to leave now? Nox deliberately tried to drive Ilino away. Now I want to discuss item crafting with Asen. Ilino was not at all convinced. Looking at her, Nox was certain. It's clear that Ilino cannot yet be considered an ally. Treating her like Thalia or others is very dangerous, but I have no intention of making her an enemy either. Her rival in Merchant Guild is a neutral organization that always chooses the side most advantageous to itself in the final chapter. Someday, I will have to prove my worth and earn their trust, but now is not the time, Ilino decided with disappointment. Then I will leave. If you have no intention of sharing, it's not pleasant to listen either. Isekai politely opened her mouth. Lady Ilino, I will see you out. Ilino smiled, turned, and walked away. Isekai, you don't need to be so polite to me. Her pride was instantly restored. I always know who's trying to flatter me. Nox finally remembered. That's right, she had the acting genius trait. Isechi's actions only made me more suspicious. The more I observed her, the more chillingly she fit the title Golden Fox. But this wasn't a problem Nox needed to care much about. Alright, let's talk about item crafting. You're always much more passionate about that. Of course, Asen will create a masterpiece with young master's materials. Look forward to it. Nox suddenly seriously summoned his sword. May I ask one thing before that? Even I, who has played Inner Lunatic countless times, have never seen it. The first patriarch's sword. He held the sword out to Asen. This is a sword left by my father. This sword can absorb the wearer's mana and cause an explosion. I want to know more about this sword. Asen took the sword and nervously evaluated it. Let me take a look. Just then a thought brushed away the dust. Asen honestly asked Nox, Young master, have you ever heard of the white dragon? Nox was puzzled by the creature mentioned. The white dragon? Asen quickly added. Long ago it ruled the skies, but now it has disappeared and no one can see it. Nox pondered for a moment. The white dragon? I've played Inner Lunatic countless times but have never seen it. Asen made a confident guess. Perhaps this sword is made from the scales of a white dragon, and from the traces. It was probably made by a dwarf. Nox was quite surprised by this. More impressive than I thought. With such materials only a dwarf could have made it. Asen continued his research, but upon closer inspection its current condition was very poor. If a sword made of such materials is damaged, it must have endured an immense battle. Nox said no more and took back his sword. Thank you for looking at it. Asen remembered his words. He couldn't ignore a fleeting thought. Something strange. If I get the chance I should start investigating this. Why did Theo von Rienhofer give me this sword? The first patriarch's sword, the white dragon, and even the purple-eyed angel that Greymori mentioned. The sunset gradually covered the sky. Inside the palace a man was gathering students. Has everyone gathered? After waiting for a moment he continued. Good, let me introduce myself again. I am Instructor Bornong. From now on I will teach you swordsmanship. Starting today I will teach everyone the basics of the Aram royal family's swordsmanship. It is fast, deadly, and targets weak points precisely. It's better to see once than to hear 100 times. I'll choose one person for a demonstration. Those two students over there, come forward. The ones chosen were Nox and Paracelsus. Bornong also called out the red-haired Thalia. She seems to be the most obedient among the students here. She hastily stepped forward. Yes, in a few seconds the three stood before Bornong. Though he had called them directly, he felt they wouldn't be easy opponents. Paracelsus, a swordsmanship prodigy who took the ordinary world by storm. Thalia, the second daughter of the Steiner family, who lived under her sister's shadow, but she also possessed immense talent. His thoughts paused here. Oh, and there was also the genius born into a dark family who held the undisputed lead. Nox, Bornong thought they were all very talented, he bravely shouted. Other students, don't miss this, and watch how I punish these kids. Bornong raised his hand and invited. All students, charge at once. Getting hit is the fastest way to learn. Paracelsus quickly drew his sword, full of anticipation. This will be fun. Bornong did not despise his enemies and immediately began to attack. First student, Nox von Rienhofer. As the two weapons clashed, Nox was slightly puzzled. This sound doesn't seem like a wooden sword, but it's nothing compared to Theo. Bornong sliced once, forcing Nox back a few steps. Feeling his body, Nox lowered his stance and charged with determined momentum. I've already warmed up long ago. This will be hard to block. Even if the instructor is bald. Nox's eyes sharpened and he quickly unleashed his first skill, Black Sword. A purple sword slash flew. Black Sword slash. Bornong broke out in a cold sweat. Chilling. I'm screwed. He couldn't evade and was hit by the skill. Nox watched him very amused. It's alright to attack the instructor with this skill. It's an instant activation skill, yet Theo still blocked it. The destructive power of characters with the genius trait is beyond imagination. If left alone, they will naturally rise to the top and suddenly gain enlightenment, reaching a new realm. This is the genius of Inner Lunatic. It was like a shining star-like talent. Nox felt a slight regret, thinking of Thalia and Paracelsus. But of course, even geniuses had weak periods and these two were no exception. Thalia began to charge without hesitation. Bornong, though hit once, easily blocked her attack. Taking advantage of Thalia's surprise, he quickly moved behind her. Bornong swung once, knocking her to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Paracelsus teleported behind his back. But the person who became an instructor was not an easy opponent. He turned and perfectly blocked Paracelsus's attack. Thalia and Paracelsus retreated with difficulty. Nox was still observing leisurely from the side. They fought for a long time, especially Thalia. Her talent was that of a swordsman and combat genius. According to Nox's knowledge, she would clearly grow into a rare and powerful character later. Bornong suddenly grew angry. All this talent, truly, is it only for people with hair? He glanced at Nox accusingly, especially this fellow just standing there comfortably. Nox did not avoid his gaze and stared back directly. Bornong, the instructor, surely knows I'm still holding back my power. Who wouldn't know? I know it well. It's wrong to do my best here. There are still dangers yet to appear in Elden. They are demon minions waiting for an opportunity to attack themselves and others. Nox felt slightly sorry. I apologize, Bornong, but I cannot do my best, not until the worst moment comes. Bornong did not spare his praise. Whitehair, you've become much stronger than last time. I don't know what you've been through, but your reflexes are excellent, he merely replied calmly. Is that so? Bornong turned to Paracelsus and Thalia and asked, first, you two sparred with me. How do you think I knew your movements and attacks? Was it not us? Thalia hesitated and offered her guess. Yes, I don't know. But the sword seemed to disappear for a moment. Paracelsus also raised his doubt. Instructor seemed to focus on something else besides the sword from the beginning. Bornong entirely agreed. Both of you are right. Whitehair, explain. How could I close the distance and get behind both of you? As soon as he was pointed out, Nox answered honestly, Instructor. Used footwork. The academy students below were very puzzled. Footwork, what's that? A way swordsmen move. This did not make it difficult for them. Instead, it excited the academy students even more. Footwork, finally something useful for swordsmen. Yes, I'm tired of theories. I heard other academies don't teach it until the second year. Bornong calmly asserted, that's right, footwork is not usually taught so early, but this is Elden Academy. The best students gather here. We will accelerate the pace, he began the class. The first thing you will learn is light step, a basic footwork technique. As the name suggests, it is footwork derived from the royal family, the most fundamental, but thanks to it, other footwork techniques could develop before teaching light step. I will first test your skills. Confirming growth is the first step to learning. But evaluating individuals is no fun, Bornong quickly decided. From now on you will choose one of the 3 people you just fought against and spar with them. How many students can defeat these 3? In other words, which students can defeat these 3 stars? In conclusion, any of you can defeat these 3 people called stars. Bornong pointed to someone he happened to see. First, student Leon von Emby. Leon von Emby hesitated slightly when told to choose an opponent and replied, but I am not proficient in swordsmanship. But it was not a valid reason for Bornong to accept. Shut up and come here. Does the sword ignore mages, or do you think the enemy will save you for last? Nonsense on the battlefield. Mages and healers are always the first targets. You should at least learn magic to protect yourself. Leon hesitated but still had to comply. Yes, Bornong looked at his retreating back, lost in thought. After a long time he still did not waver. But even if I say that, I will be fair. As long as it's a sword duel, any method is fine. At this moment Leon's eyes narrowed calculatively. Then I will choose Nox von Reinhofer. Suddenly mentioned, Nox was stunned. What? Leon had another book in his hand and his confidence had noticeably increased. If I can fight any way I want, I think you are the most interesting opponent. Nox found it hard to accept. Wait, that's not a sword. But Bornong was very supportive. No, that is a sword. I will consider the book a secondary weapon. Nox's head was completely chaotic. What on earth is this? After a long while, he directly asked Leon, you chose me as your opponent. Do I look easy? Leon opened his magic book and there was no fear in his voice. No, not at all. Leon summoned countless skeleton warriors and said, I just thought you were the strongest. Nox strongly objected to the numerous enemies. Wait, Instructor, do you really allow undead summoning during a swordsmanship duel? Bornong answered nonchalantly. What? Of course I allow it. He stared at him helplessly. And why do you allow it? Of course, Bornong did not say it was because he was too strong. He answered with a serious expression. It's for the enjoyment of the annoying white hair. Looking back and forth between the two, Bornong said firmly, Of course, that Leon fellow also annoys me, but you are special. You are the most annoying student I have ever taught. That mysterious abundant hair, strange eye color, and even that handsome face and attitude, you are basically every man's enemy. Nox could no longer keep his composed expression and pouted derisively. Where in the world is there such a crazy person? Bornong didn't prolong the speech any further, urging Leon and him, now that everyone understands, begin. All academy students pay attention. Nox composed himself and faced the opponent before him. Good, I won't avoid this duel. The method or rules don't matter. Leon's gloomy gaze filled him with wariness. Nox, raising his sword tip with interest, cautiously told Leon, just don't cry if you get hit, although it was still bright and warm outside the academy. Inside, the undead summoned by Leon were wreaking havoc. Bornong felt a little sorry at the sight, but was highly satisfied. I told them to use everything necessary, but I didn't expect him to summon undead, typical of a dark family. All these undead are at least mid-level knight caliber. If there are no limits to summoning them so freely, he must possess immense mana like Princess Pelope, only found in direct imperial descendants. The Maba's family was one that had been nearly annihilated in a territorial war, and then revived itself. It was once a family ruled by a young patriarch. Bornong truly thought this battle was heading towards another unexpected turning point. The Maba's family was once recognized as one of the 3 great dark families, alongside the Reinhofer and Cider families. However, as soon as signs of demise appeared, the lords and nobles secretly plotted and moved towards rebellion. As a result, Leon von Maba's father was executed, and in the ensuing great territorial war, the Maba's family rapidly walked the path to ruin. On that day, Leon's innocent young face had to witness the true nature of the nobles. That gave him a completely different perspective from other nobles. To win, he didn't care if his honor vanished or not. He always sought ways to gain an advantage, and didn't care what had to be sacrificed. His despair and quick judgment helped him win the last territorial war. He protected his family. There was also a reason Bornong chose Leon. He thought Leon could keep that white-haired fellow on guard. In fact, he was watching with tension. The undead charged ferociously, but Nox severed their necks with a few sword swings. There's always someone stronger. There's always a higher peak. Nox barely moved, yet there wasn't a single intact undead around him. Above talent, there always exists greater talent. The rest of the academy students all watched with bated breath, their eyes wide. Nox's swordsmanship is different. His sword dance seems less about winning and more about survival. Truly overwhelming, Nox seized the opportunity and charged, and at this speed Leon unconsciously raised his sword. In an instant two forces clashed. Despite Leon's defense, Nox attacked relentlessly. The students below stirred once more. How can he do that? He blocked it. Nox retreated, gathering his strength. At this point he fully understood his opponent. That was Leon's true power. Leon continued to summon monsters. Necronomicon. The Maba's family's magic book had long been unused, even abandoned by its owner. Leon awakened it and led them to victory in the last territorial war. That was through a contract with the dark wizard Mabas. Leon gathered the undead fallen by Nox. The wooden sword rapidly absorbed all the magic energy remaining on the ground. Impressive, Nox von Reinhofer. I was mistaken to think I could contend with you at this level. When they reassembled, they formed an even more formidable body. Leon calmly proposed to Nox, "May I request another duel?" Facing such a combative opponent, Nox couldn't help but admire him. This guy's crazy. It's tough to face undead of that caliber with even a single skill. But this is what I want. I needed a worthy opponent to test this skill, and he's perfect. Leon was still carefully observing his every move. Suddenly his body stiffened. What is this? As an uncontrollable power surged forth, Leon was momentarily stunned. He's suppressing his mana, isn't he? No, he's expending his own power, isn't he? Why, in this battle he should be increasing his power much more, shouldn't he? I don't know what judgment he's making, but I should attack first. Leon instructed the newly summoned undead to attack Nox, but he calmly took a step back. Black sword art, otherworldly black thunder slash. A sphere shot out from the tip of Nox's sword. The sphere was so massive and powerful it seemed to swallow Leon's undead. Now even Bornong couldn't remain still and was certain, no doubt about it, that swordsmanship is the black sword art, otherworldly realm. Such conjectures made him tense. No swordsmanship instructor on this continent would be unaware of the highest stages of the black sword art, but to learn the black sword art, otherworldly realm, one must be past a certain age. It can be dangerous if overwhelming power is gained too early. Furthermore, direct descendants naturally inherit greater power. Bornong couldn't hide the surprise on his face. How can that child perfectly use an otherworldly realm technique at the age of about 15? And with a wooden sword no less. Leon gloomily admired. You truly are different. Nox had still only used a fraction of his power. If you wish, I can overwhelm you even more. Leon continued to summon. Please. I beg you. Leon, he is destined to become one of the strongest characters in the future. A giant skeleton rose from beneath his feet as if to swallow Nox. He knew well that as long as there was no true protagonist in this world, he was the only one whose competitive spirit would be ignited. Nox raised his sword with interest. Then, just like with Paracelsus, I'll have no choice but to give him the same answer. He will realize his weaknesses, and I will be the mirror he must follow. As a flawless being, I must bring this story to its protagonist's conclusion. Nox instantly rushed towards Leon, filled with a resolve to overwhelm and crush everything before him. Only after a long while did the smoke clear. The space with only Leon and Nox remaining was silent. Looking at his broken wooden sword, Leon had to honestly admit, I lost, Nox von Reinhofer. He gazed at his empty hands, continuously admiring. Thank you so much. I learned a great deal. Nox also generously praised Leon. Your method of using undead in combat wasn't bad. Hearing that, Leon was momentarily stunned. Thank you. It was only then that Bornong loudly declared, duel over. The winner is the white-haired fellow. Not even being called by name in such a glorious moment, he felt a slight sense of powerlessness. My name is Nox, Bornong quickly urged, lest people remain silent for too long. Let's continue the next duel. Choose your opponent. The students made a new choice after watching the match. It's better to fight those two than face a monster like him, suddenly mocked. Paracelsus seemed about to draw his sword in anger. These guys, all right, all of you come at me. Nox was very relaxed. Good, with the overwhelming power I showed from the start, no insolent fools will dare challenge me. Just then, someone approached Bornong. Professor Bornong, me too. I'd like to choose Nox von Reinhofer as my opponent. These words surprised everyone. And they looked at Penelope, seeing everyone react so intensely. The princess Penelope joyfully asked again, no one objects, do they? The rules state anyone can duel a designated person, don't they? A student inadvertently blurted out a question. Did Her Highness deliberately choose Nox von Reinhofer? These words piqued the curiosity of those nearby. What? The students all started murmuring. Could it be because the engagement was broken off? Or is it Her Highness's intention to punish him for causing too much trouble? Nox thought he had finally found some composure, but Penelope stepped forward again. He looked at her as if he found her hard to understand. Your Highness, I completely fail to understand why I was chosen. Your Highness, but Penelope merely said his ears were quite sensitive. Typically, a talented actor's attributes react strongly. Nox was startled, thinking, could she know about the engagement with Thalia? But Penelope's demeanor was much calmer. Don't worry, just fight your best. Of course I won't have you arrested for assassinating a princess within imperial territory. Nox slightly stretched his body, while inwardly continuing to assess. She says to do my best, yet her grip on the sword is loose. The princess is a mage, not a swordsman. She has no talent for swordsmanship. So how am I supposed to fight? Bornong quickly announced. Then let the duel begin. After his voice echoed, Nox decided, all right, water flows along the dike, so I'll go with the flow. Suddenly his body faltered. Affected by the chronic illness trait, you have entered stage 5 nervous exhaustion. Stress level has exceeded its limit. Nox felt dizzy all over. Penelope charged fiercely with a wooden sword. Stop playing around, Nox. Just then, the system alerted again, losing consciousness. At this very moment, Nox was hit squarely by Penelope's attack. He collapsed to the floor under her questioning gaze. The student simply couldn't believe it. What? Her Highness defeated Nox? You fools, anyone can see he deliberately let the princess hit him. The attack wasn't that painful, but it greatly distressed Nox. No, not at all, Bornong declared thus. The winner is Princess Penelope von Helm. The students immediately relaxed. It seems no one can resist the beautiful princess, can they? He probably still loves the princess. More Nox heard, the more vehemently he objected inwardly. Absolutely not, you idiots. But after the battle, Nox had to rest. As his eyes slowly opened, an immense sense of emptiness washed over him. Each time I collapse at that moment. Sometimes I forget that I have an incurable illness. Grey Mori in the mirror was very curious. Hey, why are you sleeping so long? I thought you were dying. Her faint image didn't miss a sneer. How could you seal me with that weak body? Nox cursed in annoyance. Shut up, you're splitting my ears. Hearing that, Grey Mori felt wronged. Damn it, why do I have to live like this? Under the fear that the one who sealed me might die at any moment. Nox had returned to his usual state. He sneered coldly. Stop talking, you've recovered quite a bit, haven't you? It was only then that Grey Mori revealed her curiosity. It was everyone's curiosity. Really, but when you fought, you looked like a monster, so why do you suddenly collapse like that? Nox didn't elaborate much, and honestly said, it's nothing, just the effect of a chronic illness. This information made Grey Mori very interested. Chronic illness. Oh, so you still have such a weak side? I can heal you if you want. Just release me from this mirror. Nox didn't prolong the conversation any further, and threw the mirror to the floor, making Grey Mori scream in surprise. He was slightly speechless. Just as expected of a demon. All she thinks about is escaping. Don't worry, Grey Mori. Even if I fall into hell, I'll take this mirror with me. After feeling dizzy for a long time, Grey Mori complained again. Damn you, if I'm freed, I'll... Just then, a voice came from the door. Nox von Reinhofer, shall we talk? Nox didn't reply directly, but gently picked up the Grey Mori sealing mirror and demanded, I'll be quiet. Penelope and her older sister Thalia entered and greeted him. I just came in since you seem to be awake. Now that you've recovered, shall we talk? How could Nox refuse? Yes, if your highness wishes, he sighed inwardly. Good thing. My conversation with Grey Mori wasn't overheard. The room was quiet, and only after a long while did Penelope open her mouth, curious. I wanted to ask this. Why did you let me win the swordsmanship duel? Nox was slightly flustered, thinking inwardly, how should I answer? I can't say it was due to the negative effects of a chronic illness. At this point, saying it was his choice was the best option. Nox carefully chose his answer. At that time, I believed it was the most appropriate choice. I apologize if it was rude, your highness. Penelope was still not convinced. You should have at least sparred a few times. Nox had no choice but to answer honestly. I apologize, but your highness does not possess the skill to spar with me even a few times. If I were to go easy on you and prolong the fight, it would simply be deception. It may be hard to hear, but that is the truth. Penelope had no talent for swordsmanship. Even if she had faced Thalia or Paracelsus instead of him, she would have dropped her sword with a single attack. Penelope was momentarily saddened. I understand what you're thinking. For the dignity of the imperial family, and by going easy, you're publicly supporting me instead of the prince. As the conversation suddenly flowed in this direction, Nox was also flustered. I don't know what she's misunderstanding, but it's better to just keep quiet. Of course, Penelope still didn't give up. But I hope you don't do that next time. I came to Eldon as an academy student, not a princess. Nox gently nodded. I will keep that in mind. Penelope still had something to say. And there's one more thing I want to mention. I heard about your engagement with Thalia von Stenner. At these words, Nox sighed helplessly. Finally it has come, Penelope spoke her view in a gentle voice. A love blossoming against the opposition of family and the world, defying imperial orders. Even so, I have no intention of judging your true love. I'm past the age of believing in such things. I only approached you to use you. One cannot become emperor with pure belief alone. Nox merely smiled faintly, unsure how to answer. For an imperial princess to speak of true love was truly a ridiculous novel-like story. Calmly. No matter how deeply he thought, he had to control his expression. Nevertheless, he humbly apologized. But in the end, I've caused you trouble, princess. I'm truly ashamed. Penelope no longer seemed to care. She looked at him with sincere eyes. Anyway, thank you for today. I truly appreciated your splendid acting. I hope you recover soon. Though you don't seem to be severely injured. Nox still didn't answer, silently thinking to himself, no, it hurt a bit. Please leave quickly. Each time he came to the academy, his mental and physical weakness never disappeared. As soon as Penelope and her sister Thalia left the room, the princess sighed. The joyful look she had earlier was now tinged with worry. She had to admit it. Nox von Reinhofer truly possessed an unusual power. His calmness that captivated everyone, and his innate talent. Penelope was truly fascinated by him. No matter how much she tried not to care, she couldn't go against her feelings. It was then that her sister Thalia comforted her, saying, Princess, you look much more relaxed. Saying that, you must have scolded him again this time. Penelope quickly became cheerful. I'll forgive him just this once. Time passed, and the next morning at the academy, Lars was very amused by the recent news. Nox, I heard everything, so you're lovesick. You truly are romantic to the core. Pour that brilliant passion into your studies. Nox was flustered, unsure how to explain. Professor, please stop talking. He glanced wearily at the professor's desk. I don't have time to chat about crazy professors or a princess's delusions. I need to quickly master the black light Guangbo and other dark magic for the second major story development. Just then, Nox's hand inadvertently touched something. He picked it up out of curiosity. A faint smile spread across Nox's lips. Of course, the easiest way to mess up Chapter 2 was money. A lot of money. Nox quickly made a decision. It's time to mine for gold. Elementary imperial magic was known as a subject that helped open the soul of the main element and improve magical performance. Since most academy students couldn't even identify their own attributes, the first class began with a main element identification test. Lars stood on the podium and instructed the academy students. Each of you will come forward and fuse mana into the judgment crystal. The element you most resonate with will appear within the sphere. Whether it's light, color, or something else, describe what you see and feel. This result will be used to structure each of your curricula. Starting with the first row, Nox below held the paper he had just touched and looked bored. For me, who already knows my attributes and talents, this is truly a tedious task. He slowly put down the paper and, following Lars's direction, stood up. From birth, noble bloodlines already determined elemental attributes. If by some chance a divine element for healers manifested in my body, it would be truly unbelievable, but the divine element was almost exclusively held by the Xenos family. Nox slowly placed his hand on the judgment crystal. The important thing is that for me, a member of the Dark family, none of this matters. Just then, the sphere displayed a very mixed color. This startled Nox. Rings of energy continued to swirl within the classroom. Even after removing his hand, Nox was still surprised. Lars asked him curiously, "What do you think, Nox? What did the judgment crystal reveal?" Nox merely answered indifferently, "Professor, don't you already know? There's nothing but a deep purple mist. It's strange. Why is there a streak of white light mixed in?" The status window showed no record of this streak of light. Pure, unmistakable light, it was divine. An element exclusively held by the Xenos family. The data I collected has nothing like this. Something's wrong. There's definitely something in Nox's past that I don't know about, even as a game player. That's why such mixed colors appeared when it was performed. Nox said nothing more, but quickly made a decision inwardly. I need to investigate, the class with Instructor Bornong continued. He mentioned that footwork required immense mental energy, but once mastered, its effects were remarkable. As he suddenly charged forward, Thalia looked at him blankly. He could completely disappear from other people's perception. The academy students quickly fell into confusion. Damn it, he's too fast. I can't even see the instructor's movements. How do I keep up with that speed? Nox gloomily observed all the movements from a moment ago and activated the active skill Moment of Genius. The noisy room suddenly fell silent. Suddenly, everything seemed to slow down as if frozen. A shadow rapidly approached. Bornong had appeared behind Nox. He turned around, slightly flustered. The instructor is itching to attack us. Of course, Nox wouldn't stand idly by. But there's no need to give the instructor that chance, other academy students suddenly exclaimed. What? Nox avoided the instructor's sword with footwork, really? I didn't see anything, how could he do that? He casually gave a rough assessment. This is true footwork. The more Bornong listened, the angrier he became. What an irritating and bothersome fellow. The enemy of all men. Thalia approached him curiously. Nox, how did you do that? Since when did you learn footwork? Bornong, hearing that, answered her seriously. Thalia, you saw wrong. He didn't use footwork. He simply read my movements and reacted in time, even without training. Such a reaction is truly remarkable. White hair, stay after class. We need to train separately. Nox closed his eyes, looking tired. This familiar feeling. The academy students below all looked at him. Why does the most outstanding student have to take separate lessons? Bornong angrily scolded them. I only show favoritism to the chosen ones. If you're envious, go learn footwork yourselves. Otherwise, even trivial monsters will overwhelm you, let alone demons. They flinched in surprise. Sorry, instructor, someone quietly whispered. That bald old man is definitely a master, but his personality is a bit strange. Bornong immediately grabbed him and shook the eaves. Don't worry. I will awaken your talents just as I awaken my own. He finished speaking and glanced at the other academy students. All of you too. I will explain Guangbo Black Light very slowly once more. First step, Bornong began to demonstrate. Guangbo consists of 3 stages. First stage, initiate mana conversion. Convert a portion of the caster's attribute into divine power and focus it on the legs. Next is the active flow induction stage. The converted energy harmonizes with the ground, creating a smooth flow. The final stage is the flash stage. Borrowing the power of the previous 2 stages, you disappear from the enemy's sight in that instant, Bornong casually mocked them. Of course, most of you haven't even stabilized your mana yet, let alone conversion, so today we will practice mana conversion. Paracelsus couldn't take his eyes off Nox. Interesting. Let's see how quickly I can master it. Nox von Reinhofer, that damned fellow. He suddenly recalled his childhood. One day, with the moon high in the sky, Paracelsus curiously asked someone, was the 7 stars continent really that strong? The person clearly said, absolutely overwhelming. This made Paracelsus even more puzzled. Wasn't that old man one of the 7 stars himself? Then how does his swordsmanship compare to theirs? The person laughed and replied, if I had to say, my talent was the lowest. Theo's black sword ultimate skill, heaven-slaying moonslash. I was once called Sword Emperor, but their talent was on a completely different level, Paracelsus innocently asked. Grandpa, you're the strongest person I've ever seen, and yet you're not the best, the man smiled, looking at the young boy before him. They were much stronger than me at your age. That is talent, a precious thing that can never be surpassed by time or experience, and I see that overwhelming talent in you too. Paracelsus, stop talking nonsense and train harder. The young genius was hit with a wooden sword. Paracelsus rubbed his head, pondering the two words, talent. Returning to the present, Paracelsus gradually realized, I know my master's strength and position well. If someone like my master calls me a genius, then how truly terrifying must that fellow be? Can I catch up? Paracelsus let out a sigh of relief. Overwhelming power is beyond imagination. It's impossible to surpass, master. I'm only now beginning to understand your words. Paracelsus suddenly chuckled and muttered. You're crazier than I thought. Thalia looked at him, then at Nox and conceded, Indeed, it's Nox. Compared to him, I'm truly insignificant and ashamed, but if I keep training hard, someday I can become like that too. Sunlight streamed into the practice room, and the academy students were slightly tired. Thalia idly wiped the sweat from her forehead. To have to concentrate this much just to convert attributes into divine power, Bornong quickly asserted. Of course, some people even stop here their whole lives and never learn footwork. He naturally didn't miss the enemy of all men. White hair, show me how much you've practiced. Have you completed the conversion stage? At this, he smiled as if in answer. Nox raised his hand and created a small sphere. Convert mana, induce flow, and finally flash. Nox vanished with a swoosh. The academy students seeing this were once again astonished. He mastered not only conversion but the entire Guangbo in less than half a day of class. Bornong, unsure what to do, shouted loudly, White hair. He asked Nox in surprise, how did you learn so quickly? At the same time, someone entered Theo's office and he looked up in surprise. My lord, I apologize for disturbing you during your rest. Rothwell brought someone with him. The lady wishes to see you. The person immediately cut him off. Never mind the formalities. Rothwell, we haven't cared about such things for a long time. Theo also recognized the person who had just arrived. But appearing like that is also rude. She quickly stated the purpose of her visit. There have always been no formalities between us, so let's get straight to the point. It's about your son with that woman. Max von Renhofer. Theo maintained his usual expressionless face and casually permitted, Speak. Priscilla began to speak with a sneer. Nox von Renhofer, I heard your youngest son achieved excellent results at the academy. He frowned, and a sharp gaze swept over her. What are you trying to say? Priscilla, completely fearless, demanded firmly. Please pay some attention to Alan and H2. They are also your sons, aren't they? Theo calmly explained. As you probably know, Eldon Academy only accepts 3 students per family. So Alan and H had no choice but to study at other academies, she negotiated. Of course I know that. But other academies lack environment and support. Don't Alan and H need a place to develop too? Priscilla didn't want her children to be at a disadvantage. Even so, my lord, I heard you only passed on the 2nd stage of Black Sword Art to Nox, Theo stated clearly. That is my decision as the head of the family. Her face hardened. My lord, do you think the other vassals think so too? He casually retorted. I don't care what they think. Priscilla grew even more agitated. Why him of all people? He's a disgrace to this family. No one cares about him. Even if he gained your favor with that insignificant talent, it's only temporary. Her eyes grew terrifyingly dark and cold. You're not showing him favor these days just because he's that woman's son, are you? Theo coldly cut her off. Watch your words, Priscilla, you're getting a bit aggressive. Let's stop here for today. Priscilla gritted her teeth in anger. She left irritably. Fine, you're not going to listen to me anyway. Rothwell awkwardly escorted her out. Farewell, my lady. The butler had long known that Lady Priscilla had been engaged to the family head since she was very young. That engagement resulted in Garen Lyon and the twins, Alan and H, but like most other nobles, Theo had concubines, but the person the family head truly loved was his second wife, young Master Nox's biological mother. Rothwell knew Theo's true feelings well. It didn't mean he disregarded Alan and H. But the nature of talent is inherently biased. He was also considering the children's future. If Alan and H only superficially tried to imitate young Master Nox, they could actually worsen. That was what the family head feared. The butler spoke as if trying to lighten the mood. Not everyone can recognize true talent, but if Lady Priscilla were to see the path young Master Nox is walking directly, she would probably understand, Theo, looking at the documents, asserted. No, she doesn't have that ability. There are rumors these days that she's bribing the Elder Council to draw them to her side. Rothwell said firmly, if it continues there will be bloodshed. The time for a decision would soon come. He slightly relaxed his body as if having made up his mind. You're right, Rothwell. It's time for me to clearly state my intentions regarding the succession to the Elder Council and the vassals, the butler spoke, expressing his loyalty. Though lacking, I fully agree, Theo unexpectedly instructed. Rothwell, I need your help, Rothwell immediately replied. Yes, my lord, I will always obey your command. At the same time, Priscilla called for H and Alan. Priscilla explained the situation to them with a biased perspective. Do you understand now? We need to do something to reclaim your opportunities. Her 2 sons were extremely anxious. But mother, how can we beat that child? Nox is already the best student at the academy. We even heard rumors that Tehalen's new king pledged loyalty to him. Priscilla smiled cunningly. Don't worry, I have a plan. You two just need to train as I tell you and wait for the opportune moment. The next morning, at the academy, Noah was brimming with anticipation. Finally, the first-year students have reached the stage of starting their first missions. Lars reported the situation. Some first-year students have applied to participate in a red mission, and we are seeking approval. Another professor chastised him. Professor Lars, have you lost your mind? You were always the one who cared most for the academy students. How could you propose such a reckless thing? The difficulty between yellow and red missions is worlds apart, and you'd assign it to first-year students. A brief explanation of red missions. Elden Academy's missions are divided into 5 ranks: yellow, red, blue, white, and black. The Durst extermination mission that GR undertook was the lowest yellow rank, yet even that mission was notoriously dangerous. He delivered some special news. But this year is different. The top 5 students among those who applied for admission will form a team. Bornong nodded in agreement. Then I understand why you allowed the red mission. If that white-haired fellow is on the team, there shouldn't be a problem. The professor was slightly flustered and worried. If everyone agrees, I won't object further, but for first-year students to accept a red mission, the principal's approval is required. Lars took out a thick stack of documents. In preparation for that, I have brought the analysis reports of 26 academy students. Principal, please review them. That's enough, Noah said, not even bothering to glance through them. I agree. He opened his mouth in surprise. Excuse me, just like that? Noah casually observed. Paracelsus and Thalia are knights and Leon and Illino are mages, Noah said enthusiastically. And Nox, you can wield a sword while using magic. No matter what happens, this team is invincible. Such a perfect combination is rare. Noah suddenly recalled something. Before the meeting concluded, Noah's gaze became chillingly serious. I have one more thing to say. His magic suddenly exploded and spread around, astonishing all the professors present. Noah chuckled cheerfully and challenged. I truly can't stand it anymore. I don't know how long you can remain hidden there. Amidst everyone's astonishment, he calmly warned, but you'd better remain hidden. Don't show any weakness, for those possessed by demons always emit a terrible stench. Noah's eyes were filled with madness and murderous intent like a beast. Before long, a carriage was traveling towards Avilas, a lawless eastern region constantly scarred by war. At its heart was a massive casino where greedy nobles enjoyed lavish entertainment, aristocratic scions from various nations squandered their fortunes, and illegal slave trading took place. That was Avilas. Nox calculated the next step. Before Part 2 began, a new mission was given to Lunatic. During the mission at the Avilas casino, a mysterious letter arrived for him. Red rank mission, exterminate the demon. Nox sat in the carriage, frowning with tension. A mission to exterminate a demon hidden inside the casino. Only now do I truly feel the weight of being a member of Lunatic. Paracelsus, sitting opposite him, grumbled unpleasantly. Hey young master, why did you rent a merchant's carriage instead of having a luxurious one prepared from home? Nox frankly retorted. Do you want to announce to the whole world that we're all going to the casino? Besides, isn't this eastern region your hometown? He clicked his tongue, expressing extreme disgust. That's why I hate that place. It's dark, dirty, and smells terribly of mold. Do you understand? Rona, who was beside them, suggested. Hey, instead of arguing, how about we enjoy the scenery? Although it was humid, the vast, uncultivated fields had their own kind of beauty. Illino surveyed her surroundings with cold eyes. Just because the surroundings are vast and open doesn't mean it's all good. On the contrary, it can become dangerous. As she warned, the atmosphere instantly filled with tension again. Your identity being revealed means you easily become prey. The people around them trembled in fear, saying to each other, Hey, look ahead, everyone is terrified, it's bandits. The villagers were afraid, but they did their best to protect the Elden Academy students. Thalia's face turned pale. She cried out in distress, Oh my goodness. As soon as he finished speaking, Nox, seeing the sight, calmly commanded, Hey commoners, go out and fight. Paracelsus, who had been displeased from the start, retorted with a frown. What, you have no intention of cooperating? Why should I go out? For whom? For you nobles who despise me and call me a commoner, Nox said nonchalantly, as if it didn't matter. If the bandits hurt the horses, we'll have to walk the rest of the way. It'll take half a day by horse from here to Avilas. Paracelsus was furious but could do nothing. His eyes seemed to hold a lifelong grudge. He had no way to refuse. Fine, I'll go. Rona followed immediately. Nox will go out too. The chivalrous Thalia did not sit idly by. Me too, I can't stand by and watch others get hurt because of our carriage. Nox used the empty space to lazily stretch his body. Do as you please. I'm going to get some shut-eye. Illino also didn't sit still, and commanded with an unpleasantly frowning face, ordering others around and then just sleeping there. Dizzy Kai smiled awkwardly. Young master. He closed his eyes, calculating inwardly. To act so foolishly, even with that level of experience, I need to rest right now for the upcoming schedule. Nox already had his own plan. One of the most important events in Avilas was almost upon them. The item he had been looking for at the auction, that masterpiece, was almost within his grasp, and he was targeting a young beastman. In a corner of a luxurious and antique grand casino, only those with money sat on expensive chairs listening to a man's voice. 70 gold exchange complete. He explained the rules of this place. At the casino, customers may only use our kingdom's chips. The corner of the man's mouth curled slightly, and he said, In that case, he looked at the masked Nox and wished him good luck. Good luck at the Avilas casino. Paracelsus, approaching from behind, said in a dissatisfied voice. Really, someone like you doesn't suit a rotten place like this. He crossed his arms and chastised. Only a loafer like you would choose a mission like this. Ilino turned and whispered to Paracelsus to be quiet. We're using pseudonyms right now, Leon, who was beside them, also agreed. That's right. Even if it's the Avila's casino, laws don't apply here. He explained to the entire team what they needed to do in a firm voice. Illegal slave trading or racial discrimination is not allowed. This mission is simply about finding people related to the clues. After speaking, he emphasized once more, if our identities are revealed, we'll be in real trouble. Paracelsus shrugged indifferently. Yeah, I get it. Although he heard him, he was still excited and headed towards where other ladies and gentlemen were sitting at the gambling tables. But one round wouldn't hurt, right? Nox saw that and sighed inwardly. 1 round, huh? I hope you can stop at 1 round. Paracelsus's luck stat was only 2. He would definitely lose everything, seeing them start to lay out their cards he already predicted. But in the next round his hidden trait, gambling addiction, will activate. Of course he won't win a single penny. Nox, seeing the game machine beside him, saw through the casino's trick. This was because the developer had added a gambling prevention feature called Gambling Addiction Campaign. He easily recognized all of the opponent's tricks. Clearly this side would never be able to beat them. No matter how many jackpots were hit, the system would balance it with similar large losses. That was the developer's limited form of mercy. This combination of ridiculous features left others speechless. Seeing Paracelsus again, he felt a little relieved thanks to his excited demeanor. However, if Paracelsus awakens his trait, he will survive well in this entertainment district. We shall see. How long had it been? It was just as he had thought. Paracelsus irritably kicked the slot machine hard and shouted, Hey, this machine is broken, isn't it? All my chips are gone. A man outside laughed loudly and reassured him. Ha, calm down, young man, you haven't lost much yet. Another bald man chimed in. If you hit a few jackpots in one go, you'll soon get everything back. Both of them encouraged Paracelsus to join them. Come on, try your luck with us. Nox, who was outside, could no longer just watch. I can't keep watching like this. Thalia asked Leon, sounding a little worried. Should we start gambling now? I don't know the rules well. What should I do? A woman at a nearby table quickly enticed them. Come, customer, come to our table. The man beside her was not to be outdone. We have a simple game that anyone can play, men or women, old or young. They explained the very simple rules. You predict whether the spinning wheel will stop on an even or odd number. If you're right, you'll receive double your wager, but if you're wrong, you'll lose everything. The man politely extended his hand and invited, Would you like to try? Leon didn't think long and immediately agreed. All right, the woman asked him, How much will you wager? Leon took out all the silver coins he had and said, I'll bet it all. Before long a surprised voice echoed, Impossible. Again, it's odd again. Thalia, startled, stepped back slightly. Leon, Impossible. You've won 5 rounds in a row. Ilino narrowed her eyes as if in disbelief. That person has incredibly good luck. Leon stared intently at the spinning wheel without a word. He thought, then confidently chose, This time I'll bet on even, and I'll wager everything I have. As Leon had expected, the needle stopped on the red number 8. The man couldn't believe it. Impossible. He got it right again. Before he could even hide his surprise, Leon continued, The next round is even, and I'll continue to bet everything. Thalia whispered to Nox, who was standing beside her, Will it be all right if he keeps going like that? He'll surely lose everything. He forced a smile and thought inwardly, I've never seen him play card games. This is crazy. Nox glanced at him, speculating. He probably has a gambling genius trait or basic gambling skills. Dizzy Kai, approaching from behind, advised him. Young master, please don't follow suit, he replied briefly. Let's go. Since we've come this far, I think it's better to move on from this game table. He asked again, sounding worried. Where are you going? Nox held a silver coin between 2 fingers and smiled slightly. To a place where I can win more than in these childish games. Before long, cheers erupted in the casino with a clover flush card. People outside also listened with curiosity. What? He won 500 chips with 2 pairs? A middle-aged man also broke out in a cold sweat in surprise. Is that person crazy? Which family does that fellow even come from? Nox merely calmly re-examined the cards in his hand and was satisfied with his methods inwardly. I've turned 50 gold into 4,700 gold. There's a reason people get addicted. If I were addicted, I'd stay here all day. He looked at the people opposite him and thought he should withdraw. But I can feel their irritation now. They lost, but they're glaring at me. I should get up now. Nox closed his eyes and thought further. Finally his eyes gleamed and he smiled brightly before laying out his cards again. 1 more round. 4,700 gold isn't quite right for me. If I win more, I could get 5,000 gold. No, even up to 10,000 gold. Dizzy Kai, standing outside, held a pouch of silver coins and shed 2 streams of tears. Young master beside her, Thalia, was watching him helplessly. In the end, the table was filled only with the chips Nox had left after playing, and he had already 12,701 gold. Even Ilino couldn't close her mouth at the sight. What, that much? Dizzy Kai didn't seem to like this situation. Young master, gambling is a bad habit. Please stop now. Nox walked behind Ilino and smiled slightly. No wonder she's surprised. This much is almost 15 of the recent monster material sales revenue. Thalia turned to Leon and asked, Leon, you won a lot too, didn't you? He replied calmly. Yes, I was lucky in 3,001 gold over there. People kept talking about winning chips, but only Paracelsus was not happy. Wait, I haven't even calculated the chips yet. Oh, I lent Paracelsus 400 gold. Paracelsus was so angry that he tried to draw his sword. You damned bastard, we're clearly in this together, Thalia helplessly speculated inwardly. The guy must have lost everything. Ilino muttered unhappily. HMPH, that foolish idiot, I would never touch something like that. Nox, standing beside her, didn't outwardly show it. Really, I just saw you lose at the odd or even game. Just then his gaze swept over a person in the corner and Nox suggested to everyone, "Shall we go then?" At that moment a voice rang out, stopping his steps. "What, going? Sir, you mustn't leave, stop." The person Nox had been observing earlier approached and sincerely bowed his head. "Please forgive my rude observation. As expected, luck smiled upon you, sir." As Paracelsus, losing patience, tried to rush forward, Nox shoved a coin purse at him. "Damn it, are you the manager here? You son of a bitch, you rigged the results, didn't you? Tell me or else." Paracelsus immediately left Nox behind and walked past. "What's this? I thought you weren't interested in gambling." The man suddenly spoke ambiguously. "That is merely the tip of the iceberg, but with the fortune you've just acquired, sir, we now invite you to our VIP exclusive auction house." He pointed the way with his hand. "How about it? Wouldn't you like to see some rare and intriguing items?" Nox inwardly rejoiced, but outwardly he still pretended to be difficult. "I'm sorry, but we don't need your permission. Our entry tickets are originally for VIPs, reconfirm. Take me there." The man hastily corrected himself. "My apologies, I did not realize you were a VIP." But he looked at Paracelsus with suspicious eyes. "But is he also a VIP? He seemed to have lost too much." The young man tried to save face a little. "I was merely pretending to lose." Passing through a damp dark alley, they entered a strangely primitive space hidden deep underground. Today's special item exclusively for VIPs is a beastman who is strong, long-lived, and absolutely obedient. Dizzy Kai looked slightly sad, but then she looked up in surprise. A firm, warm hand clasped hers. Dizzy Kai stared blankly at young Master Nox, who was frowning at her. Because of that trait, Dizzy Kai couldn't stop her suffering. "Pain, I'm sorry for making you wear that expression again. But for your own sake I had to bring you here." With so many eyes focused on her, leaving her alone was truly dangerous. The MC's voice suddenly rang out. "Thank you for waiting. I am Herman, the general manager of the underground auction house. Since many nobles have graced tonight's auction with their presence, please give them a warm round of applause." Nox sat below, his eyes fixed on Herman. "He's finally here. General Manager Herman," he remembered. In Chapter 2, the corruption of Avilas continued, with corrupt nobles exploiting commoners. The conflict between the two classes reached its peak, forming a rebel army. Demons, waiting for this moment, sowed seeds of discord among the factions, eventually revealing their true colors and invading the human world, leading to its demise. After that, the demon world appeared in the human world, plunging humanity into the abyss of corruption. Nox had meticulously studied the situation in Tehalen. The same situation, the same strategy, and the mastermind was that very fellow. He could confidently assert that he was Remiston, one of the 72 Archdemon Dukes. Numerous system notifications suddenly appeared. Basic info: name, Remiston, gender, male, age, unknown, race, demon, main element, water achievements, one of the 72 archdemons, positive traits, mana sensing genius, alchemy genius, neutral traits, pure evil, negative traits, violent, cursed, arrogant, multiple personalities, lazy genius, stats, stamina 20, mana 23, luck 5, willpower 17, mental strength 17, skills, passive skill, alchemy, active skill, floodwave burst. His stats were not higher than other 72 archdemons. This is because his genius traits are most closely aligned with the lazy genius trait. He thought to himself, he was born with innate talent in many fields, but he's too lazy and wastes that talent. He's originally arrogant and rude, truly a dragon demon. In other words, he was weaker than Vaughn and Gramian, whom they had previously encountered. If they had the units they brought, they could pass this stage. At this moment, Remiston cried out joyfully, "Without further ado, I will introduce tonight's first item, an illusionary magic book which allows you to control others as you wish. It was designed to manipulate the dead in the darkness, based on dark magic." Black Cat Ilino heard that and muttered, "They've stolen the Mabas family's technique." Leon looked at her with suspicious eyes. "Are you still calm, even with your family's technique stolen? His iron will and composure are truly surprising. Anyway, those without the dark attribute cannot use the magic book, so they are clearly scamming." At this moment, bids continued to pour in. 17 million gold. Is there anyone else? Such a precious magic book is very rare, one hammer strike echoed. 3, 2, 1 sold. Congratulations. Now let's move on to the next item. A mysterious scroll that holds immense magical energy, but no one has deciphered it yet. Starting bid at 3,000 gold. Everyone fidgeted. 3,000 gold for a scroll we can't even open? Oh, I'll pass. I came to rescue slaves simultaneously, he continued to explain. There's one more thing I haven't mentioned about the scroll. This text is written in an ancient language from the real world. Dragonic. A smile touched Nox's lips upon hearing these words, but others were disappointed. Dragonic? Then we can't even use it, so why buy it? But Nox quickly bid 50 million gold, and Herman looked at him in surprise. Then all the nobles began to murmur, "Are they crazy? Do they have so much money? Are they related to the Rivalan Merchant Guild? Why are they spending so much on that item?" But Remiston was quite impressed. A white-haired VIP guest suddenly appeared. "I don't know who they are, but there's a familiar scent of mana. The Renher family must be involved. Do they know something about this scroll that I don't?" To elaborate, the ancient Cataleo kingdom, while researching alchemy and exploring ruins for months, discovered a scroll among the remnants of a legendary kingdom. Said to have been founded by the first humans, it was etched with twisted, bizarre, and incomprehensible ancient characters at first glance. It was an ancient Dragonic language that couldn't be deciphered even with alchemical knowledge. But there's someone spending an absurd amount of money on an unusable item. It's just paper? Remiston chuckled. You've been caught. The one who uses Dragonic, you hold the key to deciphering this scroll. Then he signaled the person on the dais. That person immediately held up a bidding paddle marked 51 million gold. Nox saw this and countered with 60 million gold, determined to fight to the end. The person followed suit with 65 million gold, but when the final amount reached 120 million gold, he ultimately gave up. Truly an incredible fellow. Remiston then cried out, Congratulations, the Dragonic scroll has been awarded to the white-haired VIP guest. Nox then turned to look at Ilino. Ilino, as we discussed before, how much can I borrow? She replied, I can lend you about 200 million. Besides, you won't be able to fit it all in a spatial pouch. He then concluded with one word. I'll borrow it all. She then asked curiously, The interest, don't worry, I'll win enough today to pay off all the debt. The two gray cats, Paracelsus and Leon, who overheard their conversation, both gaped. You two, what are you talking about? That insignificant fellow is here. You damn bastards, Ilino, how rich is your family? Even Nox was suspicious of Ilino. Even in her records, not everything was fully disclosed. In fact, he didn't know her exact wealth. They possessed immense wealth to a degree that they should not be made adversaries. She then replied cheerfully, All right, I'll lend it to you. After all, your identity has been thoroughly verified. But don't get too caught up in gambling or auctions. Nox couldn't help but think, she's suddenly talking like Isekai. It seems they've gotten quite close and friendly on this trip. That's good news. At the same time, Ilino continued, and the basic interest rate is 1, with an additional 0.2 charged each month for overdue payments. I'm telling you this in advance. Of course, you know I can also seize assets through the imperial family if necessary, right? Nox frowned. Typical Ilino on the dais, Remiston continued to excitedly present the next items. The next items are the slaves you've all been waiting for. From humans to beastmen, various slaves will delight you. Now let's begin with the first slave. This child suddenly appeared 99 hours ago, and when the price of 180 million gold was offered, everyone was bewildered. The person who offered the price was none other than Nox. Isekai didn't stop complaining. Young master, are you crazy? A slave isn't an artifact like that scroll earlier. Isn't this a rigged gambling den? The Renner's annual operating budget is 50 million gold, and you just paid that much. Then Remiston shouted, Is there anyone willing to pay a higher amount than the white-haired VIP guest? If not, I will proceed with the auction. At the same time, all the nobles in the auction house showed displeasure towards Nox. That's ridiculous. 30 million gold is enough to buy all the slaves here and still have money left over. What is he trying to do with that? Honestly, Avilos is already bought out. At this moment, Herman cried out joyfully, Congratulations, you've won the auction again, sir. The auction will conclude shortly, so please pick up your items and make your payment. But after a moment, his face turned arrogant. Will you be making payment alone in a private room, sir? Thalia followed Nox worriedly. It's too dangerous to go alone. Then the person beside her stopped her. Wait, young lady. You're paying an unrecoverable amount. How do you plan to handle this matter? Nox then turned and replied, I will not recover it. Don't follow, stay here. You will only be a hindrance to what I am about to do. And after a moment, Herman happily greeted him. I've been waiting for you. Please receive the scroll first. Nox also followed him after hearing that. He thought to himself, enjoying it. Think carefully, Remiston. You probably understand my intentions. Know how to use the scroll written in Dragonic. You'll want to know that method even if it means threatening my life, but you'll have no idea why I paid 6 times the price for this young slave. Opening the prison door, he said, You are the slave I just bought. The girl growled at him. What are you going to do to me? Nox ignored the girl's rudeness and said, We'll be seeing each other often, so don't be rude. And then he quietly told her, What are you doing? Aren't you going to run away to find freedom? Then the girl didn't miss the chance and rushed forward, but in a few seconds she was easily caught by Remiston, who shouted, There's a limit to how much you can underestimate me. A mere slave dares to speak of freedom. To prevent such things, I have personally carved seals into the slaves' bodies, and you showing such ridiculous and meaningless mercy, isn't that a great loss? You bought him for tens of times his value. Nox then replied, It's none of your business whether I free my slave or not, is it? Then he couldn't control his anger. I hope you didn't just come here to show off your money, young Master Renher. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, stating that Remiston's multiple personality trait had been activated. Then he approached him and met his gaze. I want to ask you, what is your intention in coming here? Nox merely chuckled lightly. Isn't there no reason for me to explain directly to you, Archdemon Remiston? He laughed out loud in surprise. Quite surprising, you even know my name? Did Renher or Eldon send you to investigate me? You insignificant worm, as you said, this fellow is one of the 72 archdemons, Remiston. A wretch like you doesn't even deserve to stand before me. But Nox didn't care and muttered, Begin, Captain. Then a crack immediately appeared in the ceiling and she gently descended from above. Seeing this familiar sight, he couldn't control his anger. You? She faced them and said, Well done, rookie. From now on, leave it to us. Indeed, it was Luna. Lunatic was a massive criminal organization that dominated the black market by colluding with dark families. They had two main goals: first, to overthrow the imperial family and usher in a new era; second, to eliminate the 72 demons and eradicate all evil from the world. For what reason this organization sought to destroy evil was still a mystery. Anyway, skipping a detailed explanation of their motives, let's get back to the main story. First, Luna was tasked with handling the first stage of combat against Remiston. Luna glared at Remiston with fierce intensity. No matter how dirty a demon you are, you've gone too far. Slave trading, oppression of beastmen, and even money laundering. Remiston burst out laughing. How dare you preach morality to me? One of the 72 archdemons, she also replied. If it must be so, then so be it. Feeling the murderous aura surrounding Luna, Nox trembled. Her presence makes me tremble. I've never felt this intensity from anyone except Theo. Luna is gradually reaching the realm of an absolute being at this moment. Herman, completely unrepentant, retorted even more strongly. I am merely giving value to useless trash and selling it appropriately. That's a sin, how laughable. But Luna remained composed and unfazed by his provocative words. The only truly useless things in this world are dirty demons like you. Hearing this, John couldn't help but laugh. You foolish wench. She was slightly annoyed but maintained her composure. As the captain of the Lunatic, I will ask you for the first and last time. Are you truly Remiston, one of the 72 archdemons? John sneered. What if I am? Then Luna raised her sword and declared, I will eliminate you. Suddenly, a cold aura enveloped the area, and an immense amount of mana spread out. Remiston realized this was no longer a game and was retracting his scattered mana. Fortunately, I've collected everything I need, the ancient scroll etched with draconic script, and Nox found the slave who had tried to escape but was ultimately caught. Hey you, where were you trying to go? Nox smiled. A character from the rugged eastern mountains with the traits of peerless and genius of command, he had no memory of his parents and his birthplace had been wiped from the map. Many children in the east were sacrificed during the war. For young warriors, the concept of loyalty to a nation had lost its meaning long ago. Today they fought for this country. Tomorrow they served another. It was a life of begging, surviving day by day for a piece of potato or a handful of grain mixed with stones. They would do anything, these children, with no one to rely on and nowhere to return, gathered together. And naturally he became their leader. During that time he met Herman. Herman made him an enticing offer. He said he would send them to the heart of the great demon empire. There no one would starve, there would be no war and no suffering. But it was all a lie. They were sold as slaves to many nobles. But Prim never gave up the dream of escape. He wanted to reclaim his right to be respected as a human. Gifted with innate qualities from a young age, he constantly persuaded other slaves to escape. Each time, the demon Remiston's seal made him fail, however. At this very moment, Graham felt stronger than ever. This was the perfect opportunity to escape. Remiston was too focused on his fight with that woman. The more Nox thought, the closer he got to him, and he was puzzled. What is this noble doing? How dare this noble who doesn't even know the exact price of a slave block my path? He sneered. Are you regretting the 1.8 million gold you spent? Then Nox replied, you're mistaken. I bought the rights of all the slaves here, not just you. Then he was puzzled. All the slaves here? What, are you saying we came to save them? Then Nox proposed. I will take all of you to my territory. You will receive food, water, and support. Humans and beastmen will live equally under the same laws without discrimination. Hearing this, he scoffed. What nonsense are you trying to deceive me like that, demon? Do you know why we're in this situation? Because we fell for sweet words like yours. But Nox did not give up. You don't have to believe me, but you can believe my family. My name is Nox von Reinhofer. I swear on everything I have that I will give you the right to choose freedom. Will you continue to watch your people die by their own hands and repeat meaningless escapes, or will you kneel here and swear allegiance to me as my vassal? He calmly presented Prim with this generous choice. Choose. Prim had heard of the Reinhofer family, even amidst the chaos of war. They were a noble swordsman family known for the ultimate skill of the black sword. Every oath made with the black sword was guaranteed by that person's life. Does he really have the courage to stake such a thing for himself and his people? And he's giving me the right to choose. Finishing his thoughts, Prim exclaimed, all right, but on one condition, you must guarantee the safety of everyone here, and none of us should be sold into slavery again. If you break that promise, our contract will be void. Nox nodded. Very good. Then he immediately drew his sword and performed the ritual. Prim A. No von Reinhofer. Before the ancient legacy of the black sword, I swear from this moment forth you are my vassal and I am your master. I swear to uphold every word of our oath every moment. At this moment, Graham would have to exchange his life for the man before him. After finishing the oath, he said calmly, I think you can trust me enough now. From now on, you will call me Lord Nox. Any disrespect will be paid for with your life, understood? Yes. Prim immediately changed his stance. Yes, my lord. Then what shall I do now? Then Prim looked at Luna. That woman fighting beside my lord. She looks very strong, but can she really stand against a demon like that? Nox did not answer immediately and handed him a key. That is for me to judge. You simply follow orders. Take this, a key. With this, free your people and exit the auction house to the central casino hall. As a beastman, your sense of smell must have identified all escape routes. Lead them by the safest and fastest way, he thought to himself. Thanks to his genius of commandability, those around him instinctively believed and followed him without long verbose explanations. This will be a strong advantage when he commands armies later. Now that I've settled the surroundings, let's observe this for a moment. The sword Luna uses is a weapon that only she can wield in the Lunatic, one of the most powerful artifacts containing the hidden attribute of moonlight. Her sword, the dance of the moon under the cold moonlight. Moon sword arts. It is a swordsmanship that only Luna can use in Inner Lunatic, and an ultimate secret technique that can only be unlocked by completing a hidden route. That's why the peerless black sword art is abandoned in later chapters. If you enter Lunatic, you can learn heaven-piercing moon sword art by playing the villain character route, of course only if Luna agrees first. While the two fought fiercely, Nox just watched. At this moment, Luna cried out coldly, "Let's end this in one blow." And she used moon sword art first eclipse. He realized that it temporarily boosted her stamina and instantly detonated the mana infused in her sword. At the same time, John also lost patience and charged. "No more tricks, die you vile wretch!" Instantly his claws met her sword and a piercing clash echoed. An incomprehensibly bright light burst forth and John became wary. What is that white light, you damned wench? Are you the successor of the moon sword art?" But Luna didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Second eclipse, full moon, and she sliced off his arm. It was while he wasn't paying attention. Even Nox was impressed. Truly astonishing, moon sword art. I've seen it when she fought Vaughn, but she's much stronger now. Is Luna training the moon sword art to its limits? But there was still a trick left. Don't boast, I can regrow this arm anytime. However, Luna did not give up and used another technique. Moon sword art, third eclipse, and in less than a second she rushed in and bisected his body vertically, causing blood to gush out. She didn't stop there, using moon slash to finish John off. Nox was dazzled. It's completely different from seeing it on screen. Truly beautiful. If possible, I'd like to learn that swordsmanship too. Before John's fading body, Luna said in a cold voice, "It's time to end this." But he didn't give up, even with only a fragment remaining. "Do you think this is the end?" Suddenly, a cold wind blew and the ground in the area shook violently. Luna felt an ominous premonition. Unexpectedly, a red magic circle appeared behind them, and then it surged into the sky, spreading throughout the entire area. Luna became wary. What is that? Then suddenly, a familiar hand burst out of the magic circle. The dragon was once again perfectly resurrected, and Nox thought, this is absolutely impossible according to the main story progression. He wouldn't have even had the resources to enter Phase 2, so how? Looking at the magic circle, he was certain of one thing. Without a doubt, that is an alchemy circle. In the game, alchemy is merely an auxiliary skill that helps with potion crafting, but in Inner Lunatic, alchemy is based on a different foundation than magic. Unlike magic, which uses mana from the air, alchemy manipulates mana from materials and catalysts, consuming countless hours and energy. This level of alchemy would have required tens of thousands of hours of practice. I've never seen Remiston this strong. Is he already strong enough to use amplification? But amplification shouldn't appear this early. After completing his main body, John playfully taunted, "Did you think you won, foolish humans? Also heard about the Archduke's death. So I prepared for this moment." In a second, Nox realized this was a butterfly effect. Because he had intervened in Vaughn's death, the demons who followed him were now appearing as even greater calamities to protect themselves. Then he turned to Luna. "This mana whirlpool seems like an alchemy prison. Alchemy is a science of equivalent exchange. There must be a medium of equivalent value to the power used somewhere." Luna, hearing this, became slightly wary. With this much mana and blood, the equivalent sacrifice it demands must surely be. At the same time, elsewhere, the painful screams of people echoed. "My body, save me. The blood in my body is boiling. Save me, save me." The blood he used to revive himself was that of the nobles. Water prison, a trap made of blood and water, and a binding alchemy that only appears in the late game. It never disappears even if the caster dies. If uncontrolled, it is a hellish realm that will expand forever, killing all life within it. The difficulty has become completely uncontrollable due to the butterfly effect. A mid-boss using an endgame skill? I've seen countless endings, so I know how to deal with it. Water prison, as its name suggests, is a prison. Once someone is trapped, it accomplishes its purpose and disappears. The only way to weaken it is the death of a companion. Sacrifice a companion to break this nightmare and rush the boss and it will be over. But if that's the case, then Luna suddenly shouted, bringing him back to reality. "Snap out of it, rookie. If you stay here, you'll be devoured. Are you planning something dangerous again? Tell me, how can we break the water prison? Will the spell stop if we kill all those nobles?" Nox thought to himself. "If I tell her the method, Luna will die. Remiston will target her with water prison first. And if I explain the escape conditions, she will sacrifice herself. What is Luna's worth if she dies? Can I achieve the true ending of Inner Lunatic?" She was difficult to recruit, and not even the most crucial ally. But at that very moment the flow grew denser and denser, forming monsters of various shapes. Suddenly, Luna turned to him and said, "Rookie, you saved me then. This time it's your turn to retreat. If you refuse, it will be considered insubordination." However, Nox stubbornly replied, "No." He looked at the sticky monsters in the distance and flew to fight alongside her. "I'm not going anywhere." Then he used his magic ability, Mana Fusion, and fused it with John's blood, and Luna was startled. "Rookie, what are you doing?" he smiled. "That dangerous plan you mentioned earlier, I just thought of one." At this moment her gaze still did not leave him. because what he was about to do next would be very dangerous. For this one time I will forgive your insubordination. Then Nox leaped into the blood sphere, successfully infiltrating John's territory. Luna was startled. Rookie